Chapter 81. Contaminated Zone 28 is approximately 300 kilometers from Dawn Base. Team Zero and their accompanying reinforcements arrived at a nearby outpost in the early hours of the morning. Under the cover of night, the outpost's blurred outline presented a stark silhouette, with a massive signal tower in the center resembling a guiding light in the darkness. Upon arriving at the outpost, the reinforcements quickly and systematically conducted an inspection. Too many vehicles to fit inside, all were parked in the wilderness outside. Team Zero disembarked one by one. With their senses restored, as Hietu had predicted, the entire team was somewhat unaccustomed to it. They used all the mutants they encountered along the way as practice subjects. Duanshi muttered softly, "They'd probably have to block it a few more times before they can freely switch modes." It felt like listening to soft, light music through headphones, and the moment the barrier was removed, they accidentally pressed a button, and suddenly the music turned into heavy metal rock. Thump, thump, thump. Countless sounds around him transformed into irritating noise, relentlessly drilling into his mind. Duanshi's spiritual entity, the Peregrine Falcon, was now swaying and sprawling on the hood of the car, as if drunk. "We're all not quite used to it. The captain must be even less comfortable, right?" Tao Hao furtively turned his head to look. After Hietu got out of the car, he went to the rear to talk to the adjutant of the reinforcements. His expression was normal, calm, showing no sign of anything amiss. Strange, how could there be no reaction? Tao Hao was completely baffled. No one knew. In Hietu's spiritual realm, the Fire Phoenix was incessantly howling and throwing a tantrum. Having just enjoyed a few days of peace, they now had to endure the erosion of noise from all directions, all the negative, dark, and oppressive things surging in like a tide. It hurts. Why am I not her spirit form? She was giving mental counseling to others the other day. Why didn't you let Qingwan in? Can't a guide have two spirit forms? I want to be with Qingwan. Hietu, shut up. Yun Xiao yawned and got out of the car. Are we staying here tonight? She's been too tired from training lately, going to bed at 10 p.m. every night. It's already past midnight. Yes. Rabbit ran over and pulled her. Sister Yun Xiao, let's go get a room first. Hietu suppressed his frustration, leaning against the military truck behind him, continuing to discuss the subsequent deployment locations with his adjutant. His eyes, however, caught a glimpse of that slender figure slowly entering the sentry post through the car window reflection. Those eyes were clear and calm, with a hint of sleepiness, without the slightest panic or unease. She didn't seem afraid? Not worried about the mission at all. A contradictory guide, her personality is hard to fathom. The captain took care of the rest. Everyone greeted the guards at the outpost and chose their rooms to rest. The environment at outpost number 28 was quite nice. The rooms were clean, and the beds were especially large. Yun Xiao washed up, laid down on the bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. 8 a.m. After breakfast, the entire Zero team assembled at the outpost entrance. Yun Xiao quickly tidied herself up, put on her combat uniform, and wore a waist knife on her left hip, and the gun Hietu had chosen for her on her right, a diamond bird. Her training results weren't great. She could fire a gun, but she kept missing. Her backpack only contained a small amount of ammunition. Carrying the gun was just in case. If, like last time, the city was full of monsters, maybe she could hit two even with her eyes closed. Upon seeing her appear, the model worker captain looked away. Let's go! The flow of time within the contaminated zone varies. In reality, it makes little difference whether you enter in the morning or at night. The outpost is still 60 kilometers from contaminated zone number 28. Hundreds of reinforcement vehicles followed behind the armored vehicles. Just like last time. After driving for a while, a swirling gray fog appeared in the distance, churning and twisting like a living thing, constantly contorting and changing shape, swallowing the azure sky. The reinforcements stopped here. They watched as the black armored off-road vehicles sped towards the gray fog through the swirling yellow sand, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the vehicle. This time, the 4 people in the back seat moved to the front, and the 6 of them held onto each other. Actually, after reviewing the report, the intelligence team had already instructed the logistics department to create a buckle design connecting belt. However, given Yun Xiao's previous disappearance from his arms, Hietu did not use it. Using buckles could easily cause injury to those tied together in a tug-of-war if the terrain changed. It's better to just hold hands. The back of the vehicle was piled high with supplies. Yun Xiao was practically slumped against the passenger seat back. Rabbit grabbed her left hand, and she instinctively reached her right hand towards the man sitting in the passenger seat. The man paused for a second, then slowly raised his large hand and gently grasped her outstretched right hand. His palm was slightly rough, the warmth of his hand penetrating her skin. His fingers gently closed, easily enveloping her hand in his palm. Yuan Zhao felt a moment of disorientation. She remembered her uncles. They had led her into Qingshan town in the same way they had done. But something seemed different. What exactly is different? Get ready, stay alert, we're going in. Song Liang's words had barely left his lips. The vehicles were suddenly engulfed by an endless gray fog, which seized and enveloped the air in the space, gathering as if it had a life of its own. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it swiftly retreated. Contaminated Zone 28 was opening its gates to Team Zero, as if saying welcome. The change was too rapid. So fast that Yuan Zhao had barely regained his senses, when the surrounding scenery had already changed. The armored off-road vehicle seemed to have crossed an invisible boundary, abruptly driving into a deserted city. The sky here was gray-black, a thick gray fog obscuring the entire city, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. However, visibility was not obstructed. Under the hazy sky, it seemed as if shrouded in a faint glow. The light was somewhat like moonlight, but there was no moon overhead. A faint, ethereal light filtered through the gray fog, softening and blurring the outlines of the surrounding buildings. Sharp edges and broken corners seemed smoothed out, creating a dreamlike quality. This made the entire city appear even more eerie and terrifying, like a ghost town forgotten by the world. No one in the vehicle uttered a sound. The sentries were extending their senses to probe their surroundings. On the streets, various discarded items were scattered: rusty car wrecks, overturned trash cans, broken glass, and scattered documents. The buildings on both sides were riddled with holes, their walls covered in mottled marks, some blackened by smoke, others dented from impacts by unknown forces. Almost no windows were intact, the once vibrant billboards were faded and damaged, the lettering blurred, only some remaining patterns and lines barely discernible. The wide, 8-lane intersection was deathly silent. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any noise or human voice. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow, stirring up dust and trash from the ground, which would swirl in the air for a moment before slowly settling back into silence. Is this a ghost town? Chapter 82. The car was eerily quiet. After a moment, Xie finally remembered to release Yuan Zhao's hand, focusing his attention on the mission. Duanqi, first check if the surrounding terrain has changed. Yes. Duan, she released his spiritual form. A peregrine falcon silently circled overhead, surveying the surrounding environment. After a while, Captain, nothing has changed, and we haven't found any creatures. Duanqi frowned, puzzled. Where did all the mutants in this contaminated area go? Xie didn't answer, raising his wrist to activate his communicator. Time had indeed stopped. He switched screens with one hand, testing the nearby contamination concentration. It showed 65%. Xie spoke. The timeline might be at some point in the Dark Ages. There's no one on the ground. Most likely, everyone is inside Shelter 28. Scout the terrain first and try to get the key. They wanted to investigate how Zhang Dehui left the contaminated area, mutating at a contamination concentration of 22%. The priority is ensuring the safety of the team members and obtaining the key as soon as possible. As for where the monsters that were originally on the ground went, the rules are currently unclear. They might all be in the shelters, or they might never have existed in the first place. Tao Hao handed the computer to Song Liang in the driver's seat. Song Liang took it and opened the map. The map didn't mark the location of Shelter 28. Back when the dark apocalypse suddenly descended, monsters appeared, and shelters were hastily established in various places. Most city shelters were converted from existing underground spaces, Song Liang said. We just need to find the subway entrances that aren't sealed off. That should be the location of Shelter 28. The rabbit had already taken her place at the observation window, her king-like chameleon perched atop the sniper rifle, her world-weary face and round eyes darting around, peering at the street outside. The Zero team members worked together seamlessly, their roles clearly defined. Only Yuan Zhao remained seated, her expression unreadable as she watched everyone. Didn't anyone notice? Xie released his senses, narrowing his eyes as he ordered, Song Liang, keep driving forward, locate Shelter 28. Roger. The armored vehicle restarted, its rumbling engine jarring in the deathly silence of the city. The peregrine falcon led the way. Yuan Zhao suddenly stood up, leaning back in her seat, and patted Xie's shoulder. She whispered, turn around, let me see your face. Her abrupt request caused a moment of awkward silence in the vehicle. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Why are you looking at the captain? Duanqi said bluntly, the captain's face isn't a paid attraction, You can see it anytime you want. Why choose this moment? Xie, however, turned around as instructed, facing the back seat, his sharp gaze lightly sweeping over Duanqi. Duanqi immediately shut up, turning his head away and pretending to be busy. Xie then withdrew his gaze, turning back to meet her eyes. Their eyes met, his deep, dark eyes seeming to be filled with ink. Yuan Zhao's expression faltered slightly when she saw his face. What's wrong? Xie's eyes were dark, his voice a little hoarse. Did you find anything? She wouldn't make such a request without a reason. Can't you see anything? Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, raising her hand to touch his forehead. Here, after we came in, there was a faint light appearing here on each of yours. In her vision, everyone in the car had a flame-like glow emanating from their foreheads. Like a burning will-o'-the-wisp. Their light is white, but yours is golden, Yuan Zhao said softly, her expression slightly puzzled. Why couldn't her teammates see it, but she could? Did she have it? The car fell into a deathly silence because of her words. Disbelief crossed everyone's faces as they instinctively touched their foreheads. It felt no different from touching their own skin. Smooth foreheads, normal temperature, no light or unusual sensation. Rabbit muttered, how is this possible? There's absolutely nothing wrong. What did Sister Yuan Zhao see? Will-o'-the-wisps? They're all perfectly fine. Where did these will-o'-the-wisps come from? Tao Hao kept rubbing his forehead repeatedly, as if trying to find the light Yuan Zhao had mentioned. Duanqi nervously pulled Song Liang aside, asking, Old Song, turn your head so I can see. Ah, I can't see anything. Am I blind? Xie's hand rested on his forehead, gently covering hers. At this moment, his mind was free of any distractions. Her words were like a bomb dropped on Team Zero. Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing as he fell into deep thought. Yuan Zhao couldn't be lying. What did that flame represent? Was it related to the special environment of the contaminated zone? Why could only Yuan Zhao see it, and the others couldn't? Because of the guide's mental power. Yuan Zhao had already withdrawn her hand, touching her forehead, muttering to herself, Do I have it too? But she couldn't see herself. Neither could anyone else. Yuan Zhao summoned the little bluebird. Look, is there anything on my forehead? The little bluebird hopped onto the weapon rack opposite, tilting its head and staring at her physical body. Nothing. Or perhaps there was, but her spiritual form couldn't see it. Yuan Zhao got up and moved to the front seat, accidentally knocking over a box of snacks. The food spilled out, scattering throughout the car. She didn't have time to care, reaching for the rearview mirror. The mirror reflected a small, pale face, delicate and beautiful, its forehead smooth as ever, without any unusual light. How strange. Why didn't she have anything? If she did, she hoped it would be green, or blue, the same color as the little bluebird. Xie caught a glimpse of her confused expression. For some reason, he thought of the crimson rose, and of Wang Jiayi, who had been parasitized. His lips tightened involuntarily. Find the key as soon as possible. Abnormal physical phenomena weren't a good thing. Yes. Song Liang stepped on the gas, accelerating. A bluish-green fluorescence spread throughout the vehicle, seeping into everyone's bodies, attempting to touch the flame. Unable to touch it. The spiritual threads passed directly through. The flame was more like an image. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then formed a spiritual barrier to block the dark matter outside from corroding the sentinels' bodies. The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly became heavy and oppressive. Having only entered the contaminated zone a few minutes ago, they learned that an unseen flame had appeared on their foreheads. Anyone would feel uneasy. Tao Hao sat opposite Yuan Zhao, glancing at her from time to time, then looking at the others' foreheads, with a strange expression. Previously, the Biological Research Institute released a report, and everyone, including Minister Duan, shared the same thought. The contaminated zone on the 28th might suppress the guide's abilities. But now everyone's bodies are showing abnormalities, except for Yuan Zhao. Tao Hao felt his brain wasn't working properly. No one understood what this meant. Including Xie. Don't let your mind be disturbed. Xie steadied himself and spoke calmly. At least for now, we're alright. Focus on the mission. Once we find the rules here, we naturally understand what's going on. The battle-hardened S-rank sentinel was unusually calm at this moment, quickly calming the emotions in the car. Everyone responded. The car sped through the empty city. The deep rumble seemed to be the only sound in this silent world. Duanqi perked up, and had the peregrine falcon continue flying forward to scout out the terrain. The armored vehicle passed several subway exits, which were indeed all sealed off by countless concrete and steel bars. It was obvious that shelter number 28 was converted from the city's underground transportation tunnels. The sentry's excellent eyesight allowed him to spot the billboard outside the subway entrance. The markings were faded, the exposed arms of the celebrities on the billboard were covered in grime, and their features were blurred beyond recognition. The accompanying slogan was similarly obscured. At the bottom was a string of numbers, only the first 3 digits barely legible. Contact number 028. Shelter number 028 was the old-fashioned area code. Chapter 83. The armored vehicle continued forward. The tall buildings lining the streets stood silently, their once brightly lit windows now dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring at them. No one spoke in the vehicle. Yuan Xiao looked out through the observation window. The city was not only deserted, but also devoid of supplies. The shops along the way had long been looted. The empty city looked eerily strange. The peregrine falcon in the air made a discovery. Duanqi straightened up slightly. Captain, the shelter's entrance is just ahead. Hearing this, Song Liang followed the peregrine falcon's lead. The roads on both sides were wide, the dimly lit roads seemingly endless, devoid of people or cars, only endless silence. The shelter's entrance was hidden in an ecological park. After the armored vehicle entered, everyone saw a square steel building standing behind a restaurant in the park. The main body of the door was constructed from massive, thick metal plates, each fitting together seamlessly. A row of machine guns was mounted on the overhead platform, their dark muzzles pointed outwards. Xia surveyed his surroundings, releasing all his senses. The metal door led deep underground, and there seemed to be more than one gate inside. He could hear faint sounds coming from within. There were living beings, their forms uncertain. Xia spoke, Duanqi. Roger. Duanqi understood. His peregrine falcon swayed from side to side on the hood of the vehicle, hopped forward 2 steps, flapped its wings, and flew towards the door. Its form gradually became transparent, passing directly through the metal door. There are 3 gates inside. 16 mutant soldiers were found inside the first 2 gates. Duanqi said, the staircase inside the door leads down to the underground. We didn't allow the spiritual entity to go any further. There seemed to be voices underground? Clearly, the captain's initial assessment was correct. The timeline within contaminated Zone 28 is at a certain point in the Dark Ages. Because of the distance, just in case, we didn't dare let the spiritual entity enter alone. As he spoke, Duanqi's expression became somewhat strange. 3 gates. The people inside the first 2 gates have already been mutated, but everything seems normal deep underground. He heard voices. It's strange, it's as if 2 worlds exist just between the 2 gates. The timelines inside and outside the gates are different. Is it related to the will-o'-the-wisps appearing on their foreheads? Xia didn't speak, assessing the danger inside. Song Liang had already parked the car by the pavilion and turned to ask, Captain, shall we go in now? A moment later, Xia withdrew his senses. Okay, everyone check your equipment. Let's go in and get the keys. How are we going to get in? Tao Hao slung his heavy weapon over his shoulder, prepared to get out of the car, and turned back, saying, that door looks very sturdy. It can only be opened from the inside. A direct assault would alert them, wouldn't it? Rabbit slapped him. Have you forgotten about Sister Yuan Xiao? The green fluorescent light could seep into the metal door. They could just go inside and condense some spiritual energy to help open it. Yuan Xiao, whose name was called. She was sitting quietly in her seat, her eyes clear, her head tilted back, staring at everyone's foreheads. She seemed to be studying the invisible will-o'-the-wisps on their foreheads. Originally, no one thought much of it, but being stared at like that for so long made them inexplicably uneasy. Tao Hao subconsciously touched his forehead again, rubbing it vigorously, seemingly trying to rub away the will-o'-the-wisp. Xia, unaffected, turned to look at her. Why don't you try? Yuan Xiao's gaze involuntarily fell on his forehead again. There, a leaping golden flame was burning. She nodded gently, okay. The little bluebird, receiving the host's consciousness, glanced at everyone with disdain, flapped its wings, and flew towards the metal door. Its figure gradually became transparent, passing directly through the metal door and disappearing outside. There were no lights inside. The deep passage was pitch black, with dark matter drifting everywhere. The little bluebird flapped its wings, and a green fluorescent light flashed. Strands of green light illuminated the surroundings. Several heavily armed mutant soldiers stood inside the door, motionless like statues, black slime dripping from their bodies, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Wriggling shadows could be vaguely seen churning within. Those were the sharp mouthparts of the mutants. They didn't react to the psychic entities. The little bluebird saw the gate, completely enveloped in dark matter, its original form unrecognizable. Countless psychic threads covered it, and the gate began to turn. Hearing the creaking sound of the gate turning, the Zero team members, weapons in hand, quickly got out of the vehicle and prepared themselves on either side of the shelter's entrance. Yun Xiao was a little slower, falling behind. A guide couldn't be left unattended. Xie stood by the vehicle waiting for her. Seeing her get out, he naturally reached out to help her, then closed the rear door for her. Xie said, "Don't rush in. First, check if those mutants have flames on their foreheads, and test if the psychic threads are effective." "Okay." Yun Xiao nodded. She intended to do the same even if Xie hadn't said so. The will-o'-the-wisp might be related to Zhang Dehui's mutation, but she couldn't understand what the white and golden flames represented. Was it according to rank? Because Xie was an S-rank sentinel, his flame was different from others. It was golden? But why didn't she have it? Was it only she who could see it? Or only the guy could see it? This distinction was crucial. The two had arrived at the door. With the sound of the door valve turning, gaps appeared in the metal plates, revealing the scene inside. The dark passage was illuminated by specks of green fluorescence, making the scene even more eerie. The four walls were made of cold metal, covered with marks from the corrosion of black slime. 8 soldier mutants stood motionless against the walls, guns in hand, unresponsive. "Why isn't there any reaction?" Duanqi muttered softly. Xie turned his head upon hearing the muttering. The dark eyes looked at him, as if he were mentally challenged. Because of the mental barrier, all external senses are blocked. Her barrier has 2 types. One is a mental barrier that blocks the senses. The other, while technically a barrier, is more like a protective enclosure. Since entering, an invisible barrier has enveloped them, isolating them from the dark matter outside. The mutants cannot sense them, and therefore do not attack. "Oh, I almost forgot," Duanqi quickly added. The crack in the door widened, revealing the scene inside. Yun Xiao looked up at the mutants' foreheads. There was nothing there except black slime. She shook her head at Xie, slightly raising her hand, attempting to use an emotional resonance attack on the mutants. The result was as expected. It failed. The 8 soldier mutants remained unresponsive. The base's investigation was correct. This was indeed the contaminated area Zhang Dehui had entered. These monsters seemed to have no emotions. Xie's gaze deepened, as if he were pondering something. Seeing the door open, the little bluebird flew back and landed on Yun Xiao's head, giving the group a disdainful look. "A bunch of useless trash. They can't even open a door. Rabbit, eh?" Suddenly, the door slammed shut, the metal plate retracting into the wall with a dull, grating sound. The heavy thud startled the mutants, who lunged forward, hissing and searching for enemies, their sharp mandibles rapidly extending and retracting in the passageway. The rabbit was prepared. Its silent sniper rifle instantly headshot the first 2 mutants to rush out. 8 monsters were quickly eliminated. Xie coldly saluted and led his team into Shelter 28. Chapter 84. The interior was pitch black, the passage only 2 or 3 meters long. A staircase at the end led downwards, each step covered in a thin layer of dust. The sentries, with their excellent eyesight, descended the stairs smoothly after their eyes adjusted to the light. Yun Xiao walked in the middle of the group. The darkness prevented her from seeing the varying heights of the stairs, but the dancing green fluorescent lights adjusted their positions quickly, illuminating each step beneath her feet. As if it had become a habit, Xie, beside her, tugged at her backpack strap again. Yun Xiao glanced up at him slightly. The man was staring intently into the passage, his profile cold and stern, not looking at her. The group continued down the stairs, quickly reaching the second gate. The little bluebird opened the second gate. Song Liang and Duanqi drew their knives, quietly eliminating the mutants there, and also gave a military salute. Time flowed differently within the contaminated zone. Team Zero had witnessed similar scenes several times. These mutants, who once shouldered the mission of protecting the people during the Dark Ages, still wear uniforms that bear the marks of their former glory. Saluting is not only a sign of respect for these soldiers, but also a tribute to those difficult years. Continuing down the stairs, we arrive at the third gate. Unlike the first 2 gates, the third gate is located deep underground. Above it is a bulletproof glass window for verifying identity information, with an iron bar blocking the way. Through the glass, the scene inside is clearly visible. A dim oil lamp illuminates the dark corridor, where shadowy figures, footsteps, and voices mingle. Inside, all is well. Outside, dark matter swirls everywhere, and dust blankets the area. It was like 2 worlds. 2 timelines? Yun Xiao glanced at the situation inside and asked, could it be a merged contaminated zone? She recalled what Minister Duan had once said. A merged contaminated zone was a 5-star danger level. Not necessarily. Xie2's gaze swept over the figures inside. It might still be one timeline. The people living underground are unaware of what's happening on the surface, and continue to live in their own world. Yuan Zhao's expression faltered slightly, as if she had thought of something. She asked, then if the timeline could go back to the past, what would the people inside be? Living? Dead? Monsters? Or just an image? Because of the different time flows, many contaminated zones still retain their previous scenes. Before, in contaminated zone 88, Yuan Zhao didn't have much of a feeling about the mutants in the city. But since returning to the base and starting training courses, Yuan Zhao had reviewed many mission cases and gained a deeper understanding of the people in the various contaminated zones. Some creatures in the contaminated zone are unaware that they are dead, nor that they are monsters. In their perception, the world continues to operate according to its familiar rhythm, repeating their lives day after day, steadfastly fulfilling their duties. If consciousness remains in the present moment, those creatures in contaminated Zone 28 might still be anticipating tomorrow, hoping for the sun to reappear and the apocalypse to end. They cannot escape their cocoons. They allow the gatekeepers to manipulate their consciousness. It's as if their souls are imprisoned in a cage, unable to break free. We don't know, but from a biological perspective, these people have lost their vital signs, becoming physical monsters. Xie2 had to remind her, you should have seen the concluding remarks at the end of each knowledge lesson video. Those are pieces of advice for the combat team members. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips and read the words aloud. History won't change because of our presence. We are merely observers of history. We cannot feel pity for the people in the contaminated zone, nor can we let emotions cloud our judgment when carrying out missions. Xie2 nodded. When the timeline reaches the point of everyone's death, they will disappear. In their place will be cannibalistic mutants, attempting to trap the sentinels forever in the contaminated zone. The surrounding team members listened silently. The reality was that cruel. Precisely because they couldn't understand it, even with the key, many sentinels still sacrificed themselves in the contaminated zone. Because they felt pity for the monsters trapped within. This was a grave taboo. I understand. Yuan Zhao paused, then raised her hand to disarm the barrier. Since we're going in, I'd put the barrier away first. If they could communicate, perhaps they could extract clues from the people inside and completely destroy the corrupted timeline here. She still wanted to kill the gatekeeper. Otherwise, a trip for just over 1,000 points would be a waste, wouldn't it? After experiencing the huge reward from contaminated Zone 88, she now seemed less interested in 1,000 points. Seeing that she was unharmed, Xie2 wondered what she was thinking. After confirming everything was alright, he led the team towards the door. The group deliberately made a noise, alerting the people inside. Who's there? A wary male voice came from inside. The voice sounded normal, like a normal human. Through the bulletproof glass, Xie2 saw a soldier in camouflage and said, "We're a sentry team from the central base, here to check on the situation at Shelter 28. The rabbit, somewhat confused, whispered to Song Yang, "Why did the captain say it was the central base? Our Dawn base is very close. If we said we came from such a far distance from the central base, would the people inside believe us?" Song Yang patted her and explained, "Because we're so close, revealing the Dawn base's designation might give the people inside a new obsession. If the situation inside the shelter is bad. If the people in this timeline develop the obsession that it's so close anyway, we can leave here and go to the Dawn base. It will be detrimental to them getting the key. As for whether the people inside will believe us, once their abilities are confirmed, they won't have no choice but to believe us. The central base has sent people." The soldier's expression was shocked, then he was overjoyed. "Wait! I notify the Major General immediately." His facial expression was very vivid. Through the bulletproof glass, Yuan Zhao saw his forehead. A grayish-black flame was rising there, almost devoid of light, on the verge of going out. What would happen after it was extinguished? Would it turn them into those emotionless monsters at the gate? Emotions? Was the gatekeeper at number 28 collecting emotions? Yuan Zhao thought of her spiritual threads, which allowed her to detect emotions. She seemed to have grasped a key point, but her thoughts were interrupted by a large number of hurried footsteps approaching from inside the gate. "Finally, we waited for you." The leader of the approaching group was a burly man in a military green uniform. Seeing a group of living people in combat uniforms standing outside, he excitedly asked through the door and window, "Sir, is the country still there?" Silence fell over the group. Xie2's gaze deepened, and he slowly spoke, "Yes, all is well." The officer laughed heartily upon receiving the answer, his voice booming, "I knew it. Those monsters outside are nothing. As long as the country exists, Humanity will ultimately triumph. His laughter couldn't be blocked even through the door. The atmosphere in the group became even more silent, heavy, and oppressive. No one spoke again. Chapter 85. The burly officer finally reacted, and quickly ordered his soldiers to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he ignored the dusty, dark passageway outside, and excitedly walked over to shake hands with Sia-Tu. The moment Sia-Tu's hand reached out, Sia-Tu naturally raised his own in a military salute. Their hands just missed each other. The burly officer paused, then instinctively returned the salute. His gaze swept over the 6 people, and noticed a young girl in combat uniform, staring intently at his forehead. The burly officer was puzzled, his eyes widening in surprise. Sia-Tu took 2 steps back, subtly blocking Yun Zhao's path, and spoke again. "We traveled a long way and need to rest. Also, you need to tell me in detail about the situation inside the shelter." The burly officer snapped out of his daze. "Oh, okay, please come with me." The group was finally able to enter the dark shelter number 28. The long, dimly lit corridor was illuminated only by a few makeshift oil lamps fueled by chemical fuels, casting a faint glow on the walls. The burly officer led them along the corridor. Along the way, they could see the iconic signs of the former subway station. Traces of renovation were everywhere. This building seemed to be entirely occupied by soldiers. Everyone they passed was armed and dressed in camouflage. Their arrival seemed to give the soldiers hope. Their eyes shone. Even the will-o'-the-wisps on their foreheads seemed to brighten slightly. At the end, a ring of iron bars appeared, revealing 2 openwork iron doors, like a giant iron cage. Inside was a large disc, chains rolled within the disc, and turning the disc left or right would raise or lower the cage. A manually operated elevator. Dark matter is unusually active on sunless days, constantly eroding the electrical system, causing a complete shutdown of power supply equipment in all shelters. On days without electricity, the underground structures almost exclusively use this type of transportation. Everyone except Yun Zhao recognizes it. The team members remain vigilant, surrounding Yun Zhao. Song Liang glances at the captain walking ahead, talking to the burly officer, and whispers, "They have them on their foreheads too?" Yun Zhao nods yes, they're all grayish-black, including the burly officer. The flames are almost extinguished. The group follows the burly officer into the manually operated elevator. 3 sides of the iron railing are dark, cold walls. The limited visibility, standing in a cage-like iron confinement, creates an extremely oppressive feeling. The soldier turns the iron disc, and the chain begins to roll. Clang. The elevator descends as the chain rotates. Yun Zhao feels a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a feeling of falling. Sia-Tu didn't turn around, but offered her a hand to support her, continuing his conversation with the burly officer. He deliberately or unintentionally threw out various questions, extracting a considerable amount of information. For example, Sia-Tu pointed to the watch on his wrist and casually asked, "Now there's no difference between day and night. Isn't it inconvenient for you to wear a watch?" The burly officer smiled wryly. "It's not inconvenient. After being locked underground for 3 years, if I didn't look at a watch, I wouldn't know what year it is every morning." The team members felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. No wonder they hadn't found any sentries or guides. It turned out that the flow of time here was so fast that the Dark Apocalypse had only been underway for 3 years. 198 years from the outside world. In the 5th year of the Dark Apocalypse, the first sentry appeared. In the 15th year, the first guide appeared. So, everyone in this shelter is now an ordinary person. Shelter number 28. It fell so early. That's right. Sia-Tu, in front of the burly officer, raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. The central government is very concerned about the situation in various places. What is the current situation of shelter number 28 in terms of population, food reserves, and military equipment? Yes, sir. I explain in detail when we get to the resettlement point. The burly officer was a Major General surnamed Qin. According to him, he was the highest-ranking officer in the shelter. The Dark Apocalypse descended suddenly, and ordinary people had no chance against the various mutants. The military received orders from the central government to enter the city for rescue operations. Initially, a group of robots successfully intercepted the monsters, rescuing many civilians and urgently evacuating them underground. The soldiers fought off the monster attacks while simultaneously working to renovate the underground structures. Later, the power system completely failed, unable to be repaired, because even if it was repaired, it would only last a few seconds before being corroded by the dark matter and paralyzed again. The robots couldn't be recharged, and as their power ran out, They gradually became scrap metal. Shelter number 28 had modified a batch of robots, converting them to diesel power. These robots were responsible for going out to search for supplies and conduct rescue operations. The other survivors, like rats, huddled deep underground, too afraid to venture out. Yuan Zhao listened, pondering the gatekeeper's attributes. She appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from below, and the manual elevator abruptly stopped. The sudden braking caused her to stumble and nearly fall. The man she was talking to seemed to sense her movement and reached out to steady her. Rabbit stood beside Yuan Zhao, about to help her up, but the captain beat her to it, her hand freezing in midair. She withdrew her hand blankly and looked back at Song Liang. Song Liang met Rabbit's confused gaze, then turned away, clearly not wanting to talk more. The elevator had stopped. The black wall blocking their view disappeared, revealing a vast space. An oval plaza, like a courtyard, stood in the center. The surrounding massive underground structures were connected by circular corridors, with oil lamps hanging on the walls at intervals. At both ends were densely packed rooms, stretching as far as the eye could see. People with numb expressions were everywhere. These people had thin, haggard faces, rough, scarred hands, the result of long hours of arduous underground labor. Their palms were calloused and covered in new wounds, their fingernails filled with grime. His cheekbones were high and prominent, his eyes deeply sunken, and dark circles surrounded them. Long-term exposure to the underground environment, lacking sufficient sunlight, had given his skin a sickly pallor. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces appear, the people standing outside all turned to stare at them. 3 years of hardship had worn away all their radiance. Their gazes appeared exceptionally dull and empty. Yuan Zhao saw the grayish-black will-o'-the-wisps again, one on each person's forehead. The eerie flames flickered in the dim light, on the verge of extinguishing, exuding a sinister aura. Yuan Zhao didn't look for long, quickly averting his gaze. Neatly arranged tents were set up in the square, each square tent bearing a sign. Registration desk, information desk, etc. Clearly, they had arrived at the core area of the shelter. The group followed young Master Qin out of the elevator. Xie Tu, also observing the scene outside, fixed his gaze on the group of people and said, "Please show me around. We need to understand the local situation." "Okay," Major General Qin readily agreed. He completely believed Xie Tu's dubious explanation, ignoring all the illogical points, seemingly genuinely regarding them as rescuers sent by the central government. Before leaving with him, Xie Tu turned back and gave the team members a meaningful look, instructing, "You go and settle in first." The group replied, "Yes, sir." Clearly, their captain was going to familiarize himself with the terrain and retrieve the keys alone. Chapter 86. After watching Xie Tu walk away, the rest of the group followed the soldier, who had led the way to the resettlement point in Zone B. The corridor was lined with densely packed rooms, resembling a giant beehive. The soldier stopped at the end of the corridor and pointed to 2 adjacent rooms, saying, "Sir, the conditions are basic. Please bear with us. Call us anytime if you need anything." He had a simple, honest appearance and looked to be no more than 20 years old, wearing a familiar camouflage uniform. The uniform had long since lost its original vibrant color, taking on a worn, dark hue in the dim underground environment. This reminded Yuan Zhao of his own camouflage uniform. Large and loose, it was a set of supplies his uncles had scavenged outside the contaminated zone. "Okay, thank you." Song Liang looked around and thanked him. The 2 rooms had numbers written on the doors with a brush. B2202, B2204. On either side of the circular building, the right side had even numbers, and the left side had odd numbers. The 2 rooms were adjacent. Yuan Zhao had already opened a door to one of the rooms. The room was cramped, only a dozen square meters, with barely enough space for one person to move around, crammed with bunk beds. On each bed was just a wooden plank, sheets and blankets, covered with plastic bags, were neatly arranged at the foot of the bed. Besides that, there was nothing else. It felt incredibly oppressive. The other room was similarly empty. Yuan Zhao counted 12 beds in total. One room was meant for 24 people. Giving them 2 rooms was probably to accommodate 2 girls. These soldiers were too normal, they could even think, possessing common sense. It was hard to consider the mutants. "Let's not separate," Song Liang explained to the 2 girls after the soldiers left. "It's safer if we stay together." Rabbit had no objections. After all, they were currently in an underground shelter teeming with mutants, and no one knew when those people would mutate. Yuan Zhao also had no objections. They randomly chose a room and went inside. The cramped room was crammed with bunk beds, and the group sat down on the edge of the beds. There's something I don't understand. Song Liang spoke first. Route 24 is dozens of kilometers away from here. How did Zhang Dehui travel that far, enter the contaminated zone, successfully obtain the key, and only mutate after reaching the Dawn base? Accidental intrusion was impossible. The gray fog zone was clearly visible, almost from a distance. But if it was intentional, what was his purpose in entering the contaminated zone? Wouldn't an ordinary person be courting death by entering a contaminated zone? In contaminated zones of 3 stars or higher, there wouldn't be any middlemen. Once inside, the chance of survival is slim. Zhang Dehui couldn't possibly be unaware of this. The investigation team went to the small base on Route 22, but found nothing unusual, Song Liang said. His colleagues also said that his behavior was perfectly normal before he went missing. The entire Zero team had seen the investigation report, but no one uttered a sound. Old Song, you should discuss this brain-teasing matter with the captain later, Duanqi said nonchalantly. We can't offer you any advice on this. Even the captain couldn't understand it. How could they understand it? Exactly. Tao Hao echoed, rubbing his forehead. Instead of looking for clues, shouldn't we figure out this will-o'-the-wisp first? A will-o'-the-wisp that only guides can see. Without understanding its function, how could he concentrate on finding clues and completing the mission? What if it somehow transforms into a monster? The rabbit sat next to Yun Zhao, not looking at Song Liang, but speaking to Yun Zhao. Sister Yun Zhao, is there enough food in your bag? Should we go out and get some from the car? Yun Zhao, it should be enough. Song Liang, The discussion stalled. Song Liang looked at Yun Zhao, hoping she could offer some advice, so they could find clues. Yun Zhao lowered her head and unzipped her backpack, taking out snacks. This time, she stood with the other 3 and said softly, Don't you think investigating this is too troublesome? Just kill the gatekeeper, and contaminated Zone 28 will collapse, right? Zhang Dehui's strangeness stemmed from contaminated Zone 28. This was confirmed. Eliminating the contaminated zone would solve the problem at its root, once and for all. Song Liang, Investigating is troublesome. But is killing the gatekeeper really that easy? Duanqi agreed, yes. Even if we find out the truth, the strange phenomena won't disappear. The base might encounter a second, a third Zhang Dehui. Only eliminating the contaminated zone can solve the problem. The captain must think so too. After the contaminated zone collapses, the strange phenomena will naturally disappear. The will-o'-the-wisps on their foreheads will also disappear. Tao Hao, I agree. Killing the gatekeeper will get us an extra 10,000 points each. Rabbit, I agree too. Yun Zhao's suggestion received support from the other 3 teammates. Song Liang, So tired. The little bluebird was indifferent to everything around it. After flying around the room once, it disliked the simplistic environment and finally landed on its original head. A group of people sat on a wooden plank bed, munching on a pile of snacks. There might be hot water outside. But the rules were unknown, and until the captain returned, they were best advised not to go out or be alone. They should wait in the room. Song Liang had no choice but to join them, tears welling in his eyes. Did you hear anything? Rabbit asked suddenly, while eating. Duanqi, we heard it a while ago. It sounds like water. Maybe the pipes are leaking. Drip, drip. The sound seemed to be coming from the ceiling. Except for Yun Zhao, the others heard it as soon as they entered the room. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's wait for the captain to return, Tao Hao said. It depended on the captain's arrangements. If they got the key, they would have to return to the surface, so the sound of water wouldn't affect them. Yun Zhao ate slowly, her thoughts repeatedly interrupted. She was still pondering. What did the gatekeeper need emotions for? What kind of gatekeeper needed to collect emotions? Currently known information. The timeline of shelter number 28 is set in the 3rd year after the Dark Apocalypse. The will-o'-the-wisps have 3 colors. Sia2's is gold, the other team members is white, and the creatures within the shelter are all grayish-black. The colors progress from light to dark. Once the grayish-black flames extinguish, there's a high probability they will mutate into emotionless monsters. So the question arises, what makes the gatekeeper change the color of the flames? Rules? What rules allow the flames to change? Just as everyone finished eating, footsteps sounded outside. Yun Zhao assumed it was Sia2 returning with the key, and even brought out the food she had left for him. Duanqi, sitting on the opposite bunk bed, shook his head at her. Inside the contaminated zone, the team members, though their speech was somewhat incoherent, remained constantly vigilant. Duanqi's spiritual entity, the peregrine falcon, stood outside the door observing the situation. With a guide present, they could use their abilities without restraint. Clearly, the person outside wasn't the captain. There was a knock on the door. Tao Hao, whose bed was closest to the door, released his senses to confirm there was no danger, then went to open it. Standing outside was a handsome young man, wearing a slightly dirty black hoodie, ripped jeans, and messy, unkempt hair. Tao Hao noticed the door to room B2205 across the hall was open. Clearly, the young men had come from the other side. The mutants came to them on their own initiative? Before Tao Hao could speak, the young man asked, "I heard from the soldiers that you're officers from the central base." Tao Hao, tall and blocking the doorway, mumbled, "Yes, what's the matter?" The young man's face lit up with elation at his admission, his voice becoming urgent. "When you leave, can you take me with you? My family lives in the capital, and they're very wealthy. If you safely get me back to the capital, you can pay me whatever you want." The people inside looked up in surprise. They hadn't expected that their arrival would so quickly ignite such a new obsession among them. Tao Hao didn't know how to answer, turning to look at his teammates inside, his eyes pleading. His tall stature blocked the doorway, preventing those inside from seeing anything. Only when he turned to the side did the young man outside become visible. Yuan Zhao instinctively looked at the young man's forehead, his gaze immediately widening in surprise. This mutant had a pale purple will-o'-the-wisp on its forehead. The fourth color appeared. Chapter 87. My name is Qi Ling. My grandfather is. My parents are. Anyway, my family is very rich. Seeing their silence, Qi Ling looked anxious. As long as I can return to the capital and reunite with my family, you can offer whatever reward you want. Tao Hao didn't know how to tell him. 198 years had passed outside. Money was worth less than waste paper. Yuan Zhao, sitting on the second bed in the middle facing the door, suddenly spoke up. "Don't you have a brother or sister named Baluo?" "Huh?" Qi Ling was clearly not following her train of thought. Yuan Zhao had been observing his micro-expressions and said, "There's an idiom called scattered and broken. Haven't you learned it?" Qi Ling? Question mark. Everyone, Qi Ling was clearly taken aback by her words. After recovering, he followed her lead. "I do have twin sisters. But they're not named Baluo." Tao Hao's expression was indescribable. Does it matter? Nearly 200 years have passed. Even if someone lived to a ripe old age, their body would probably be nothing but bones by now. Besides this, don't you have any other requests? Tao Hao tried to lure him with food, hoping to get the key. "Do you need any food? We brought instant noodles." Qi Ling shook his head. "No need. The robots used in the shelter are all made by my family's company. I led them to the warehouse and traded them for a lot of food." He certainly seemed to be a rich second generation. However, 3 years of underground life had smoothed out his rough edges. According to Qi Ling, he had argued with his family and, in a fit of anger, ran away to the southwest for a trip. The dark apocalypse suddenly descended, trapping him here, and he lost contact with his family ever since. Qi Ling's home was in a heavily guarded villa district in the capital. His house housed countless robots produced by his own company, and on the second basement floor were 2 large collection rooms, all with the most robust brass doors, impervious to slime corrosion. He firmly believed his family was safe, and wanted to return to reunite with them. Tao Hao was at a loss. Just then, a familiar, tall figure walked towards them from the other end of the corridor. Tao Hao exclaimed as if he'd seen a savior. "Captain!" Xia nodded slightly, then approached Qi Ling and said, "We won't leave for now. You go back and rest." Clearly, the S-rank sentinel's keen hearing had already overheard their conversation. Why wait so long at the door when a single sentence could have sufficed? Ignoring the young man outside, Xia stepped into the room and slammed the door shut. His actions were decisive and swift. The person outside hesitated for a long time, then the footsteps faded into the distance. Inside the room, Tao Hao, receiving a disdainful look from his captain, tried to save face, muttering, "I was just stalling for time, because Yuan Zhao's expression seemed off. So captain, don't really think I'm stupid." Xia ignored him, turning to look at Yuan Zhao, his gaze deepening. The will-o'-the-wisp on his forehead is different. Though it was a question, his tone was very certain. His mind works really fast. "Yes, a pale purple will-o'-the-wisp." Yuan Zhao nodded. "Now there are 4 colors. It must be related to the rules." This meant her guess was correct. The will-o'-the-wisp's color changes from bright to dark, and once completely extinguished, all emotions are drained away. But why is that young man named Qi Ling different from the others? Rabbit couldn't understand, muttering, "The people here seem so normal, it's really hard to see them as monsters." She saw the excited Major General Qin, the honest-looking soldier who had brought them here, and the young man outside the door, Qi Ling, who desperately wanted to go home and reunite with his family. They even remembered her name, remembered every detail of their past. Their memories were flawless. Rabbit was the last member of Team Zero to join, besides Yun Zhao. She had been to the contaminated zone and had very little contact with the people inside. As a sniper, she had absolute confidence in her eyesight and observation skills, but after entering, even her king of chameleons couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. To her, these were all living, breathing people. Captain, do you think it's possible that Shelter 28 is a real world, and the gatekeeper didn't kill them because the time flow is different, so they're still alive? Rabbit began to doubt. Yun Zhao was stunned by Rabbit's words. She thought of herself, thought of contaminated Zone 6. What you're describing is impossible, Song Liang said. At least no one in our base has encountered this, nor has anyone in the other 3 bases. Duanxi nodded in agreement. He also didn't know how to explain this phenomenon. Xie Tu spoke up. There was once a famous philosophical theory, the brain in a vat. Xie Tu's gaze involuntarily turned to Yun Zhao, who looked dazed. Imagine taking a human brain intact and placing it in a nutrient solution vat, connecting the brain's nerve endings to a supercomputer. This computer, according to its program, simulates the 5 senses, transmitting various neural electrical information to the brain. For the brain, it has no way of distinguishing between the real and virtual worlds. Xie Tu glanced calmly at the rabbit, then back at Yun Zhao. If we compare the gatekeepers to supercomputers, then we, and the people inside, are different brains. Reality versus virtual reality. Is the reality we perceive truly real, or is it constructed by our brains? What does the concept of reality itself mean? Xie Tu said. For us, the outside world is reality, but for the people inside, the contaminated zone is reality. Once we're influenced by them, and confused between reality and virtual reality, we're not far from assimilation. Yun Zhao still looked dazed. He said a lot, but didn't completely deny it. Was it because he wasn't sure himself? Perhaps it could be understood as the body being dead, but the soul still alive. Song Liang patted the rabbit and said, "Business first. Captain, have you gotten the key yet?" The indoor space was cramped. Xie Tu walked along a narrow path, directly to Yun Zhao's side, and sat down. "Yes, I found someone who was starving and gave him 2 pieces of chocolate." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Dehui's ability to leave proves the existence of a key. Back to the main topic. Xie Tu raised his wrist, revealing a communicator. "It's 11:50 now. Everyone check your time." "Yes." Yun Zhao lowered her eyelids, her mood somewhat downcast, fiddling with her communicator. She wasn't very good with electronic devices. The two sat on a wooden plank bed. Xie Tu looked down at her patiently for a while, then reached out to help her. The man's movements were swift. In a few moments, the screen on her communicator lit up, and the time was set to synchronize with his. Xie Tu withdrew his hand, glancing around to make sure everyone had checked their time. "Let's analyze the mission first." The first suspicious point, after entering, everyone except Yun Zhao had will-o'-the-wisps appearing on their foreheads. I personally believe that once the will-o'-the-wisps appear, they won't disappear even after we get the key and leave. Otherwise, Zhang Dehui's situation is inexplicable. He mutated even when the contamination concentration was below the possible level for mutation. When Xie Tu and Yun Zhao arrived, Zhang Dehui had already become a monster. Yun Zhao didn't see whether the will-o'-the-wisps were on his forehead. Song Liang understood. So, regardless of whether we investigated the incident thoroughly, we must find the gatekeeper and eliminate the entire contaminated area, otherwise everyone might end up like Zhang Dehui. Hearing this, the tension that had just eased after obtaining the key rose again. Duanxi subconsciously touched his forehead. In the end, it all comes down to eliminating the gatekeeper. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, then suddenly looked up at the ceiling. He extended his senses. The so-called Area A upstairs was the floor where the soldiers had been when they entered. The entire floor was converted from a subway station. The dark walls were filled with a complex network of pipes, one of which was dripping water. Drip, drip. The dripping sound gradually became familiar to the people in the room, who didn't pay much attention to it. It was 11:59. Yun Zhao had just finished figuring out how to set the time, when he suddenly heard 2 rapid, rustling sounds. At the same time, Xie Tu beside him abruptly stood up, his gaze sharpening as he stared intently at the ceiling above. The dripping sound from upstairs suddenly disappeared. Chapter 88. Meanwhile, the faint sounds from the neighboring house vanished completely. All sounds stopped abruptly. Duanxi's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly stood up, gun in hand. Everyone outside is gone. It was exactly midnight. Because they had been underground for so long, Unable to distinguish between day and night, their biological clocks were disrupted. They had seen many people walking in the corridor on their way here. Duanqi's spiritual body had been outside the door. He witnessed everyone disappear in an instant. Xie stared blankly at the ceiling, pondering why the dripping sound had disappeared. 2 worlds? He looked away, pointed to his forehead, and asked Yun Xiao, has the color of the flame changed? Yun Xiao understood what he meant. He suspected the rules had appeared. She came closer to him, touched the golden flame leaping on his forehead. It's still golden, but the color seems to have darkened. It wasn't as bright as when they first came in. Why? He didn't sense any dark matter encroaching upon him, nor did he feel any emotional turmoil. What does the gatekeeper rely on to collect emotions? The little bluebird had been perched atop his main body, and now, with the two so close, it was extremely near the annoying fellow. The little creature tilted its head, and suddenly thrust its silver beak towards the man's forehead. Xie met its gaze for only a few seconds before taking 2 steps back, dodging the little creature's sharp beak, and simultaneously averting his gaze. He could clearly sense the guide's unique aura, faint yet seemingly possessing a strange allure. Every time they got too close, he had to consciously maintain his composure. The little bluebird missed its target. Ugh, those annoying sentries. Xie ignored the mischievous bluebird, turned with a stern face, and called to his team, go check it out. Yes, sir. Yun Xiao had already withdrawn her hand, bent down to pick up her backpack, and casually asked, what did that rustling sound mean? What rustling sound? The rabbit turned back, looking somewhat bewildered. Was there a sound just now? Yun Xiao froze, instinctively looking at Xie. Xie's eyes darkened considerably. We didn't hear anything. Yun Xiao pursed her lips. It was the sound that suddenly appeared when the time jumped to 12 o'clock. It was very loud, like it was right next to my ear. The sentries had excellent hearing, they couldn't possibly have missed it. She realized that it seemed only she had heard the rustling sound. Like a will-o'-the-wisp, only she could see it. The sound was a bit like a crackling sound, and a bit like a swish, similar to the sound of turning pages. Yun Xiao didn't know how to describe it. This was the most accurate word, she thought. Song Liang interjected, could it be related to the gatekeeper? Yun Xiao shook her head. I don't know. Xie didn't speak, drew his tang sword, and grabbed the backpack strap of the person next to him. Let's go out and take a look. Understood. Tao Hao had already opened the door, revealing the scene outside. The group came out of the room. The entire corridor was empty. A dim oil lamp hung on the wall, flickering a weak light that illuminated a corner of the corridor. The dark matter seemed to become denser, drifting in the air, permeating the air with an endless sense of gloom and an eerie silence. A corner of the circular building's connecting corridor faced an oval plaza. The plaza was also deserted. The soldiers on duty had all vanished. Tao Hao looked at the oil lamps hanging on the walls, and suddenly had a thought. He whispered, could the gatekeepers be the oil lamps? These oil lamps were the only flames present in the entire contaminated area. Could it be related to the will-o'-the-wisps on their foreheads? That makes sense. The team members thought it was possible. Duanqi suggested, then let's try extinguishing these oil lamps. Xie switched his communicator to check the contamination concentration, 79%. He didn't object. Hard work was better than nothing. Maybe it would work out by accident. He grabbed Yun Xiao's backpack strap and turned back to signal her to follow. Yun Xiao had no choice but to follow him. The two arrived at room B2206 next door. Xie used his tang sword to pry open the lock and entered to investigate. The layout was identical. 12 bunk beds, the bedding messy, with supplies tucked under the beds, clearly indicating someone lived in the room. But now the house was empty. Xie glanced around, then retreated, using the same method to pry open the doors of the 2 adjacent rooms. The same result. Everyone vanished in an instant. Yun Xiao found a small, round, portable mirror by the door. She crouched down, picked it up, and looked at her forehead again. Still nothing there. Yun Xiao put the mirror down and pocketed it. Let's check B2205. 2205 was the residence of the young man named Qi Ling. The flames were different colors. Perhaps the situation was different. Xie, okay. In the corridor, the team members stood outside the door, having already extinguished the 2 nearby oil lamps. They didn't move further, but waited for the captain and Yun Xiao to come out. Yun Xiao, take a look. Has the will-o'-the-wisp on our foreheads changed? The 2 oil lamps nearby went out, dimming the view. Afraid she couldn't see clearly, the group took out their flashlights and shone them on their faces. The light on their faces, well, made them look deathly pale and eerily sinister. Yun Xiao was silent for a moment, Put the flashlights down first. Okay. The group quickly put away their flashlights. Yuan Zhao then carefully examined the area. No change. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief, and the group continued along the corridor, extinguishing all the oil lamps. Xia Tu and Yuan Zhao arrived at the door of B2205, pried open the lock, and revealed the interior. The nearby oil lamps were out, making the room very dark. Neither of them went inside. Yuan Zhao didn't have the sentry's night vision. She took out a flashlight from her backpack and stood at the door, shining it on each bed. Then, she saw a faint, arched shadow on the upper bunk against the wall. It was Qi Ling. He hadn't disappeared? Try waking him up, Xia Tu said, deliberately banging his tang sword against the metal bunk bed, making a loud clanging sound. The loud noise startled his teammates, who were turning off the lights. Duan Shi's peregrine falcon peeked over, its gait slightly comical, like a hunched-over old man with its hands behind its back. Seeing that nothing was wrong, the falcon shook its head and ran back to its original body. The loud banging echoed down the corridor, but the person on the bed remained unresponsive. Duan Shi received feedback from his spiritual entity, learning that someone who hadn't disappeared had been found, and rushed over. Captain, could he be the gatekeeper? Otherwise, how could this unusual situation be explained? Xia Tu stopped banging and said calmly, no. His desire to go home was strong, but he couldn't explain the will-o'-the-wisp and the strange noise Yuan Zhao had just heard. Asterisk crackling? Swish? Asterisk what did those sounds represent? Duan Shi was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. They were constantly worried that the flames on their foreheads would change. This unseen danger was truly frustrating. Yuan Zhao spoke up. What I'm more curious about is, where did the missing people go? Xia Tu pondered for a moment and offered his conjecture. Perhaps there are two worlds in contaminated Zone 28, the surface world and the inner world may be distinguished by the color of the flames. Those with gray-black flames remained in the surface world, while we came to the inner world. This could explain why Qi Ling was here too, because his flame color was different from the others. It also explained why there were two timelines above and below ground, because Shelter 28 was composed of two worlds, the surface world and the inner world. Chapter 89. The oil lamps along the entire corridor had been extinguished, leaving behind a deep darkness. A beam of light swept past in the distance, gradually approaching, the flashlights held by the teammates. Not daring to stray too far, everyone extinguished all the oil lamps in the corridor and gathered in front of the B2205 door. The mission discussion had been interrupted by the suddenly vanished voice. But this is too strange. Logically speaking, the gatekeeper shouldn't be able to affect the world outside the contaminated zone. Duan Shi was completely puzzled. Didn't the captain just say that the will-o'-the-wisps wouldn't disappear once they left the contaminated zone? But we all gone out. How can we still be affected by the contaminated zone? It's emotions, Yuan Zhao suddenly spoke up. Seeing Xia Tu looking over, she continued, to give an analogy, imagine the color of the will-o'-the-wisps as the strength of the soul. According to the old saying, a person's soul is divided into 7 emotions and 6 desires. Every time the gatekeeper takes away a little emotion, the color of the will-o'-the-wisps decreases. And after leaving the contaminated zone, the emotions that were taken away won't return. For example, Zhang Dehui. He was lucky enough to find the shelter and the key, but by then, the will-o'-the-wisp on his forehead might have already turned grayish-black. When he reached Dawn Base and entered the city, the flame went out, and he was transformed into an emotionless monster. Yuan Zhao's thoughts were unusually clear at this moment. No one frequently interrupted her, and she continued along her train of thought. As for why the testing equipment malfunctioned, it's probably because the will-o'-the-wisp had the ability to shield against dark matter. Zhang Dehui had already been severely corrupted. It was only because the will-o'-the-wisp suppressed the dark matter within his body. Therefore, when he entered the city, the testing equipment malfunctioned and failed to detect the correct concentration of pollution. He passed through security and entered the city, the flames extinguished, and all the dark matter was released. After hearing Xia Tu's explanation of the inner and outer worlds, Yuan Zhao immediately understood the key point. Of course, this was just her guess, but it was probably pretty close. The surroundings were quiet. The rabbit blinked, somewhat incredulously. So the case is solved? Sister Yuan Zhao is too amazing. Imagine what would happen to them now without Sister Yuan Zhao. Unable to see the will-o'-the-wisp, they probably racked their brains without finding a clue. The case isn't solved, Yuan Zhao said softly. Knowing this is useless, we still don't know the rules of the flame's changes, or the gatekeeper's attributes. This was within its domain. They were currently under the gatekeeper's surveillance. Their every move was visible to it. Xia Tu thought along with her words. After the flames died down, all the dark matter was released. His eyes changed, and he immediately said, "Relight all the oil lamps." Yuan Xiao seemed to have thought of that as well. The moment he finished speaking, a bluish-green fluorescent light surged forth, and a barrier instantly formed. By the light of the green light, she looked at everyone's foreheads. Sure enough, the colors had changed. Xie forehead, which had originally had golden will-o'-the-wisps, was now turning white. And the other team members' foreheads, the white had turned into red flames. Yuan Xiao took out the small mirror she had used earlier. Her forehead was still blank. "My barrier doesn't seem to be able to stop the changing flames," she said, puzzled. "When the will-o'-the-wisps first appeared, we were in the car when we first came in. The barrier was always there then, and I didn't sense any mental attacks. For example, even now, she still couldn't detect any fluctuations in mental energy. Those mutants had lost their emotions, so they were uncontrollable. But why could the will-o'-the-wisps pass directly through the barrier and remain untouchable?" The team members realized what was happening, cursing and swearing as they rushed to relight the oil lamps. "This place is damn weird. Before, we dealt with monsters we could see, but now, even emotions can be drained, turning them into some kind of will-o'-the-wisp color. What kind of science is this? I rather this place be full of sentinel mutants." One by one, the oil lamps were relit, and the corridor was once again dimly lit. Even with the commotion outside, the figure inside remained motionless, lying on the upper bunk against the wall with its back to them. The entire body showed no signs of breathing. Like a dead man. Yuan Xiao ignored him and asked Xie, "Do you feel anything? Like, is any emotion missing?" Xie's jawline tightened, and he released his senses, saying, "I don't feel anything. However, we can rule that the gatekeeper isn't a humanoid creature." This indirect yet comprehensive influence seemed more like the power of some rule or domain at work. So far, they hadn't suffered any physical attacks, nor had they felt any strong mental fluctuations. What object needs emotions? Xie's thoughts raced through his mind. He considered various possibilities, but none seemed to perfectly fit the current situation. The swishing sound bridging the two worlds, the leaking pipe, the clock striking 12, were all rejected. At this moment, after relighting the oil lamp, the four teammates ran back again. Tao Hao craned his neck to look into the room. "Captain, should we try to wake him up?" Xie's expression was indifferent. "Not for now. Let's go upstairs and check first." They needed to investigate the situation in the inner world, and waking him up wouldn't be feasible with an outsider on the team. With a mutant present, discussing the mission wasn't convenient. Yes. The group followed the path they had come from, exiting the corridor and arriving at the manual elevator beside the oval plaza. The four square tents in the plaza stood silently in place. The tents were constructed of heavy canvas, their colors dull and worn, covered with a thin layer of dust. In the shadowy corners, unseen black matter wriggled, casting long, distorted shadows from the tents in the dim light of the oil lamp. A small bluebird gently flapped its wings, spreading a green glow, capturing and devouring this dark matter. Yuan Xiao followed her teammates into the cage-like elevator, the barrier constantly surrounding them. Tao Hao closed the iron gate and began turning the disc, the chains sliding. Creak, creak. The chains and gears rubbed against each other, producing a dull, grating sound, jarringly jarring in the silent plaza. No one spoke. The sentries were sensing the situation upstairs, while Yuan Xiao wondered what item required turning pages and emotions. A music box? The rustling sound didn't sound like a box opening, but rather like the turning of pages in a book, yet thicker than a book, the sound more muffled. She was very quiet, lost in thought, her head bowed, her expression unreadable, seemingly lost in thought. Xie stood behind her, worried she might slip and fall if the elevator braked, so he reached out to steady her. "Captain, is there a data room in the shelter?" Yuan Xiao asked. Xie seemed to understand her thoughts and nodded. "Yes, it's upstairs." It couldn't be called a data room anymore. It was the National Crisis Data Reserve Archive. That was a beacon of hope left to future generations by the military in preparation for the fall of the country. Chapter 90. The elevator reached the next floor and abruptly stopped. Yuan Xiao was prepared this time, steadying herself by holding onto the iron railing. She looked up, her gaze piercing through the gaps in the railing. This floor was converted from a former subway station. The elevator faced a wide corridor, and rows of rooms had been built where the subway tracks used to be. The doors were closed, and the rooms were empty. Oil lamps hung intermittently on the walls, casting a dim, hazy light. The flickering flames barely illuminated a small area, leaving large shadows in the darkness. Go straight to the archives. Xie calmly withdrew his hand from the railing and stepped out of the elevator first. The others followed him. Xie led the way, turning left at the second fork in the road. The underground transportation network was extensive, leading to every corner of the city. There was another metal door for underground access. All other passages were sealed off. The group arrived at the archives. This was a huge room, converted from the entire platform. Tao Hao stepped forward and forcibly broke the door lock. It was dark inside. Everyone took out their flashlights and shone them inside. The beams of the flashlights crisscrossed in the darkness, revealing rows of sturdy metal bookshelves stretching to the far end beneath the towering ceiling. The shelves were densely packed with all sorts of file boxes and document folders, all tightly sealed. Duanqi clicked his tongue. So many, how are we going to find anything? The archive was almost as big as their training ground. What exactly are we looking for? Tao Hao scratched his head. He didn't even know what he was looking for. Yun Zhao didn't actually know. She was looking for something with a dull, tinkling sound when pages were turned. But there were too many large boxes piled high, densely packed together. The 6 of them couldn't possibly search them all. Xie spoke up. Just look around, see if there are any clues. Relying on their sentinel instincts, they might find something. The group entered the vast, dark space, each choosing a shelf, and quickly began searching. Not knowing what to look for, they just flipped through things randomly. The beams of their flashlights illuminated only a limited area. Yun Zhao's fingertips moved slightly, and countless bluish-green fluorescent lights emerged, converging to illuminate a large area. She came to a metal shelf. The tightly sealed large box had labels on the side. Rows of documents recorded the unique culture of the area. Shoe brocade, shoe embroidery, Sichuan opera, giant pandas. Yun Zhao used a dagger to cut open a box, revealing a thick stack of documents before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She disliked this contaminated area. There was nothing there. She wanted to kill the gatekeeper and get off work early. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder was even less patient than she was. Sensing her true form's thoughts, it ruffled its feathers. Then let's not search. Let the gatekeeper come and kill it. Yun Zhao said to it, we can wait, but they can't. The will-o'-the-wisp's color had changed. If they didn't hurry, her teammates might be in danger. The little bluebird hopped onto her head, its indifferent gaze supervising everyone's work. To speed things up, the team members released their spiritual forms to help search. Xie was only a few steps away from her. The fire phoenix couldn't come out to help. If it did, it would burn all the data. Xie moved swiftly, also opening a box and rummaging through the documents. He emptied the contents of the box, examined each item, and then put everything back in its place. In contrast, Yun Zhao's search was incredibly slow. Xie had already reached the 4th box, while she hadn't even finished the first one. This box contained information about Sichuan culture. Sichuan opera. The documents featured various mask designs, brightly colored and somewhat frightening. The documents were thick, but the sound of them being turned was clearly wrong. A rustling sound, completely unrelated to what she was hearing. Yun Zhao put the documents back and was about to open the second box when she heard another swift, fleeting sound. Not only her, but the team members nearby also stopped moving. The Sentinel's exceptional senses keenly detected the change in the world. Captain, it seems we're back in the surface world. Duanqi heard voices and footsteps outside. Xie raised his wrist to look at the communicator. It was exactly 1 in the morning. His gaze was deep. 1 hour. Song Liang was also pondering. What does that mean? In that 1 hour in the other world, aside from the unseen will-o'-the-wisps, they hadn't encountered any danger. The rabbit asked, so should we stay here, or go back to look for clues? Xie pulled out a document, quickly flipping through it. One thing at a time, let's go through this first. Giving up halfway wasn't in his dictionary. Yun Zhao didn't speak. She was carefully trying to identify what was making that swishing sound. She had attended 8 days of training courses. The videos from the first few days mostly explained the worldview of the old era, but separated by 200 years. Even the most detailed explanations in the videos couldn't give her a complete understanding of every aspect of the old era. If they couldn't figure it out, they keep searching. Everyone sped up their search. The only sounds the rustling of boxes and the turning of pages. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. By 6 in the morning, they only searched less than a third of the area. Yun Zhao started to feel sleepy, her movements slowing. Ah! From 4 or 5 shelves away, Tao Hao suddenly exclaimed, Captain, check if this is a clue. His loud shout successfully woke Yun Zhao from her drowsiness. Sietu patted her and grabbed her backpack strap. Let's go together. The man seemed to have developed a habit of taking her everywhere, constantly grabbing her backpack. And little Bluebird, who had initially grumbled and stomped, was now used to it. The other team members had already gathered around. What did you find? Tao Hao pulled out a thick stack of documents. Take a look yourselves. Several flashlights shone on them, revealing the document. Robot Overall Structure Optimization Scheme. Enhancing and expanding the robot's perception capabilities by increasing the types and number of sensors to improve the robot's ability to detect temperature, humidity, light, sound, etc., and improving data processing algorithms to enhance its understanding and processing of environmental information. What does that mean? Duanxi didn't understand. Tao Hao, unusually quick-witted, said, remember what Major General Qin said? When they first entered the city for rescue, they relied entirely on robots for search and rescue. 22nd century technology was already very advanced. However, the black slime on the mutants was extremely corrosive, making military rescue difficult. Once the monsters got close, death was almost certain. Robots made entirely of iron became the best weapon. Later, the power system completely collapsed, rendering many technologies unusable, including the robots. The shelter's professionals have modified and optimized the robots several times, switching it to diesel power, and adding modules to its algorithms to adapt to the ever-changing, harsh environment, rescuing civilians in a city teeming with monsters. What kind of object needs emotions? Tao Hao felt he had stumbled upon the truth this time, stating unequivocally, the gatekeeper is definitely a robot. Chapter 91. We don't seem to have seen any robots since we came in? Duanxi followed his train of thought. Didn't Yunjiao say that spiritual threads can't touch will-o'-the-wisps? Do you think will-o'-the-wisps might be some kind of mark? So even with the color change, they still didn't sense anything. Yun Xiao, upon hearing this, still felt something was off. Too many questions remained unanswered. If it was a mark, why was she the only one who could see it? She was too sleepy right now, her mind foggy, unable to concentrate. Captain, what do you think? Rabbit also felt Tao Hao's words made sense. Sietu's gaze fell on Yun Xiao, seeing her struggling to keep her slightly tired eyes open, her expression weary. So many boxes, we can't finish searching them all in a short time. His expression remained calm. Take all the information about the robots, and go back to find that pale purple-haired youth. His name seemed to be Qi Ling. According to him, the robots in the shelter were all from his family's technology company. His flames were a different color. Could that be related? Team Zero wasn't yet clear on the differences between the two worlds, aside from the disappearance of people. Perhaps the clues and the gatekeeper only existed in one of the worlds. Sietu couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. It was simply a sentinel's intuition that things weren't so simple. Right. Since the shelter can modify robots, they must have professionals in this field. Let's go ask them, Song Liang said. The rabbit felt a little resistant. She didn't want to deal with those mutants, didn't want to spend too much time with them. Yun Xiao noticed and beckoned to her. The rabbit came running over, wagging its tail. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. We just wait inside, Yun Xiao said. The rabbit breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to look up at the captain's expression. Sietu didn't object as expected, saying calmly, it's just across the street. Not everyone needs to go. The group left the archives and returned the way they came. The once empty corridor was now bustling with people. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms were now standing on duty. A soldier heard a noise behind him, peeked out, and saw 6 officers from the central base appear from behind. The soldier looked very surprised. Sir, you went to the storage facility? Behind them was the Fuqing platform, a huge information storage facility. It recorded every detail of the city. Major General Qin said that if one day shelter number 28 fell, those records would be proof that civilization had ever existed. It would tell future generations. Once upon a time, in the southwest region, there stood a historically rich and charming metropolis. It was called Chengdu. Sietu gave a light him, pointing to a box of documents Tao Hao was carrying out. I checked the data reserves. You all get back to work. His tone was natural, and he didn't stop walking, leading the team towards the elevator. Yun Xiao, holding Rabbit's hand, glanced back as they passed. The soldier, seeing her looking over, immediately stood at attention. They were on duty. Yun Xiao looked away. Rabbit's words still affected her. The flow of time is different. It's normal for some to be lucky enough to survive, isn't it? The group took the elevator back downstairs. The group walked through the corridor, passing rows of densely packed dwellings like a honeycomb. With their senses activated, They could hear subtle sounds coming from all directions. Conversations, sobs, snoring. It was already past midnight, and so many people were still awake. The post-apocalyptic environment is harsh, and with large-scale communal living, if even one group of people is pessimistic and depressed, it will affect everyone. Song Yang shook his head. Especially with 24 people living in one room. If one person doesn't sleep, no one can rest. What do they do during the day? Duanxi whispered. Xie, they must be working during the day. The military can't just support so many people for nothing. The Major General Qin didn't doubt their identities at all, treating them as rescue workers and talking about everything. The supplies in the shelter will last at most 2 years. The military is accelerating the expansion of underground structures, planning to develop areas for agriculture. As for why they don't sleep after working. Beneath the city overrun by mutants, the surface is full of monsters. These people are constantly filled with an inescapable fear and unease, making it difficult to sleep at night. Perhaps the survivors' minds are constantly flashing back to the horrific scenes they witnessed, the hideous faces of the mutants, the bloody attacks. The people of the early Dark Apocalypse were different from those of the Wasteland era. They had experienced prosperity and a period of peace, and their psychological resilience was not as strong as that of people in later generations. The group quickly returned to room B2202 at the end of the world. Xie glanced at the locks of the doors in the next few rooms. The doors he had pried open were now restored to their original condition, without even a scratch. The door to room 2205 diagonally opposite was tightly closed. The sound of soft, rhythmic breathing came from inside, interspersed with the creaking of the bed as someone turned over. They entered the room. The sound of dripping water came from the ceiling. Everyone subconsciously touched their foreheads again. Yuan Zhao said the color had changed, but they still didn't feel anything. They didn't feel like they were missing any emotion. Yuan Zhao was so sleepy, she could barely keep her eyes open. Hearing them mention her, she struggled to open her eyes and look over. The white flames on the foreheads of the other 4 had completely turned red. Currently 5 colors appeared. A mark? Her mind had stopped thinking. She'd think about it again when she woke up. Captain, shall we go look for someone across the street? Tao Haohao wanted to find clues as soon as possible, and sought Xie opinion. Xie nodded. You and Song Liang go knock on the door, and try opening it, but don't let it out of your sight. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they needed to confirm as soon as possible whether the gatekeeper was a robot. Yes. Tao Haohao and Song Liang immediately sprang into action. The two quickly walked to the door, opened it, and went across to knock on the door of room 2205 next door. Duanxi and Rabbit stood at the doorway, across the corridor, a 2-meter-wide distance, observing the movement across the street. The two spiritual entities followed together. In the cramped dormitory room, only Xie and Yuan Zhao remained. There were 12 beds in total. Yuan Zhao randomly chose a lower bunk, but the wooden plank bed wasn't made yet. She still had to make her own. She picked up the 4-piece bedding set at the foot of the bed, laboriously shook it open, and haphazardly spread it on the bed. The sheets were a messy, crumpled pile, but she didn't care. She just wanted to lie down. You're using a duvet cover, Xie said, having witnessed her chaotic bedmaking. He bent down, opened a bag of 4-piece bedding, and deftly made the bed next to hers in a few quick movements. Come on, sleep here. The bed next to her was neatly made, with a duvet underneath and a perfectly flat sheet on top. The two beds presented a stark contrast. Thank you, Captain. Yuan Zhao got up again, walked over, laid down on the bed next to her, her eyes gradually closing, her consciousness slowly fading. She was truly sleepy. Xie stood to the side, quietly watching her. After a moment's thought, he took down her messy bedsheet and hung it on the shelf as a curtain, blocking the view from outside. Across the hallway, Qi Ling was shaken awake by his roommate. Someone's looking for you outside. He groggily peeked his head out from the top bunk and saw 2 men in black combat uniforms standing in the doorway, waving at him. Chapter 92. Qi Ling jolted awake, sat up abruptly in bed, hastily dressed, and quickly climbed down from the bunk bed to the door. Sir! You wanted to see me? Song Liang glanced at the people resting inside and said, Let's talk in the hallway. Qi Ling nodded repeatedly, Okay. Rabbit and Duanxi were standing in the doorway, listening to the 3 begin their casual conversation. Robots? I was the one who led the military to find them. Qi Ling smiled wryly, but I wasn't involved in the follow-up matters. You can ask the military officers. Tao Haohao asked, What about the quantity? You must know the quantity, right? Qi Ling, yes, It's the inventory from the same production batch in the warehouse, plus the sample machines in the product room upstairs in the company, about 5,000 units in total. 5,000? Tao Hao gasped. So many. Then they have a lot to do. There must have been some scrap during that time. What happened to the scrapped robots? Song Liang asked. He couldn't answer that question. Qi Ling's mood visibly somber. I don't know. Nobody told me what happened afterward. Before the dark apocalypse, he was just an idle rich kid. He had endless pocket money, and his life consisted of eating, drinking, and having fun with a group of equally privileged friends, indulging in a life of extravagance. Before the disaster, he had a fight with his family and, in a fit of anger, packed his bags and went on a trip to southwest China. Qi Ling's first stop was Chengdu. After arriving, he stayed at a friend's house. Then, the anomaly occurred. He witnessed his friend and the family's nanny transform into monsters. That was his childhood friend. The family had several robots that Qi Ling had given him. Qi Ling survived thanks to those fighting robots, waiting for the military rescue. Afterwards, I proactively informed them of the branch office warehouse location. The military took over the robots and rescued several researchers trapped in the company lab. I followed them here, received the military's reward supplies, and then I don't know what happened next. The Qi family's technology company has branches all over the country. Especially in first-tier cities, robots are very popular and sell extremely well. There are warehouses storing robots almost everywhere. Tao Hao and Song Liang exchanged a glance. Do you have any robots with you? Duanqi, standing at the door, couldn't help but interject. What about the robots that protected you? His will-o'-the-wisp was a different color. It must have something special about it. Qi Ling felt the officer's attitude was a bit strange, but he still wanted to return to the capital with them. He honestly replied, I brought them all when I retreated, but they ran out of power later. Later I heard that the military modified a batch of robots and deployed them to the ground for search and rescue and to transport supplies. He continued. His expression turned somewhat numb. I originally wanted to ask the company's researchers for help to modify my robot as well. Clearly, none of the former employees of his family's company paid him any attention. After the apocalypse, his status as the eldest son of the Qi family was useless. At this moment, no one in Team Zero cared about his feelings. Tao Hao hurriedly asked, then where did you put those robots? The dormitory space was cramped, and the lockers for personal belongings were only half a person's height, clearly not enough to hold the robots. And then, there were the military supplies and rewards he mentioned. It wasn't safe to keep it in the room. There must be another storage location. Qi Ling hesitated, never explicitly stating his reasoning. The rooms here weren't very soundproof. If the secret base were exposed and others overheard, the consequences would be unimaginable. But faced with his superior's urgent inquiries, if he didn't cooperate, he might lose their trust and even jeopardize his chance to return to the capital with them. Qi Ling's gaze darted between Tao Hao and the others. Finally, he took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, I take you there, but you must promise not to let anyone else know. The Zero team members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xie-Tu's voice came from inside the room. No rush, you go ahead and do your work. We let you know when it's time to go. The S-rank sentinel's keen hearing allowed them to clearly hear the conversation outside, even while sitting inside. With their captain speaking, no one dared disobey. Qi Ling understood that the person inside was the real person in charge, and he breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. Even if it was an officer from the central base, he didn't want to share his secret base. The supplies hidden there were his hope for survival. Qi Ling was about to go back to his room to rest when, as he turned around, he heard the man inside speak again. How did you sleep last night? Qi Ling realized it was a question directed at him. Pretty good, why? He had been in the shelter for 3 years, and was already used to life there. He could even fall asleep to the sound of snoring. Xie-Tu's voice sounded indifferent. Nothing. Qi Ling nodded and went back to his room. Once everyone left, Tao Hao immediately returned to the room. Captain, why didn't you let us go with you? His loud voice, even when lowered, was still like a deafening megaphone. But the person sleeping on the bed didn't react. Sleeping too soundly in the contaminated zone wasn't a good thing. Xie-Tu was a little worried. He lifted the curtain made of a bedsheet, revealing a gap. Before he could check on the person on the bed, he met the little bluebird's gaze. The palm-sized creature was lying beside her pillow. Its icy blue beastly eyes, looking at him, carried a condescending scrutiny and undisguised arrogance. It tilted its head slightly, its disdainful expression seeming to say, What are you up to now? Sia2 didn't bother arguing with it, and looked at the person on the bed. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing even and steady. Strands of her hair were slightly disheveled and scattered on the pillow, making her appear exceptionally serene in the darkness. Since we have a clue, shouldn't we go check it out immediately? What if the gatekeeper is among them? Tao Hao was incredibly anxious. The thought of the will-o'-the-wisp on his forehead changing, and him silently transforming into a monster, made him desperate to find the gatekeeper. Sia2 withdrew his gaze, and closed the curtain again. Have you forgotten the lesson about the oil lamp? If they guessed wrong, the will-o'-the-wisp might change again. Before the will-o'-the-wisp changed, we moved the oil lamp in the inner world. Song Liang suddenly realized. If they moved the robot in the outer world, no one could predict what would happen. Duanqi eagerly spoke up. It's also possible that the inner world is where the gatekeeper is. Going to check now would be pointless, and we might miss important information. Currently, it's known that those inhabiting the outer world are people with gray-black flames, but judging from Qi Ling's behavior just now, he didn't seem to know that he had gone to another world while asleep. No matter how chaotic the situation, it couldn't be completely disordered. There must be underlying rules. Song Liang nodded, indeed. The captain's decision was correct. They couldn't afford to panic, and they couldn't accelerate the will-o'-the-wisp's transformation in their search for clues. Besides, without Yin Zhao, they couldn't even see the will-o'-the-wisp. Sia2 pondered. Let's all rest first. When the other world reappears tomorrow night, let Qi Ling lead us there. He was thinking about something else. The surname Qi was rare. Qi from Kyoto. Sia2 thought of the Hope Base, the researcher surnamed Qi who focused on studying the contaminated area. Chapter 93. When Yun Xiao woke up, the time set on her communicator was a little past 2 p.m. She always slept very well, and after resting, she was fully recovered. The dormitory was quiet, dark, and shrouded in darkness, though she could hear the sounds of people talking outside. A thought struck Yun Xiao, and the little bluebird that had been perched beside her pillow hopped onto her shoulder. Wisps of greenish-blue fluorescence emanated from under its wings, illuminating a small area. A sheet hung in front of the bed, obscuring her view. Yun Xiao sat up and lifted the curtain, seeing Rabbit sitting cross-legged on the lower bunk opposite her. Rabbit's ever-present sniper rifle lay across her lap, staring intently at her king chameleon. Seeing that she was awake, Yun Xiao, are you hungry? Rabbit ran over. We boiled some water. Yun Xiao nodded, instinctively glancing at Rabbit's forehead. The will-o'-the-wisp had turned a deep red, brightest in the center, with a faint white halo around the edges. The rabbit, under her gaze, felt a chill run down her spine. Knowing she couldn't touch anything, she instinctively raised her hand to her forehead. Yun Xiao stopped looking, bent down to take a comb from her military backpack at the foot of the bed, and asked while combing her hair, where are the others? The rabbit snapped out of her daze, and quickly replied, Major General Qin is here again, and Qi Ling is here too. The captain didn't want to disturb your rest, so they're talking next door. Major General Qin had come to inquire about any instructions from the Central Command regarding how to proceed with the counterattack and self-rescue efforts. The rabbit didn't want to deal with the natives. She feared that if she spent too much time with them, she might develop feelings for them, only to watch helplessly as they mutated into monsters and pounced on her. So the rabbit stayed to watch over the still-conscious Yun Xiao. However, Yun Xiao was sleeping soundly, completely unresponsive to any noise inside or outside the room. Let me tidy up first, then we go find them. Yun Xiao tied her hair up, her gaze falling on the bed next to hers, the blanket folded as neatly as a tofu block. She pursed her lips, trying to fold her own blanket like that. The result was unsatisfactory, a mess of tofu crumbs. Oh well, never mind. Yun Xiao tidied herself up, shared a bag of bread with Rabbit, drank a bottle of milk, and went out to wash her face to wake up and take care of personal hygiene. There was no private bathroom in the dormitory. They had to use the public bathroom. As soon as Rabbit opened the door, the two saw Duanqi's peregrine falcon, swaying back and forth in the doorway. The king chameleon, perched on a sniper rifle, greeted it amicably. The two spirit beings whispered to each other. Yun Xiao watched for a while, then said to Little Bluebird, Look, even spirit beings can make friends. You can play with them later. The little bluebird tilted its head. They're too weak. Making friends isn't about strength. They have their own strengths. The king chameleon has excellent eyesight, and can perfectly hide itself in dangerous environments. The peregrine falcon is known as a low-altitude killer, with extremely fast flight speed, giving it a unique advantage in reconnaissance. The little bluebird, hearing this, arrogantly raised its head. Only the weak need to hide. No matter how fast they fly, they can't be as fast as me. Yun Xiao was at a loss. The weak are beneath its notice, and the strong are utterly detestable. The two greeted the Peregrine Falcon and headed to the public restroom. The Peregrine Falcon seemed to sense their presence and tiptoed behind them. The underground shelter, dark and gloomy, was densely populated. The corridors were even more crowded than the day before. 2 girls in black combat uniforms were spotted, and people they encountered along the way greeted them with smiles. A day had passed. News of the arrival of personnel from the central base had spread throughout the entire shelter. "Sir, have you rested well? What's the situation outside? Has the country found a way to deal with those monsters? Where has the sun gone? It's been 3 years, and the experts still haven't figured out the cause?" A middle-aged woman, her face haggard, asked with hopeful eyes, "When can we return to the surface?" A young man beside her quickly interjected, "Sir, we heard the army has been fighting those mutants outside. Your arrival here means there's been significant progress outside? We all yearn for an end to these dark days. Does the country have any new instructions or plans? Just give us a glimmer of hope." Rabbit turned her head away, refusing to look at them. She felt an intense pang of sorrow. Hope. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was only despair and lamentation. She didn't know how to explain to these people that the Dark Ages had spanned 200 years, and the people here would never see the day the light returned. Wisps of fluorescent light appeared, an unseen force keeping the approaching people at bay. "Everyone, please don't panic," Yun Zhao said, gazing at the clusters of grayish-black flames, trying to speak calmly. "We come here to better understand the extent of the disaster. If you have any questions, please be patient. Information will be released in due course. One light requires countless more to cover it up." Yun Zhao ignored the crowd, pulled Rabbit away, and entered the public restroom. Peregrine Falcon stood guard at the door. The restroom was large, with a few dim oil lamps hanging on the walls, and rows of small stalls separated by plastic sheets. Some stalls were occupied. Rabbit dared not speak, and the two quickly relieved themselves, washing their hands and faces before rushing out. The crowd outside hadn't dispersed, staring hopefully at the closed door of B2204. Many had seen Major General Qin enter the room. The arrival of Zero Team had given them hope, but Zero Team, from 198 years in the future, could offer them no help. The only thing Zero Team could do was find the gatekeeper, kill the gatekeeper, stop the cycle of reincarnation, and let them find release. The soldiers, seeing the crowd gathered, rushed over to maintain order. "What are you all standing here for? Scatter immediately, and go do what you're supposed to do. Don't crowd around and disrupt order." Another soldier added, "These are special times. Everyone must follow the rules, and not gather arbitrarily." A soldier nearby gestured lightly with his weapon, indicating that people should leave quickly. The crowd quickly dispersed. Yun Zhao looked around, but didn't see the honest-looking soldier from yesterday. She asked, "Where is the soldier who brought us here yesterday on duty today?" The soldiers looked puzzled. "Who is the sir?" Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and she described the soldier's appearance to them. The number of surviving soldiers in the shelter was extremely small. After spending 3 years together, it was impossible for them not to recognize each other. "I don't think there's anyone like that," one of the soldiers said. "Does the sir need to see that person? We ask around for you later." Chapter 94. The sentries heard everything clearly outside. Inside room B2204. Duanqi glanced at the captain and Major General Qin, who were talking, and whispered to Song Liang, "The soldiers have disappeared. Have they mutated? But where did the mutated ones go? So far, apart from the 16 mutated ones at the entrance, they haven't encountered any monsters." Song Liang remained silent. He was also pondering this question. This contaminated area was eerily strange. Major General Qin, speaking eloquently, had bright, piercing eyes. When he spoke to the captain, his eyes gleamed with a burning light, his eyebrows slightly raised, his expression very lively. "We've been holding out in the underground shelter, hoping to make contact with above, hoping for a clear direction," Major General Qin said, his tall frame seated on the narrow iron bunk bed, his voice booming, "And now there's a new turning point. It's wonderful." Before Xie could reply, Major General Qin, his patience wearing thin, asked, "Commander Xie, you have a general understanding of the situation at the shelters. Has the Central Committee issued any instructions to guide the next steps in the counterattack and self-rescue efforts?" The heaviness behind the lie caused a moment of tension in the room. The only one seemingly unaffected was Xie. His expression was calm as he unhurriedly replied, "The Central Committee is highly concerned about the disaster situation across the country. The shelters are temporarily safe. Please continue to garrison here, organizing personnel to conduct a detailed inventory and classification of available resources, awaiting further instructions. His words were very official. Major General Chin sighed, "To be honest, sir, when our 74th Army received orders from the Central Committee to send 2 infantry divisions, 3 armored divisions, and 5 anti-aircraft artillery brigades into the city for rescue, 3 years later, only a little over 4,000 soldiers survived. Managing these ordinary people is very difficult. Initially, we had to take a hard line. In the first year of the apocalypse, the commander was killed, and a lieutenant general led a search and rescue operation. However, during the rescue, he was shoved into a horde of monsters by a group of selfish, self-serving civilians who only cared about their own survival. The darkness of humanity was laid bare in that moment. More than 50,000 civilians survived in the shelters, almost all of them young and strong. In the early stages, those who were physically weak, lacked adaptability, and could only scream and cry died before the military could rescue them. Most of the survivors, who managed to escape and enter the shelters, possessed some extraordinary abilities. But less than 3 months after arriving, these people began to covet military supplies and weapons. Those idiots. They read too many apocalyptic novels, each thinking they're the protagonist, completely disregarding the military, even inciting the masses and plotting to seize the shelter. Major General Chin grew increasingly furious. "I just drag those 100 rioters to the square and shoot them. Leave their bodies there for everyone to see. The consequence of causing trouble for the military from the rear." The army was on the front lines providing relief, and now they had to face this awful situation upon returning to the shelter. If it weren't for his duty to appease the soldiers, Major General Chin would have truly wanted to quit. Those ungrateful bastards completely failed to understand the sacrifices the military made to protect them. Instead of mourning the soldiers who died protecting them, they saw the military numbers dwindling and harbored despicable thoughts. Although this violates military ethics, I don't regret it. I will report the truth to the Central Committee. Whether it's a merit or a demerit will be decided by them. Major General Chin picked up his water bottle, took a large gulp, and tried to calm his inner rage. Chi Ling sat silently to the side, not uttering a single word from beginning to end. He didn't know why the officers had called him in for their conversation. Having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, he had witnessed the ugliness of humanity. His mindset long since changed. He lived numbly each day until he learned that someone from the central base was coming. Only then did he see hope and feel alive again. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive. The entire Zero team fell silent upon hearing Major General Chin's words. Major General Chin's approach was correct. Without military suppression, those restless ambitions would spread like wildfire, plunging the entire shelter into chaos. Sia too remained silent. How could posterity judge right and wrong? He changed the subject, casually asking, "How many robots are still operational?" Major General Chin sighed. "Less than 500 left. The slime is too corrosive. The robots have an extremely high failure rate. Once they malfunction, we can't go to the ground to retrieve them." The group exchanged glances. "Why haven't we seen any robots since we came in?" Tao Hao asked, trying to sound nonchalant, mimicking his captain's manner. Major General Chin replied, "The robots are all in the east. Our supplies will only last for 2 more years at most. We're accelerating the expansion of the underground structures, planning to open up areas for planting. Most of the robots are working there. A small number remained on the surface, continuing to scavenge for other resources in the city. Not a single robot was left in any of the living areas. There was no sunlight or other light source. Researchers were studying and cultivating bioluminescent microorganisms and fungi, using them to form a symbiotic relationship with plants. These bacteria were introduced into the soil around the plant roots to provide some light assistance. It's still in the experimental stage. Some hydroponic and light-dependent root plants are quite easy to cultivate. For example, mushrooms and bean sprouts grow rapidly without light. As long as the temperature and humidity are suitable, they can grow indoors. If the microbial cultivation is successful, and there's no shortage of food, the underground shelter could last for many years. The members of Team Zero listened to Major General Chin's eloquent explanation of the various measures taken for the shelter, their hearts heavy. This Major General was working hard to build shelter number 28, but the existence of the contaminated zone made everyone struggle for survival a joke. At this moment, Peregrine Falcon rushed into the room, swaying its head as it walked over. "Open the door." Duanqi got up and went to open the door. Yun Zhao and Rabbit stood in the doorway. She hadn't heard their conversation. 6 men sat inside, their foreheads displaying 4 different colors of flame. Pretty diverse. Ignoring the 2 natives inside, She looked at Xia2 in front of Major General Qin. Captain, I'd like to go to the data repository again. They only searched about a third of the data. They needed to check the rest before midnight. Xia2 nodded slightly, stood up, and turned to Major General Qin, saying, we need to understand the shelter's situation from more angles. We need to check the data repository. Oh, okay, Major General Qin replied quickly. The data repository was full of books, cultural relics, and many specimens, things for future generations. For the others in the shelter, books and data weren't food. Nobody cared about them. Yuan Zhao noticed Ji Ling, who was lost in thought. The pale purple flame on his forehead stood out starkly against the white, red, and dark will-o'-the-wisps. You're coming with us, Yuan Zhao said to him. More people searching would speed things up. Ji Ling, whose name was called, was somewhat flattered and pointed to himself. Me too? Yuan Zhao nodded yes. Xia2 remained non-committal. The group watched Major General Qin leave before emerging from the room and openly taking the elevator upstairs. They encountered many people along the way. Perhaps warned by the soldiers, no one surrounded them this time. They only whispered and watched them from a distance. They arrived at the data storage warehouse again. The lock, which had been violently damaged the previous night, was now restored to its original state. Chapter 95. A soldier ran over to open the door for them. After the soldier left, Ji Ling stared at the vast, empty, pitch-black space inside, somewhat puzzled. Sir, what are we doing here? Yuan Zhao thought for a long time, looking for information related to color and flames. Perhaps they had gone the wrong way last night. The will-o'-the-wisps on her teammates' foreheads, the crackling sound only she could hear, the living survivors, the vanished soldiers and mutants, the two worlds, and the two timelines above and below ground. There were too many suspicious factors. Last night, they were suddenly caught off guard by entering the other world. Before going to sleep, she had been thinking that she shouldn't be fixated on the crackling sound, but rather should block out some information and focus all her attention on understanding the rules of flame changes. Ji Ling didn't know what they wanted to do, but in order to get back to the capital with them, he subconsciously complied. Okay. The storage room was dark, so the group took out flashlights and continued searching the areas they had searched the night before. Ji Ling didn't have a flashlight, so he brought in an oil lamp from the corridor. No one in Team Zero stopped him. They were currently in the surface world, and Ji Ling was a native. Perhaps touching the oil lamp would be alright? Tao Haohao was still fixated on the robot. The timing wasn't right. They could only act after entering the inner world. No one knew where Ji Ling's secret base was, meaning they had to bring this special native along. Tao Haohao glanced at the others who were intently searching for information, then quietly approached Xia2 and asked, Captain, have you looked at all the information we brought back? Xia2 was standing beside Yuan Zhao, watching her lower her eyes, and intently flip through the documents. Tao Haohao waited for a while, but nothing more came of it. The captain clearly didn't want to talk much. They were in the gatekeeper's mental domain. Their every move was visible to it. In past missions, sometimes the rules weren't revealed until the very last moment. Tao Haohao shrugged and turned to work on the shelf in the distance. You already looked through these documents last night, Xia2 said, pointing to the large, open box and holding a flashlight for her. Sichuan culture, there's a lot about colors and fire. Sichuan embroidery, Sichuan brocade, Sichuan opera, lantern festivals, flower festivals. Almost everything covered these possibilities. Yuan Zhao didn't look up, still rummaging through the box. I think I saw an explanation about colors last night. At the time, she was thinking about the rustling or swishing sounds, and only glanced at it, not paying attention to the smaller print. She only realized something was wrong after waking up. A moment later. Found it. Yuan Zhao opened the book, and quickly turned to the page she had looked at last night. The brightly colored facial makeup on it looked very eerie. She got up, and held the book up to the flashlight. Look, Sichuan opera facial makeup has 7 colors, each representing a different meaning. The 7 colors are red, black, white, yellow, cyan, blue, and green. Red represents loyalty and bravery. Black represents integrity and impartiality. White represents coldness, ruthlessness, and cunning. Yuan Zhao stared at the fanged face on the page, and at the small print below, frowning. Cyan actually represents demons and monsters. Her little bluebird was a divine bird, a phoenix. How could it be a demon or monster? Xia2 leaned forward slightly, his gaze deepening. There's no pale purple here. How to explain the color of the will-o'-the-wisp on Ji Ling's forehead? Perhaps. Yuan Zhao tilted her head, her movements somewhat similar to the little blue bird's. Is it blue? A tiny flame flickered brightly, burning, its subtle pale hue resembling both pale blue and pale purple. Only she could see it. She prejudicially assumed it was pale purple. In reality, it was most likely blue. But one thing didn't make sense. The golden will-o'-the-wisp that Sia2 initially displayed wasn't among the 7 colors. What does gold represent? Sia2's eyes darkened. The white that Song Liang and the others had their colors removed, according to the interpretation of the facial makeup, represents ruthlessness and cunning, so no one felt anything. For those slow-witted members of Team Zero, the ruthlessness and cunning represented by white were completely irrelevant to them. Sia2 was also pondering this question. His gold had been removed. What emotion does gold represent? Their discussion was hushed, but the sentries, with their keen hearing, noticed their teammates searching nearby stop what they were doing, a storm brewing in their hearts. Duanqi clenched his fist. The captain actually thinks we're cerebellar? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Rabbit wanted to punch him again, but was too far away. Tao Haohao questioned his existence. So the gatekeeper is a Sichuan opera mask? He thought it was a robot. Not necessarily, Song Liang said. Perhaps it's just related to the emotion expressed by the mask. It could be a Sichuan opera actor, a Sichuan opera prop, a Sichuan opera theater, or even a robot. The robot's core program should also store relevant data, which certainly includes Sichuan opera culture. Finding the color rules alone isn't enough to determine the gatekeeper's identity. There's a specimen storage area over there. Let's see if we can find any facial masks. Song Liang stepped inside. The 5 colors that have appeared so far match up. Only yellow and cyan are missing. Perhaps if their emotions are extracted again, they can confirm the authenticity of the rules. Luckily, Yun Xiao is there, otherwise, with the invisible will-o'-the-wisps, they definitely wouldn't be able to find any clues about the gatekeeper. No wonder this contaminated area has existed for so long. The group spoke quietly, separated by several metal shells. Qi Ling was somewhat bewildered. He only heard the words of the large man named Tao Haohao. His loud voice was relatively clear. Gatekeeper? What does gatekeeper mean? The 4 people over there had already run to the innermost specimen shelf and started unpacking boxes, searching for artifacts and specimens related to Sichuan opera. Qi Ling had no idea what these officers were up to. He could only continue helping to search through information on colors and flames. Just as he finished searching through one box, Qi Ling heard Yun Xiao calling him. Do you know where Sichuan opera performances used to be? Yun Xiao asked. Hearing this, Qi Ling tried hard to recall those familiar fragments of memory, replying, they were everywhere. Back then, even hot pot restaurants had face-changing and acrobatic performances. Sichuan opera culture was flourishing in Sichuan, and its unique face-changing art and passionate singing were once the most vibrant scenery in the streets and alleys. Qi Ling recalled the bustling scenes of the past, and his expression became somewhat melancholy. Yun Xiao, having received the answer, murmured, everywhere? People in the old days really lived a carefree life. How should they find it? Sia2 remained calm and composed. He had already opened a map, and was carefully tracing the route by the light of his flashlight. He quickly concluded, the shelter is located on the former Line 5 subway line. The most famous Sichuan opera performance is at the Provincial Theater, which can be reached by taking the Line 2 subway tunnel. For now, they could only rely on the process of elimination, searching one by one. Captain? Shall we go now? Tao Haohao ran back and asked anxiously. Sia2 looked at the bewildered Qi Ling and slowly said, no rush. Chapter 96. We only have 1 hour. Sia2 checked the time on his communicator. For 26 p.m. 7.5 hours until midnight. Once the other world arrives, they have to choose between going to the Provincial Sichuan Opera Theater or Qi Ling's secret base. However, they can scout the location before anything changes. Song Liang and Duanqi approached and reported, Captain, there are no finished masks in the storage room. There were only a few books introducing the related culture. In the box Yun Xiao had just searched, there was a complete guide to masks, depicting various types. We found many USB drives in the specimen box, but there's no power. Duanqi hadn't finished speaking when he realized, we have power in the vehicle. Song Liang's computer is in the vehicle. Everyone looked at Sia2, waiting for him to make arrangements. Only Qi Ling didn't understand what his superiors were saying. He stood blankly in front of the wooden shelf. A car? Oh right, with a car, we can leave here and return to the capital to reunite with our families. Sia2 didn't respond, but calmly glanced at him before suddenly asking an unrelated question, what time do you usually go to sleep at night? Qi Ling didn't know why his superior was asking this. He realized what was going on and answered truthfully, there are no entertainment activities in the shelter, so I usually go to sleep around 10 o'clock at night. At first, he wasn't used to it. No matter what time it was noisy everywhere, but as long as the people didn't cause trouble, the military wouldn't restrict them. Later, he gradually adapted, and even in the noisy environment, he could still sleep soundly. Not only him, but all the survivors living underground were like this. Sia2 nodded slightly, and turned to Duanqi. Take those USB drives with you. Let's go out first, and see where those robots are. There was no point in leaving them in the storage depot. According to General Qin, most of the robots were in the eastern tunnel, clearing new land for future planting. A small number remained on the surface to search for supplies. But when they entered, they were certain they hadn't seen a single robot, not even a single one that was broken down. The group emerged from the storage depot. Sia2 subconsciously grabbed Yun Zhao's backpack strap. She seemed lost in thought, her steps following his lead. After spending several days together, Sia2 understood that this was the look on her face when she was contemplating something. The lights in the corridor outside flickered, casting shimmering shadows on the floor. A worn-out platform sign stood forlornly in a prominent position. Fuqin Station. You know where the eastern expansion area is, right? Tao Haohao asked Qi Ling. Qi Ling replied, yes, it's in the eastern subway tunnel on this floor. He then led the way. As their officers passed by, the soldiers on duty stood ramrod straight and saluted. Rabbit lagged 2 steps behind Yun Zhao, keeping her head down and trying not to look at the soldiers. Team Zero followed Qi Ling through a somewhat gloomy corridor for a long time until they arrived at a metal door. This door was completely different from the others around it. The doorknob gleamed as if it had never been touched. Behind this door is the original subway tunnel entrance. After the shelter was established, the military sealed off all the exits in the entire city, Qi Ling said. Recently, the military planned to expand a planting area, so they opened up the original Line 5 tunnel. Sia2 stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and easily opened the door a crack. He peeked through the crack, then closed the door again, turning back to Qi Ling calmly. Yes, thank you. We need to inspect the planting area. Go back and eat first, we come find you later. Qi Ling still had no idea what his superiors were doing. He wisely didn't ask. Yes, sir. Call me anytime if you need any help. I wait for you in the dormitory. Once they left, the Zero team members gathered around. Captain inside. Everyone had sensed something was wrong. Sia2 said nothing, making sure Qi Ling was far away, then, in front of everyone, opened the metal door. The tunnel was dark, filled with a damp and stale smell. As the door opened, the smell rushed out, carrying the earthy stench and a faint rotten odor, making one involuntarily frown. Sia2 was about to take out his flashlight when countless greenish-blue fluorescent lights flashed, converging and flying towards the door, quickly illuminating a large area. The use of mental energy consumes the guide's mental power. The guides at the base never used their mental power lightly. But she seemed completely unconcerned. Sia2 turned around unintentionally, meeting her gaze. A hint of doubt flashed in Yun Zhao's clear black and white eyes. Why was she looking at her, looking inside? The situation inside the tunnel was clearly wrong. The green light illuminated a range large enough for them to see what was nearby. Dark matter permeated the area, the rails were corroded and rusted, like 2 endless parallel lines leading into the pitch-black, unknown depths. The cold air blew in, cutting like ice blades against the skin, carrying a musty, decaying smell. A deathly silence fell. The tunnel remained exactly as it had been before. There were no robots, no farmland. Holy crap! Tao Haohao exclaimed, what's going on? Weren't the survivors supposed to work here during the day, and the robots supposed to be here too? Why was the scene before them so different from what they had described? No wonder the captain had sent Qi Ling away. They live in their own fantasy world, Sia2 said, withdrawing his gaze, and surveying the dark tunnel, his voice low and heavy. They believe the robots are still searching for supplies on the surface, and the farmland in the tunnel is being developed. Or perhaps, this was once their plan. But before it could be implemented, the contaminated zone was created, and Shelter 28 fell. This is absolutely outrageous. Duanqi couldn't help but complain, thinking about the situation outside. Didn't anyone check on the soldiers at the 2 outer doors? Do they even bother to check what's going on outside during their shifts? Song Liang chimed in that Major General Qin came out of the door earlier, which means they could actually come out, but they just chose to ignore what was happening outside. Major General Qin had come out to shake hands with the captain, but he was lost in his own world, oblivious to the dust in the passageway and all the inconsistencies. And then, there was that seemingly honest, simple soldier who disappeared. Not a single person remembered. Is it that all those who undergo mutations are selectively ignored by those immersed in their own fantasies? Recalling these details, it became clear that these seemingly normal people were actually anything but normal. Yuan Zhao suddenly spoke up. Do you think those people with gray-black flames are lacking any emotions? No. Duanxi chimed in. Anyway, the people I interacted with can cry and laugh, and they can converse normally. I haven't felt they're missing anything. He then realized, right, logically, every time an emotion is removed, the flame's color should decrease, so they should all be gray-black will-o'-the-wisps. Why are they still like normal people? Could their guess be wrong? Xie Tu stood before the door, staring at the pitch-black tunnel. After a moment, he reached out and closed the metal door, keeping the darkness outside. The gatekeepers collect emotions, perhaps to keep those inside alive. Chapter 97. The gatekeeper is keeping them. Thinking of this, Xie Tu scoffed lightly. This gatekeeper likes excitement and fears loneliness. Just like the gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 88, yearning for the old era. It's related to obsession. Xie Tu's eyes flickered in the darkness, as if he could see through the truth behind it all. By creating this false scene, he immerses the mutants in a seemingly normal life. Tao Hao was puzzled. Then why not let them live in the old era? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Yuan Zhao pondered and said, it should also be because of emotions. It needs negative emotions. The survivors in the underground shelter were shrouded in negative emotions. The first thing it drew away was the cold-blooded ruthlessness and cunning represented by white. The scope has been narrowing down. If it were a set of facial masks, it could basically lock onto the masks of several negative characters. Xie Tu nodded slightly, grabbed her backpack strap, and turned to lead the way. Let's go back and find Qi Ling. He had to send him away earlier because of the situation. It was impossible to predict what would happen after the truth was revealed. The robots in the plantation didn't exist, nor did the robots on the ground. Whether those robots he mentioned were still there needed to be confirmed first. Why did the robots disappear? Qi Ling had barely entered dormitory B2205 when the officers came knocking again. He was completely confused. Didn't you want me to go eat? Didn't we just separate? Xie Tu cut to the chase, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Let's go see your secret base, then we eat. Qi Ling didn't dare offend them, resignedly getting up and leading them out again. Soldiers and survivors encountered along the way greeted Team Zero with smiles, seemingly trying to ingratiate themselves. Sir, are you going to eat? Xie Tu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The group continued walking, following Qi Ling to a deserted corridor. His so-called secret base was actually inside the subway tunnel. At the end of the corridor on the south side of the shelter was a sealed-off dead end, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the tunnel entrance wasn't completely sealed off. A gap remained on the side, large enough for a slender person to squeeze through. Tao Hao was displeased. He stepped forward, drew his weapon, and used brute force to knock down part of the wall. Qi Ling's heart skipped a beat. No! If the military finds out, they seal this place off completely. Tao Hao's hand was still moving when broken bricks fell from the wall. Let them seal it off then. Didn't you want to leave with us? Sure enough, Qi Ling fell silent. Tao Hao stopped only after the gap widened enough for everyone to pass through. Yuan Zhao followed Xie Tu and went through first. She looked up to survey her surroundings, but found it pitch black, just like the previous tunnel, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Yuan Zhao silently pulled out a flashlight. There's a small air raid shelter in the tunnel, Qi Ling said. I escaped underground through this tunnel. Recalling the harrowing experience, he still felt lingering fear. There were so many monsters in the tunnel. The military used robots to hold them off, preventing them from getting close, and then they opened fire. Hearing this, Xie Tu shone his flashlight on the four walls, but saw no trace of battle. Such an intense battle couldn't have left no bullet holes on the walls. Xie Tu's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, gesturing for him to lead the way. The group walked along the subway tracks, their flashlight beams appearing faint in the endless darkness. Dark matter seemed alive, surging around them, blocked by the barrier. As they went deeper into the tunnel, the eerie atmosphere intensified. Footsteps echoed through the tunnel, amplified countless times. Occasionally, a drop of water would fall from above, landing on their necks, a trace of groundwater seepage. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qi Ling stopped. We're here. Sure enough, there was a small air raid shelter on the right, hidden in the darkness, almost invisible without careful observation. The flashlight beam shone inside. It was filled with supplies, various foods, canned goods that could be stored for a long time, instant noodles, cases of bottled water, and so on. Near the wall, 4 broken robots lay on the ground like scrap metal. Qi Ling stared at the robots, his expression becoming dazed. He seemed to be thinking of his family again. With the apocalypse, the Qi family's tech company had vanished. These robots were the only remaining connection to his family. Yun Zhao watched silently for a while. All the working robots had disappeared, but Qi Ling's robot was still there. Was it related to his obsession? Tao Haohao and his teammates exchanged glances, releasing their senses to enter the bomb shelter to investigate. 2 of the robots had their shells covered in scratches. The company logo on their chests was blurred and dented in places, and their heads were severely damaged. The electronic eyes were dim and lifeless, as if devoid of a soul. Another robot, relatively well preserved, stood upright. It was probably just out of power and couldn't start properly, standing silently in the air raid shelter like a loyal guard, seemingly watching over the supplies. Judging by appearance alone, nothing seemed amiss. Tao Haohao shook his head at his teammates, about to speak, but fell silent the moment he saw Qi Ling. Unlike their earlier discussion of Sichuan opera masks in the storage room, these robots were clearly closely related to Qi Ling, and it wasn't appropriate to discuss them in front of him. Xie gaze lingered on the well-preserved robot, and he suddenly spoke. "We can have researchers modify this robot for you." "Really?" Qi Ling was overjoyed. "Can I take it with me when I return to the capital with you?" Xie paused. Yes. He just wanted to go home. Spanning nearly 200 years of time, his home had long since become a distant place he could never return to. The atmosphere around them froze. The Zero team members looked at the incredibly excited Qi Ling with complex expressions. Qi Ling, overwhelmed by joy at receiving the promise, was completely oblivious to their gazes. Xie pursed his thin lips slightly. "Let's go back. Leave these robots here for now. We move them out for modification after we contact the researchers." Yes, I follow your orders, sir." Qi Ling nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he would do anything. The group emerged from the tunnel and parted ways at the entrance. Once Qi Ling left, Xie glanced at the time, then changed the subject. 4 hours until midnight. Go check the surface and confirm the Sichuan Opera Theater's address. Mobilizing these robots in the surface world was useless. They had to wait until midnight. They only had 1 hour to enter the inner world. They needed to arrange everything properly and scout the route beforehand. "Yes, sir," the team members responded. Since entering yesterday, they hadn't gone out to explore. The group walked briskly along the path they had taken yesterday, arriving at the heavily guarded gate. "Let's go get something from the car," Tao Haohao instinctively explained when he saw the soldiers looking at him. The soldiers only said one sentence: "It's dangerous outside, we can't go out." While they were still lost in their own fantasy world, Tao Haohao said, "It's not dangerous, our car is parked right outside." The soldiers repeated, "It's dangerous outside, we can't go out." Their voices were stiff, with a mechanical quality. The members of Team Zero sensed something was wrong, their hands unconsciously reaching for their sidearms. Chapter 98. The passageway was no more than 2 or 3 meters wide. Soldiers stood against the walls on both sides, only a few steps away, seemingly surrounding them. Rabbit tensed, instinctively gripping her sniper rifle. These soldiers always had cheerful expressions when they saw them, greeting them proactively. Now, however, they didn't even blink, silently watching them, as if on surveillance. Rabbit's hair stood on end. The scene she least wanted to see happened, as if the soldiers would transform into monsters and pounce on her at any moment. Yun Zhao, protected by her teammates, subtly moved her fingertips, and green fluorescence surged, rapidly entering the soldiers' bodies. As long as they hadn't mutated and still possessed emotions, her emotional resonance attack remained effective. The passageway was dimly lit by only a few oil lamps. The soldiers stood stiffly in place, their eyes momentarily dazed, before finally shifting their gazes. Xie stretched out his arm, loosely placing it around her waist. It was a protective gesture. Xie gave Song Liang a wink. Song Liang understood, strode to the door, and turned the valve on the wall. A muffled creaking sound suddenly rang out. The soldiers didn't react. Song Liang opened the door, creating a space just wide enough for one person, turned back to wave to them, and slipped out first. The others followed closely behind. The passageway outside was the same as when they came in, filled with dust and dark matter. The visibility wasn't as dark as before, but rather a dim, grayish light. Upon exiting the stairs, the empty city was deathly silent. The silence was terrifying. Only when they saw the armored off-road vehicle parked there untouched did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. In terms of combat prowess, even if those soldiers had mutated into monsters, they were no match for the sentries. But after a day together, the sudden change in their demeanor stirred an indescribable unease deep within them. Not to mention the incredibly eerie atmosphere of the scene they had just witnessed. The group quickly moved to the armored off-road vehicle. Tao Hao opened the door first, cautiously peering inside to confirm there was nothing amiss before turning to signal everyone to get in. The supplies inside were all there. Ammunition and food crammed the interior to capacity, leaving almost no extra space once someone was seated. After closing the door, the enclosed space brought a sense of security. Duanqi finally couldn't help but complain, "This contaminated zone is a nightmare." Yuan Zhao unzipped his backpack, stuffing snacks inside, unusually agreeing, "I don't like it here either." No supplies, no technology. They had obtained the relevant information about the robots in the previous contaminated area. The only items they seemed to find useful were the specimens in the storage facility. Song Liang sat opposite them, turning on his computer and plugging in the USB drive he had brought. Complaining is useless, the mission is paramount. "Captain, shall we go straight to the Sichuan Opera Theater now?" Rabbit couldn't help but ask, sticking her head out. Xie sat in the driver's seat, starting the vehicle, his voice devoid of emotion. "Yes." The armored vehicle moved slowly, turning onto the empty road. The ground was a ghost town, most of the buildings were dilapidated, and the sky was dark and gloomy, shrouded in a thick layer of gray fog. The entire city resembled a post-apocalyptic painting. Desolate and bleak. Yuan Zhao was still packing snacks into her bag. She had brought the most food. After 2 days in the underground shelter, with enough food for 6 people, the instant noodles in her bag were almost gone, so she packed a dozen more bags. The bags didn't take up much space and were lightweight. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then couldn't resist, and stuffed a few packets of biscuits into the bag. Song Liang, sitting opposite her, placed his laptop on his lap and began playing the contents of a USB drive. Time was of the essence. Song Liang turned the playback speed up to the highest setting, and the car was immediately filled with rapid, noisy electronic sounds. The audio was so fast that it was almost impossible to understand, like countless bees buzzing in one's ears. The sentries couldn't take it anymore. Even at the lowest volume, the sound was amplified infinitely in the confined space of the car. Xie, driving, frowned, his anxiety intensifying. "Do you have headphones?" Yuan Zhao, the only one unaffected, spoke up. "I listen." "Yes." Song Liang, enduring the discomfort, quickly plugged in the headphones and handed them to her. The computer remained with Song Liang. He watched the screen while Yuan Zhao listened to the audio. The Sentinel's keen hearing meant they could still hear the audio even with headphones on. The speakerphone was just for Yuan Zhao's benefit. Only she could detect the ghostly flames on her forehead and the sound of the world page turning. Wearing headphones, Yuan Zhao had to carefully discern the rapidly changing electronic audio in conjunction with the visuals to understand what was being said. Song Liang then placed the computer diagonally on his lap so she could see it when she looked up. The content seemed to be a cultural promotional video for Chengdu. Each USB drive had a label. Song Liang figured since everyone was suspicious of Facebook and the robots, it would be better to start with those two aspects. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone decided to eat dinner in the car. The car was full of supplies. Everyone could help themselves to whatever they wanted. Yuan Zhao opened a self-heating hot pot box, a spicy one. While listening to a video, she asked Xie, "Do you want some?" Xie, who was driving, unconsciously smiled and said, "Sure." "Spicy or tomato?" "Tomato, please." "Okay." Yuan Zhao took the tomato hot pot from the box piled high with food. She unpacked it, removed the vegetables and seasonings, added the heating pack, poured in mineral water, closed the lid, and placed it on top of the supply box, waiting for the water to boil. The noise from her headphones didn't bother her at all. While waiting for the hot pot to heat up, she casually opened 2 bags of snacks to pass the time. When the familiar swishing sound flashed by, it was so fast, she was leisurely munching on a bag of potato chips, momentarily stunned. "Wait." Yuan Zhao hesitated for a long time before speaking to Song Liang. "Rewind the video. Play it at normal speed." She'd been repeating that sound all day. There was no way she misheard. Song Liang immediately did as she was told. His keen hearing, typical of a sentry, had also detected a swishing sound. The video was showing. The team members, hearing the discovery, all gathered around. The cultural promotional video had already finished playing, and there had been a cultural introduction earlier, but the background music was too loud, so no one had heard anything. But the current video was a special feature introducing traditional culture, a documentary with pure original audio, and no background music. A Sichuan opera actor wearing a brightly colored mask was demonstrating his training process to the camera. He turned his head and struck a pose, and in that instant, the blue and red mask on his face suddenly changed. Everyone heard it, the two very distinct swishing and crackling sounds in the instant the mask changed. "It's Sichuan opera face changing?" the team members exclaimed. Chapter 99. So when the two worlds switched, what Yun Zhao heard was the sound of a face-changing act. Tao Haohao was completely baffled. "What's the connection?" Yun Zhao asked Song Liang to continue flipping through the footage. In the promotional video, the actors were performing a face-changing act when the audience erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. On stage and off stage, it was a lively and bustling scene. Yun Zhao stared at the screen for a while, then commented, "It once enjoyed thunderous applause. It was a symbol of the city, a unique cultural symbol of Sichuan. When disaster struck, even when humanity itself was struggling to survive, it didn't abandon it, thinking of passing it down to future generations, even establishing a special national disaster data reserve. But the intruders outside didn't understand it, only those in the shelter had seen its true form." After speaking, Yun Zhao casually picked up the self-heating hot pot from the box and handed the tomato-flavored one to Xia Tu. "It won't taste good when it's cold." Xia Tu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, took it from the other, and didn't utter a single word. The lid opened. The aroma of hot pot wafted into the car. The other four were still discussing the gatekeeper's attributes. Song Liang said, "It switches between two worlds, the real world and the real world, by changing its appearance, then groups people according to the color of the will-o'-the-wisp, collecting negative emotions, like fear and panic caused by sudden environmental changes." Team Zero, with their extensive combat experience, wasn't intimidated by this. But ordinary people, like Zhang Dehui, would definitely be terrified by the empty, eerie contaminated zone. The need for negative emotions. Could it be that the colors represent the faces of villains? There are still 2 points of doubt. Song Liang still didn't understand. How does it extract emotions? "We only touch the oil lamp in the inner world." Xia Tu then spoke up, "It's emotional fluctuations. The gatekeeper can keenly detect the energy generated by people's emotional fluctuations, and convert it into the power it needs. The changing color of the flame on its forehead should be related to the nature and intensity of the absorbed emotional energy. Each color represents a different emotion, corresponding to the colors on the facial makeup. It uses this collected emotional energy to maintain its control over both the inner and outer worlds." After hearing the captain's explanation, Song Liang gradually understood. He asked doubtfully, then another question, "Why is there a Qi Ling in the shelter whose will-o'-the-wisp color is different from everyone else's?" Logically speaking, in nearly 200 years, those who fell together shouldn't have such drastically different special cases. The face changing only causes a shift between the two worlds. "I still think it's related to the robot," Tao Haohao said intuitively, "the only intact robot. Don't you find that strange?" Duanxi remained silent. "Too much distracting information, my brain can't keep up." Rabbit glanced at Captain Yun Zhao, who was eating a self-heating hot pot, and said, "Let's hurry up and finish this here, then go back and try to destroy that robot. If the gatekeeper were an object, destroying it wouldn't bother them at all." The armored vehicle kept moving forward. Xia Tu quickly finished a box of self-heating hot pot while driving. We arrived. Everyone looked out the car window, and saw that the theater doors were tightly shut, the paint was peeling, the exterior walls were covered in dust and grime, and most of the windows were broken, with only a few fragments hanging precariously from the frames. In the deathly silence of the empty city, it seemed particularly eerie. Yun Zhao hadn't finished her self-heating hot pot. After a moment's hesitation, she tore off a piece of cardboard to use as a mat, then carried the hot pot out of the car. The group entered the theater. With a clear goal in mind, they headed straight for the backstage area to find the Sichuan opera masks. Xia Tu glanced back at Yun Zhao, who was eating as she walked. Afraid of spilling the soup, she walked slowly, her eyes scanning her surroundings while she ate. A tiny, palm-sized figure gradually materialized on her shoulder. The little bluebird shook its feathers, raised its noble head, ignored the annoying sentry, and looked around. Yun Zhao met his gaze and explained earnestly, "It's a butter-flavored hot pot. It solidifies into a lump when it gets cold, and then it won't be edible." Food was precious in the wasteland world. Although she had several warehouses full of snacks, she couldn't afford to waste any. Xia Tu deliberately slowed his pace to wait for her. Their eyes met, and they understood each other perfectly. "No rush," Xia Tu said. The two followed their teammates into the theater's vast backstage space. The process went smoothly. The prop room was very conspicuous. It didn't take long for them to find many masks. They came in all sorts of colors. Red like blood, black like an abyss, white like frost. The colors were vibrant yet eerie. Duanqi picked up a yellow and white mask and muttered, "If our colors change again, they should be yellow, right?" Tao Hao was still rummaging through drawers. "Whatever, let's wait until midnight and then destroy them all." The group worked quickly, soon finding all the masks, putting them in boxes, and arranging them in the corridor. Xie glanced at the time again. His attitude was indifferent. Clearly he had no hope for these masks, merely using a process of elimination to rule out irrelevant clues. "Go check again, see if there are any we missed." "Should we check the actors' dressing rooms? What if they just tossed the masks into their lockers after the performance?" "That makes sense." Yuan Zhao stood in the corridor, eating her self-heating hot pot, watching them busy themselves. The hot pot was a bit spicy, and she wanted to get some water, but the bare corridor had nowhere to put anything. As she looked around, a bottle of yogurt was handed to her. Yogurt helps with the spiciness. Xie reached out naturally, taking her half-finished hot pot and gesturing for her to drink the yogurt first. Yuan Zhao looked up at him, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. But she still took the yogurt. "Thank you, Captain." Xie stood quietly beside her, holding her hot pot. After Yuan Zhao finished his yogurt and hot pot, his teammates had found all the masks, checked them thoroughly to make sure nothing was missing, and quickly returned to assemble. "Captain, it should be ready." Rabbit ran over and said. Xie lowered his eyelids and glanced at the time on his communicator. 10:30, that's enough time. Load everything into the vehicle, and go to the tunnel to find the robot. Once the time was up, destroy everything. Even if nothing else works, eliminating 2 interfering clues at once wouldn't be a loss. "Yes, sir." Tao Hao hoisted the large box full of masks onto the roof of the armored vehicle, and the group quickly got in. Xie was still driving. Duanqi felt a bit resistant. "How are we going to explain this to those soldiers after we go in?" Given the situation at the time, they shouldn't remember Team Zero leaving the shelter. If they accidentally triggered a riot in the shelter, he really couldn't bring himself to do it before the survivors inside had undergone mutation. Xie said, "We really shouldn't alert them now. Let's skip the shelter gate and go straight through the tunnel." With Zero Team's capabilities, breaking through a sealed subway entrance shouldn't be difficult. Duan, she breathed a sigh of relief. The platform closest to Fuqin Station was called Wapeifeng. The underground tunnel connected there. Through this, they could directly reach the air raid shelter where Qi Ling stored supplies. After dealing with the robots, they could return to the underground shelter via the tunnel. Tao Hao immediately pulled out his heavy weapon and unleashed a barrage of fire at the sealed subway entrance. The sound echoed throughout the empty city. After a few shots, a large hole was blasted in the wall, revealing a dusty, muddy staircase. Inside, there was another layer of sealed-off protective measures, double-sealed with iron railings and cement. Duanqi returned to the car, retrieved cutting equipment, and, using explosives, broke open another passageway. It was now 11:30 p.m. Yuan Zhao stood outside for a while, her expression unreadable. She then activated her mental barrier and followed her teammates into the dark, abandoned subway platform. Chapter 100. The subway platform was dark, filled with a musty, decaying smell, mixed with a faint stench of fish and the metallic rust. The entire Zero Team took out flashlights and followed the old staircase to the subway tunnel with its tracks. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the deathly silence. The 2 platforms were separated by a distance. They needed to pass through the tunnel to reach the air raid shelter. Tao Hao jumped off the platform and led the way. Xie protected Yuan Zhao in the middle, and the other 3 followed behind carrying a large box containing masks. No one spoke. They arrived at Qi Ling's secret base before midnight. "But, what are you doing here?" Duanqi was speechless, looking at Qi Ling crouching inside the air raid shelter. He was leaning motionless against the relatively well-preserved robot, seemingly asleep, without breathing. The sentries only noticed him when they got closer. Qi Ling groggily opened his eyes. "I came to check the supplies, sir." "Why are you all so late?" After returning home, Qi Ling thought about the damaged wall in the passageway. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Anyone passing by would surely see it. What if the supplies were lost? He rushed over after finishing his meal, intending to stay here and wait until tomorrow to go with the officers to find the researcher and modify his robot. The team members were collectively speechless. Coming here now, how were they going to dispose of the robot in front of him later? Xie glanced at the time. 11:57. Even if they managed to trick them into leaving now, it was too late. The group looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The atmosphere grew awkward and tense. Qi Ling, noticing everyone's strange expressions, felt a surge of doubt. Sir, is something wrong? Why aren't you all saying anything? He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. Still no one answered. Almost all the officers standing before him were constantly checking their watches. Only one person was different. Her gaze seemed to linger on her forehead. Qi Ling, puzzled, subconsciously touched her forehead, but felt nothing. Yun Xiao withdrew his gaze. In the pitch-black environment, the burning will-o'-the-wisps were even more pronounced, displaying 3 colors. This robot might have a problem. We need to deal with it. It was Xie voice. The team members remained silent. They couldn't hide it any longer. They only had 1 hour, and they couldn't afford to delay their search for clues for a single mutant. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling's expression changed instantly. He stared incredulously at the group clad in black combat suits. But didn't you promise me you fix it? The time was 11:59 a.m. Xie, seemingly deliberately, said indifferently, sorry, we don't have time. Your robot must be destroyed. Qi Ling took 2 steps back, shielding the robot, finally realizing what had happened. You've been lying to me all along. You never intended for me to come back with you, did you? He was on the verge of collapse, shouting, why did you lie to me? As his emotions spiraled out of control, the world remained unchanged. In the pitch-black tunnel, even the dark matter floating in the air remained unchanged. The Zero team members looked at him with complex emotions. If they could, they would also like to take him home, but separated by nearly 200 years, how could they go back? Only Xie remained calm. One suspicious clue was eliminated. In the contaminated zone, the gatekeeper's emotions affect the entire world. It was confirmed that Qi Ling, the special being, was not the gatekeeper. No one answered Qi Ling's question. The sentinels couldn't care less about him now. Everyone released their senses and entered the final 10-second countdown. Yun Xiao felt the man lean closer to her, his hand that had been holding her backpack strap now holding her arm, gently pulling her into his embrace. If we get separated, don't wander around. Just wait for us here. Xietu's deep, pleasant voice came from above. The will-o'-the-wisps were different colors. If the inner and outer worlds were distinguished by color, team members of different colors might be forced to separate. Xietu was worried she would be alone again. Her mental threads couldn't control those emotionless monsters. Aside from her mental power, she possessed no actual combat ability. She carried a gun at her waist, but couldn't even hit the target. Yun Xiao looked up, meeting the man's deep gaze. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the familiar rustling sound of pages turning rapidly. Midnight arrived. The world suddenly changed. The man's arm around her stiffened, as if afraid she would disappear from his embrace like last time. An S-rank sentinel. Does he feel fear? Yun Xiao suddenly wanted to release her mental energy, enter his body, to capture, to sense his emotions. What exactly did the gold steal from him? The two were in a very intimate position. Yun Xiao was completely encircled in his arms, her face pressed against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Song Liang, unsure where to look, resignedly turned his head to look at the dark tunnel outside. His expression changed drastically the moment his senses extended. Not only him, but almost every sentinel present noticed the difference the instant they entered the inner world. Yun Xiao heard a hissing sound, peeked out from Xietu's embrace, and a bluish-green glow, following her thoughts, quickly flew out, illuminating the 2 ends of the dark tunnel. The scene before them was horrifying. At both ends of the tunnel stood hordes of mutants, these monsters standing motionless and silent, densely packed, black slime constantly dripping from their bodies, the sound of corrosion incessant. Holy crap! I wondered where all those monsters went. They were all hiding here. Tao Hao instinctively raised his weapon, ready to fire, only to remember that the guide had erected a mental barrier. One shot would likely be like stirring up a hornet's nest, causing a riot. Tao Hao immediately summoned his spiritual form. The brown bear appeared, its massive size almost completely blocking the entrance to the air raid shelter. All the alien mutants that flooded into the contaminated area are hidden here by the gatekeeper? Duanqi suddenly realized. No wonder there were no monsters on the ground. But why was the gatekeeper doing this? To prevent the monsters from harming people? Was it that kind? Qi Ling had fallen silent at some point. Like a child throwing a tantrum, he broke down for a while, only to find that no one paid any attention to him. It felt like a joke. He calmed down and heard their conversation, learning that many monsters had appeared out of nowhere in the tunnel. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his lips trembling slightly. Qi Ling involuntarily retreated, clinging tightly to his robot. What's going on? Qi Ling managed to utter a few words, his voice filled with shock and fear. Xiatu snapped out of his daze, his stiff arm lowering as he released the person in his embrace. He turned his head, his expression gradually regaining its composure, his gaze sweeping towards the innermost part of the air raid shelter, where the young man clung tightly to the robot. "We suspect your robot is related to these anomalies. Please hand it over to us." Qiling hugged his robot, as if he heard a colossal joke. "Impossible. It's just a broken, unusable robot. What does it have to do with those monsters?" Qiling didn't know why the monsters outside weren't attacking them. He only knew that these people were lying to him, even trying to destroy his only remaining hope. "You're not officers from the central base?" Chapter 101. Qiling finally understood. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at everyone, muttering, "Why did they lie to us? They gave us hope, and then destroyed it." 3 years into the apocalypse. He hid in the dark, sunless shelter, filled with regret. He shouldn't have argued with his father, shouldn't have come to the southwest in a fit of anger. His family was probably worried about him. He just wanted to go home. Why did these people lie to him? Yun Zhao looked at his forehead. With the fluctuations of his emotions, the pale blue will-o'-the-wisp was gradually fading, deepening in color, almost turning gray. "Yes, we lied to you." Yun Zhao broke free from the man's embrace and slowly said to Qiling, "Then do you know why we lied to you?" Qiling's body jolted. He raised his head, his lips trembling, but no sound came out. Subconsciously, he understood that the truth was unbearable. Yun Zhao, however, didn't want to grant his wish. She had a suspicion. What would happen if the creatures in the shelter learned the truth? But before she could speak, Xiatu pulled her back again, shaking his head. Only 1 hour. Now that they had obtained the results, time was of the essence. They shouldn't delay any longer. Xiatu looked at Qiling. "Your robot will be fine. Once they return to the surface world, everything would return to normal. We just need to verify some things. As for escorting you home." Xiatu paused, a subtle, complex emotion flashing across his indifferent face, before finally saying, "You can write a letter to your family. I promise, regardless of the outcome, I will deliver that letter." Once the mutants leave the contaminated area, they become cannibalistic monsters. But the supplies can be taken out. He remembered hearing someone mention that the researcher surnamed Qi at Hope Base was from Kyoto, and his ancestors were once incredibly wealthy. Xiatu's intuition suggested a possible connection. Upon hearing his words, Qiling's expression turned despair, as if resigned to his fate, and he finally released the robot he was tightly clutching. The robot was a vessel for his longing for his family. Aside from that, it was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal that could no longer be used. If they were willing to take him back, what did it matter if he gave them the robot? But they weren't officers from the central base. They had deceived everyone here. Song Liang and Duanxi exchanged a glance, sighed, and dragged his robot to the entrance of the bunker. Tao Haohao and the rabbit, along with their spiritual forms, remained guarding the entrance to the bunker. The bunker was small, crammed with 7 people, and a pile of supplies. To dispose of them, they had to be dragged outside. The massive size of the brown bear blocked the entrance to the cave, obscuring the view outside, but the constant hissing and corroding sounds were deafening. The situation outside was far from optimistic. The Zero team members, not wanting to alert the monsters, drew their knives and silently eliminated the dozen or so mutants near the entrance, making room to deal with the masks and robots. Song Liang first disassembled the robot's shell inside the air raid shelter, removing the individual parts and placing them together with the masks in the box. They were to be manually destroyed in batches. They tore them apart by hand and cut them open with the scissors they carried, trying to make as little noise as possible. Yun Zhao took out a notebook and pen from his backpack and handed them to Qiling. "Write it down. Write down everything you want to say to your family." Qiling silently took the paper and pen, turned his back, and leaned against the supply crate, refusing to see what they were going to do with his robot. His hopes were dashed. Being made to write a letter, did that mean they wouldn't take him with them? That's right, he was just an ordinary person. Everyone considered him a burden. Whether it was the researchers from his former company, or what? Qiling's expression was somewhat confused. He couldn't remember. Yun Zhao ignored him, handed him the paper and pen, and walked to the cave entrance, releasing a strand of spiritual energy. The result was the same. The entire tunnel was teeming with monsters, none of them controllable. Even these outsider monsters had had their emotions drained. The gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 28 seemed extremely xenophobic. It disliked any creature from outside, whether human or mutant. But it needed them, needed emotions to maintain the operation of both worlds. She seemed to suddenly understand the rules. Most of the supplies had been destroyed. yet the world remained unchanged. Duanqi and the others moved with increasing urgency, working in a tunnel teeming with monsters, surrounded by the constant sizzling and corrosive sound of slime, undoubtedly placed immense psychological pressure on everyone. Every few minutes, Song Liang would look up, pointing to his forehead as a silent question to Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao pursed his lips and gently shook his head, the movement very small, because he didn't know how to describe it. The color of the flames was changing, but the changes were subtle, with slight differences for each person. For example, Tao Haohao's flames had developed a yellow edge. The one with the least change was the rabbit. The will-o'-the-wisp on her forehead had dimmed slightly, but no yellow halo had appeared. Yun Zhao looked up at Xie beside her. His expression remained calm as always, but the fire within him was changing. A faint red tinge appeared on his forehead. What was he thinking? What was causing his emotional fluctuation? Xie seemed to sense something, turning to look back at her. He seemed to understand the emotions in her eyes, his jaw clenched, remaining silent. It took the other 5 members of Team Zero half an hour to completely destroy the items. The main problem was the robot. Its parts were difficult to destroy. Even the slightest disturbance would trigger the mouth parts of nearby mutants. They had to be constantly on guard against attacks. Tao Haohao clapped his hands and stood up. Seeing the unchanged world, he was somewhat disappointed. Not a robot, not a mask. What exactly was that gatekeeper? Were they going in the wrong direction? Xie glanced at him and spoke up at the opportune moment. This trip wasn't a loss. We eliminated 3 suspicious leads. His words were meant to reassure his teammates. Too much emotional fluctuation is not a good thing. Captain, what should we do now? Rabbit asked. Xie remained calm as always. Go back to the shelter. Qi Ling, on the other end, had already finished writing the letter. He walked over with his head down, returning the notebook and pen to Yun Zhao. The letter was tucked inside the notebook. He hadn't torn it out. You really will deliver the letter to my family? Qi Ling clearly no longer trusted them. Yun Zhao stuffed the notebook back into her backpack, not even looking up at the question. Asking this is pointless, because you have no choice. Let's go back together. She seemed completely unconcerned about the monsters filling the tunnel. Unable to use emotional resonance attacks, her barrier shielded her senses, preventing the monsters from detecting her. Yun Zhao thought it was time to go back and meet the gatekeeper. Xie must have sensed something too. Because they were within the gatekeeper's domain, their every move was under surveillance, and he couldn't tell his teammates. The team quickly composed themselves and prepared to break through. The tunnel was teeming with mutants. To get back, they had to pass through it without making a fuss that would alert the monsters throughout the tunnel. Qi Ling followed them out of the tunnel, hearing the corrosive sounds around him, his heart pounding in his chest. The underground tunnel was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He followed behind his superiors, unable to see the countless green fluorescent lights or the spiritual entities. He could only hear sounds coming from the darkness. From time to time, the faint howls of monsters falling echoed ahead. Unbeknownst to Qi Ling, a massive lion and brown bear were leading the way, clearing the path and protecting everyone until they safely reached the damaged passage. He only breathed a sigh of relief after squeezing through the wall and returning to the shelter. The corridor was silent. Not a single soldier on duty was in sight. Qi Ling didn't have time to think. He hadn't ventured out at night in a long time. The shelter was safe now, or perhaps they didn't need to be on duty at night, and the soldiers in Sector A were already asleep. He was about to say something when he saw the leading officer leading a team, striding towards the opposite direction of the elevator. Where are you going? Qi Ling couldn't help but ask. Chapter 102. You go back first. Xie didn't even turn his head, gesturing for everyone in Team Zero to follow. The group was filled with mixed emotions. Rabbit lagged behind, walking down the corridor. As she turned the corner, she couldn't help but look back. She saw Qi Ling standing there alone, his expression blank and helpless. In his world, the robot he cherished had been destroyed, and the officers who promised to take him home had lied to him. His only remaining thought was the letter he had given to Yun Zhao. A pang of pity welled up in Rabbit's heart. She understood that Qi Ling was innocent. He was merely a victim of this apocalyptic disaster. But reason told her that this was a mutant, capable of mutating at any moment and becoming a monster that threatened their lives. They shouldn't have any dealings with such a creature. Rabbit didn't look any longer and quickly caught up with her teammates. Captain, we have 20 minutes left. Where do we go now? Duanqi released his spiritual form, the peregrine falcon, and couldn't help but ask. Xie led the way, skillfully navigating 2 long corridors before abruptly stopping. We're here. They stopped in front of a door. This floor was where the soldiers lived. Area A was converted from the original subway tunnel and station, with numerous passageways and identical rooms on both sides. From the outside, they looked no different. Tao Hao, confused, was about to speak. Is this Major General Qin's residence? It was Yun Zhao's voice. The others gasped. Duanxi looked shocked. Major General Qin is the gatekeeper? Xia Tu, his face tense, wanted to curse. The word brainless was on the tip of his tongue, but upon seeing the idle little bluebird, he swallowed it back. Go in and take a look. Xia Tu kicked Duanxi. Go open the door. Duanxi dodged, shrugged, and expertly pried open the lock. The room was pitch black and empty. The layout was identical to the room downstairs, but the furnishings were completely different. On the wall directly opposite the entrance hung stage photos of opera actors. The actors in the portraits wore magnificent costumes, their makeup exquisite, their eyes expressive, every smile and gesture full of life. Against the wall stood a bunk bed and a wardrobe, with miscellaneous items piled in various corners of the room. Opposite the bed was a wooden table and chairs, the table piled high with various books and documents, some of the papers yellowed and slightly curled at the edges. An old-fashioned fountain pen lay quietly on the desk, the ink bottle beside it still containing dried ink. Next to the bed was a small bedside table. On the cabinet lay an open opera script, its pages densely covered with annotations and notes, clearly indicating the owner's deep knowledge and passion for opera. Beside the script lay a pair of glasses, their lenses worn and frame slightly aged, suggesting they had been with their owner for a long time. General Qin is actually an opera enthusiast? Duanxi was the first to enter, picking up the script from the low cabinet. He flipped through it by the light of a flashlight. The script was titled Kayaziku. It told the story of scholar Lin Zhaoda, wrongfully sentenced to death and taken to Kayaziku for execution. Lin's fiancée, Wang Chunai, disregarding her father's objections, dressed entirely in white, rushed to the execution ground to offer herself as a sacrifice. Because there were many prisoners to be executed, each bound separately, Chunai had to identify several before finally finding Zhaoda and confessing her true feelings to him. After Bao Bing's investigation, the truth came to light. This is Sichuan opera, isn't it? Duanxi didn't actually understand these things, but with them right in front of him, even a fool could guess. Song Liang walked over and took the script from his hand, flipping through it. Wangyang Beach, Yuha Bridge. These are all Sichuan opera versions. It's a pity there's no electricity in the shelter, so Major General Qin can't listen to the opera, he can only look at the script. Sichuan opera, face-changing, facial makeup. All related to traditional culture. Has the captain discovered something? Song Liang turned to look at Xia Tu standing at the door. The man remained calm, standing upright at the door, clutching the guide's backpack strap. Seeing that he didn't seem inclined to speak, Song Liang looked at Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao returned his gaze and said softly, I wasn't there when you spoke with Major General Qin several times. The implication was that she knew nothing about it. Upon arriving, Xia Tu went to retrieve the key alone and wandered around the shelter with Major General Qin. What they discussed remains unclear. The next day, when Major General Qin came looking for her, she was sleeping in the next room and still hadn't heard their conversation. Yun Zhao also gave Xia Tu an inquiring look. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Tu lowered her head and calculated the time. Only a dozen minutes remained. Do you remember what Major General Qin said? Xia Tu finally spoke. In the first year of the apocalypse, the supreme commander of the 74th Army was killed, and the lieutenant general was murdered by civilians. He became the supreme commander of the 74th Army. In the third year of the apocalypse, of the 74th Army's 5 divisions and 5 brigades, totaling nearly 100,000 troops, only a little over 4,000 survived. Tao Hao scratched his head. He did say that, but what does that have to do with our mission? Xia Tu didn't answer him. He surveyed the room's layout, then changed the subject. Do you think the National Crisis Data Reserve has complete data? Tao Hao thought his captain was asking a pointless question. The data reserve, the size of a subway platform, larger than their training ground, had taken the 6 of them 2 days, plus Jiling on the second day, and they still hadn't finished searching through all the data. Song Liang seemed to understand, adding, insufficient manpower, inadequate firepower, and the need to rely on robots for initial rescue operations. Where would the military find the resources to collect such comprehensive data and specimens? Imagine, in a post-apocalyptic environment, with monsters everywhere, the first reaction of a normal person is to find a safe place to hide, then search for food and water. Who would waste so much effort moving books? Especially since the monster slime is corrosive. Even if they risked moving them, there would be a risk of damage. The officers above wouldn't sacrifice the lives of their soldiers for this data. Weren't there robots? Duanshi frowned. In the second year of the Dark Apocalypse, there couldn't possibly be any survivors on the surface. The robots were responsible for transporting supplies, and incidentally, they brought these documents in as well. Sia2 said calmly, that's the problem. Apart from Qiling's robot, we haven't found any other robots. Moreover, the documents are too complete. Did you find any corroded books in the boxes you looked through? Not a single trace, every book was brand new. The first 2 years were a critical period for searching for supplies. Because food has an expiration date, and tens of thousands of survivors underground needed to eat every day, finding supplies was undoubtedly the top priority. The military couldn't possibly focus all their energy on building a database. They might be doing that, building a data room, but progress was slow, and it could never be as complete as it is now. A data reserve, even if the military did initially have the idea of establishing one, it was incomplete. The National Disaster Reserve we see now only appeared after the fall of the country. Everyone shuddered at the thought. If it wasn't the military that built it, then the one who built the database? Was it the gatekeeper? Chapter 103. Culture carries the genes and bloodline of a nation. It is a kind of inheritance, a spiritual inheritance, and also a life inheritance, Sia2 said. The gatekeeper's nature is obvious. It is part of the culture. It doesn't want to be forgotten by the world, so it chooses to fill in the missing piece itself. It chooses to nurture those who understand it, rejecting the intruders from the wasteland world, thus splitting into 2 worlds, throwing everything it dislikes and hates into the inner world. From the day they entered, they got one thing backwards. When the 2 worlds alternate, Team Zero subconsciously believes that the eerie inner world is the real contaminated zone. In reality, it is not. The outer world, with the survivors of the shelter, is the world where the gatekeeper resides. The 1-hour world alternation is merely a convenient way for the gatekeeper to throw the creatures it dislikes over. Sia2. The will-o'-the-wisp is indeed a marker. The flames on the mask usually represent inner righteousness, and the color represents the gatekeeper's way of distinguishing different people. It has no eyes, it only uses this method to distinguish different groups of people. The longer the intruders stayed in the contaminated zone, the more they were affected. Their flames gradually lost their color, they suffered severe corrosion, and eventually became monsters. Song Liang still didn't understand. What does this have to do with Major General Qin? It's related, but not much. Sia2 tugged at his backpack strap, and turned to gesture for Yun Zhao to follow him into the house. Yun Zhao roughly understood what he wanted to do. He wanted to do one last thing for the people inside before the contaminated zone collapsed. To help them find release. This seemingly composed and aloof man acted with extreme principles. Rabbit and the others followed the 2 into Major General Qin's room. Rabbit paused as she closed the door. She heard footsteps approaching. Currently, besides them, there was only one other sentient being in the inner world. It was Qiling. He stood there blankly for a long time before deciding to follow and see what they were up to. Rabbit hesitated only briefly before closing the door before the footsteps reached the corridor. Sia2 walked to the desk and flipped through the notes. The working robots don't exist. The expanded plantation doesn't exist either. From beginning to end, everything, including the current safe haven, is just a figment of the imagination of the people here. The gatekeeper fulfilled this obsession, forever imprisoning their souls in shelter number 28. A dozen minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. Footsteps, soldiers talking. The room was utterly silent. Everyone was deep in thought, so quiet that they could hear each other breathing. A moment later, the door opened, and the tall officer froze upon seeing the group that had appeared in his room. What are you all doing here? Major General Qin was clearly bewildered. He took 2 steps back into the corridor, seemingly questioning the soldiers on duty outside. Outside the door, Qiling, who had just followed, stood there, staring in terror at the soldiers who had suddenly appeared around him. He was the last one to fall, wasn't he? Yun Zhao looked up at the man beside him, asking, because he witnessed the entire process of the contaminated zone's formation. He was the last one left in the entire shelter, so his color is different from the others. He hid in his secret base, the air raid shelter in the tunnel. He survived until the very end, relying on the supplies inside. But the gatekeeper was omnipotent in the domain. From the moment shelter number 28 fell, his death was inevitable. Sia2 patted her, but before she could answer, Major General Qin walked back in. The burly officer's face was full of confusion. seemingly not understanding how they had gotten past the soldiers on duty to his room. Xie put down the file he was reading, his dark eyes looking over without a trace of emotion. "Major General, please sit." He took the initiative so naturally that Major General Qin felt somewhat uncomfortable. "What does the Lord want with me?" Xie cut to the chase. "Come and tell the Major General about the situation outside." The Zero team members were somewhat surprised, exchanging glances, not understanding what their captain wanted to do. Could they talk about the situation outside? Major General Qin's expression hardened, and he slowly sat down on a wooden stool nearby. He tried subtly probing for the past 2 days, but the officer wouldn't say a word. Today, however, he'd taken the initiative to come and tell him about the situation outside. "Are they leaving?" The Dark Apocalypse lasted 200 years. It's currently 2446 outside, the 20th year since the end of the Dark Ages. Xietu's voice was calm, as he truthfully told him everything he wanted to know. Major General Qin suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on him, seemingly wanting to confirm if he was joking. The door wasn't closed, and Qi Ling, standing in the doorway, also heard his words, completely stunned. "You heard me right. 198 years have passed outside. The planet has long since entered the wasteland era." Xietu ignored their reaction and continued, "Humanity hasn't gone extinct, but the situation is dire. Contaminated zones are constantly encroaching on human homes. Resources are scarce, and monsters are everywhere. The existence of contaminated zones provided a haven for the mutants. As long as the contaminated zones persist, the monsters will always exist." Xietu propped himself up on the table with one hand, looked up at him expressionlessly, and said, "Of the hundreds and thousands of shelters urgently established across the country after the central government's order, only 4 survived to reach the wasteland era after 200 years. Shelter number 28 is not among them." The truth was so cruel. Contaminated zones had already formed in the early stages of the Dark Apocalypse. He couldn't possibly be unaware of that. Major General Qin abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He was human, the commander here. Xietu ignored him. "You said that in the 3rd month after the survivors took refuge in the shelter, a group of people targeted military supplies and weapons, attempting to seize Shelter 28. Perhaps the outcome wasn't as you described, dragging those people to the square and shooting them, thus deterring all the refugees. They succeeded? Right? Everything now was just Major General Qin's fantasy. He fantasized about suppressing those troublemakers, fantasized about them still stubbornly resisting the monsters on the ground, fantasized about establishing plantations, building sturdy fortresses, and living a self-sufficient life. Then waiting for rescue from above, waiting for the monsters to disappear, waiting for the sun to rise. So everything in the shelter was wonderful. The civilians were obedient, the soldiers lived peacefully with them, occasionally chatting and confiding in them, and the food was enough to sustain them for another 2 years. Qi Ling, standing outside the door, was deathly pale. His body swayed involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The pale blue flame on his forehead had completely turned grayish-black. He remembered. An internal strife had broken out in the shelter. A group calling themselves Sun Believers were slaughtering soldiers. At the last moment, some soldiers resolutely opened the shelter's doors, letting in all the monsters with sharp mouths. The scene was chaotic. Countless bloody images flooded his mind, screams echoing everywhere. A thick gray fog instantly enveloped the entire shelter. A strange magnetic field formed. Qi Ling felt fear. He ran, hiding in his secret base, trying to escape, but his robot was out of power. Going out meant certain death. He wanted to go home. As Xietu cruelly revealed the truth, the world began to tremble slightly, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The entire Zero team suddenly stood up. Yuan Xiao looked down and saw black, sticky fluid gradually seeping out from General Qin's trouser leg. Chapter 104. The sizzling sound of corrosion seemed to drip onto everyone's nerves. Shelter 28 has been under attack for over a century. Xietu looked calmly at Major General Qin, who was struggling to maintain his composure, his voice cold and cruel. The people here allow the gatekeepers to manipulate their consciousness, living in a fabricated fantasy, blind to the truth, year after year, day after day. Just as Yuan Xiao said, their souls seem to be forever imprisoned here. Xietu hoped that before the contaminated zone collapsed, they could achieve true peace. They didn't have to live in the illusion woven by the gatekeepers. Major General Qin was now half human, half monster. His tall body was slightly hunched, as if enduring immense pain, black viscous fluid constantly oozing from his body, slowly dripping down, and corroding everything in the room. Major General Qin spoke with difficulty. I remember. The moment the truth was revealed, the world shook even more violently. He was unwilling to accept this. He had once been such a proud commander, leading his soldiers through the apocalypse, struggling to protect the people. How could it end like this? Yuan Zhao saw black viscous liquid continuously oozing from Major General Qin's body. His face showed struggle, a desperate attempt to maintain his composure. Yuan Zhao suddenly acted, a bluish-green glow quickly enveloping him, attempting to control the dark matter on his body. But Major General Qin had already merged with the dark matter. With each bit of dark matter absorbed by her spiritual threads, the burly officer before her trembled in agony, as if being torn to pieces, his expression becoming even more ferocious. Xie eyes churned with emotion. After a long silence, he spoke slowly, his voice low and deep. The dark ages are over. The Major General and the soldiers of the 74th Group held out to the very end, worthy of military honor. So rest in peace. The rest is for future generations for them. Don't trap yourself in the past. Let go of your resentment, and put a period to this world of suffering. Xie figure stood tall and straight in the dim light, like a pine tree. He raised his right arm, his movements steady and powerful, giving a perfectly standard military salute. Then, he slowly raised his rifle. The members of Zero Team silently raised their hands, their movements synchronized in a salute, bidding farewell to this general, who had once defended the Southwest. Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, then followed their example, raising her right hand. Her posture was perhaps not quite perfect. The little bluebird on her shoulder hopped to her chest, tilting its head and staring at her. General Qin, his eyes red, was still struggling against his reason, his sharp mandibles already protruding, waving in the air. He spoke with difficulty. The nation still exists, doesn't it? He had asked this question when they first met. Xie hand, holding the gun, remained motionless. He said in a low voice, the legacy of life endures, the nation lives on forever. Major General Qin struggled to maintain his composure, trying to fight against the evil force within him. He didn't want to lose himself, didn't want to become a monster who only knew how to kill. In the final moment before his reason broke free from its cage, he uttered with great effort, humanity will ultimately triumph. The booming laughter of the Han officer still echoed in his memory. I knew it. Those monsters outside are nothing. As long as the nation exists, humanity will ultimately triumph. Xie closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were clear. Yes, humanity will ultimately triumph. Bang! A gunshot suddenly pierced the air, echoing around. Yuan Zhao's heart raced. Skipping a beat, she already sensed something was wrong. Xie's emotions fluctuated significantly at this moment. The flame on his forehead instantly turned red. The surrounding scenery shook, fluctuating violently, becoming distorted and chaotic. A sudden swish sound rang in her ears. The inner and outer world shattered again. The instant she heard the sound, Yuan Zhao opened her mental barrier and reached out to pull the man beside her. Xie seemed to sense her. A strong hand tightly grasped hers. Things happened too fast. The rest of Team Zero, still immersed in heavy thoughts, were suddenly pulled by a powerful force and swept into the inner world. The scenery in the corridor also changed. The howling outside, initially faint and sporadic, gradually grew deafening. A riot had broken out in the underground shelter. The light dimmed, shadows on the walls slowly shifting, only the soft breathing of the two figures echoing in the air. In the blink of an eye, only Yuan Zhao and Xie remained inside. Yuan Zhao appeared calm. At least this time she wasn't alone. The gatekeeper seems angry. Because they had disturbed the creatures it kept. Xie turned his head, his gaze fixed on the doorway, trying to ignore the two's intertwined hands. Let's go find the gatekeeper. It's time to end this. The 4 team members, all the same color, were sucked into the inner world filled with alien mutants. With their strength, holding out until the contaminated zone collapsed wouldn't be a problem. Qi Ling was still outside the door, his head bowed, his eyes blankly staring at his hands. Corrosive slime oozed from his palms. But he felt nothing. Qi Ling saw the 2 men emerge from Major General Qin's room, saw the officer shoot a soldier in the corridor in the head. No, those could no longer be called soldiers. They were monsters. Then what about himself? What was he? Xie shielded Yuan Zhao in his arms, killing the howling mutants that lunged at him, but he didn't touch Qi Ling. Why does he still have reason? Yuan Zhao stared at the stunned Qi Ling, unable to understand. Is it because the obsession with going home broke through his control? Home? Can there be such a strong obsession? He clearly knew that 200 years had passed outside, and his family was gone. Xie, I don't know. Xie led her, heading directly to the data storage facility. Yun Zhao's mind was completely out of control of the monsters in the corridor. She simply accepted being the one being protected without a second thought. She saw two familiar faces. One was the soldier who had opened the door for them. The other was the soldier who had stood ramrod straight when she looked back last time. They had been smiling at her just hours before. Yun Zhao saw Xie kill them, and she couldn't quite describe her feelings. Perhaps she was still a little sad. Just now, in that moment of intense emotional turmoil, what was Xie thinking? The rabbit's idea was right. They shouldn't have too much contact with these people. Qi Ling watched the two figures disappear, hesitated only for a moment, and then recklessly followed them. His letter was still there. The officer said he would take it out and give it to his family, but so much time had passed outside. Who would he give the letter to? Xie led Yun Zhao through the corridor. Because it was early morning, most of the mutants were still inside, and there weren't many monsters in the corridor, making them relatively easy to deal with. The two quickly arrived at the data storage warehouse door. Yun Zhao turned around and kindly said to Qi Ling, "You can't go in, you destroy the data." Qi Ling's eyes became unfocused, and he murmured, "Aren't you a rescue team?" "Yes," Xie said casually, "but we're a rescue team from 200 years in the future." With that, Xie ignored him, led Yun Zhao into the data storage room, and locked him out. Chapter 105. The vast storage room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, just as it had been when they arrived. It was quiet inside, unaffected by the outside world's fluctuations. Yun Zhao was led by the man to a shelf. She asked curiously, "When did you find it?" "At the Sichuan Opera Troupe." The man opened a box with one hand, his grip on her hand never loosening. "And you?" The city on the ground was long since ruined. Not a single intact item could be found, but the masks were pristine, their colors exceptionally vibrant. Yun Zhao replied, "Probably a little earlier than you." She confirmed the rustling sound of pages turning was from a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Then you're better than me." His tone was inexplicably indulgent, carrying a subtle tenderness. Yun Zhao felt a little uncomfortable. Or rather, she didn't know how to respond. She disliked mutual flattery. With a soft plop, the little bluebird perched on the main body's head, glancing sideways at Xie again. Xie wasn't surprised. The little guy's personality was truly awful. He lowered his eyelids, deciding to remain silent, and quickly took out the box of items. Yun Zhao had already flipped through this box of documents, even twice. Who would have thought that the gatekeeper had been right under their noses all along? Xie's voice sounded deep and resonant. Perhaps in the near future, we see traditional cultural performances again at the base's annual events. A culture passed down for millennia will continue to be passed down. After he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to thicken. An indescribable sense of oppression quietly spread. All the documents and items on the shelves lay there quietly, yet it seemed as if pairs of eyes were watching them. The gaze emanating from the darkness sent chills down her spine. Yun Zhao, on a sudden impulse, took out the small mirror she had found and looked at her forehead again. Green fluorescence, like wispy threads, intertwined and weaved in the darkness, outlining her reflection in the mirror. In the deep darkness, the green fluorescent threads emitted a unique light. Flickering, bright and dim. Yun Zhao froze. In the unique light, she could see her forehead clearly. So, she had one too? Only because it was a transparent flame. Even she couldn't see it. What did the transparency represent? Xie beside her had already done what needed to be done. The world began to crack inch by inch. The ground, like a chessboard shaken by a tremendous force, cracks spread rapidly like lightning, earth and stones tumbling down, raising a cloud of dust. But strangely, the entire archive room remained intact. "What does your gold represent?" Yun Zhao suddenly asked. Xie's eyes were dark, revealing no emotion. His lips moved, but he uttered no words. Golden, perhaps. The collapse of the contaminated zone was accelerating, revealing the sky outside. The long-lost blue sky, the sunlight somewhat dazzling yet warm. That was the sun. The sun the creatures within the shelter had longed for. The collapsing space disrupted Yun Zhao's thoughts. This was the third time she had witnessed the collapse of the contaminated zone. Buildings and land disintegrated, crumbling inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Despite being in the underground space of the contaminated zone, the two were unaffected. The surrounding buildings vanished into nothingness, but the metal frames inside remained, the data boxes on them intact. To avoid damage, we must transfer these data as soon as possible. Xie's spiritual form, the Fire Phoenix, spread its wings from the void, the enormous phoenix soaring into the sky, raising its head and letting out a cry. A deafening roar echoed nearby. The sound of artillery fire came from afar. Yun Zhao turned around and saw Qi Ling still standing there blankly. She gasped, "Why is he still here?" "I don't know." Xie Tu had clearly noticed beforehand. He frowned slightly, still holding her hand tightly, his gaze fixed on Qi Ling. It was unheard of for a mutant to retain their sanity after leaving the contaminated zone. Qi Ling's condition was unprecedented, not only for Xie Tu, but for everyone in the 200 years since the apocalypse. What went wrong? Qi Ling, seeing that they were finally willing to talk to him, wept with joy. He stood outside the data room, pointing to himself, then to Yun Zhao. It seemed he wanted to ask about the letter. As the contaminated zone collapsed, the will-o'-the-wisps on everyone's foreheads disappeared. Qi Ling's current appearance was somewhat frightening. No sharp mandibles had emerged, but his body was covered in black slime and emitted a black aura, making him look particularly terrifying. Yun Zhao beckoned to him, signaling him to come over. It wasn't safe outside now. Standing there, he could easily be killed by the sentries arriving with reinforcements. Qi Ling hesitated only for a moment before running towards them. He controlled his body, trying not to bump into the boxes on the shelves on either side. "Captain!" Tao Haohao's loud voice came from not far away. 4 team members arrived in an armored vehicle. With the collapse of the contaminated zone, the two worlds, the inner and outer, ceased to exist. A huge brown bear led the way, smashing an attacking mutant into a pulp with a single swipe. A lion guarded one side, tearing at the mutants. Tao Haohao and Duanqi stood on the roof of the vehicle, continuously firing at the surrounding monsters. Upon seeing Qi Ling, the two men stared wide-eyed, pointing at him. He couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Clearly, the entire Zero team was shocked by Qi Ling's continued sanity. Qi Ling was somewhat uneasy. He had no idea what had happened. Why was he different from the others in the shelter? He had thoughts, he had reason, but according to his superiors, he knew he wasn't human, he was a monster. The black slime on his body was still dripping. Qi Ling reached out and caught it, feeling its flowing, jelly-like texture. Xie Tu didn't have time to examine him right now, pointing to the roof of the vehicle. "Go up there and stay there. Don't touch anything you can't touch." The slime was corrosive. He couldn't get on the vehicle. The roof was alright. Tao Haohao and Duanqi were guarding it, ensuring he wouldn't be killed by the other sentinels. As for the specific situation, they would investigate after eliminating the nearby mutants. Chapter 106. A riot broke out all around. The mutants, freed from restraint and control, screamed and roared, swarming out from every corner. Monsters surged in like a tidal wave, accompanied by constant artillery fire. A fire phoenix circled overhead, then swooped down, flames flowing from the edges of its wings, dazzling and leaving a brilliant trail in the sky. Because of its immense destructive power, its true form only released it under special circumstances. The fire phoenix arrived and excitedly greeted the little blue phoenix. Unfortunately, the little blue phoenix, perched on the guide's head, completely ignored it. "Why can't I shrink?" The fire phoenix questioned its true form. "The blue phoenix can shrink, why can't I? I might as well be a peacock." Xie Tu really didn't want to deal with it. Protecting the data and fending off the mutants swarming from all sides was no easy task. Rabbit and Song Liang hurriedly jumped out of the car to provide support. Duanqi and Tao Haohao stood on the vehicle roof, suppressing the surging monsters with firepower. Zero team hadn't moved for a while. The reinforcements must have noticed the supplies. The distant sound of artillery fire gradually approached, and the rumbling of vehicles rose and fell. The sentries from the base were luring away the nearby mutants. Yun Zhao was protected behind the man, the diamond bird still adorning her waist. She wanted to help, but feared she might make things worse. Missing the monsters was a minor issue. Hitting her own people would be a major problem. Yun Zhao's gaze inexplicably fell on Qi Ling again. The mutants seemed to treat him as one of their own. None attacked him. She watched as he passed through the monsters, safely reached the armored vehicle, laboriously climbed onto the roof, and then crouched there, burying his face in his hands. They were quite self-disciplined, actually. The battle lasted a long time. So long that the Sentinels' mental realms and their spiritual entities were all subject to varying degrees of black energy erosion. The idle little bluebird perfunctorily flapped its wings and continued to rest inside its physical head. The reinforcements from Dawn Base, having cleared the perimeter, finally arrived to join them, preserving the data. By the time the nearby mutants were cleared, it was already dark. Qi Ling crouched motionless on the roof of the armored vehicle, curled up in a ball, trying to minimize his presence. But he couldn't hide it any longer. The arriving sentinels noticed almost immediately the strange mutant crouching on Zero Team's armored vehicle. Duan Qi and Tao Haohao guarded him, preventing him from being shot in the head by the unsuspecting sentinels. Seeing Qi Ling in his half-human, half-monster state, the sentinels were utterly shocked. "Captain Xie, what's going on?" The adjutant in charge of this operation, surnamed Zhou, pointed at Qi Ling in shock. Xie Tu's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. "Classified information. Please instruct Adjutant Zhou not to publicize it until we have a result." There weren't many sentry teams nearby, only about 10, and they were all high-ranking sentries from Dawn Base. They should know the gravity of the situation. Adjutant Zhou realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir." A mutant creature emanating black mist yet retaining its consciousness was unheard of. If it became known to everyone, it would likely cause a huge uproar. Xie Tu frowned, also considering how to deal with Qi Ling. In his current state, he couldn't even stay in the tent. The constantly dripping black slime would corrode the tents in the camp. Staying outside for too long wouldn't be appropriate. A mutant that retained its consciousness would surely cause chaos. Xie Tu made a decision, intending to return to base immediately. Please have Lieutenant Zhou follow up on the follow-up matters. The contaminated zone on the 28th wasn't far from the base. Driving fast, they could get back in a few hours. Xie Tu was still talking on this end. The others had already boarded the vehicle. Having not eaten all day, everyone was starving. They started looking for food in the boxes as soon as they got in the vehicle. Yuan Zhao took out a packet of instant noodles from his backpack, crushed it, sprinkled on the seasoning, and shook the packet vigorously. Qi Ling stood on the roof of the vehicle, bent down, and knocked on the window. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes from all sides, he asked nervously, "Officers, after we get back, will you send me to the lab?" He often read such scenes in the novels he used to read. The protagonist, possessing extraordinary talent, is imprisoned in a laboratory and subjected to inhuman torture, then reborn to seek revenge. Yuan Zhao, still fiddling with her instant noodles, said upon hearing this, "It's hard to say. Qi Ling. Judging from your appearance, the researchers will definitely need to examine you." The rabbit comforted her. "But don't worry, as long as you haven't eaten anyone, the captain should protect you." As the base's only S-rank sentinel, Xie Tu wanted to protect someone. Oh no, he wanted to protect a mutant, which was just a matter of a word. "I haven't eaten anyone, I've been staying in the air raid shelter," Qi Ling hurriedly explained, still feeling uneasy. The outside world was too unfamiliar to him. He saw the long-lost sun, but the surrounding scenery was desolate and ruined. The distant city ruins, the once prosperous city, were now only broken walls and rubble, the remains of skyscrapers scattered like the fallen bodies of giants. On the wasteland, vegetation was sparse, mostly contaminated land incapable of growth, with a few tenacious weeds struggling to survive in the cracks. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qi Ling felt utterly alienated from this land, finding no trace of what he once knew. The decline of human civilization was far more severe than he had imagined. Tao Haohao was prying open a can of luncheon meat. "Then what are you afraid of? Go back and have the researchers check your body. See if they can control the slime on your body, otherwise you won't even have a place to live." The slime was incredibly corrosive. He was practically a walking chemical weapon now. Yuan Zhao's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. She had only tested it on Major General Qin before. But Qi Ling's situation was different. She wondered if her mental threads could control the dark matter on Qi Ling's body. She was itching to try. However, there were too many people nearby. The high-ranking sentries were outside the vehicles, checking the data they had brought out. "Let's go back. You stay at the Research Institute for a couple of days, and we think of a solution together." Yuan Zhao didn't want to display her abilities in front of so many people. Her S-rank guide status was already drawing enough attention. Qi Ling had no choice but to accept his fate, still preoccupied with the letter he had written. That letter, who did the officers originally intend to give it to? Qi Ling asked tentatively. Duan Qi shrugged. "I don't know, you have to ask our captain." Who knew what the captain was thinking? Just then Xie Tu, having already finished speaking with Deputy Zhou, walked over. Qi Ling quickly asked him, "Captain Xie, that letter." He hadn't finished speaking. Xie Tu clearly knew what he was thinking and calmly said, "Your Qi family should have descendants." "It's not certain yet. I ask when we get back to base." Qi Ling mentioned he had twin sisters. If nothing unexpected happens, the researcher surnamed Qi at the base is likely a descendant of one of his sisters. Chapter 107. Team Zero returned to base in the middle of the night. The armored vehicle entered the inner city through the special mission passage and stopped in front of the Biological Research Institute. Dean Fu, having received the message, got out of bed in the middle of the night and rushed to the institute. Qi Ling, following Captain Xia's instructions, stood obediently in the lobby. He was emanating black mist, black slime dripping from his body onto the floor, wisps of corrosive white smoke rising and making a particularly jarring sound. Dean Fu was so shocked he almost dropped his thermos. What's going on? Xia Tu shook his head. I don't know. Hearing their conversation, Qi Ling felt like a monkey in a zoo, the kind that's free to be observed and scrutinized. The Biological Research Institute was nearly deserted at night. Besides 4 or 5 staff members on duty, only Team Zero was present. Yun Zhao wanted to try and see if she could control the dark substance on his body. She gently tugged at Xia Tu's arm and whispered a few words to him. Xia Tu understood. To the lab. Knowing his sister might have descendants, Qi Ling now obeyed Xia Tu almost without question, doing whatever he was told. He obediently followed Dean Fu, who was leading the way, to a laboratory. The lab was empty, with corrosion-resistant metal walls on all sides. Qi Ling, his body emanating black smoke, stood in the middle of the room. The door wasn't closed. Yun Zhao stood in the doorway, his fingertips twitching slightly, a green fluorescent light flashing, quickly entering his body. Qi Ling's body trembled violently, his features contorted as if enduring immense pain. Each strand of spiritual energy entering caused his body to tremble violently. The dark matter seemed inextricably linked to his skin, seeping into his very bones. Each peeling felt like tearing at his skin, exposing unprecedented pain. The dark aura was visibly decreasing. With Yun Zhao's help, the dark matter on Qi Ling's body was clearly being suppressed, no longer leaking out. Is it really working? Rabbit inhaled. Yun Zhao shook his head. He's already merged with the dark matter. We can only suppress it temporarily. We don't know how long it will last. Devouring the dark matter was practically killing him. He could only use his mental threads to create a barrier to prevent the slime from seeping out and corroding the surrounding buildings. The rest would have to be examined by the Research Institute. You stay at the Research Institute for now. Xia Tu said to Qi Ling, don't worry, there won't be any inhuman torture, just a routine check. If anything happens, have the researchers here call us. Qi Ling nodded weakly in response. Xia Tu chatted with Dean Fu for a few more minutes before leading his team out of the Research Institute. It was late at night, and the inner city was quiet. Several research institutes connected to this area still had their offices brightly lit. Go back and rest first. We talk about it tomorrow. This mission hadn't gone smoothly. Too much contact with the mutants had affected the Sentinels, including Xia Tu, to varying degrees. Although Xia Tu appeared unharmed, he vividly remembered the way Major General Qin looked when he collapsed. That expression of relief, yet an inability to let go of the bizarre, dark apocalypse. Xia Tu composed himself, glanced at his watch, and gestured for Yun Zhao to get in the car. I take you back. Yun Zhao assumed he was heading back to his residence outside the city, and was just giving her a ride. She waved goodbye to her teammates, and climbed into the passenger seat. The car quickly arrived at number 128, East 3rd Street. Before getting out of the car, Yun Zhao suddenly remembered something and turned to look at him. Let's establish a mental barrier now. At least, he could get a good night's sleep tonight. Before Xia Tu could speak, she suddenly leaned closer, so close they could hear each other's breath. Xia Tu felt a soft touch on his forehead. In the dim light of the closed car, their silhouettes were both clearly defined and blurred. A faint fragrance quietly filled the air, her unique scent. Xia Tu's mind began to waver. He was powerless to resist, letting the greenish-blue fluorescence enter his body, building a transparent barrier on his mental core. Yun Zhao, quick as a flash, set up the barrier. Yawning, she got out of the car. Captain, get some rest. She'd forgotten to set up the mental barrier for the other team members. She'd have to come back tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Yun Zhao went up the stone steps to her home, leaving Xia Tu standing there silently for a long time. Yun Zhao entered the residential area, only to find the iron gate to her apartment building locked. She had no choice but to run to Cheng Dongshu's window and knock, signaling them to open the door. When Cheng Dongshu saw it was Yun Zhao, he quickly sat up and opened the door for her. Where have you been? You've been gone for days. Why are you only back in the middle of the night? Cheng Dongshu asked incessantly as soon as the door opened. The townspeople all assumed Yun Zhao worked in the inner city. The guides enjoyed the highest welfare benefits, were protected by the base, and almost all worked in the guidance room. Yun Zhao mumbled, nowhere. I'm back now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. She waved and headed straight for the elevator. Chung Dongshu sighed, watching her enter the elevator before turning to close the unit door and going back to his room to sleep. Yun Zhao took the elevator back to the 12th floor. Opening the door, she saw her cozy living room, and a warm feeling welled up inside her. The house was exactly as she had left it: a blue fabric sofa with a matching rug, a white coffee table, and a large storage cabinet crammed with snacks against the wall in the dining area. The floor was spotless, clearly, and Zhao often came to clean while she was away. As soon as she entered the house, the little bluebird eagerly flew to its perch, hopping between the wooden houses and tree hollows on each floor. It clearly missed its perch. Yun Zhao ignored it. She opened the bedroom door, took out her pajamas, and went into the bathroom to wash up. She tossed her discarded combat uniform into the laundry basket, took a nice shower, and checked on the kitchen as she came out. The newly bought refrigerator stood there, crammed full of various drinks, snacks, side dishes, and 2 bunches of fresh vegetables, probably bought and stored by Aunt Zhao. Yun Zhao was tempted by the food, but remembering it was too late, she regretfully closed her bedroom door and went to sleep. The supply truck should have all returned by now. I have to check tomorrow. After dropping Yun Zhao off at home, Xie didn't go back himself, but instead drove back to the inner city to look up information on the researcher surnamed Qi. After leaving the contaminated area, he contacted Minister Duan. There was new progress in the Zhang Dehui case. The person who accompanied him gave a clue after several days of detention and, under interrogation, confessed to the whole story. Zhang Dehui didn't go to contaminated Area 28 on his own. He was being chased and forced into it. The people hunting him were none other than those who had accompanied him to Dawn Base for the celebrations. A conflict arose over some personal interests. The laws of the wasteland world are imperfect. Dawn Base can only manage its own small territory. It generally doesn't interfere in external affairs unless they involve its own base. Those people never imagined that Zhang Dehui would emerge alive from the contaminated zone, and even undergo a mutation within Dawn Base, triggering a series of subsequent events. Although an outsider, he disrupted the base's celebrations and disturbed its order. They must face punishment. Chapter 108. Yun Zhao slept soundly until noon. She opened her eyes, stared blankly for a moment, then slowly rolled over and reached for the communicator on the cabinet. There was an unread message on the communicator. Xie, come over for dinner tonight. It's a tradition of Team Zero to organize a dinner party every time they return. Yun Zhao didn't reply. She put down the communicator, got out of bed to wash up, and planned to go over now. When Team Zero set off on their mission, the supplies for the remaining contaminated Zone 88 hadn't been delivered yet. She needed to go to the training ground to check. Also, there was the diary Jiang Mu had mentioned, which recorded information about Guide's abilities, including an unknown ability, mental manipulation. It was said to be a method of controlling sentinels. This was a terrifying ability. If Guides could control sentinels, making them obedient to them, the entire world order could be overturned. The sentinel's immense power, if controlled by a Guide with ulterior motives, would have unimaginable consequences. But Yun Zhao didn't reject this ability. If a serious crisis were to occur in the contaminated area in the future, she wouldn't mind controlling her teammates if necessary. Yun Zhao washed up, went back to her room to change into a clean sky blue tracksuit, opened the closet, and picked out a bottle of strawberry milk and a box of strawberry sandwich cookies. Then she called for Little Bluebird to go out. Little Bluebird was playing on the small swing Zhao Yin had made for it. Hearing that they were going out, the little guy, who had been playing happily, became somewhat reluctant. Why do we have to go out again after just getting back? Yun Zhao, we need to check the supplies. Can't we go tomorrow? Yun Zhao, there might be other things to do tomorrow. Maybe we need to go to the Biological Research Institute, or to a meeting at the Operations Department. The amount of reward money for the data and specimens was unknown. It would only be available after the reinforcements registered and reported it. It might take a few days. After all, the journey was short, and Team Zero returned to base that very night. The little bluebird reluctantly hopped onto her shoulder and followed her out the door. The hallway was quiet, and the door to room 1201 next door was tightly closed. The 2 children were at school. Zhao Yan probably didn't know she was back, so she didn't come to call her for lunch. Yun Zhao took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she saw 2 boys squatting in the hallway. He Xiang and Chung Dongqing, seeing that they had finally found someone, quickly stood up and greeted her. Good morning, Sister Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao had only returned late last night. Only the sentries, who had been alerted by the noise, knew. He Xiang had originally planned to go hunting today, But upon learning of her return, everyone postponed it by a day, and the others went out to cut grass instead. The two didn't dare knock on the door and disturb her rest, so they simply waited on the path leading downstairs. A lot had happened in town recently. They needed to tell Sister Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, they waited from morning until noon. Yunxiao glanced at Hexiang. "Are you feeling better?" Hexiang, afraid she wouldn't let him out, nodded repeatedly. "I'm fine. After breaking through to be level sentinel, my physical condition is much stronger than before. My wound scabbed over in just a few days." Chung Dongqing, standing nearby, was somewhat envious. Hexiang's spiritual entity, although somewhat indescribable. Recently, when they hunted mutated animals, they had to release the sloth's spiritual entity an hour in advance, placing it behind the trap as a roadblock. Otherwise, by the time the battle was over, it hadn't even crawled out of its spiritual domain. The town search team consisted mostly of low-level sentinels. The sloth, being the only spiritual entity, was treated with great tolerance. Everyone would pet it whenever they had a spare moment. Chung Dongqing was very envious. He also wanted to break through to be level sentinel and have his own spiritual entity. "Sister Yunxiao, are you going out?" Hexiang asked tentatively. Yunxiao nodded. "Is the car here?" She didn't want to walk. Climbing mountains in this hot weather was exhausting. Today wasn't training day, and she wanted to take a break, so she asked them to drive her there. Chung Dongqing quickly replied, "Yes, not many people went out today, only one car left. By the way, those 5 buses were sold." Based on the points accumulated from buying the buses, the mayor decided to distribute the profits to each household proportionally. The three chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at the garage behind the residential area. Only one SUV was parked in the entire garage. Hexiang said, "The residents of the other buildings in the complex all work at the base. Only people from our town own cars. People living at the base might not even leave once a year. Transportation within the base is relatively convenient. There's a bus stop right below the complex. Cars require maintenance, and with fuel costs and other expenses, very few people buy cars unless they have a specific need. We were lucky. We encountered a search team from a small base. Their trips were too far, and they needed a large vehicle to carry more cargo each time. Transport vehicles are much more expensive than buses. Someone in that search team happened to know about cars, so they thought about buying a bus and modifying it themselves." Chung Dongqing, sitting in the driver's seat, thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yunxiao, if you need to frequently travel in and out of the inner city, it would be best to learn to drive. It would be much more convenient." Yunxiao paused, remembering her captain's promise to teach her to drive. However, because she had only just touched the target after 5 days of training, her progress was slow, and learning to drive hadn't been scheduled yet. "Yeah, I learned," Yunxiao replied casually, opening the car door and getting into the passenger seat. The three of them got into the car together. Chung Dongqing was in charge of driving. He started the car, assuming Yunxiao was going to the inner city, and without asking, drove the car out of the residential area through the back door. Hexiang was reporting on the events of the past few days. Everyone was overjoyed to learn about the 2 plots of land. "The town mayor said those 2 plots are yours, and you can cultivate them. We already gone to see them. The land is behind that mountain, quite far away. The Agricultural Research Institute in the inner city, their experimental fields and laboratories are all outside the base. It's very large." After crossing a mountain, surrounded by green hills, behind which stretched endless fields, terraced in layers across the hillside. From above, it resembled a giant green staircase, stretching into the distance in a staggered pattern. Each plot was planted with various grains, creating a truly spectacular scene. High walls and electric fences surrounded the area to prevent mutants and mutated animals from entering. Several high-ranking sentry teams patrolled the area daily. Hexiang said, "Fortunately, the base has vehicles that transport the planners to and from get off work. We shamelessly asked, and the base agreed to give people from the town a ride every day. There's one bus at 8 a.m. and another at 5 p.m. Latecomers are not waited for." They all knew in their hearts that the land was provided by the base, and the Agricultural Research Institute was probably only willing to give them a ride because of Sister Yunxiao. Mutants could easily sneak in from outside. Although there were electric fences along the way, walking across wouldn't be safe. These past few days everyone's been planting wheat. The seeds were bought from the Agricultural Research Institute. Everyone's very busy right now. They leave in the morning with lunch and don't come back until evening. Aunt Zhao went today too. Yunxiao listened silently. No wonder Aunt Zhao wasn't home today. Grain is distributed according to labor value. Less labor means less grain. Her family only has Aunt Zhao as a breadwinner. Ping Ping and an eat lunch at school, so Aunt Zhao doesn't need to look after the children. Perhaps she's planning to focus on planting the grain in her assigned area before winter arrives. Chung Dongqing listened to Yi Xiang's report, concentrating on driving. Just as he was about to turn left into the inner city, he heard Yun Zhao speak up, "Turn right. I'm going outside the city." Chapter 109. The townspeople didn't know much about Yun Zhao. They didn't ask, and Yun Zhao never mentioned it. She occasionally didn't go home for a few days, and everyone assumed she lived in the inner city. Hearing that she was leaving the base alone, the two boys were somewhat surprised. Yi Xiang asked, "What is Sister Yun Zhao going to do outside the city?" Yun Zhao didn't intend to keep it a secret any longer. They would find out sooner or later. "I'm going to the training ground. That's where the S-rank sentinels live. Don't worry, it's very safe." The two boys gasped. S-rank sentinel? A legendary figure, too far removed from their lives. They never expected Sister Yun Zhao to know him. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yun Zhao couldn't help but say, "You two don't even know my guide rank yet, do you?" Were they really that slow to react? As the only S-rank guide in the world, they spent every day with her without ever being surprised. Xie was also an S-rank sentinel, but he was one of only 3. Was it really worth those two making such an expression? The little bluebird didn't even bother with these two idiots. Idiots. Yi Xiang scratched his head. "We have guesses, but we're not sure." Or rather, they couldn't believe it. The first suspicion came in contaminated Zone 102. After the great bluebird appeared, they saw a phoenix engulfed in flames, extremely similar in appearance to the great bluebird, only the color was different. The second was after arriving at the base. The leaders of Dawn Base were incredibly friendly, offering them houses and land. The sentries in the town had discussed this privately, but no one dared to confirm it with Sister Yun Zhao. That's an S-rank. They couldn't believe in their wildest dreams that Green Mountain Town had produced a one-of-a-kind S-rank guide. Yun Zhao turned her head and looked out at the street. "Just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone." She didn't want to be too high-profile. "I know." Chung Dongqing drove to the security checkpoint at the base entrance. Everyone and every vehicle entering or leaving Dawn Base needs to be checked. Yun Zhao usually rode in zero-team armored vehicles, and the sentries on duty at the gate would let her through from afar. Aside from the day she arrived at Dawn Base, this was her first time going through security. The passenger window had just been opened. The little bluebird's icy blue beast eyes stared directly at the checking sentries, its head held high arrogantly, with an expression that said, "Try opening the car door." The sentries, enduring the bluebird's impatient gaze, quickly carried out the checks. The identity of the S-rank guide was not announced to the public, but many in the high-ranking sentry teams, especially those on duty outside, had already seen the bluebird. This matter was practically common knowledge among the high-ranking sentries. The little one had a volatile temper and was incredibly aggressive. Her habit of cursing at everyone she met was instantly recognizable. Soon, the vehicle passed through security. The A-level sentinels on duty only breathed a sigh of relief after she rolled up the window. An S-level guide spiritual entity, truly different. The training ground was located halfway up the mountain outside the base. Following Yun Zhao's directions, Chung Dongqing drove to the edge of the training ground within minutes. The two boys were curious but dared not venture in, afraid of disturbing the S-level sentinel. "Sister Yun Zhao, we head back now?" Chung Dongqing asked worriedly. "Do you need us to pick you up tonight?" Yun Zhao opened the car door and got out. "No need, you two go ahead and do your work." "Okay, sure." Yi Xiang and Chung Dongqing didn't linger. After watching her enter the training ground, they drove down the mountain back to base. The legendary S-rank sentinels were too far removed from their lives. They weren't in the same circle, and too much contact wouldn't do them any good. Yun Zhao circled the various training grounds, but found no one there. The dinner was scheduled for the evening. There was no training today, so everyone hadn't arrived yet. She walked to the row of bungalows, intending to sit in the training room for a while, but found the door locked. It was midday, and the sun was strong. She couldn't wait in the open training ground until evening. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, then went around to the back of the training room and headed towards the back of the mountain. Following the winding path down, nestled among the green trees, a 2-story white building stood quietly in the valley. That was Xietu's house. Yun Zhao pushed open the low stone wall surrounding the fence, walked up, and knocked on the door, intending to get the training room key from Xietu. Xietu was a very territorial person. Even his teammates wouldn't go into his house, because it would leave a scent. S-rank sentinels have incredibly sharp senses. Their noses are even more sensitive than a dog's. able to detect scents that ordinary people can't. The presence of unfamiliar scents in their homes would make them very uncomfortable. Therefore, Yun Xiao didn't intend to go in. The door opened quickly. A man dressed in casual clothes appeared in the doorway. Black pants, a white shirt, his demeanor less sharp and cold, more casual. Xia Tu didn't seem surprised that it was her outside, stepping aside. Come in. Before Yun Xiao could refuse, he had already turned and entered the house. Yun Xiao? Xia Tu entered the house, then came out again, with a pair of disposable slippers. We haven't had any guests before. These were from the warehouse last time. Yun Xiao was genuinely curious about the S-rank Sentinel's residence, so she didn't refuse and changed her shoes before entering. The little bluebird was also curious, craning her neck to look around after entering. The walls of the house were constructed with special soundproofing material, effectively blocking out all sound once the door was closed. Because the curtains were drawn, the interior was somewhat dimly lit. The living room was very large, at least 3 times the size of her own home. All the furniture, sofa, coffee table, chairs, etc., was made of solid wood, without any paint, purely natural. Yun Xiao understood at a glance. Wood is a natural material and doesn't produce any irritating odor, thus reducing discomfort for the sentinel. She didn't know much about wood and couldn't identify what kind of wood it was. It's poplar wood, with a faint grassy scent, but the aroma has dissipated over time, so you probably can't smell it anymore. Xia Tu poured her a glass of water and casually asked, "Why are you here so early?" Yun Xiao didn't want to stand there awkwardly, so she simply walked over and sat down on the wooden sofa. "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to check if the supplies had all been transported back." Xia Tu glanced at her. "A batch came back a couple of days ago, and is piled up in the training grounds warehouse, but the warehouse is full now. We might need to rent 2 large warehouses in the inner city for storage. Outsiders frequently visit the outer city, and storing such a large quantity of supplies there would practically invite crime. While the warehouses in the inner city are a bit more expensive, they are much safer." Understood. Yun Xiao was incredibly wealthy now. Not counting the rewards from this mission, she had over 60,000 yuan in her account, enough to afford the warehouse rental fees. She was about to ask about the diary when Xia Tu said, "Qi Ling's family member is a senior researcher at Hope Base. I went to great lengths last night to get his contact information, but I haven't contacted him yet." Yun Xiao was slightly taken aback. He really has family members still alive? Xia Tu hummed in agreement and sat down opposite her. It should be pretty close. That researcher Qi's great-great-great-grandmother's surname was Qi, and his great-great-grandfather took his mother's surname. His great-great-great-grandmother should be one of Qi Ling's twin sisters. Yun Xiao was a little confused. How high a generation was Qi Ling? Qi Ling was practically an ancestor. Not surprising. 200 years is a long time. Considering a generation spans 20 to 30 years, it's normal for 6 or 7 generations to pass down. Xia Tu said, "There's another matter. Dawn Base heard that you provided mental counseling for Jiangmu, and would like to trouble you to provide counseling for their S-rank sentinel, Fu Heng. S-rank sentinels' mental states are generally unstable. Excessive information overload can easily disrupt perception, and cause a disturbance in the mental realm. Currently, there is an S-rank guide capable of calming the S-rank sentinels." The Fu Heng squad had just emerged from the contaminated zone when Dawn Base received the message and immediately contacted Minister Duan. "Minister Duan wants to ask you first. If you agree, she will then notify Fu Heng to come over." Chapter 110. Yun Xiao replied without hesitation, "Okay, let her come over." Hesitating even for a second would be disrespectful to the points. "Then I tell the minister." Xia Tu knew she wouldn't refuse. He chuckled softly, seemingly lost in thought, but Jiangmu probably won't be able to sit still. The Fu Mu squad successfully eliminated a 4-star contaminated zone, emerging from it one after the 0 squad. The 4 bases information networks share data, and the monitoring data simultaneously shows the collapse of 2 4-star contaminated zones. As S-level sentinels and top combat teams from various bases, their current combat records are available. Dawn Base Xia Tu Squad, number of 4-star contaminated zones eliminated, 3. Dawn Base Fu Mu Squad, number of 4-star contaminated zones eliminated, 2. Dawn Base Jiangmu Squad, number of 4-star contaminated zones eliminated, 1. Xia Tu went to the Operations Command Center last night and logged into Minister Duan's computer to take a look. Dawn Base has registered contaminated zone 212, with a danger level of 4 stars and a mission priority of orange. Yun Xiao, that's pretty normal. S-rank sentinels have their own pride. Jiangmu may be lazy, but seeing himself far behind the other two, he's probably secretly fretting. Xie leaned back slightly against the wooden sofa, his eyelids lowered as he sent a message to Minister Duan. While he was texting, Yun Zhao finally inquired about the diary. Xie said, "I brought it over. It's in the training room. You can take it home to read tonight." Yun Zhao felt relieved. After finishing their business, the two in the living room suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The room was quiet, so quiet it seemed only their breathing could be heard. This was Yun Zhao's first time at Xie house. Normally, when someone enters another person's private space, they will discover some unknown aspects of that person. For example, traces of daily life. But the spacious living room was fully furnished, the tabletops were spotless, and there were very few personal belongings. His house layout was a little different. On the first floor, there was only the living room. There was no kitchen or dining room. Directly opposite her was a silver-white metal door, tightly closed, its purpose unknown. Yun Zhao guessed it might be a noise-canceling room. A room used to quiet down when the sentry was emotionally unstable. A wooden spiral staircase stood prominently in the center of the living room. His living quarters and other living spaces were likely located on the second floor. After surveying the living room, Yun Zhao slightly turned her head, her gaze landing on Xie. The man leaned back on the sofa, relaxed at his own home, his eyes focused intently on the communicator, his profile sharp and cold. Noticing her gaze, he looked up as if sensing something. Their eyes met. A barely perceptible awkwardness seemed to hang in the air. Xie's eyes darkened slightly. He lowered his wrist, trying to break the silence with a conversation, "Have you eaten?" After saying that, he realized he had done something stupid. Like those most mundane opening lines, utterly unoriginal yet inappropriately uttered at this moment. To his surprise, Yun Zhao replied earnestly, "No, but I drank a bottle of milk and ate some strawberry sandwich cookies." She really hadn't eaten? Xie glanced at the time, 1:30 p.m. Why did she come without eating lunch? Xie didn't ask any further questions, not wanting to overstep the boundaries of her life or interfere in her private affairs. He stood up, subtly concealing his earlier actions, and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "I make it." Yun Zhao asked curiously, "You have a kitchen?" "Yes." Xie pointed to the back, in the backyard, an open-air kitchen. This way, the cooking fumes would dissipate quickly, and wouldn't drift into the house. Yun Zhao was indeed a little hungry. She had only eaten a few strawberry sandwich cookies, leaving the rest in the car. "How about some noodles?" Xie nodded slightly. The two changed their shoes, and went out together. Presumably to ensure soundproofing, his house only had one front door. To reach the backyard, one had to go around from the front. Yun Zhao followed him to the backyard and discovered a hidden world behind it. A large, leafy tree stood in the yard, its branches layered, providing a tranquil shade. Under the tree, a round stone table was set up with 2 stone benches. In the northeast corner of the backyard, there was a simple open-air kitchen. The stove was small, with an induction cooker. The kitchen was open on all sides, with a canopy for privacy. Xie walked to a small wooden hut on one side of the eaves. He opened the door, revealing simple wooden cabinets and a refrigerator, along with some cooking utensils. A shelf nearby held some commonly used spatulas and spoons. Xie came out carrying a bag of noodles and 2 eggs. Seeing her standing still, he pointed to the stone bench under the tree, gesturing, "Sit down for a bit, I'll be done soon." Yun Zhao nodded. She wanted to help, but past experience told her that letting her into the kitchen would only make things worse. She walked to the stone bench under the tree. She had expected the open-air bench to be dirty, but upon closer inspection, she found it spotless, clearly clean after he had returned. A stream murmured through the valley, and occasionally a breeze rustled the leaves. Yun Zhao sat on a stone bench, her chin resting on her hand, watching the man busily working with a detached air. Xie's features were rather rugged, his profile appearing cold and aloof, yet he seemed perfectly at ease standing before the stove. He skillfully turned on the tap to wash the cooking utensils, filled a pot halfway with water, and placed it on the stove to boil. While the water was boiling, he turned and went into the small wooden hut, retrieved 2 large bowls, and expertly began pouring seasonings into them. Yun Zhao watched him quietly. The feeling was strange, indescribable. During training, she would occasionally chat casually with Rabbit and the others. But with Xie, conversations were almost always business-related, never touching on personal matters. Aside from missions and training, the two rarely interacted privately. This was the first time she had seen a more human side of Xie. Unlike the stern demeanor he displayed in front of his teammates, and unlike the calm and decisive person he was when carrying out missions. At this moment, he seemed to have a touch of humanity. It was an ordinary scene, yet it resembled a tranquil and beautiful painting. The little bluebird perched on her head tilted its head in confusion, unusually refraining from uttering a curse. Sietu had cooked at the training ground before, but the little bluebird hadn't seen it. Each time the main body went over, the food was already on the table. In the little creature's mind, the main body couldn't cook. Someone who could cook was someone who fed the main body. For example, the little bluebird never cursed Zhao Yin. Because Zhao Yin could cook, and the main body needed Zhao Yin's care, otherwise it would go hungry. He can cook. The little bluebird was amazed. Yun Zhao nodded silently. Sietu lived alone. It seemed quite normal for him to know how to cook. The noodles were already in the pot. Sietu picked 2 scallions from the yard, washed and chopped them, fried an egg in a frying pan, then scooped out the noodles and placed the egg on top. From the moment Yun Zhao's gaze fell on him, he had sensed something. She didn't reveal a word of it. The aroma of noodles gradually filled the air. Sietu carried 2 bowls of noodles to the stone table, sat down opposite her, and placed the bowls in front of her. Eat. Yun Zhao was always slow to warm up and reserved, not good at expressing her feelings. Pointing to his bowl of noodles, she asked, "Didn't you have lunch either?" "I did." Sietu handed her chopsticks, saying directly, "I was afraid you feel awkward eating alone, so I'm having some with you." Chapter 111. Yun Zhao paused slightly, then thanked him softly. He had specially cooked noodles for her, and was even going to eat with her. This was beyond the duties of a team leader. After that, no one spoke, and the two focused on eating their noodles. Although Sietu had deliberately slowed his eating pace, by the time he finished, the person opposite him still had more than half a bowl left. She ate very slowly, her head slightly lowered, a few strands of hair falling beside her cheek. Sietu's eyes darkened slightly, and he felt an impulse to gently tuck those strands of hair behind her ear. Such a thought was too abrupt. He vaguely sensed something was spiraling out of control, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Sietu suppressed his thoughts, stood up, picked up his empty bowl, and said to her, "I go clean the kitchen." The little bluebird's attitude was quite friendly at this moment. Like a supervisor, it flew over and watched him wash the pots and clean the stove. The fire phoenix rolled around in the spiritual realm. It wanted to come out and play with the blue Luan. "Let her stay here, so I can see Qingwan anytime." Sietu froze. "Shut up. I don't care. I want to be with Qingwan." Yun Zhao felt a slight itch on her cheek and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Sietu was a good cook. A simple bowl of noodles was a feast for the eyes and the palate, the fried egg golden brown on both sides, cooked to perfection. People in town only cared about cooking the ingredients thoroughly, rarely using seasonings. With scarce resources, everyone had to live frugally. Aunt Zhao, used to being thrifty, remained the same after moving to the base. She wouldn't even use much oil when stir-frying vegetables, just enough to fill her stomach, not caring about the taste. Yun Zhao glanced towards the kitchen. Noticing her gaze, Sietu, as always, remained expressionless. He shook the water off his hands, and put the clean pots and pans into the small wooden hut. When she finally put down her chopsticks, the kitchen was spotless. Yun Zhao picked up her bowl and got up. There was only one bowl left. She could wash it herself. Little Bluebird, however, seemed unsatisfied. She told him to wash it. The annoying sentry doing housework looked surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Sietu knew she wasn't very good with her hands. Seeing her approach, he took the bowl from her and quickly rinsed it clean. Little Bluebird was satisfied. After finishing their meal, the two didn't return to the house. Sietu grabbed the keys. "Let's go check on the supplies." He had returned to base late last night, and only came back to rest this morning, without even opening the warehouse. Yun Zhao nodded, and together they followed the path to the training ground. The warehouse was next to training ground number 2, originally a large storage room for Zero Team supplies. Sietu opened the door, reached out, and pressed a switch on the wall. Several incandescent lights instantly illuminated the entire warehouse. The place was a mess, with supplies piled haphazardly on the floor, forming small mountains. Various items were scattered about randomly. Colorful packaging bags stood out conspicuously under the lights. The supplies had just been delivered when Team Zero was out on a mission. "We administered Yuan sign for the goods, but we haven't had time to check them carefully yet," Sietu said as he entered the warehouse. He found there was barely room to step inside. He bent down and rummaged through the items. "We clean it up together tonight when everyone's here." Yun Zhao stood at the warehouse door, looking around. Various items were scattered everywhere. There was not only food, but also many daily necessities, toilet paper, toiletries, towels, etc. She also saw a lot of cooking oil and cases of red wine and beverages piled together. There was just too much stuff. It would probably take more than one night to process it all. Yun Xiao said, "Since we have nothing to do this afternoon, let's pack some up first." Xie Tu was mainly worried about her getting tired, and since she suggested it, he naturally had no objection. The two started working. They categorized the supplies they had brought back: snacks, condiments and canned goods, daily necessities, dried food, beverages, and so on. Xie Tu was in charge of moving the larger items, first moving all the beverages to a corner and piling them against the wall. Yun Xiao was sorting through the dried food. She noticed a lot of loose rice and grains. Xie Tu noticed this out of the corner of his eye and said, "This loose rice can't be kept for long, it get infested with bugs. Take it back and distribute it to the people in your town." There were far too many supplies for Team Zero to consume. Qishan town was very weak. When they arrived at the Dawn base, there were only 5 buses, so it was obvious they didn't have many supplies on them. The food probably wouldn't last until winter. Rather than let it rot here, it was better to let her take it back. Yun Xiao paused in her cleaning. "Can't we sell them?" The supplies were all retrieved from the contaminated zone by everyone together. She already been given all the snacks. She couldn't possibly take everything back. Xie Tu, knowing she wasn't familiar with the base's regulations, explained, "Food is sold at a fixed price by the base. To avoid disrupting order, private buying and selling is not allowed. Land and resources are limited. Food is the foundation of the people's livelihood, and the base must guarantee basic necessities and won't allow anyone to interfere. As the leading combat unit, Zero Team can't set a bad example. Otherwise, future sentries leaving the contaminated zone might follow suit, choosing not to hand over supplies, and instead selling them at low prices within the base. Once a social atmosphere is corrupted, it's hard to correct. So they could only eat this rice themselves or give it away. Don't feel bad about it," Xie Tu said, his back to her, as he moved 2 cases of drinks to a corner. His voice came again, "Liquor is a good thing, more valuable than rice." Yun Xiao knew he was saying this on purpose. She didn't know what to say, so she simply thanked him softly. The rice was crystal clear, with plump grains, clearly all refined rice. It couldn't compare to the fine, yellowish-brown rice grown in their small town. Most families in the town had no savings. The grain they brought from town wouldn't last long. And the 2 plots of land the base had given them had only just been planted. The first harvest wouldn't be until winter. With this batch of loose rice, if they ate it sparingly, every household in the town could probably survive until winter. It was kind of him to consider all this. The two didn't speak again after that, focusing on their work. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of car horns came from outside. The warehouse door was open, and Tao Haohao's loud voice could be heard from a distance. "Captain, the meat and vegetables are back. Let's have stir-fry tonight." Duan Chi quickly spotted the person at the warehouse. He ran over and saw the guy busy among the supplies. "Ah? Yun Xiao's here too. You came so early?" Rabbit poked her head in. "Sister Yun Xiao, we were saying we'd pick you up. I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply?" Yun Xiao glanced down. Sure enough, there was an unread message on her communicator. "I didn't see it." She had been working all afternoon and hadn't noticed the message. Xie Tu straightened up and glanced at the people outside. "Song Liang, go cook. Everyone else come help. Quickly get the warehouse ready." Duan Chi patted Song Liang on the shoulder. "The captain knows we're not good cooks, so dinner is yours." Of the group, Duan Chi came from the best-off family. Duan Chi had been raised by his aunt since childhood. But Minister Duan was very busy, sometimes not returning home for days at a time. At that time, Duan Chi was too young and needed constant care, so Minister Duan hired a nanny to look after him. The nanny was terrified of losing her job. She treated Duan Chi with extreme care, practically feeding him water. Before joining Team Zero, he had never even stepped into a kitchen. His cooking skills were absolutely atrocious. Song Liang didn't care, he had to work anyway, whether in the kitchen or the warehouse, it didn't matter. He left with the groceries he had bought. Xie Tu glanced at the time and specifically told Yun Xiao, "Researcher Qi has already left work." I call him and talk about Qi Ling. Yun Xiao didn't understand his actions, but nodded instinctively. Go ahead. Chapter 112. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, glanced at the 3 people at the door, and went out of the warehouse to make a phone call. The 3, receiving a signal from their captain, dared not slack off and quickly went into the warehouse to work. Everyone worked very efficiently. Tao Hao easily lifted the entire shelf and arranged it according to Yun Zhao's directions. Rabbit helped organize the supplies area. Duanqi searched through the pile of supplies for the condiment cans, gathering them in one area. With more people, the atmosphere became lively. Everyone chatted while working. Rabbit saw a pile of baby formula and diapers and suddenly remembered something. Have you heard? Old Song's sister is pregnant. Yes, I know. I went home with Old Song this morning and heard it from his parents, Duanqi said. High-ranking sentinels, due to their heightened senses, cannot live with their families. Most of them live alone in soundproof houses provided by the base. But they don't live far from home, and when they're not on missions, they often go back to visit their families and have meals together. A small number of sentinels live with their partners after finding one. If their partner is a guide, that's even better. The bond between a sentinel and a guide is lifelong. After a deep connection, their mental frequencies gradually align, establishing a profound spiritual connection that is only severed by death. And their offspring have a 90% chance of inheriting the abilities of one parent. Song Liang's sister is a B-rank guide, and her husband is an A-rank sentinel. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their child will also become a guide or a sentinel. Duanqi pushed a shelf to the corner, arranged bottles and jars of spices on it, and gossiped with Rabbit. Brother-in-law Song is still out on a mission. This morning, Song Liang and I went over, and Uncle and Aunt were talking about it, wanting to bring his sister home to take care of her. Rabbit asked, is his brother-in-law at Outpost 36? Yeah. Duanqi shrugged. He just rotated out at the beginning of this month, and won't be back for 2 months. Then go home and live there. Rabbit was a little envious. Guides aren't bothered by information, they can live wherever they want. Tao Hao dusted off his hands, and said casually, have Lao Song take some formula and diapers back tonight. Yun Zhao rarely chimed in, I heard pregnant women get hungry easily at night, so we can take some milk and snacks. Okay. Everyone agreed. Rabbit specifically dug out several large bags, and filled them with formula and diapers. Except for snacks, the other supplies were to be divided between the two bases. The amount of formula wasn't too much. For the other unused supplies, they had to ask the captain what to do with them. Yun Zhao spent a long time choosing from the snack area, then took more than a dozen bottles of side dishes, stuffing them all into bags, which Song Liang would take back that night. Rabbit and the others also chose some snacks and instant food, planning to take them home to eat. Xia Tu hadn't returned. Even after Song Liang came to call for dinner, he still hadn't come. Is the captain deliberately slacking off? Duanqi whispered to them. Yun Zhao said quietly, you could say that to his face. Duanqi retorted, I wouldn't dare, would you? Tao Hao shook his head violently. The captain held grudges. He didn't want to be caught doing something wrong and spend a whole day shooting at targets in the training field. Qi Ling's situation is complicated. It probably can't be explained over the phone in a short time, Rabbit suggested. Why don't we go find him? Just then, Xia Tu slowly walked out from training field number 5 on the side. Captain, how's Qi Ling's situation? Tao Hao asked in his booming voice. Xia Tu nodded slightly. We only talked briefly. Researcher Qi plans to come over in person to do a paternity test. However, the tone on the phone was subtle. After learning about Qi Ling's situation, Researcher Qi showed no sign of kinship. His tone was more like that of someone looking at a highly valuable mutant. It was the fervor of a scientist researching contaminated areas for rare experimental subjects, and the desire to explore unknown phenomena. But until the person arrives, no conclusion can be drawn. Xia Tu didn't intend to voice his feelings. He called to his teammates, let's eat first. The group was unaware of his thoughts. Upon hearing that dinner was served, Tao Hao rushed back to the warehouse and brought out 2 large bottles of orange juice. We drink this tonight. While Team Zero was eating, the bus from the planting area returned to the inner city. Zhao Yan and the other townspeople got off the bus, thanked the driver repeatedly, and then walked together back to their homes in the outer city. To save on points, they didn't choose to take the bus, but walked home instead. The people of Qishan town chatted as they walked. The bus departure time seems to be a bit late lately. Today it didn't leave until 7 o'clock. The townspeople didn't dare to urge them, so they had someone stand guard at the boarding point while the others continued working in the fields. I overheard people talking on the bus. It seems like the sentries from the operations department brought back a lot of seeds from the contaminated area, and Auntie said. Those experts are conducting cultivation experiments on the seeds, so they get off work later than usual, and the driver has to wait for them. That's a good thing. The more seeds we can plant, the easier our lives will be in the future. Having been at the base for so many days, the townspeople had learned that private trading of grain was prohibited. But fruits and vegetables were allowed. How about we ask around another day if they sell any fruit trees? We can collect some points, buy some, and plant them along the edge of our fields, Yao Qian suddenly suggested. Fruit at the base was a luxury item, selling for very high prices. It could be a considerable source of income in the future. I agree. Me too. Everyone thought it was a good idea. They were the only people in their town with land at the base, and the planting area on the back hill was guarded by sentries, so they weren't worried about their crops being stolen. But won't the fruit trees be very expensive? Sister-in-law, he nudged Zhao Yin, hesitatingly saying, Aunt Zhao, how about we ask Yin Zhao? Yao Qian, without waiting for Zhao Yan's reply, interjected, no need, Zhao Zhao is quite busy. Why bother her with buying fruit trees? Yes, let's have Lao Lu ask tomorrow. He's bold, he dares to talk to those experts from the research institute. An Wu turned her head. Lao Lu, don't you think so? The man called Lao Lu was in his 40s, short, thin, and dark-skinned. Lao Lu was bold. Having been at the base for less than 2 days, he dared to wander around, actively approaching and chatting with people. Later, after acquiring the land, they went to work on the back hill. When Lao Lu met the planters, he would greet them as if nothing was wrong, initiating a few words of conversation. Unlike the other people in town. Seeing the planters, they were all restrained, only focused on their work, not daring to speak to anyone. Tomorrow, I ask when I go there tomorrow, old Lu said vaguely. He knew perfectly well what was going on. The reason they were willing to talk to him was because there was no precedent for the base's planting land being given away to private individuals. The people of Qishan town were considered special by these public officials at the base. Everyone assumed they had powerful backers. Old Lu wanted to get close to the planters and build a good relationship. Little did he know, they thought the same thing. Chapter 113. The townspeople walked home, and by the time they reached East 3rd Street, it was already dark. A group of people entered the residential complex and encountered He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing on the first floor. Eager to get home and cook, they greeted each other and entered the elevator. He Xiang called out to Aunt Zhao. Auntie, Sister Yun Zhao came back late last night. Zhao Yin was stunned. Where did Zhao Zhao eat today? Zhao Yin had been working in the fields these past few days, leaving early and returning late every day. She hadn't checked on Zhao Zhao this morning and had no idea she was back. Without her, and Zhao Zhao unable to cook, even if she ate instant noodles, she still need to boil water. Snacks couldn't replace meals. Thinking of this, Zhao Yin hurriedly said, then we can't chat anymore. I have to go home and get her something to eat. Auntie, don't worry, Sister Yun Zhao isn't home. She went out as soon as she woke up. Cheng Dongqing thought for a moment and guessed she should be back after dinner. On his way back, he remembered something. The last time Sister Yun Zhao came back, he seemed to have seen that S-rank sentinel. It turned out that Sister Yun Zhao had brought someone home before. This time, after she woke up, she immediately went to find that sentinel, which showed that their relationship was unusual. Cheng Dongqing thought of their spiritual entities. The spiritual entity of an S-rank sentinel was no secret. The little bluebird was clearly also a phoenix. Same species. Sister Yun Zhao, could she be in love? By the way, Auntie! He Xiang, unaware of Cheng Dongqing's thoughts, took out a box of open strawberry sandwich cookies and handed it to Zhao Yin. Sister Yun Zhao left it in the car today. Could you take it back for her? Zhao Yin didn't take it, stubbornly saying, You guys eat it. I have to go back and cook. Who knows if it was a snack Zhao Zhao gave to He Xiang? She didn't want to take it back. The children had already come home from school. Sometimes Zhao Yin came home late, and Ping Ping and Anin would go to the mayor's house on the 5th floor to do their homework. The two children hadn't eaten dinner yet, and what if Zhao Zhao hadn't eaten either? Saying this, Zhao Yin hurried towards the elevator. The elevator doors closed, leaving only the two of them in the hallway. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing looked at each other, then simply shared half a box of sandwich cookies, and continued to wait on the first floor for the search team that had gone out that day to return. These cookies are really delicious. Cheng Dongqing stared at the packaging, still savoring the taste. He Xiang nodded vigorously. Sister Yun Zhao had given his family a lot, but He Xiang couldn't bear to eat them all, and save them for his sister and mother. He had never eaten anything so delicious before. Where did Sister Yun Zhao get them? Did she buy them with points? Cheng Dongqing only recognized a few words, and couldn't read what was written on the packaging. He was about to ask He Seong a question when he heard a car horn coming from the parking lot behind them. Thinking it was the search team returning, the two men, forgetting their conversation, hurried over to collect the supplies. Today, the search team had only sent a small number of people out, responsible for cutting grass and carrying back some household coal. To save on fuel costs, they only took one vehicle out. The coal they brought back had to be transported to a specialized processing facility in the outer city to be processed into honeycomb briquettes and dried before use. The two men had to go and help move the coal. He Seong and Chung Dongqing followed the sound to the parking lot, only to find it wasn't their car. It was an unfamiliar heavy armored off-road vehicle. Inside were Yun Zhao and Xie Tu, of course. After the meal, everyone went home to rest. Yun Zhao received the metal box containing her diary. She was to transport a large quantity of bulk rice, and Xie Tu, as always, was responsible for driving her. She rolled down the window and waved to the two men, perfect timing. Come help unload. They hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, okay. When Chung Dongqing ran over, he curiously glanced at the driver's seat. The man sitting inside had a cold expression, his sharply defined face hidden in shadow. Feeling his gaze, a pair of deep eyes looked over, as if looking through a thin layer of frost. Chung Dongqing quickly lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened. This must be Xie Tu, the S-rank sentinel, right? Such a strong aura. Should I say hello? What should I call him? Brother-in-law. Yun Zhao, oblivious, had already gotten out of the car and gestured for Xie Tu to open the back door. The bulk rice they brought back weighed several hundred kilograms. She also took some side dishes and canned goods, as well as an electronic scale, and 7 or 8 rice cookers and electric kettles. The little bluebird didn't like the appliances brought from the contaminated area, but these were all brand new, unopened small appliances. After much persuasion from Yun Zhao, the little one reluctantly agreed to let her take an electric kettle to boil water. As for the rice cookers, she could give them to Zhao Yin if she didn't need them. When Zhao Yin wasn't home, the two children needed to heat their own meals. With rice cookers, they wouldn't have to bother burning honeycomb briquettes. Open flames were too dangerous, and could easily cause a fire. Xie Tu followed Yun Zhao out of the car, and helped open the back door. The two clueless young men stood to one side, and their first sight wasn't of rice, but rather of the weapon racks on both sides of the armored vehicle, filled with all sorts of new equipment, many of which they had never even seen before. No sentry dislikes a gun. The search team is currently using old rifles left behind by the previous batch of sentries, 7 or 8 years ago. He Seong's gun was corroded by the mutant slime and contaminated Zone 102. He doesn't have enough points to buy a new one, so he's been borrowing the mayor's. Upon seeing these new weapons, he could barely take his eyes off them. You like them? Xie Tu, seeing them staring intently at the weapons, said calmly, if you like them, each of you pick one. Team 0 already has their own preferred weapons. These are just for emergencies. These are free items provided by the base. The two boys instinctively looked at Yun Zhao. She didn't speak, and the two boys hesitated to accept them. Yun Zhao didn't object. Having good weapons increases the chances of success when hunting mutant animals. She nodded to the two boys. Chung Dongqing was overjoyed. Thank you, sister. Before he could finish the word husband, he realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. Thank you, big brother. Xie Tu's brow twitched. Big brother? This was the first time someone had addressed him like that. He Seong quickly added, thank you, big brother. Yun Zhao didn't see anything wrong with it. Chung Dongqing and He Seong were the same age, only 17 this year. What else should they call him but brother? Uncle? After receiving permission, the two went forward and chose 2 high-powered rifles. They originally wanted shotguns. However, ammunition was a problem. Shotguns were too expensive for them. Having chosen their weapons, the two teenagers were extremely excited about their new weapons. They worked with great enthusiasm, quickly unloading all the supplies from the truck and carrying them into the apartment building, trip after trip. After Xie Tu finished moving everything, he told Yun Zhao before driving away in the armored vehicle. He needed to go to the Biological Research Institute to check on Qi Ling's condition. It was already night, and the lights in the base were sparse, like dim stars dotting the darkness. Yun Zhao watched the armored vehicle drive away, then stepped into the apartment building. She was carrying a small metal box, locked. It was an electronic lock. Xie Tu had already sent the password to her communicator. The corridor was piled with supplies. Chung Dongqing was guarding downstairs, so He Seong helped her carry the things she wanted to take home into the elevator and escorted her upstairs. When the elevator reached the 12th floor, Yun Zhao instructed He Seong, Go and inform Grandpa Mayor to quickly distribute the rice. She left the distribution to the mayor. She wouldn't be guarding it anymore. After his initial excitement subsided, Hee-seong calmed down and hesitantly asked, "Was that rice bought with points?" "Several £100, all high-quality rice. How much must that have cost? Even if Sister Yun Zhao is wealthy, she couldn't afford to spend like that." Actually, the people in town are living quite well now. Everyone is gradually getting used to life in the large base. We can earn points ourselves, and the aunties have skills too. They weave straw sandals and hats to sell, and they even have land. You don't need to worry about us. Hee-seong's mood became somewhat off, and he said in a low voice, "Grandpa Mayor is right, we only hold you back." That S-rank sentinel just now, just standing there, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure and awe. It was a level they could never reach in their entire lives. It didn't cost any money. Yun Zhao opened the door, went inside to change her shoes, and didn't even turn her head. "We brought back too much rice. These loose grains will spoil if we don't eat them, so don't feel guilty." The vacuum-packed rice hadn't been touched. What was brought back was just loose rice sold by weight at the supermarket. She relayed Xie-tu's words to Hee-seong. It turned out that accepting others' kindness could sometimes be a burden. Yun Zhao comforted him. "Don't think about such nonsense all the time. I have things to do. Go and inform Grandpa Mayor." Hee-seong didn't dare ask any more questions, and had to go find the mayor. "Okay, then, Sister Yun Zhao, I go now." Yun Zhao nodded and closed the door. She carried the iron box into the room. Yun Zhao went to the desk and entered the password. The box opened, revealing a yellow diary lying quietly at the bottom. She paused, reached for the desk lamp, and opened the diary containing entries about spiritual guidance. Chapter 114. This diary must be quite old. The binding has long since lost its sturdiness, becoming very fragile. It needs to be unfolded with extreme care to avoid damage. Yun Zhao sat down at the desk, gently opening the book. The pages were yellowed, the edges worn and slightly rough, curled up a little, and speckled with brown. The handwriting was very blurry, some parts completely illegible. By a combination of guesswork and deduction, he could barely make out the contents. March 9th. I overslept today and missed lunch. Luckily, Lao Bai hid 2 compressed biscuits. Lao Bai is a good friend, he really knows how to hide biscuits. April 15th. Lao Bai is starting to awaken his abilities. This is really something. He actually said he wanted to be a sentinel, and I teased him about it for ages. May 2nd. Today was an absolutely fantastic day. Dao and the others came back safely from their stroll outside. Lao Bai has differentiated into a guide. Hey, he's not happy about it, complaining that the guide is too weak. May 5th. People from above came and took Old White away. He needs to receive professional training before he can go out and deal with the strange contaminated areas. I'm really sad to see Old White leave, but there's nothing I can do. He has to go save the world. As my childhood friends, they all become successful, leaving me alone wandering around in this corner. May 6th. Today was another boring day. Lots of mutants came outside, Big Knife, and the others left again, and my childhood friends have all awakened their abilities. As for me, I'm still that ordinary little rookie. The beginning of this diary is just a record of everyday trivialities. It's written very hastily. The person who wrote this diary must live in some kind of shelter. She or he had a group of friends he known since childhood. All of his friends had awakened their abilities, but she hadn't. The diary didn't have a year. Based on the fact that Lao Bai was a guide and needed to deal with the contaminated zone, it was likely in the middle of the Dark Ages. Initially, guides appeared 10 years later than sentinels. However, in the later stages of the Dark Ages, as the number of sentinels increased, the ratio of sentinels to guides became severely unbalanced. Guiding the sentinels' mental states gradually became the guide's primary and only task. Yun Zhao continued reading, but large sections were blurry and illegible, so she had to skip them. Date unknown. Dao was seriously injured and probably needed amputation. His 2 younger brothers cried so hard my ears hurt, so I chased them away. Good news. Dao saved his leg. Lao Bai and Dao lied to their superiors to protect me. I forgot what happened, and Dao and the others didn't want to say, but I knew I seemed to have lost control. It's strange, can guides also lose control? February 9th. I'm terrified. I can completely control a sentinel. But Old White and the others don't have this ability. Only I. I control Big Knife and the others, making them completely lose consciousness and become robots that obey my commands. Just like the gatekeeper controlled those mutants. I think I might be a monster, Or maybe I become the gatekeeper sooner or later. February 19th. Old White killed someone. Despite being a complete weakling, he actually managed to kill that sentinel. Big Knife told me not to be afraid, that they didn't mind being controlled by me, and even joked that I might be a savior. That powerful and dangerous ability to touch the sentinel's soul might be the savior's cheat code. My companions all chose to believe me. I think they're right. A savior, after all, is always a little different. I come to terms with it. Mental traction is at least a means of self-protection, as long as I don't misuse my abilities. The diary's owner described in detail the process and feelings of controlling the sentinels, consistent with Jiang Mu's account in Contaminated Zone 88. Yuan Zhao was engrossed in reading and continued flipping through the pages, only to find several more pages missing. The last few pages were corroded by a drop of black slime, leaving a large hole. Apart from a couple of words at the edge, nothing was legible. The abrupt ending was truly unpleasant. The content wasn't very coherent, mostly describing daily life with her companions, with some sections too illegible for her to decipher. But from it, she could glean. The diary's owner later awakened to become a guide, possessing a unique ability. Mental traction. He or she had a group of wonderful companions. They trusted and supported each other, choosing to keep their secrets hidden from posterity. Yuan Zhao picked up her communicator and sent a message to Xie Tu, asking for Jiang Mu's contact information. She wanted to know where Jiang Mu had found the diary. The diary mentioned Old Bai, a guide with no combat abilities, yet he was able to kill a sentinel. If mental guidance existed in the mid-dark ages, does that mean the guides were very powerful back then? The message had barely been sent when Xie Tu quickly replied, Jiang Mu just entered Contaminated Zone 212. Yuan Zhao, I forgot. Xie Tu, still awake? Yuan Zhao paused for a moment when she saw the message, only then noticing that the time on her communicator was already midnight. She was so engrossed in reading it that she hadn't paid any attention to the time. Yuan Zhao stood up to get her pajamas, replying briefly, getting ready for bed. What about you? Xie Tu, just got home. Yuan Zhao went into the bathroom and took the communicator down. Placing it on the sink, she replied one last time, good night. It was late at night outside, quiet and still. The night was deep, the stars hidden. The night sky appeared exceptionally deep. Xie Tu walked along the mountain path into his yard, the blue light from the communicator reflecting off his face. He saw the message, his eyes flickering, good night. There was no reply. Xie Tu stepped into his house, the slightly heavy door closing slowly behind him, shutting out the natural white noise of the valley. The house was pitch black. The house was as quiet and deserted as ever, yet something different seemed to have entered it. A faint, snow-like scent, like the subtle freshness of the air after a snowfall, lingered almost imperceptibly in every corner. After establishing a mental barrier, his senses had become severely diminished. Logically, he shouldn't be experiencing this. Xie Tu deliberately tried not to think about it. He didn't turn on the lights, and went straight upstairs to the second floor. It was no different from downstairs, empty, deserted, except for the lack of that tranquil atmosphere. Xie Tu took a shower in the bathroom, and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. Since becoming an S-rank sentinel, he had been constantly forced to endure the surrounding noise, and the corrosive effects of dark matter. The base, and indeed all of humanity, placed extremely high hopes on S-rank sentinels. They hoped they could eliminate more contaminated areas and end this cannibalistic world. S-rank sentinels stand at the pinnacle of power, the hope of all humanity. The strong cannot show pain. Bearing the weight of hope, they lead countless teams into eerie, contaminated zones. At night, they can only silently lock themselves in noise reduction chambers, relying on willpower to control their turbulent mental domains. But since meeting her, everything seems to have changed. She brought long-lost tranquility. Like now, he can lie quietly in bed. The Fire Phoenix is no longer enraged and manic, leisurely playing alone in his mental domain. Let's sleep. It's rare to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 115. The next day, Yuan Zhao slept in again. Her princess bed was so comfortable that getting up was a real struggle. Perhaps because the previous two missions had been rather rushed, Minister Duan and the model team leader wanted everyone to rest this time, and she hadn't received any news about meetings or training until today. Yuan Zhao wasn't happy. The delay was only 2 or 3 days. Probably tomorrow or the day after, she would have to start climbing the mountain to the training ground every day again. She hated climbing mountains. Perhaps she could talk to the team leader about finding a different way to train her physical strength. Thinking this, Yuan Zhao slowly got out of bed, and slowly made her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. In the living room, the supplies brought back yesterday were neatly piled in the corner. And Zhao had come by before leaving this morning. Breakfast was on the table. Several steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, with a small dish of pickled vegetables and a boiled egg, but unfortunately, they were all cold. Yuan Zhao finished washing up and remembered the rice cooker and electric hot pot she had brought back, deciding to try heating up some food herself. The little bluebird, playing on its perch, was very dissatisfied. You said you only needed to boil water. Yuan Zhao opened the packaging and picked up the instruction manual to study it, but I'm hungry now. The little bluebird raised its neck. Let's eat at the training ground. Clearly, Xiatu's ability to cook had left a deep impression on the little guy. Yuan Zhao, I can't drive, and I don't want to climb mountains. The search team needed to go out to search for supplies and earn points to support her family. She couldn't have someone drive her there every day. The little bluebird had no choice. It compromised again. It would never admit that its true form was lazy and useless. Before Yuan Zhao had even finished studying the instruction manual, there was a knock at the door. She got up and went to open the door, finding it was the town mayor. The old mayor, wearing an old indigo blue cloth shirt and leaning on his cane, stood at the door, not coming in, but waving to her. Zhao Yin is working in the fields, and won't be back for lunch. Come to my house for lunch. Zhao Yin had specifically told the mayor before leaving that morning. Zhao Zhao was home, and no one would cook for her at noon. The old mayor readily agreed. Last night, every household received a lot of rice. At his age, he had never seen such good rice. Zhao Zhao had brought back so much in one go. He wondered where she got it. He Xiong said he hadn't spent any money, but the old mayor didn't believe him at all. Some families in town had run out of food a few days ago, but the rice from the base wasn't expensive, 5 points per pound. Everyone had just received their dividends from selling the bus, so they weren't starving. The old mayor wanted to tell her, keep the money for yourselves, they're able-bodied and won't starve. The old man glanced at the untouched breakfast on the living room table. He glared at Yuan Zhao before continuing, you already given them 2 plots of land. This morning, they were discussing buying some fruit trees to plant. In a couple of years, when the fruit ripens, no one will have to worry. You shouldn't concern yourself with them anymore. The fruit from the base is expensive. The varieties are limited. There are only a few types of fruit available so far, all sold individually, and only in the inner city. Even if ordinary people are willing to spend points to buy one to try, the fruit is scarce, limited in quantity and purchase, and by the time it's the turn of people from the outer city, it's already sold out. After discussion, the town unanimously decided to plant orange trees. Old Lu said that while chatting with people, he learned that the Agricultural Research Institute had orange saplings. The growers said that orange trees are easy to care for, have a high survival rate in winter, and the fruit keeps well after ripening. Even if they aren't sold within half a month, they won't spoil. Selling each orange for 5 points is a huge sum. Yuan Zhao's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Those orange saplings seemed to be the ones she brought back from polluted Zone 88. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Seeing her silence, the old mayor didn't bother to continue and turned towards the elevator. Zhao Yin spoils you too much. Even if you need to rest, you have to get up and eat breakfast. Next time, eat before you sleep. Okay. Yuan Zhao waved to the little bluebird, picked up the half-disassembled rice cooker, and followed the old mayor out. Just as she reached the door, she thought for a moment, then went back inside to take the untouched breakfast to the mayor's house to heat it up. It was already early October, and the temperature was still unbearably hot. Breakfast would definitely spoil if left out for a day. Even though she was super rich, she couldn't waste food. Before leaving, she casually stuffed a few more bottles of side dishes into her bag. Shiitake mushroom and beef, spicy mixed vegetables, wild mushroom sauce. They definitely taste good with vegetables or noodles. The old town mayor, standing in the elevator, saw her coming out with bags and bags of things and glared at her. Yuan Zhao quickly said, I didn't buy them, they really weren't free. She brought back over 100 rice cookers, even if Team Zero didn't wash them. Throwing one away a day would take months. The old town mayor didn't believe her, but he really couldn't do anything about it. Those 300 points from last time. Before the old town mayor could finish speaking, Yuan Zhao held up her communicator to him, showing him her balance. I have over 60,000 in my account now. This didn't include the points reward from the contaminated zone on the 28th. The old town mayor. The old man stared at the astronomical number, speechless for a long time. Finally, he let out a sigh. She had only been at the base a short time, yet she had already earned so many points. Zhao Zhao's guide level was too high, Being too conspicuous might not be a good thing. Being too dazzling often attracts more trouble. The world is tough. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. After all, she was a child he had watched grow up, and the old mayor began to worry about her future. Yuan Zhao comforted him. Grandpa Mayor, don't worry about me. Look how well I'm doing now. She was indeed afraid of trouble. The contaminated zone was indeed very dangerous. But fortune favors the bold. Without entering the contaminated zone, where would she get so many points? With meat and eggs to eat and milk to drink every day, the old mayor couldn't do anything about it and led her into his house. Yuan Zhao had lunch at the mayor's house and then returned home to continue lounging around. The bed was comfortable, and the sofa was comfortable too. Yuan Zhao lay sprawled on the sofa, flipping through the diary repeatedly. If guides possessed this ability 100 years ago, there shouldn't have been only one. Wasn't she a perfect example? Could there be other guides outside who possess psychic traction? It's just that this ability is too overpowered, capable of turning sentinels into puppets, into tools in the guide's hands. Guides, always perceived as weak, possess the ability to control the world's strongest forces. If this gets out, it will undoubtedly cause a huge uproar in the entire sentinel and guide community. Sentinels might no longer dare to trust guides, and guides would live in endless suspicion and fear. It's like a double-edged sword, capable of both protection and destruction. Guides will definitely choose to conceal their abilities to avoid becoming a target. Like that old white, he killed a sentinel. Yuan Zhao guessed that the sentinel must have discovered psychic traction, and to protect his friend, old white chose to kill him to silence him. And like her. At the time, everyone, including Xia Tu and Jiang Mu, believed that Zhou Tianqi and his Black Panther spirit had naturally re-established their connection after the collapse of the contaminated zone and the death of the gatekeeper. They were unaware that she had used mental traction. Yuan Zhao couldn't possibly reveal this, and put herself in the spotlight. It would be best to wait for Jiang Mu to come out, find out the source of the diary, locate the shelter where the diary's owner was, or confirm the year. The diary was borrowed from Jiang Mu, and would have to be returned sooner or later. Since Yuan Zhao had nothing else to do, she simply took out her notebook and pen, and copied down the contents to study later. She had only copied 2 pages when her communicator vibrated. Xia Tu, I'm downstairs in your apartment complex. Let's go to the evacuation room together. Chapter 116. The guidance room? Yuan Zhao had been at the Dawn base for quite some time, and since the first day, she had wanted to visit the guidance room, but she hadn't been able to until now. Okay, I'll be right down. Yuan Zhao took the notes she had just copied back to her room, tidied herself up, and went downstairs. She took the elevator to the first floor, opened the tightly closed unit door, and immediately saw Xia Tu standing outside. The man stood tall and straight as a pine tree, quietly by the door. His features were cold and aloof, with sharp lips. Just standing there, he exuded a strong sense of pressure. The hallway on the first floor was quiet, and there was no one outside the complex. Everyone was out working during the day, so he didn't attract much attention. Xia Tu picked her up, glanced at her, and asked, "Have you eaten?" Yuan Zhao silently replied, "I ate at the mayor's house today." So he thought she hadn't eaten lunch today because she hadn't eaten yesterday? Let's go then, the car is parked at the bus stop. Xia Tu was relieved. Yuan Zhao turned and closed the apartment door, asking, "Why did you suddenly decide to go to the counseling room?" The base's counseling room was useless to him. Since she joined Team Zero, not only Xia Tu, but even the other team members hadn't been to the counseling room for psychological counseling. It's Minister Bai, he wants you to go and find out about the situation. Xia Tu slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Yuan Zhao, his voice steady and low. Yuan Zhao found it strange. Why didn't Minister Bai notify her himself, but instead notified Xia Tu? However, since Xia Tu didn't say, she didn't press the matter. The two walked out of the apartment complex side by side, and took a car to the inner city. On the way, Yuan Zhao sent a message to Bai Yu. That girl probably doesn't know she's back. Yuan Zhao waited a few minutes, but received no reply. Bai Yu was probably busy, so she ignored it. The armored off-road vehicle entered the inner city without hindrance. The location of the evacuation center was even more remote than expected, situated at the northernmost part of the inner city. It was a low-key, unassuming gray building, seemingly inconspicuous. Xia Tu parked the armored vehicle opposite, and the two entered through the gate together. The spacious hall was quiet and empty, without any superfluous decorations. Faint white noise could be heard playing from inside. Minister Bai was standing in the hall, talking to a tall sentry. Hearing the noise at the door, the two turned around simultaneously. Seeing the two enter, the tall sentry greeted them, Team Leader Xie. He appeared tired and unwell, clearly there for psychological counseling. Xie Tu nodded slightly and introduced him to Yun Zhao beside him. This is Su Mingcheng from the 6th team of the Operations Department. The Operations Department had 13 teams in total. Aside from Team 0, all the others worked in pairs on missions. Their main responsibilities included clearing contaminated areas at levels 2 to 3 stars and gathering intelligence. This was the first time Yun Zhao had encountered high-ranking sentinels from other combat teams since arriving at the base. She nodded slightly. Hello? Su Mingcheng clearly knew her identity. He was currently in low spirits, seemingly enduring pain, and managed a weak smile as a greeting. The little bluebird perched on its host's shoulder, arrogantly tilting its head back, ignoring them. Minister Bai said, "He's here for mental counseling. Guide Yuan is in the noise reduction room. You have to wait a while." The high-ranking sentinels in the inner city, especially those in the operations department, had almost all undergone compatibility tests with all the guides in the base. When they come to provide guidance, they prioritize choosing the guide with the highest compatibility. Yun Zhao had seen the guide Yuan that Minister Bai mentioned before. It was the long-haired, gentle-tempered A-rank guide named Yuan Lan. Her spiritual form was a lop-eared rabbit. Xie Tu nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to move to the rest area and sit down to talk. Minister Bai walked beside Yun Zhao and said gently, "I called you here today to show you the daily work of the guidance room. The spiritual power of S-rank guides is too strong. Although she joined the combat department, if an emergency occurs in the guidance room, such as a sentry experiencing a spiritual outburst or a mutation, if other guides cannot handle it, they may need to ask her for help." Yun Zhao nodded in response. "I'm quite curious about it too." "That's good." Minister Bai smiled. "I only found out you were back this morning when I met Captain Xie, and I mentioned it to him." Minister Bai considered that she was now a member of Team 0 and had training duties. He knew it wouldn't be good to call the person directly, bypassing Xie Tu, so he informed him first. Unexpectedly, Xie Tu personally brought the person over. Yun Zhao turned to look at Xie Tu upon hearing this. Doesn't he need rest? Coming to the inner city so early in the morning again? Xie Tu, noticing her gaze, tilted his head slightly in her direction and explained in a low voice, "Minister Duan needs to speak with me." Su Mingcheng, sitting to the side, looked over upon hearing this. He was feeling unwell, as if an invisible pressure was overwhelming, enveloping him layer by layer. A piercing pain deep in his head made it impossible for him to think. What's wrong with Captain Xie, reporting the itinerary to his team? He must be daydreaming, otherwise how could he hear something so absurd? Minister Bai coughed lightly. "I take you inside to familiarize you with the guide's workflow." "Okay, thank you, Minister Bai." Yun Zhao barely sat down before getting up again. Xie Tu didn't follow, staying in the hall with Su Mingcheng. Yun Zhao followed Minister Bai from the hall into an open courtyard. The layout of the guidance room resembled a courtyard design, with a touch of antique charm. Each courtyard was connected by a covered walkway, separated by a distance. As soon as Yun Zhao stepped inside, he heard the faint sound of waves. Continuous and stable, without any prominent specific frequency. Orally, it gave a smooth, unremarkable impression. This was typical white noise. Along the walkway, 2 guards were stationed every 20 meters. This area has over 30 noise reduction rooms, designed to closely resemble nature to soothe the sentinel's emotions, Minister Bai explained as he led her further down the corridor. The outer city's counseling center is larger, with 60 noise reduction rooms. The base has nearly 300,000 inhabitants, over 20,000 sentinels, but fewer than 200 guides. The ratio is severely imbalanced. Almost all guides participate in counseling work. Normally, 1 guide is in charge of 1 noise reduction room. Occasionally, special cases arise, such as an A-level sentinel experiencing a mental breakdown, requiring 2 guides with a compatibility score exceeding 60 to intervene. Minister Bai continued, "Guides have limited mental energy. After counseling, especially those below B-level, they need a long rest before continuing. Especially in the inner city, almost all those who come here are high-level sentinels. Their mental domains are vast, 2 to 3 times larger than those of B-level sentinels, requiring guides to expend significantly more energy to clear the dark matter within their domains." Yun Zhao listened attentively, asking a timely question, "Are there any precautions to take when conducting mental counseling?" Of course, the most important thing is to establish a relationship of trust. Minister Bai continued, "Sentries are very sensitive. They immediately detect any falsehoods or perfunctory attitudes, and entering their mental domain will trigger an instinctive attack. Such incidents have occurred before. A guide's bad mood and impatient attitude directly affected the sentry, causing that sentry to completely lose control. Yun Xiao paused. So it seems that being a guide isn't as easy as outsiders imagine. Everyone has bad days at work. And for guides, such emotional fluctuations are fatal because they lack combat capabilities and are no match for sentries. An out-of-control sentry could harm them. Xie Tu should really have come in to listen in. Minister Bai said helplessly. Therefore, to protect the guide's safety, sentries entering the noise reduction room will have their movements temporarily restricted. Chapter 117. During the conversation, Minister Bai led her to a courtyard. A white building stood in the courtyard, seemingly out of place against the surrounding antique environment. This was the so-called noise reduction room. Similar to a safe house. It could isolate all outside sounds. Even if someone screamed their lungs out inside, no one outside could hear them. No one is seeing patients in this noise reduction room today. Let me take you inside. Yun Xiao nodded and followed Minister Bai into the room. Upon entering, the first thing she heard was white noise playing at the same frequency as outside. It was the sound of waves mixed with the wind. The room, about 20 square meters, was decorated in warm colors and had a cozy feel. A soft beige carpet covered the floor, making one feel as if walking on clouds. Next to the bookshelf was a simple white table, with a delicate vase holding a few elegant flowers. There was also a single bed, a rocking chair, and a sofa. The sentries could choose to sit, stand, or lie down freely. What was particularly striking and jarring was the presence of thick iron chains hanging from the walls, and beside the beds, rocking chairs, and sofas, creating a contradictory sense of division in the room. There's no way around it, Minister Bai said helplessly. If a sentry gets out of control, it will threaten the guide's life. The evacuation process required quiet. No third party could be present. The base had to ensure the guide's safety. Minister Bai then pointed outside and explained, there's a tea room and a washroom outside, with a restroom inside, for the guide's use. Before starting the evacuation work, the guides need to tidy themselves up there, making sure they don't have any irritating odors, and adjust their mindset before starting. Yun Xiao listened attentively, inwardly thankful once again that she hadn't joined the Special Abilities Department. The little bluebird lacked patience. Staying here all day, doing repetitive work, and maintaining a good attitude, she simply couldn't do it. Minister Bai seemed to sense her mood and explained with a smile, actually, the guide's workload isn't high. Considering everyone's physical and mental health, the base only needs to guide 2 or 3 sentinels each day for rest. During rest periods, you don't have to stay here all the time, you can go wherever you want. The guide's benefits were excellent. Free housing, free medical care, and free utilities. They had 10 days off a month, and in addition to the basic points they often received various bonuses, and on holidays, they received various gifts and supplies free of charge. Compared to the sentinels, who had to go out and face mutants and contaminated areas, and the ordinary people within the base. In the resource-scarce wasteland era, most people were still struggling to survive, while the guides were well off, didn't have to go out and risk their lives, they were the envy of everyone. Yun Xiao nodded again, offering no comment. Minister Bai, knowing her quiet and reserved nature, continued the previous conversation. As for precautions, the second is to observe the sentinels' reactions and confirm their condition. The sentinels' symptoms fall into 2 categories. The first is severe corruption by dark matter, requiring cleansing. The second is mental overload, causing all 5 senses to focus on one point, leading to mental confusion and an inability to concentrate on anything else. In severe cases, they may become trapped in their own mental realm. We call this state astral projection. Minister Bai said, almost all the sentinels in the operations department exhibit both of these symptoms. The mental burden from their heightened senses, and the constant exposure to dark matter from entering contaminated zones. This is a genetic defect inherent in awakening abilities. Then how should we guide the guides to address the second type? Yun Xiao asked. Minister Bai's answer was simply, soothe. A sentinel's mental domain is extremely fragile. All the subtle inner turmoil manifests within it. Guides are naturally gifted at soothing sentinels, and the higher the compatibility, the better. Is that so? Yun Xiao's tone held a hint of uncertainty. Because she remembered Qingzi from Jiang Mu's team. In contaminated Zone 88, Qingzi was in a dazed state, very much like what Minister Bai described as daydreaming. Yun Xiao had always assumed it was due to the dark matter. In reality, it was 2 different symptoms. So, all the counseling she'd done these past few days, she hadn't even figured out the root cause of other people's problems. Soothe? Yun Xiao was certain her little bluebird didn't have that ability. The little bluebird went in alone during the mental counseling session. The little guy caused chaos as soon as he entered, messing up everyone's mental realms, and even slapping Orange's links far away. What kind of soothing was that? But in the end, Orange was lively and energetic, showing no discomfort whatsoever. Yuan Zhao silently asked the little bluebird in his heart, "Are the sentinels masochistic? Do they just enjoy their mental beings causing trouble in mental realms?" The little bluebird snorted and raised its noble head. "They're useless." The little guy's meaning was clear. He was insulting both the guides and the sentinels. The other guides were useless, and the sentinels were useless too. Minister Bai led Yuan Zhao on a tour of the noise reduction room, then showed her other areas, explaining in detail the functions of each part of the evacuation room. During this time, the two encountered sentries and guides who had just come out of other noise reduction rooms. They visited the guides' rest room. 3 hours had passed by the time Yuan Zhao returned to the lobby. Only Xie remained in the lobby. Su Mingcheng was nowhere to be seen. He had probably already entered the noise reduction room. The man leaned back on a single sofa, his eyelids lowered as he looked at a message on his communicator. He heard familiar footsteps approaching. Xie stood up and looked at Yuan Zhao. "All done?" "Yes." Xie nodded slightly, then turned to Minister Bai and said, "Then we be going now." Minister Bai's gaze swept back and forth between the two, his expression unchanged, and he said gently, "Well, if you need Yuan Zhao's help next time, Captain Xie, don't refuse to let her go." Xie, of course not. Yuan Zhao wanted to ask Minister Bai where Bai Yu was, but ultimately held back. They were probably busy and hadn't seen the message. The two said goodbye to Minister Bai and left the evacuation room. Xie opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Minister Duan just sent a message saying the data registration is complete and there will be a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to collect the settlement rewards. Yuan Zhao said oh and asked, "So, will training resume the day after tomorrow?" Xie, "Yes." Yuan Zhao, "Can we skip the mountain climb?" "It's too hot." Xie answered very readily, "Sure." Yuan Zhao glanced at him suspiciously. "So easy to talk to? If you don't like it, we change the training method. It will be more tiring than the mountain climb." "Be prepared," Xie said, starting the armored vehicle. The vehicle slowly moved forward and entered the main road. Seeing him driving so intently, Yuan Zhao said, "You said you teach me to drive? Can we learn to drive first, and then start training?" She felt her training progress was very slow. She couldn't see results in a short time. It would be better to learn to drive first, so at least she could drive herself to the training ground later, without having to climb mountains or bother others. Xie smiled and agreed sure. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. At the end of the workday at various research institutes and office buildings, the usually quiet inner city streets suddenly became lively, breaking the usual silence. Yuan Zhao looked out the car window. It was the first time she had ever seen so many people in the inner city. People in different colored uniforms hurried home. Others strolled leisurely, enjoying this moment of relaxation. The crisp, melodious sound of bicycle bells mingled with the faint sounds of conversation. Without exception, each of these people had a white red-crowned crane perched on their shoulder. Exactly the same as the one on her combat uniform. The car quickly drove out of the inner city and into the more bustling outer city. Xie, one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at the time and said calmly, "It's almost 6. I bought some groceries on the way this morning. I make braised pork tonight. Shall we go back after dinner?" Yuan Zhao hesitated only for a moment before readily agreeing, "Okay." She hadn't had any meat yesterday. Braised pork, it should be delicious. Seeing her agree, the driver's brows relaxed, and the armored vehicle drove straight out of the base. No security check needed, they used the least crowded gate and quickly exited the base. On the way up the mountain, Xie seemed to sense something, and suddenly slowed down. Yuan Zhao turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Xie squinted, staring at the pointed area halfway up the mountain, and replied, "There's someone in the training ground." His senses were severely impaired. He only noticed it when they were almost upon him. "Is it Rabbit and the others?" Xie shook his head. "No." He seemed to have guessed who it was, and sped up again, heading towards the training ground. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, and also guessed. On the day she returned, Dawn Base requested her to provide psychological counseling for S-rank Sentinel Fu Heng. After agreeing, she was already on her way. Fu Heng has arrived? Chapter 118. Captain Xie is back. Huh, the guide's here too. That's great, no need to go into the city. There are so many people in the city, I can't stand it. It's too noisy. The armored vehicle slowly drove into the training ground. A huge sea lion spirit was sleeping in the center of the field. Hearing the noise, the sea lion lazily opened its eyes, saw that the armored vehicle didn't react, rolled over and continued sleeping. Yuan Zhao's gaze shifted from the sea lion, and through the vehicle window, he saw 5 people under the tree. Under the large tree at the edge of Field 1, there used to be rows of tables and chairs, next to which was the open-air kitchen built by Team 0. After training, everyone would gather under the tree to eat. Now, 5 unfamiliar sentries were sitting there leisurely, looking over with curious eyes. Xie Tu glanced at them. 3 women and 2 men. All were wearing black combat uniforms, the styles of which looked similar, except for the insignia on their shoulders, a snow leopard. Xie Tu drove the car into a parking space, knowing she didn't recognize any of them, and said, "The entire Fu Heng team is here. The one sitting in the middle is Fu Heng." The 3 S-rank sentinels were familiar with each other, having worked together on missions before. Hearing his words, Yuan Zhao subconsciously looked towards the person in the middle. The woman surrounded by the other 4 had piercing eyes, and a somewhat cold demeanor. Yuan Zhao, however, possessed an extremely cute face. She had large, round eyes, a small, slightly upturned nose, and her hair was tied in a high bun. In her hand, she carried a chilling Gatling gun. The heavy weapon and her aloof demeanor created a stark contrast with her appearance. S-rank sentinels, none of them were quite what she had imagined. Fu Heng felt her gaze, and calmly looked over. "Let's go," Xie Tu said. Yuan Zhao nodded, opened the car door, and got out. The 2 walked together towards the tree. The eyes of everyone in Fu Heng's team instantly focused on Yuan Zhao, their attention involuntarily drawn to the little bluebird on her shoulder. "Is that a phoenix? Why is it different from Captain Xie's? It's so cute." The little bluebird glanced at her impatiently. "What are you looking at? Guides' spiritual entities are all gentle and harmless little animals, just like the common perception of guides. Gentle and kind, patient. Wow, it's so fierce. An S-rank spiritual entity, indeed extraordinary." Fu Heng's team had just left the contaminated area and made contact with the base when they were informed that Dawn Base had detected an S-rank guide. Rumor has it that S-rank guides don't consider compatibility scores when performing mental counseling. They had just performed mental counseling on Jiangmu not long ago. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. The captain's condition was somewhat dire. Although she had tried her best to hide it, how could her teammates, who had spent so much time with her, not have sensed it? Especially during this mission, the captain's mental entity had gone out of control in the contaminated area. If she hadn't managed to control it with sheer willpower at the last moment, the entire team would have been wiped out. There was no way to hide it anymore, and it was exposed. Upon receiving the news, the group didn't have time to deal with the aftermath and hurriedly drove to Dawn Base. Upon arriving, not knowing the situation inside the base, no one wanted to go into the city and planned to contact Minister Duan first. Unexpectedly, they were so lucky that they ran into the guide as soon as they arrived. They saw 2 people walking towards them. Fu Hao stood up first, her expression still somewhat cold. Tall and slender, her black combat uniform accentuated her sleek figure, exuding the sharp, heroic air of a soldier. An S-rank sentinel's endurance far surpasses that of ordinary people. Judging from her appearance alone, no one would suspect that her mental state was unstable. Her contamination level was approaching 60. She was on the verge of exploding, and could mutate at any moment. Fu Hao's teammates behind her also stood up, and stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, I am Fu Hao." Fu Hao greeted Yuan Zhao politely. Yuan Zhao nodded slightly. "I heard so much about you." Before Fu Hao could speak again, Yuan Zhao's gaze lingered on her face, and she said, "You need guidance now." As she approached, her mental energy detected numerous violent emotions. A dense aura of dark matter surged forth, like a raging tide, far exceeding the sensation Xie Tu and Jiangmu had given her. Fu Heng didn't seem surprised. She smiled at her, revealing 2 dimples. "Then I leave the rest to you." She felt she had concealed it well. Even Xie Tu, whose senses were more acute than hers, didn't react at all after seeing her. The guide had sensed her situation immediately. "Captain Xie, long time no see." Fu Heng turned and greeted Xie Tu. Thinking about how the armored vehicle had suddenly slowed down halfway, she seemed to understand something and asked, "You established a barrier?" Based on her past perception abilities, Xie Tu couldn't have waited until he was close to notice them. "Yes." Xie Tu's voice was indifferent. Just as she thought. Having received her answer, Fu Heng didn't press further but instead said, "Captain Xie, could you please prepare a noise-reducing room?" Xie Tu's face remained expressionless. There isn't one here. Go to the evacuation room in the inner city. No need. Yuan Zhao pointed to a row of bungalows across the street. Let's go there. Fu Heng's condition wasn't suitable for entering the city. Any slight disturbance or external interference could trigger a complete loss of control. She needed evacuation as soon as possible. The other four were somewhat surprised. Don't need the noise reduction room? The female sentry who spoke glanced worriedly at her captain. Seeing that her captain didn't speak, she decisively stopped asking further questions. Yuan Zhao noticed that the female sentry's aura was exactly the same as the sea lion sleeping lazily in the center of the arena. That must be her spiritual form. Fu Heng nodded. I listened to guide Yuan. Xia Tu's expression remained indifferent. He had rarely spoken throughout. Seeing Fu Heng agree, he turned and walked to the training room door, opening it. Xia Tu turned to look at Yuan Zhao, his tone unconsciously softening. Let's go in. Yuan Zhao nodded, and walked into the training room with Fu Qian. The training room door closed. Xia Tu stared at the closed door for a while, then stood under the eaves and sent a message to the entire Zero team. Assemble at the training ground immediately. The screen's light illuminated his face, then gradually dimmed. In the distance, a red sun slowly sank in the west. The mountains, bathed in the setting sun's glow, became even more defined, turning the training ground a warm gold. After sending the message, Xia Tu ignored the four people outside, went around to the back of the training room, and headed towards the back mountain. The sea lion's true form, the female sentinel named Lin Yu, couldn't help but whisper team leader Xia, where are you going? The captain and guide were still inside. Xia Tu said succinctly something came up. Making braised pork usually takes over an hour to simmer, and by the time it was almost done, Yuan Zhao would have finished his work. Just in time for dinner. The man was tall and long-legged, moving with lightning speed, disappearing from their sight in a few breaths. The four members of the team had no choice but to return to sit under the large tree, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the training room door. The Zero team's training room was constructed entirely of soundproof materials. While not as good as a noise-reducing room, the soundproofing was still quite effective. A-level sentinels needed to release all their senses to hear any movement. The male sentinel in the team, with a vertical scar on his forehead, was named Shuyu. Shuyu spoke up. Do you think the captain's spiritual body might attack the guides? Chapter 119. Inside the room. Afraid of harming the guide, Fu Yin briefly explained the situation. The situation in contaminated Zone 156 is quite complex. During the mission, we fell into a cave filled with dark matter, which instantly flooded into our spiritual body. Overwhelmed by the excessive dark matter, her spiritual body's rationality was overwhelmed, causing it to lose control. Fu Yin could clearly feel its pain and chaos. She reacted quickly, rapidly taking out inhibitors and injecting herself twice. Then, she gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress the violent force that could break free at any moment. The physical body and spiritual body had a deep spiritual connection, influencing each other. If it weren't for those 2 injections of inhibitors, she would likely have transformed into a monster on the spot. Thinking of this, Fu Yan's expression turned grim. It's not very obedient right now. It might be dangerous in the domain. You need to be careful. I try my best to control it. The little bluebird whimpered upon hearing this. That disdainful tone drew Fu Heng's attention. Yuan Zhao nodded slightly, approached her, and gently pressed his hand against her forehead, releasing a strand of spiritual energy. Okay, I understand. I be careful. Her tone was calm, neither reserved nor possessing the usual gentle patience of the guides. It was as if she were in a completely ordinary state of mind. The spiritual entities of S-rank sentinels are all legendary forms, and all are publicly known. Fu Heng's spiritual entity. Yuan Zhao's fingers slightly curved, pressing against her brows and eyes, forcing Fu Heng to close her eyes. The cyan-fluorescent spiritual entity tentatively entered her body. The vast, boundless sea churned with surging waves. The aura was terrifyingly violent. The seawater was black, an inky black, with howling winds raging across its surface, whipping up towering waves tens of meters high that crashed against the rocks. Yuan Zhao opened her eyes to find herself standing on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by the Black Sea. Waves crashed in one after another, the black water surging towards her, as if to sweep her into an endless abyss. Yuan Zhao took a few steps back, and countless fluorescent lights began to flow, forming a barrier in front of her as she moved. The little bluebird immediately erected a barrier to protect its body. The howling wind whipped her clothes wildly, her hair flying wildly in the wind. Yuan Zhao remained stunned for a long while before regaining her senses, staring intently at the surging sea, unable to understand what was happening. She released her spiritual energy, simply to test the soothing that Minister Bai had mentioned. She wanted to calm Fu Heng's emotions to make it easier for the little bluebird to enter her mental realm and provide guidance. As both were S-rank mental entities, she wasn't sure who would prevail if they actually fought. Furthermore, Fu Heng's mental realm was currently unstable and couldn't withstand any further turmoil. But why did she come in? Entering a chaotic mental realm, with another S-rank mental entity inside, who had lost its mind and couldn't be controlled. It was tantamount to putting herself in danger. She didn't know. The little bluebird's icy blue beast eyes were fixed on the sea surface. Ah, spotted it, that guy is at the bottom of the sea. Yun Zhao also sensed it. She sighed, well, we're already here, and we can't leave anyway, so let's take a look. Forcibly severing the mental connection might worsen Fu Heng's already terrible mental state. The wind was too strong. Below lay a bottomless abyss, all around her a churning, dark ocean. The S-rank sentinel's mental domain was so vast that she couldn't even pinpoint the edge of the barrier. The wind grew increasingly fierce, howling as if to tear everything apart. The waves surged again with overwhelming force, crashing against the cliffs, each impact seemingly shattering the entire world. The ground beneath Yun Zhao's feet began to sway precariously. She simply stopped searching, closed her eyes, and slightly raised her hand. Instantly, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted, forcefully dominating this unfamiliar domain. The next moment, the Azure Phoenix, with its extraordinary grace, suddenly soared into the air, gliding above the sea, emitting a dazzling light. The great bluebird raised its head high, its long beak slightly open, emitting a clear and melodious cry. The sound seemed to pierce through time and space, echoing throughout the entire mental domain. Countless emerald green fluorescent lights flashed, dancing like fireflies in summer, adorning the sky above the sea before quickly disappearing into the depths. The purification began. The giant wave receded, and in the Black Sea, a colossal figure could be vaguely seen churning. Yun Zhao finally saw it. It was a creature with a massive head, a single, translucent horn on its forehead, and a body covered in scales, emitting a dark glow in the Black Sea. Fu Bei's spiritual form had finally appeared. An S-rank spiritual form, a water Kirin. This enormous creature was exceptionally agile in the sea. Before Yun Zhao could get a clear look, it vanished again. Another wave crashed in. Yun Zhao retreated again, feeling the ground beneath her feet tremble. Then, the cliff suddenly began to collapse. A deafening roar echoed from the seabed. A colossal water unicorn leaped from the sea, its entire body radiating a ferocious aura. Its eyes were bloodshot as it roared at the stranger who had intruded into its territory, yet it seemed to sense a comforting power, hesitating to make its next move. A feeling of weightlessness washed over her. Yun Zhao slightly raised her fingertip, and countless fluorescent lights converged, catching her as she fell. The Azure Phoenix hovered above the sea, spreading its enormous wings to shield its main body, coldly staring at the behemoth. It couldn't control its useless nature. Because its main body was inside, the azure bird couldn't cause as much trouble as before. It wanted to drag the behemoth out of the water and give it a good beating. Yun Zhao sensed the azure bird's patience was running out and soothed it. This one's different from before. It can't withstand your antics. We collect more points once we get out. Spiritual entities can communicate. The water unicorn understood the Azure Phoenix's insults, its ferocious aura intensifying, causing towering waves to surge in the sea. Yet, it also undeniably felt that comforting power surrounding it. This contradictory feeling further confused it. Its eyes remained crimson, a flicker of bewilderment crossing them. Yun Zhao, seeing this, erected a barrier, trapping it on the sea's surface. The fluorescent light rapidly spread towards the chaotic center, entering the water unicorn's body with lightning speed. The purification continued. More and more spiritual threads appeared, frantically devouring the surrounding dark matter, centered on the water unicorn. It's been 2 hours, Lin Yu said worriedly, looking at the training room door. She wanted to unleash her senses to investigate, but feared disturbing the guide. Don't worry, Yun Zhao is very strong, Duanqi said casually. Song Liang sighed, we can't help, just don't go up and make things worse. The others nodded in agreement. Under a large tree beside Training Ground 1, 8 sentries sat in a row. Rabbit and the other 3 had rushed over immediately after receiving their captain's message. Last time Sister Yun Zhao helped Jiangmu, it didn't take this long, did it? Rabbit asked, equally worried. Lin Yu and the others said the water Kirin had already gone out of control once in the contaminated area. What if that guy becomes ruthless and harms Sister Yun Zhao? Chapter 120. The dredging continued. The pitch-black seawaters seemed to undergo a subtle change. The waves still surged, but their violent power was gradually diminishing. No longer suppressed and frenzied, it revealed a hazy tranquility. Half of the water Kirin's body emerged from the sea, enveloped in layers of green light. Under the influence of this comforting power, the frenzied look in its eyes slowly faded. The roar was no longer as deafening as before. It became low and hesitant. A bluish-green glow continuously gathered around its body, like a flowing ribbon, wrapping around it, and purifying the dark matter within its body little by little. The waves gradually subsided, no longer surging and rolling. Yuan Zhao stepped onto the sea surface, stepping on the bluish-green glow. The cliff she had just stood on was slowly recovering, and the wooden house blown away by the storm was gradually being restored to its original state. This was the Sentinel's spiritual world. Do Sentinels and guides subconsciously adjust the scenery within their spiritual realms to make their spiritual bodies more comfortable? Like the rabbit's spiritual body, a king chameleon, whose spiritual realm is a tropical rainforest. Fu Bei's spiritual body is a water unicorn, and her realm is a boundless ocean. But Yuan Zhao's spiritual realm seems different. She looked up at the sky above the sea. A dazzling blue phoenix shone brilliantly, its body emitting continuous specks of emerald green fluorescence. You don't like staying in your spiritual realm, is it because you don't like what it looks like in there? The blue phoenix circled above her head. Those icy blue beastly eyes looked at her, but offered no response. Yuan Zhao then said to herself, "What kind do you like? Perhaps I can rearrange it. I heard that phoenixes are very picky about their habitats. I didn't know you were a phoenix back then. Do you like phoenix trees? How about we plant lots and lots of phoenix trees in our spiritual realm? Or, we could visit Xie spiritual realm to see how he arranged it." Yuan Zhao hadn't yet given Xie any deep guidance, because the Azure Phoenix didn't want to go in. Visit? The Azure Phoenix sensed its true form's thoughts, its wings fluttering gently, creating a breeze that caused the greenish-blue fluorescent light to dance. "Yes, do you want to go?" Yuan Zhao said, "to see what it's like for a phoenix to perch on a phoenix tree." Woof! The water unicorn inside the barrier cried out at the opportune moment. It had regained its senses. The great bluebird didn't bother to translate. Yuan Zhao could only guess, is it saying, "Let me see its home"? The great bluebird didn't answer. Clearly, she had guessed correctly. Yuan Zhao carefully surveyed the sea, then said to the water unicorn, "But besides the sea, your home only has a cliff face, so it can't be used as a reference." She wanted to decorate her spiritual realm beautifully, making it look like Qingwan would like. A tour? Fu Heng appeared unnoticed, sitting cross-legged on a raft swaying in the wind. The spiritual realm is a reflection of the inner world of a sentinel and guide, a place where emotions and memories intertwine. Its essence doesn't depend on external decorations. Fu Heng seemed much more relaxed now, her expression calm, her gaze fixed on Yuan Zhao and Qingwan. The sea breeze ruffled her hair. Her voice was exceptionally clear across the vast sea. Like this sea, Dawn Base is located in an eastern coastal city. I heard that my ancestors grew up by the sea. The night before I awakened, I dreamt of the sea that the elders spoke of. Fu Heng pondered for a moment. It can be understood that the spiritual realm is not only the place where spiritual beings reside, but also a haven for our souls. Yuan Zhao, hearing her words, spoke uncertainly, "Is that so?" Her spiritual realm was incomplete. Perhaps because she was missing some memories? Yes. The raft beneath Fu Heng's feet bobbed in the waves. She stood up, jumped onto the reef, and turned to gesture for Yuan Zhao to come aboard. The water Kirin was still trapped within the barrier. The purification had not stopped. The enormous creature, seeing its true form appear, made a tearful sound. "Woof! Are you a dog? How many times have I told you not to bark like a dog?" Fu Heng looked disgusted. The water Kirin's large eyes showed a wronged expression. No cuteness allowed. Both the human and her spiritual form possessed large, watery eyes. Fu Heng disliked her appearance intensely. Her cute, sweet, lowly-like face lacked any imposing presence. It always made her seem less impressive, as if she were merely a child needing protection, not a powerful sentinel. This caused her considerable distress. Her teammates initially reacted the same way, instinctively shielding her in times of danger. They only gradually corrected this after being repeatedly beaten by her. Yuan Zhao followed behind her, leaping onto the reef, and the two climbed the steep rock face. Lacking stamina and unable to keep up with Fu Heng's pace, she simply slacked off, letting the fluorescent light attach to her feet and carry her up. The space above had been repaired. Several ancient pine trees stood proudly on the cliff edge. Behind them stood a rustic wooden cabin. In front of the cabin, a small, meticulously maintained platform held several potted wildflowers. Fu Hao didn't take Yuan Zhao inside. Instead, she sat down on the cliff edge, enjoying the sea breeze. Below her, the vast ocean surface was dotted with shimmering fluorescent lights. With each reduction in the dark matter in the sea, her heart found greater peace. The sea breeze gently caressed her face, carrying a salty taste. Fu Hao spoke, "Thank you this time." Her life wasn't meant to end. Just when she had prepared to commit suicide, an S-rank guide who could save her life was born. Yuan Zhao replied softly, "You're welcome. The water Kirin's condition is quite serious. You might need to pay more points after we get out." Fu Heng, Are you short on points? Not for now. Fu Heng nodded. That makes sense. With your level, Dawn base wouldn't be stingy with points. Yuan Zhao emphasized, the base gave me a settlement allowance, but I earned everything myself afterward. Okay, I give it to you after we get out. Is 10,000 enough? That's too much. She only charged Yangmu 3,000. As S-rank sentinels, their fees shouldn't differ too much. Fu Heng said nonchalantly, then could you please help my other 4 teammates with some counseling tomorrow? Could you give me a total price then? Yuan Zhao nodded in agreement. Opportunities to earn extra money are rare. Training starts again after the meeting tomorrow. Fu Heng chuckled softly, seemingly lost in thought. Your captain is quite wealthy. If you need money urgently, you can just ask him. Yuan Zhao asked curiously, he's very rich. Fu Heng said, last time I met him, Duanqi mentioned he had over 600,000 points in his account. He should have even more by now. Yuan Zhao took a quiet breath. Over 600,000. She only had a fraction of that. However, hearing her mention Xia Tu, Yuan Zhao finally remembered her braised pork. She wondered if she could get some when she went out later. The purification was nearing its end. The cliff was surrounded by seawater. After seeing its true form climb the cliff, the great bluebird's aura changed drastically. Its magnificent wings suddenly flapped, and like a streak of blue lightning, it swooped down towards the water Kirin. Without hesitation, it flapped its massive wings and slapped the water Kirin hard. This strike carried immense power, creating a gust of wind that rippled through the seawater. The water unicorn was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack, its massive body swaying slightly. Its large eyes initially held a blank, bewildered look, then, as it came to its senses, tears welled up in them, filled with a deep sense of grievance. It seemed unable to understand why it had been attacked. A low whimper escaped its throat. Chapter 121. After slapping Fu Yu, Qing Wan soared into the sky, circling high above, coldly gazing down at the water unicorn on the sea. Yuan Zhao watched the whole thing speechless, looking up at the sky. He wondered if he should apologize to Fu Yu. Fu Yu, however, had already turned her gaze elsewhere, pretending not to have seen anything. Offending Qing Wan, did she even want to receive mental counseling next time? Her water unicorn was tough. A slap wouldn't break it. Ignoring the tearful spiritual entity, and sensing that there was no dark matter left in her mental domain, Fu Yu stood up first and said, "Let's go out." They'd been inside for several hours. The people waiting outside must be getting impatient. Yuan Zhao nodded, closed his eyes, and severed the mental connection. The bluish-green fluorescence that had trapped the water unicorn quickly dissipated, and when the giant creature raised its head, it found itself alone in the surrounding sea. Why aren't they out yet? The sentries of Fu Heng's squad paced anxiously back and forth in the training area. What's there to worry about? Duanqi sat idly under a tree. They all looked like family members of a woman in labor. Anyone who didn't know better would think there was a baby being delivered inside. A baby delivery? The sentries, It was already dark. The training ground lights came on, and the center of the field was bustling with activity. Peregrine falcons frolicked across the field, darting past the sentries' feet. A king chameleon perched on a lion's head, growling at each other with a tiger. A sleeping sea lion, annoyed by the disturbance, shifted its body, trying to find a new spot. A rushing peregrine falcon stepped on it and ran past, chasing after a white wolf running ahead. A massive brown bear, like a small mountain, blocked the wolf's path, curiously swatting at it with its paw. The entire training ground was practically a bustling zoo. Xia Tu stood a little further away, leaning against a large tree, constantly checking the time on his communicator. "Captain, should we eat first?" Tao Hao asked casually. Rabbit was a little annoyed. Eat, all you ever think about is food. Sister Yuan Zhao hasn't even come out yet." He didn't finish his sentence. A commotion came from the training room, and everyone instinctively looked towards the door. The door opened. Fu Heng and Yuan Zhao finally appeared. The 4 sentries from Dawn Base immediately went to greet them. "Captain, how are you?" Lin Yu pushed past Shui Yu and asked with concern, "Captain, are you feeling any better? Fu Heng, habitually keeping a straight face, said, I'm fine now, no need for everyone to gather around. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The group quickly thanked Yun Zhao. Thank you, Guide Yun. I'm so sorry to have troubled you, Guide Yun. You're welcome. Yun Zhao, preoccupied with her braised pork, stood on tiptoe, searching for Xie Tu's figure. He'd been delayed too long. The sentinels from Dawn Base were, after all, guests. He had to attend to them, and he wondered if he had time to make braised pork. Above her head, the little bluebird's figure slowly emerged, tilting its head as it stared at the bustling training ground. All sorts of animal spirits were gathered together. The ground resembled a lively amusement park. The little creature had never seen so many spirits appear at once. It curiously peeked out. Yun Zhao looked around and naturally saw it too. Under the tree, a man emerged from the shadows, striding towards them. The spirits frolicking in the ground, displeased that an S-rank sentinel was walking through them, all protested. Xie Tu ignored her, but upon approaching, he noticed a slight weariness in her eyes and frowned slightly. He said to Fu Heng, Minister Duan has received the message. It's too late today, so I had Song Yang take you to the inner city for accommodation. The inner city was very quiet at night. It wouldn't cause too much trouble for the sentries. Fu Heng, of course, knew this. She took her Gatling gun from her teammate and politely said, Okay, thank you, Captain Xie. The group packed their things and got into their own car. The spirits were having a great time and didn't want to leave. Lin Yu went over, picked up her pet sea lion, and tossed it onto the roof of the car like cargo. The sea lion didn't react, continuing to sleep on the roof. Fu Heng was in good spirits. Her consciousness had never been so clear. She felt as if she had undergone a baptism. She felt an unprecedented peace and tranquility. Fu Yu nimbly jumped into the car, pointed to the communicator on her wrist, and raised an eyebrow at Yun Zhao. See you tomorrow. The two had already exchanged contact information. Yun Zhao looked at her. She had a cute, sweet, lowly-like face, but her demeanor was rather cold, coupled with the Gatling gun in her hand. She gave off a contradictory vibe. Plus that raised eyebrow gesture. Well, it didn't quite fit her lowly-like appearance. Yun Zhao nodded silently, without saying a word. Xie Tu, standing nearby, was already shooing people away. Tao Haohao genuinely hadn't expected that the captain would call them in to guard the place all night, only to send them back to the inner city without even offering them food. Go to the Biological Research Institute. Xie Tu glanced at Tao Haohao. I went to see him yesterday, and he said he wanted a bed. I had the logistics department make a corrosion-resistant metal bed. You guys can transport it over now. Guests have arrived. He needed to go home to cook dinner, so naturally someone needed to stay at the training ground to attend to the sentries from Dawn Base. Xie Tu hadn't expected so many people to come, so he only bought a little meat. Not even enough to fill the bandits' stomachs. Of course, he wouldn't invite them to stay for dinner. Tao Haohao didn't dare protest, okay. The rabbit on the other end greeted Yun Zhao, and the group got into the car and returned to the inner city with Fu Qian's team. The car drove away, heading down the mountain road. In just a moment, the training ground, which had been bustling just moments before, instantly became deserted. The little bluebird suddenly became unhappy, inexplicably throwing a tantrum, returning to its mental realm and refusing to come out. Yun Zhao noticed the little guy's consciousness and soothed it. Do you want to play with them? How about I let them play with you tomorrow? There's a meeting tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon, he'd be counseling the 4 sentries from Dawn Base. We can call them to the training ground later, and release their spiritual forms, like before. The little bluebird turned its head away haughtily upon hearing this. No need. Although it said this, the little guy stopped throwing a tantrum, and quietly stayed in the domain. Yun Zhao didn't expose it, and turned to look at Xie Tu. He was standing with his back to the door locking it. Turning around, he glanced back at her. Let's go back for dinner. Yun Zhao nodded. She roughly guessed why he didn't invite the others to stay for dinner. In short, 4 words. Too many cooks spoil the broth. The two walked towards the valley. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. The moonlight was like water, the outlines of the trees appearing indistinct in the moonlight, and the footsteps sounded particularly clear in the quiet night. Yun Zhao didn't go inside but followed Xie Tu to the open-air kitchen in the backyard. The braised pork was still simmering in the pot, emitting an enticing aroma. Xie Tu turned on the light, took out bowls and chopsticks from the small wooden hut, and served the food. Eat, and I take you back to rest after you're done. What was supposed to be just an ordinary dinner had dragged on until now. She looked listless. The prolonged mental therapy had drained too much of her mental energy. Yuan Zhao forced her eyes open and looked up at him, saying, "Let me find some time in the next couple of days to give you a deep mental therapy session." Chapter 122. She was curious about what his spiritual realm looked like. Xie paused, his hand still holding the dish. After a moment, he calmly lifted the lid and replied in a low voice, "Okay." He didn't specify the day. The braised pork had been stewing for a while, its color a tempting glossy red. Once the lid was lifted, a rich, yet not greasy, sweet, and salty aroma instantly filled the air. Xie turned and walked back to the stove, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-defined forearms. He reached for a large ladle, and ladled the broth from the pot into a large bowl. The moonlight and lamplight intertwined, casting a soft glow on his busy figure. An S-rank sentinel's endurance and self-control far surpassed that of ordinary people. His expression was calm and composed, he never showed his emotions, habitually concealing them. It was difficult for others to discern the fluctuations in his inner feelings from his face. Yuan Zhao's attention was already captivated by the braised pork on the table. Her eyes never left the table after the dishes were served. A plate of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried vegetables with pork, and a bowl of egg-drop soup. Neither of them spoke, quietly eating their dinner. The braised pork had an incredibly rich and layered flavor, perfectly balanced between salty and sweet, the meat fatty yet not greasy. With each gentle bite, a rich aroma instantly filled her mouth. Yuan Zhao had never tasted such delicious food. Back in their small town, conditions were harsh. They rarely ate meat, perhaps once a year. Occasionally, when they were lucky, the sentinels would hunt mutated animals and share some meat with each household. But resources were scarce in the town, and seasonings were limited. Everyone was used to being frugal. They would usually render the fat to make oil, saving the cracklings to eat slowly, occasionally adding a little to their dishes. The lean meat was minced or cured and stored, at most sprinkled with salt, and had a strong meaty smell. Eat less tonight, be careful not to get indigestion. Xie, sitting opposite her, saw her hearty appetite, and casually picked up a small soup spoon to add a bowl of soup for her. Yuan Zhao ate very contentedly. Choosing to eat at his house was definitely the right decision. His cooking was so good that she almost wanted to pay for his meals, and had an urge to come and freeload for a long time. However, Yuan Zhao ultimately didn't say it. Mainly, she felt it wasn't convenient to go in and out of the city. She couldn't have him pick her up and drop her off every day. She wasn't a child. She'd wait until she learned to drive, then see. After dinner, the two took a side path back to the training ground. The night was deep and quiet. The mountains at night had a unique beauty. Moonlight spilled onto the ground. Leaves swayed gently in the breeze, casting long shadows on the ground. Occasionally, the roars of mutated animals could be heard from the distant jungle. Yuan Zhao had already skillfully opened the passenger door and climbed into the seat. The base was just down the mountain, a short drive away. Seeing it was Xietu's car, the sentry on night duty immediately opened the door. The base was exceptionally quiet at night. The streets were deserted, all the shops along the street were closed, and only a few lights shone from the distant buildings. The car arrived at the East 3rd Street station. Yuan Zhao opened the car door and got out, then turned and said after a moment's thought, "Don't go to the inner city, go back and rest early." Xie, sitting in the car, turned to look at her, and after a moment of silence said, "Okay. Then good night." "Good night." Yuan Zhao jogged up the stone steps and ran into the residential area. She listened to the car horn sounding as it gradually faded into the distance. That was the direction it was heading out of the city. The sentries on the first floor knew she hadn't returned yet. The unit door was unlocked and opened easily with a gentle push. She carefully closed the door before heading to the elevator. Upon reaching the 12th floor and opening her door, the little bluebird finally appeared, flying to its perch and shaking its feathers. Yuan Zhao ignored it and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Only when she removed the communicator from her wrist did she see Baiyu's message. "Baiyu, you're back? I was seeing patients in the outer city today. I was so busy I just saw it. Baiyu, how did the mission go? Want to come over for dinner tomorrow? Baiyu, my dad said you went to the counseling room today. Why didn't you reply? Busy?" Yuan Zhao glanced at the message time. It was sent around 7 p.m. At that time, she was counseling Fu Heng, so naturally she hadn't seen her message. Thinking it was too late now, she figured the person was probably already asleep. So she didn't reply. These past 2 days had been too relaxed, sleeping in until she naturally woke up every day. Training was about to begin, and she needed to adjust her sleep schedule back to normal. Yuan Zhao had been back for 2 days, and Zhao Yan finally saw her on the morning of the third day. The fields on the back hill had been sown. The townspeople had clearly divided the work and were managing the fields together. Fertilization and irrigation would be handled by others. Zhao Yan finally had some free time and could stay at home. In the morning, she carried the prepared breakfast, quietly opened the door to room 1202, and was just about to put the food on the table when the door opened. Yuan Zhao stood there in her pajamas, looking sleepy. "Zhao Zhao, come and eat breakfast." Zhao Yan quickly called to her. Zhao Yan had only found out yesterday when she returned that the child had slept until noon, taking her breakfast to the mayor's house for lunch. Yuan Zhao nodded groggily, then, as if sleepwalking, wandered into the bathroom to wash her face. The little bluebird flew to the dining table, tilting its head and staring at Zhao Yan. Ordinary people can cook, sentinels can cook, but the original form can't do anything. The little creature seemed to want to confirm. Since they all had the same 2 hands and 2 feet, what was the difference? Unfortunately, Zhao Yan couldn't see it. Zhao Yan placed the food on the table, and then started helping tidy up the house. The day before, Yuan Zhao had dragged a pile of things back from the training ground warehouse, which had been piled up by the door. She had helped tidy up yesterday. Zhao Zhao had opened several boxes, and made a mess of things. Zhao Yan couldn't read. But the boxes were filled with various bottles and jars, clearly food. There was also a lot of cooking oil. Yuan Zhao washed her face with cold water, finally becoming more awake, and came out to see Aunt Zhao examining the pile of supplies. She began, "These are all seasonings and canned side dishes. When you're not home, Pei-Ping and Nen won't need to cook, they can eat these." Zhao Yan withdrew her hand. "Won't they be expensive?" "They're free." Yuan Zhao sat down at the table, picked up a hard-boiled egg, and cracked it open. "Those boxes contain rice cookers. Just plug them in and they work. Later, I take some of these along with the canned goods to each of the uncles' houses. The mayor's family doesn't need them. I took them yesterday." She noticed the boiled vegetables on the table, thought for a moment, and added, "You can use more oil and seasonings when you cook. I have plenty here, so you don't need to be frugal." Zhao Yan didn't want to press for details about where the things came from, so she simply agreed. The two chatted for a while, talking about the children's recent studies and the lives of the other families. It was almost 8:40. After finishing breakfast, Yuan Zhao told Aunt Zhao and went downstairs to wait for the bus. She seemed to have gone out alone for a long time. Suddenly, she felt inexplicably unaccustomed to it. Since joining Team Zero, even when she was at the base, she was almost always with her teammates. In the mornings, they would accompany her hiking and exercising, and Xie would take her back in the evenings. Without realizing it, she seemed to have gotten used to having such a group of teammates around her. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, and sent a message to Baiyu while waiting for the bus. "I might be quite busy these next few days. How about the day after tomorrow? Can you come to the training ground for dinner?" Baiyu quickly replied, "That's great. I go talk to them about getting time off the day after tomorrow. I buy the groceries then." She rarely had the chance to leave the base, and couldn't wait to eat out. The bus arrived. Yuan Zhao boarded the bus and replied with a message, "Too many people, you don't need to buy groceries." Chapter 123. Operations Department Building. When Yuan Zhao entered the conference room, everyone else was already there, including Minister Duan. Xie stood tall by the window, talking to Minister Duan, occasionally nodding in response. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt today, revealing the taut muscles on his forearms, which fit his body perfectly. A hint of coldness shone in his deep eyes. Beneath his high, straight nose, his lips were slightly pursed, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Hearing the noise, Xie turned his head, his gaze instantly landing on her. Their eyes met. Yuan Zhao waved to him, went over to greet her teammates, and sat down in her usual spot. The conversation over there quickly ended. Xie came over and sat down opposite her. Everyone was present, and the meeting began. The meeting content was largely the same. Song Yang submitted the mission report yesterday, which Minister Duan had already reviewed, mainly summarizing the mission's process and calculating the rewards. As expected, the rewards for this mission were less than those for contaminated Zone 88. Adding the 10,000 reward for killing the gatekeeper, the total was a little over 18,000. But it was still a considerable sum. At the end of the meeting, Minister Duan said, "Currently, no priority red-level contaminated zones have appeared. For Team Zero's next mission, we will choose from the remaining 6 orange-level 4-star contaminated zones." Tao Haohao shouted, "Let Yuan Zhao choose. The guide's luck is definitely better than ours." The others echoed. Yuan Zhao, Remember to choose an easier one, Duanqi told her. Yun Zhao was silent for a moment. Luck? Easy? It's already been rated 4-star. How could there be an easy one? Xie gaze swept over the two jeering figures, his cold eyes carrying a warning. Tao Hao and Duanqi immediately shut up. Xie then spoke. Let's take the data from the contaminated areas back to the training ground first, study it, and then decide. This was a matter of life and death. There was no room for carelessness. As the team leader, he was responsible for everyone. After the meeting, Minister Duan seemed very busy. He gave Yun Zhao a few instructions about training and then hurriedly left the meeting room. The teammates, arms around each other, huddled together whispering. The mission frequency seems to have increased this year. We haven't even started spending the points earned from the first 2 contaminated areas, and the minister is already reminding us about the next mission, Song Liang said thoughtfully. Duanqi didn't care. Then let's spend a little more these next few days. Winter is almost here. Let's buy a couple of new clothes later. Tao Hao, what are we eating tonight? You didn't even have lunch, and you're already thinking about dinner? The rabbit couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Tao Hao scratched his head. What else? The Fu Hao squad lived in the inner city. Because they had a meeting that morning, they had already agreed yesterday to conduct traffic control in the afternoon. There wasn't much to do at the moment. After discussing it, they decided to go see Qi Ling and finalize the warehouse arrangements. Xie said, I already inquired yesterday. The next batch of supplies will probably arrive the day after tomorrow. The logistics department quoted 500 points per month for the inner-city storage warehouse. The price is acceptable. There was a very large warehouse area in the inner city, managed by the logistics department. The base's food production, weapons, and other military supplies were all stored in that area. Security was extremely tight. The logistics department usually didn't rent out their warehouses, but Xie personally went to the warehouse, and Minister Xiao gave him face and rented a warehouse to them. It's not just snacks. Most of the supplies that come back later are useless to us. Keeping them in the warehouse is a waste. We collect the unused supplies and hand them over to the base. The pre-apocalyptic supermarkets sold almost everything. They didn't take the unused items. The supplies they took were mostly things related to daily life. Baby formula, diapers, daily necessities, small household appliances, and other practical supplies, but most of them were unnecessary for Team Zero. Everyone agreed with this decision. The group talked as they went downstairs and got into a car to visit Qi Ling at the Biological Research Institute. Everyone except Yun Zhao had visited in the past few days. Duanqi sat opposite Yun Zhao and whispered to her. Qi Ling said he feels like he's in prison. Doesn't he realize that with his appearance, he'd be shot dead by the sentries as soon as he left the research institute? Rabbit also chimed in. Sister Yun Zhao, guess what Qi Ling is eating now? Yun Zhao paused, then guessed meat. Mutants have a hunger pangs and feed on living people. Although he possessed consciousness, he was still a mutant. Right. The research institute gave him meat, and he actually demanded it be cooked, saying he doesn't eat raw meat, the rabbit exclaimed. I heard from Dean Fu that he eats 5 pounds of meat per meal. At this rate, that researcher Qi probably can't afford to feed him, Duanqi couldn't help but say. Think about it, 1 pound of meat costs 60 points. He eats 5 pounds of meat per meal, 3 meals a day. Who can afford to feed him? Even if they bought the cheapest meat, he only eat it twice a day. The daily expenses would still be several hundred points, nearly 10,000 points a month. Tao Hao chimed in. Last night we brought him a metal bed, and he even wanted a cup, saying he wanted to fill it with water. Yun Zhao murmured, what can we do? He has extremely high research value. The research institute will definitely support him. Researcher Qi was already on his way. The 4 bases were all quite far apart. Fu Heng and her group came directly from the contaminated area, so their journey was faster. From the Hope base, it would take about 10 days. They wondered what Qi Ling's reaction would be upon seeing his sister's descendant. Xie, driving, listened to their conversation but remained silent. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Biological Research Institute. The group got out and went inside. After verifying their identities, they made their way to Qi Ling's laboratory. It was a sealed room with metal walls on all sides. On the opposite wall, a television had appeared. Through the observation window in the door, they saw Qi Ling leisurely lying on a metal bed watching television. Qi Ling was engrossed in the show, completely unaware of their arrival. Yun Zhao was speechless. He seems quite comfortable. As long as he can adapt, that's fine. Hearing voices, Qi Ling turned around and immediately jumped out of bed upon seeing the group. Sir! You come to see me again? Qi Ling ran to the door, already aware of his sister's descendant's arrival, and greeted the group with great enthusiasm. He was wearing black clothes, the same material as their combat uniforms, resistant to the corrosive slime. The people here are all very nice. They chat with me occasionally, and deliver meals on time. Aside from the lack of freedom, everything else is good. He didn't even need to be asked, he truthfully explained, I had 2 vials of blood drawn this morning. The blood was black, and I cooperated fully throughout. Yuan Zhao used a barrier to seal the dark substance on his body, preventing the black slime from leaking out. He even cooperated in a few small experiments. The corrosiveness wasn't as strong as before. Seeing that he could adapt, Yuan Zhao felt much more at ease. Once his sister's descendants arrive, and take her away, his obsession will be fulfilled. The rest is none of their concern. Chapter 124. The group chatted with Qi Ling for a while through a door. After confirming he was doing well, and promising to visit him again, they left the research institute. They had just returned to their car. Song Liang heard the computer beep, opened it, glanced at it, and said, Captain, the data for the 6 orange-level contaminated zones has arrived. Xie Tu started the car, turning his head to say, let's look at it back at the training ground. Yuan Zhao needed to counsel the other 4 members of Fu Mo's team that afternoon. Going there early would allow her to rest a bit. The orange-level missions were rated 4 stars. Most were near survivor settlements, posing a certain risk, and were contaminated zones that had not yet been explored. With no urgent missions, the lead combat team had ample preparation time. They could choose missions first. They could arrange training methodically, and set off only after preparations were complete. The car drove smoothly along the deserted road, the scenery outside the window constantly receding. A few minutes later, they stopped outside the shopping mall. Xie Tu parked the car, took out a points card, and tossed it to Song Liang. Go in, and buy some meat and vegetables. Okay. Rabbit and Song Liang, holding their captain's points card, ran happily into the shopping mall. The captain hadn't treated them to anything in a long time. The last few times they ate out, they took turns paying. Every time they got the captain's card and saw the balance, they got excited. Yuan Zhao sat in the passenger seat, watching the 2 run into the mall. She couldn't resist her curiosity and turned to Xie Tu, asking, Fu Heng said you have over 600,000 points on your card. How could he earn so many points? He could eat meat every day and still not spend them all. Xie Tu, no. Yuan Zhao was relieved. It seemed to be a rumor. Everyone had overglorified the S-rank sentinels. But then, Xie Tu calmly said, it's not over 600,000, it's over 800,000 now. After the points rewards are distributed this afternoon, it should be a little over 900,000. That is, provided the 2 people who entered the shopping mall didn't drain his wallet. Yuan Zhao, shock. Her expression of shock was incredibly vivid, her almond-shaped eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Xie Tu suddenly smiled, his jaw twitching. From the passenger seat, a deep dimple was clearly visible on his right cheek. It looked quite handsome when he smiled. Yuan Zhao suddenly wanted to reach out and poke it. Unfortunately, the smile was fleeting, quickly disappearing. Duan Qi and Tao Hao, sitting in the back seat, were oblivious, quietly discussing why their captain wouldn't let them in. They must be afraid you waste money. That's why they won't let us go in. Isn't it you? Last time you bought so much fruit and milk, seriously overspending, which is why the captain is like this. The 2 blamed each other. Xie Tu ignored them, casually resting his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze falling on the person in the passenger seat. She lowered her head, still silently calculating his points. 900,000. How did he earn so many points? She didn't come to her senses until Song Liang and Rabbit returned carrying several large bags. Xie Tu slightly curled his lips, restarted the car, and drove straight back to the training ground. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Fu Heng team came to provide psychological counseling. Yuan Zhao finished eating, and was sitting under a tree watching several men wash dishes and do housework. Hearing the car, she subconsciously turned around. The car pulled into a parking space at the edge of the area, and 5 people got out. Clad in black combat uniforms that accentuated their strong, well-proportioned figures, the 3 female sentinels among them all looked incredibly capable. Fu Heng, with her sweet face, lagged behind her teammates. She looked to be in good health. The long-suppressed dark matter had been completely cleared away, and the water Kirin regained its senses, ceasing its frenzy, and playing happily on the seabed. Since becoming an S-rank sentinel, she had never felt so relaxed. Fu Heng saw Yuan Zhao, and a rare smile appeared on her face as she walked steadily towards her. I need your help again next time. I transfer the payment to you later." Her smile dispelled much of her usual aloofness, her eyebrows curving, and her large eyes particularly bright and lively. Yun Zhao felt she should smile more. The burden on S-rank sentinels was too heavy. The future of all humanity shouldn't rest on their shoulders. "Okay, let's begin." Yun Zhao stood up and looked at Lin Yu and the other three. "Who wants to go first?" The female sentinel next to Lin Yu spoke up. "I go first." Yun Zhao nodded, gesturing for her to enter the training room with him. The others stayed outside to wait. The guidance process went smoothly. All four of them were in good condition. Clearly, they had undergone guidance at their own base before entering the contaminated zone, and the contaminated zone they entered wasn't targeting the mental aspect. There was very little dark matter in the mental realm. While undergoing guidance inside, the group outside chatted about their recent mission. Dawn Base was located in the eastern coastal region, and was the only one of the 3 S-level Sentinel teams to possess a marine life spirit entity. And there's more than one spiritual entity. Within those contaminated zones, if the gatekeepers are hiding underwater, several aquatic spiritual entities would be extremely useful. Therefore, they generally prioritize coastal areas when selecting missions. Fu Yin said to Xie Tu, "Our next mission, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will likely be in contaminated zone 170, but it might take some time. They've been in this mission for nearly half a month, and it will take another 10 days or so to get back. The teammates need rest, and to adjust their condition for the next mission." Upon hearing this, Song Liang opened his computer and checked the data sent by the intelligence team, discovering that contaminated zone 170 was not among the 6 options given to them. This is normal. The base filters mission targets for each combat team based on observation data. Contaminated zone 170 is located in the northern coastal area, far away, and the sea area is vast, making it unsuitable for Team 0. Xie Tu glanced at the closed training room door and said calmly, "Our next mission hasn't been decided yet. We discuss it after the cleanup inside is complete." Lin Yu, eager to participate, couldn't help but ask, "Captain Xie, can we sit in? We like to know about the other 4-star contaminated zones." She heard that S-rank guides were very strong. Since joining Team 0, they successfully eliminated the gatekeepers in both of the 4-star contaminated zones they completed. They also wanted to know where Team 0's next mission would be. Fu remained silent, clearly agreeing with Lin Yu's statement. In the past, S-rank sentinels would employ conservative strategies during missions to avoid excessive use of their abilities and potential distortions. They would enter the contaminated zones, familiarize themselves with the rules, and search for necessary technological equipment and supplies. If necessary, they would try to eliminate the gatekeepers, but they wouldn't deliberately seek them out. They rarely targeted the gatekeepers. Therefore, over the years, each base had only eliminated one 4-star contaminated zone. After the appearance of S-rank guides, the mission completion rate at Dawn Base significantly improved. Fu Sheng was particularly curious about the role guides, who had no combat capabilities, played in the contaminated zone. If guides were crucial, she also planned to find a guide for her team. There was only one S-rank guide. Even an A-rank offensive guide would be fine. Chapter 125. After Yun Zhao finished guiding the 4 A-level sentinels and rested for a while, Xie Tu came in to announce a meeting. The meeting was held in the training room. She didn't even need to move. She learned that Fu Heng's team would also be attending the meeting. Yun Zhao, worried about the sulking little bluebird, suggested, "Why don't we have the meeting inside and let the little guys play outside?" She had promised the little bluebird yesterday. Upon hearing this, Fu Heng turned and instructed her teammates to release their spiritual forms. They rarely have time to play. They don't need to be confined to the spiritual realm. Unfortunately, her water unicorn was too large to join the little guys. The sentinels were happy to oblige. Having just finished guiding them, the little guys were full of energy, and it was good for them to get some exercise. Duanshi's peregrine falcon, looking like a little old man, appeared and wobbled out of the training room. Seeing this, the rest of Team 0 went outside and released their spiritual forms. The spiritual forms were also happy to come out and play. The little bluebird raised its head and saw that various spiritual figures were gradually coalescing in the field, just as lively as yesterday. Yun Zhao gently patted it. "Go play." The little bluebird was incredibly proud, flapping its wings eagerly. "You told me to go." Yun Zhao nodded. "Yes, I told you to go." The little bluebird then flew out of the training room with satisfaction. After choosing for a while, it landed on the lion's head. The lion's fur was thick and soft, and the feel of stepping on it was very unique, fluffy, and particularly comfortable. This was an experience it had never had before. The little bluebird was very satisfied with this fluffy touch. It raised its head, proudly surveying its surroundings, its icy blue eyes gleaming with excitement. The lion of Song Liang's family sensed the little bluebird's presence. It slightly shook its head, then carried the little bluebird to find the tiger from yesterday for a fight. The spiritual beings frolicked and played joyfully in the arena. Xie calmly prepared the projector for the meeting. The fire phoenix, seeing this, became extremely anxious, throwing a tantrum in the spiritual realm, clamoring to come out and play. I want to play with the azure phoenix. Xie, no! Don't you have any self-awareness? You're covered in fire. Do you even want to leave this training ground? I don't care. Fix it yourself if it gets burned. Xie rubbed his temples, ignoring it, but it persisted. I don't care. I don't care. I want to come out. Xie said coldly, you better behave. The fire phoenix wasn't afraid of him at all, it seemed genuinely desperate, determined to force its way out. Xie's face darkened as he used his abilities to suppress it, preventing it from causing trouble. The man and the spiritual entity were locked in a struggle. From the other's perspective, they only saw Xie suddenly stop fiddling with the projector and stand there motionless. Yuan Zhao, unfamiliar with those electrical appliances, assumed he was waiting for it to power on. He had no idea what kind of conflict his suggestion had sparked. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Xie finally had no choice but to say coldly to the fire phoenix, I have Qingwan come in a few days to mediate. Really? Xie? Yes, if you don't behave, forget it. The fire phoenix immediately stopped causing trouble. It could only stay helplessly in the spiritual realm, watching Qingwan and the other spiritual entities play. Go ask her how to shrink, I want to shrink too. Why can the azure phoenix have two forms? This one doesn't. Xie, having wasted too much time, could only say, I ask when I have a chance. By the time he turned on the projector, everyone in the training room was already seated. The projector was connected to Song Liang's computer, displaying data provided by the intelligence analysis team. The 6 contaminated zones were geographically far apart, each covering a large area, roughly the size of a city. Judging from the data alone, they were all roughly the same. Survivors had been found to have escaped from 2 of the contaminated zones. Based on the survivors' accounts, the data was more accurate. But there's a small base near contaminated zone 249, and many people still live around it. The contaminated zone is spreading towards the base. Song Liang typed on the keyboard, staring at the screen, and said, that area has a relatively intact ecosystem, with significant differences between the north and south, and an altitude of about 3,000 meters. It belonged to the old Subei Mongolian Autonomous County. Once it's swallowed up by the contaminated zone, the survivors living there will likely all perish. According to the data, the water resources along the 3 routes 247, 248, and 249 are not contaminated, the surrounding vegetation is abundant, and many mutated animals roam there. The people living there are far from the 4 major bases. They survived the Dark Ages almost entirely through self-sufficiency. Most ordinary people are unable to undertake long-distance migrations. The dangers along the way are even greater, with countless contaminated zones and mutated creatures. Especially with winter approaching, the mutated plants and creatures outside will become even more active. Once ordinary people leave their shelters, their chances of survival are almost nil. Yuan Zhao paused slightly upon hearing this. She thought of their Qishan town. Decades ago, a group of survivors discovered that land and water source, settling down in the town, only to be forced to leave their home due to an outbreak. The situations were strikingly similar. However, the contaminated zone near Qinshan Town's location on Road 6 was initially rated 5 stars. So far, no one dared to step into the 5-star contaminated zone. Xie listened attentively to Song Liang's report, his expression calm, without immediately making a decision. Continue. The next one is contaminated zone 213. Song Liang's voice trailed off, then he whispered, it's right next to Zhang's team. 2 4-star contaminated zones, extremely close together, posed a risk of merging. The mission priority had recently risen to orange. But Jiang Mu and his team had already entered contaminated zone 212. Once they successfully killed the gatekeeper, the contaminated zone would collapse, and the risk would be temporarily eliminated. Number 213 is currently pending. We see if Jiang Mu comes out in half a month, Xie said. Song Liang nodded, okay. Fu Heng looked at the data and information on the large screen, remaining silent. These bizarre contaminated zones were constantly devouring human homes, squeezing humanity's last remaining living space. No matter which one, they would eventually become targets they needed to eliminate. Choosing now was merely a limited measure to eliminate the areas posing the greatest danger, providing some breathing room for those outside. Song Liang's voice rang out again. Next is Contaminated Zone 42. There are survivors in this zone, and the data is the most complete. The meeting lasted a long time. Everyone analyzed the existing data. The sentries from Fu Heng's team also joined the discussion. The most dangerous zone was Contaminated Zone 249. Xie stared at the data, his gaze shifting between zones 42 and 249. The final decision was made. Register Contaminated Area 249. The task is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. Yes, sir. Chapter 126. The little bluebird was having a great time. Until the meeting ended, and the training room door opened. The little guy stood on the back of a brown bear, plucking the bear's fur with its sharp beak. When it saw its true form appear, it suddenly became serious, haughtily raising its head, and pretending nothing had happened. Yun Zhao didn't expose it, acting as if she hadn't seen anything. Died Yun. Fu Heng walked towards her and transferred 10,000 points to her via communicator as a guidance fee. Thank you for your help this time. Fu Heng said, it's still more than 10 days' journey back, and everyone is eager to return, so we won't stay here any longer. Yun Zhao stared at the 10,000 points that had arrived in her account. During the meeting, the points reward for the contaminated zone on the 28th was distributed, totaling more than 18,000. Adding this 10,000, her current balance was more than 90,000. This was a huge sum. But it was only a fraction of Xie. The fee shouldn't be that high, you given too much. Yun Zhao felt a little guilty. Last time, she charged Jiang Mu 3,000 points for the rescue. His team members and the sentinels outside only cost a total of 10,000 points for the rescue. This time, Fu Heng's team only had 5 people, yet they still paid 10,000 points. The fees for sentinels of the same level differed greatly. It's not much. We might need your help again next time we come out of the contaminated zone. Consider it making friends. Fu Heng didn't seem to mind. Besides, I can get reimbursed when I get back. A mere 10,000 points to save an S-rank sentinel's life. The leaders of Dawn Base must be laughing all the way to the bank. Yun Zhao thought about it. She was happy to take advantage of the base. Okay. Then next time Jiang Mu came, she'd have to raise the price. 3,000 points was too cheap for him. Seeing that its true form wasn't paying attention, the little bluebird shook its feathers and joined the other spirits playing. It flapped its wings and, together with the king chameleon, stood on the sea lion. It was slippery, a different kind of sensation. The little guy curiously stepped and jumped around on it. Yun Zhao, seeing how much fun it was having, was a little reluctant to see them leave. Fu Ho turned and greeted Xie, then called for her teammates to get in the car. Welcome to Dawn Base again next time. Lin Yu shouted as she got into the car. One by one, the spirits in the center of the field disappeared, returning to their spiritual domains. In a short while, only a few spirits from Team Zero remained. The sea lion beneath its feet disappeared, and the little bluebird flew back to the brown bear. It paced on the bear's broad back, gently flapping its wings, tilting its head to examine the armored vehicles of Dawn Base. The brown bear didn't react, letting it jump around on its body. Once the first step was taken, interacting with the spiritual entities seemed to become easier. There were so many spiritual entities to play with. The members of Team Zero stood at the door, watching their vehicle drive away. The two bases were too far apart. Who knew when they would meet again? Only Xie remained indifferent throughout. S-rank sentinels. Perhaps in the near future, they would cooperate again to explore the 5-star contaminated zone. The combat members might include Yun Zhao. After Fu Heng's team left, Team Zero officially began its training days. Yun Zhao became busy. Xie specially designed a detailed training plan for her. 2 hours of training classes started at 9:30 in the morning, followed by a 1-hour nap after lunch. Target practice started at 2 p.m., followed by warm-up and endurance training at 4 p.m., then a half-hour break, and driving lessons before dinner. Finally, an hour-long run before heading home that night. Her schedule was almost completely packed. After the first day of training, she was almost exhausted, collapsing weakly into the passenger seat. Tired? The man who drove her home asked in a deep voice. This training intensity was unbelievably easy for the sentries. But she looked utterly exhausted. Yun Zhao didn't want to speak, lying on her side in the passenger seat, silently nodding. Xie wanted to encourage her, but what came out was, this is just basic physical training. The training will gradually increase as you get used to it. Yun Zhao turned to look at him. The man's lips suddenly tightened, his cold profile appearing particularly aloof in the dim light. Will you officially teach me to drive tomorrow? Yunjiao asked. Xie nodded. Yes. Learning to drive an armored vehicle? Yunjiao continued, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. The seat is too high. This afternoon, when I sat in it, my feet couldn't even reach the brake and accelerator pedals. Her voice was listless, and she seemed utterly lacking energy. She had been exhausted after her endurance training that afternoon. Xie remembered that it was only the first day, and he had only taught her about the various dashboards and control buttons inside the vehicle. As a result, when she sat in the driver's seat, her feet couldn't reach the brake and accelerator pedals. Xie drove, his gaze sweeping over the floor. He was tall and had long legs, so the seat height was adjusted to his maximum. The height can be adjusted, including the rearview mirrors. There aren't many traffic laws now, and armored vehicles are durable. As long as you're not at the base, you can drive however you want when you're out. The premise is that you don't miss every time, like a target. Don't end up driving the car into a ditch or a river. Yunjiao nodded listlessly. Okay, I understand. The next day, Baiyu was on leave today and had promised to come over for dinner. Although Yunjiao told her she didn't need to buy groceries, she still went to the shopping center and bought a lot of meat and fruit. Without someone from Team Zero to guide her, Baiyu wouldn't be able to leave the base, so she sent a message to Yunjiao beforehand. Yunjiao only replied with one sentence. They're coming to pick you up. Then, there was no further news. Baiyu stood at the entrance of the shopping center, pushing large bags of groceries. Rabbit came to pick her up. The dashing female sentry easily carried all the groceries she had bought. You bought so much? Rabbit gasped. The captain told me to buy groceries. Do I need to go back in to buy more? Baiyu, carrying the gift bag for Yunjiao, climbed into the car. I don't think so, I think it's enough. She knew the sentries had big appetites, so she bought extra. Rabbit also thought it was enough. There was a whole warehouse of food at the training ground. Okay, let's go out then, but don't buy anything next time you come, otherwise we feel bad calling you. Baiyu was leaving the base for the second time in her life, and she got into the car excitedly. There's a next time? Rabbit, didn't Sister Yunjiao promise you that as long as we're at the base, you can come out and play anytime you want? Guides aren't free, sentries have to work hard, and civilians have a tough life. Everyone has a hard time in this era. The two got into the car and left the city. Baiyu chatted excitedly with Rabbit along the way, and soon they arrived at Zero Team's training ground. Before they even got close, Baiyu immediately noticed Tao Hao and the others standing anxiously at the edge of the training field, staring at the collapsed partition wall between the two areas, questioning their existence. Broken bricks and tiles were scattered everywhere, the field a complete mess. What happened? Baiyu sat up straight nervously. Did a mutated animal get into the training field? Rabbit glanced over, seeing their armored vehicle parked in the center of the field, and said nonchalantly, Nothing, Sister Yunjiao is practicing driving. Chapter 127. Yunjiao felt she was learning to drive quite quickly. At least faster than shooting targets. She quickly understood the functions of the various dashboards and buttons, and under Xie guidance, learned how to start the car. At first, the car was a bit wobbly, but with his constant corrections, she gradually got the hang of it, and the car drove more and more smoothly. As for crashing into the wall, Yunjiao firmly believed it was an accident. At this moment, the two people in the car were extremely close. Xie, who had originally been sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over, supporting himself on the steering wheel she was holding with one hand, and pressing his foot on the brake pedal under her seat. The brake was on the driver's left side. Xie had to be extremely close to press the brake pedal without hurting her. This position was very awkward. The man bent over inside the car, as if wrapping his arms around her from behind, enveloping her completely in his embrace. Yunjiao could even hear his heartbeat. This wasn't the first time the two of them had been this close. But this time, her heart seemed to race. Yunjiao slightly opened her eyes, her gaze peeking through her eyelashes at the face so close to hers. Xietu's features appeared exceptionally soft in the afternoon sunlight, his eyes deep, his expression as cold and composed as ever. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Yunjiao suddenly felt an urge to release her spiritual energy to try and capture his emotions. The three people in the adjacent area heard the commotion and rushed over to check. Holy crap! Duan, she exclaimed, dumbfounded. All three knew their captain was in the vehicle. The heavy armored vehicle was incredibly durable. It could withstand anything, even crashing into the training room. He was definitely all right. They stood at the rear of the car, the side angle and the barrier further diminishing their senses, making it impossible to see inside. Captain, are you all right? Tao Hao shouted. He had to ask. The sound of a car came from outside the training area. Rabbit had picked up by you. Xia Tu, gripping the steering wheel, casually stood up and replied, I'm fine. The awkward atmosphere instantly dissipated. Not far away. Rabbit parked the car, opened the door, and Bai Yu rushed over. Yun Zhao. How are you? Yun Zhao snapped out of her daze, and quietly said, I'm fine too. She said it was just an accident. She knew how to drive now. The little bluebird made a plop sound and flew out the window to play. Xia Tu's gaze lingered on her, confirming she wasn't injured, before saying, let's stop here for today. The partition walls in the center of the training area, of varying heights, served a similar purpose to obstacle courses, used for daily training. Tao Hao dragged a large pile of building materials out of the tool shed, and several men began repairing the wall. Yun Zhao got out of the car and quietly ran over to help. She couldn't really help much, but she could lend a hand, handing them things or something. Song Liang carried the ingredients Bai Yu had brought to the open-air kitchen to cook. By the time dinner was ready, the wall had been repaired. Bai Yu loved being around people, chattering away with Yun Zhao and the rabbit. Even after the meal was finished and dusk was falling, she was still reluctant to leave. Song Liang, on the other hand, looked up at the gray sky. It's getting dark earlier and earlier. Winter is almost here. Bai Yu immediately replied, when I went out this morning, I heard Minister Xiao say that the base is already preparing to spray pesticides. The ecological environment has changed drastically. There are only 2 seasons, summer and winter. Mutant plants become unusually active in winter, growing luxuriantly and attracting countless mutated animals and aberrant species during the food-scarce winter. Every year before winter, the base sprays pesticides on the surrounding area to suppress the growth of surrounding plants. Several high-level sentinel teams are also dispatched to guard the planting areas in the back mountains to ensure the base's food security. Yun Zhao, thinking of the next mission, asked, is winter tough on Route 249? Qishan town is located in the south, so winters aren't too cold, but temperatures can still drop to -10 degrees Celsius. Every winter, many mutated creatures and aberrant species come out to forage. The sentinels reduce their outings, spending most of their time in the town guarding everyone's safety. I remember the data showing that polluted Zone 249 is at an altitude of 3,000 meters, where there's supposedly a huge north-south divide, half grassland and half glacier. Winter there should be quite cold. It's tough for ordinary people outside all the time. As for us, the flow of time is different inside the contaminated zone, so we won't be affected by the weather outside once we're inside, Song Liang said, thinking of his brother-in-law. But the outposts outside have heavy missions, and there are frequent attacks by mutants during the winter. Bai Yu overheard their conversation, her expression shocked. She pulled Yun Zhao aside and asked, have you all been assigned your next missions? Yun Zhao replied softly yes. Bai Yu was a little reluctant. We only been back for a short time, and we're going out again. When will this cannibalistic world end? Conditions outside are extremely harsh. The sentries at the outposts only return once every 2 months for detoxification, and most of the time, they rely on hormones and inhibitors to get by. If she could, she'd like to go outside the base to help out, even just to the sentry post to provide some psychological support. Training is tomorrow. After everyone finished eating and rested for a while, they gradually dispersed to go home. Before leaving, Bai Yu handed Yun Zhao a bag. I bought your belated birthday present a long time ago, but you guys have been gone for so long and haven't come back. Before Yun Zhao could refuse, Bai Yu jogged to the car, waving goodbye. See you next time. I come over to play again sometime. Yun Zhao felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in agreement. Bai Yu was traveling with Rabbit and the others. Rabbit suddenly said, Sister Yun Zhao, let us take you home, so the captain doesn't have to make a special trip. They wouldn't take the special mission passage in the inner city, they could go directly into the outer city. It was just a slightly longer route. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Xia Tu paused, his eyes sweeping over. He hadn't said much all evening. Everyone had been chatting and laughing, and they were used to the captain's aloof demeanor. The rabbit was completely oblivious. Song Liang was speechless. He dragged the rabbit away, saying, there are too many people, there's no room. Let the captain take us. No room? The rabbit was bewildered. Including Bai Yu, there were only 5 people, and it was only a few minutes' walk. What's wrong with squeezing in? Yun Zhao still has her night run. Song Liang, dragging the rabbit, finally remembered this and said with a straight face, you want Guide Bai to wait here? The rabbit suddenly realized. Okay then, Sister Yun Zhao, we're off. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yuan Xiao didn't really care, anyone could take her. Anyway, it was only these last few days. Once she could drive proficiently, she would buy her own car and drive herself to and from the training ground every day. The following days, Yuan Xiao was like a wilted eggplant every day, completely listless. She would go home and fall asleep immediately. During this time, Team Zero also took the time to visit Qi Ling a few times. Her hectic life left her with almost no time to think about anything else. She woke up early every day to begin her training. On the 7th day, Team Zero received news that Director Han of the base's security department had returned from Hope Base. Accompanying him to the base was researcher Qi. Chapter 128. They arrived at dusk. The team members had already finished training and gone home, only Yuan Xiao was still miserably running around the training field at night. Xie Tu was beside her. Suddenly, the roar of cars came from below the mountain. The two, standing halfway up the mountain, saw more than a dozen military vehicles with their headlights on, slowly approaching from afar along the winding mountain road. The night was hazy, and the distance was considerable, so the markings on the vehicles were unclear. But both of them guessed who they were. Yuan Xiao, panting, walked to Xie Tu's side and looked down the mountain. Such a big entourage? Xie Tu squinted slightly. Some of them are our own people. Minister Han from the security department is back. Minister Han had gone to Hope Base to discuss resource exchange and other issues, and had been gone for almost 3 months. The two bases were too far apart, and the journey was fraught with danger, so a high-ranking sentry escort was definitely necessary. Oh! Yuan Xiao hadn't had much contact with the base leaders. She had the most contact with Minister Duan and Minister Bai. Most others she only met once, let alone Minister Han, whom she never met. So her attention remained focused on researcher Qi. Should we go down the mountain to check on him? After all, Qi Ling was brought back by Team Zero. Someone had to step in. Xie Tu's dark eyes looked over. 2 more laps to run. Finish them before we go. Yuan Xiao, This man was sometimes so methodical. If he said he jogged 5 laps a day, then he had to do 5. The past few days, she couldn't keep up and had to rest frequently. Xie Tu had stayed with her the whole time, insisting she walk 5 laps before going home. No wonder her teammates were a little afraid of him. Yuan Xiao had no choice but to return to the track and continue jogging slowly. Her recent routine had become more regular, with eggs and milk every morning, and meat at every lunch and dinner. Compared to when she first arrived at the base, she was noticeably rounder. Her cheeks were gradually becoming fuller, with a healthy blush. However, she was still not physically active, complaining of being tired every day during training. While she occasionally got lucky and hit the bullseye, most of the time she missed. After more than 10 minutes, Yuan Xiao finally finished the last 2 laps and ran to the changing room to shower and change. Xie Tu had already received a message from Dean Fu and patiently waited for her without any rush. Once she was ready, the two tidied up the training room, locked the door, and drove straight to the inner city. The Biological Research Institute. Qi Ling had just finished dinner and was lying on the metal bed watching TV. The TV was showing pre-recorded videos to help him understand the outside world. They explained how to identify edible mutated plants and how to save himself when encountering mutant species, etc. It said there's no television station in the base, and the survivors are still struggling to survive with limited entertainment. Aside from basic infrastructure, the focus is more on agriculture and weaponry. Qi Ling, with nothing to do in his room, looked around several times. The once empty, completely enclosed metal room was now filled with many new items. A round metal table and stools held a kettle and cups, and against the wall was a metal shelf with 2 sets of protective gear. In one corner of the room was a metal container, similar to a basin, and a mirror was on the wall so he could look in it and wash the black slime off his body. Occasionally, Qi Ling would put on the protective suit, completely covering his body, and go to other laboratories to conduct some simple tests. He was very cooperative. The researchers responsible for recording his information gradually became familiar with him, chatting with him through the door and telling him about things at the base. Qi Ling longed to go out for a walk. But in his current state, radiating black energy, going out rashly would only cause unnecessary trouble. Qi Ling hoped that his sister's descendant would arrive soon. Across 200 years, that person was his only family in this world. He was said to be a very capable scientist, perhaps with a way to solve his problem. Perhaps he could live like a normal person. Qi Ling was envisioning his future when he heard a noise outside. The person on night duty was a young researcher surnamed Zhang. Zhang came to the door and whispered, Professor Chi has arrived. Dean Fu and the others are on their way. Hearing this, Qi Ling quickly got out of bed. He was a little nervous and hurriedly tidied his appearance in front of the mirror. No matter how she tried to fix it, wisps of dark energy still seeped from her bluish skin. This was the only way. The footsteps grew closer. Qi Ling nervously approached the door and peered through the observation window. The man beside Dean Fu was in his 50s, wearing glasses, with slightly thinning hair streaked with silver, but neatly combed. His features were unremarkable, his face somewhat thin, and shallow forehead wrinkles suggested his age. A completely unfamiliar face. He didn't resemble his adorable sister at all. Researcher Qi, named Qi Shiqi, looked up and saw Qi Ling peering through the observation window. His eyes lit up instantly. Is it him? He pointed at Qi Ling and asked Dean Fu, who was standing beside him. Qi Ling was taken aback. Yes, he still retains his consciousness. Dean Fu showed Qi Shiqi the latest research records. According to our observations, his body has become one with the dark matter, but his thinking and actions are consistent with a normal person. This Professor Qi was a scientist specializing in contaminated zone research. He held a very high position, not only in academic circles, but also among many sentinels and civilians outside. His name was well known. Qi Shiqi became very excited, flipping through Qi Ling's various data, exclaiming, "It's amazing! A mutant from 200 years ago can actually retain human consciousness. If they could understand why this mutant retained its sanity, it might be of great help in eliminating the contaminated zone. It could even change the fate of all humanity." As for what the Dawn Zero team said about this mutant being related to him, Qi Shiqi was unconvinced. Who would feel deep kinship with an ancestor they never even met 200 years ago, an ancestor long since dead, especially when that ancestor was a monster? And not even a direct ancestor, but merely the brother of a great-great-great-grandfather. Aside from that faint blood relation, they were natural enemies. No one living in the wasteland world didn't hate mutants. People wished these monsters would all disappear by tomorrow. Qi Shiqi was no exception. He hoped to understand the rules of birth in the contaminated zone and help the Sentinels end this cannibalistic world. Thank you for Dawn Base's trust in handing it over to us. Qi Shiqi stared at Qi Ling with fanatical eyes and said to Dean Fu, "I brought the cage. Do you think we can complete the transfer procedures tomorrow? I can transport it back to Hope Base before winter." The cage? Qi Ling had heard the conversation outside the door clearly. His face turned deathly pale. He was filled with hope, longing to see his sister's descendants. But what awaited him was a cage imprisoning a monster. Was his existence merely to be sent to various laboratories for research? Despair gripped Qi Ling. The dark matter surrounding him suddenly grew increasingly concentrated. Chapter 129. Xiao Zhang, who was guarding the door, looked at him with pity. But he was just a low-level researcher and couldn't influence the decisions above. "I can't make this decision alone. I have to ask the base director," Dean Fu said, looking at the dazed Qi Ling, suddenly adopting an official tone. "Professor Qi has come from afar. Perhaps he should rest for a day, and we can discuss it tomorrow." Qi Shiqi was a very rigid researcher, burying himself in his research lab all day, oblivious to everything else. Otherwise, given his seniority, he would have become the director long ago. He had no interest in anything outside the contaminated zone, and had absolutely no patience for socializing with the leaders of the Dawn Base. "Didn't you inform me about this?" Qi Shiqi said patiently. "There's no need for base director Shin to intervene. Just get the paperwork done quickly, so I can take it back tomorrow." He was eager to return to Hope Base to begin his research immediately. Yun Xiao and Xia Tu arrived at this time. Several people were standing in the corridor, facing the laboratory observation window, but Qi Ling was nowhere to be seen inside. Dean Fu saw Xia Tu and breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain Xia, this must be Professor Qi." Xia Tu had contacted him. He handled things himself. Everyone's a researcher, after all. Dean Fu specialized in research on mutants and mutated organisms, and had no patience for dealing with these people. Xia Tu nodded slightly and said calmly, "Hello, I called to inform you." Qi Shiqi knew him. An S-class sentinel representing humanity's top combat strength. Seeing that someone who could make decisions had arrived, Qi Shiqi softened his tone. "Captain Xia, you come at the right time. I'd like to take it with me tomorrow." Before he could finish speaking, Xia Tu interrupted him, pointing to the metal door of the laboratory. "Professor Qi has been here for so long. Did you even greet him?" Qi Shiqi paused, his expression stiffening. Even though Dean Fu had said that Qi Ling was no different from ordinary people, his deeply ingrained beliefs couldn't be changed in a short time. Perceivably, What was locked inside was a monster of extremely high research value. His mind was filled only with that research data. He simply couldn't treat Qi Ling as a normal person. A monster is a monster. How could a human possibly coexist peacefully with a monster? Since Professor Qi is doing research on contaminated areas, he should know that both contaminated areas and mutants are related to obsessions. Xietu's voice sounded calm. I'm sorry, I contacted you back then because of his obsession with reuniting with his family. Yuan Zhao, ignoring their conversation, gestured to Xiao Zhang beside him to open the door. Xiao Zhang understood and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Yuan Zhao opened the door and walked straight in front of the people outside. Inside the laboratory, Qi Ling was crouching in the corner, his arms wrapped around his knees, his head buried between them. The black aura around him thickened, wisps of dark matter rising and filling the room. Yuan Zhao slightly raised her hand, and countless bluish-green fluorescent lights, like summer fireflies, danced in the room, devouring the dark matter. Do you want to go with him? Yuan Zhao asked softly. Qi Ling remained crouched in the corner, not answering her question, but murmuring, "What is the meaning of my being conscious?" A muffled voice came. It sounded like a sob, confused and helpless. He didn't know what the meaning of his coming out of the contaminated zone was. He was already homeless. A completely unfamiliar world. The only stranger with whom he shared blood looked at him with burning eyes, yet treated him only as a monster, as an experimental subject with research value. The people he cared about, the familiar world, were long gone. I don't know. Yuan Zhao wasn't good at comforting people. She walked to the metal stool and sat down. But if you don't want to go with him, you can stay. Qi Ling looked up, his eyes red. Stay? And stay in this laboratory until I die? Yuan Zhao paused, hesitatingly asking. Isn't it good to stay here? Her tone carried a hint of doubt. Here, there was good food and drink, more than 10 pounds of meat provided free of charge every day, a TV to watch, meat to eat, and people to chat with. How many people outside dreamed of such a life? Qi Ling was speechless, and after a long pause he said, But I'm not reconciled to having inexplicably become a monster, forced to live a lowly life in a dark corner, with no freedom for the rest of my life. Like the Major General, unable to find peace even in death. If he weren't rational, it would be fine, but he remembers everything. Yuan Zhao, then can you support yourself? The topic changed too quickly, and Qi Ling didn't react. What do you mean? Yuan Zhao carefully analyzed for him. The cheapest meat in the base costs 30 points per pound. If you buy a lot, you might get a discount. You eat more than 10 pounds of meat every day, which is 400 points a day. That's 12,000 a month. If you can support yourself, you don't have to live here. Qi Ling, Of all things, food is the most important. Qi Ling was a rich kid who had never worried about food in his life and had never even thought about this question. He's now a mutant, only able to eat meat. But if he wanted to fend for himself. Wait, you mean I don't have to stay in the lab? Qi Ling finally realized. Yuan Zhao nodded, of course. The mental barrier, combined with the protective gear provided by the Research Institute, would prevent the black slime from dripping out. Completely covered, and without frightening the survivors in the base, going out for a walk wouldn't be a problem. Provided he confirmed Qi Ling was harmless. Yuan Zhao had his own plans. Mutants can freely enter and exit any contaminated area. They don't need keys to forage outside. Moreover, mutants don't attack each other, they identify their kind by the black slime on their bodies. As long as he doesn't get controlled by the gatekeepers inside, isn't this the perfect candidate to explore the contaminated area? However, Yuan Zhao didn't say it explicitly. Qi Ling got the answer, and his eyes finally lit up, but quickly dimmed again. He consumes 12,000 points worth of meat every month. Yuan Zhao patted herself and stood up. You still haven't told me if you want to go with him? We respect your wishes, and it's also good for reporting back to Professor Qi. Qi Ling's expression turned somber again when she mentioned Qi. He's my sister's descendant, but he only treats me like a monster. If I really go with him, he might dissect me. Yuan Zhao. So you don't? Qi Ling didn't answer directly, looking at her with some worry. Can you make that decision? What if we offend Hope Base? He already knew that only 4 shelters had survived outside. The 4 shelters, now renamed bases, had become a community of shared destiny, fighting together against the apocalypse. If he offended Hope Base, Yuan Zhao said it without hesitation. Sure. She got it backwards. She should ask Hope Base if they were willing to offend her. As the only S-rank guide, the other bases would need her help sometime. Unless Hope Base could be sure they wouldn't produce any more S-rank sentinels. Moreover, if Minister Duan knew her plans, he would definitely support her. One Qi Ling is worth an entire high-level combat squad. Find another contaminated zone that remained from before the apocalypse. As long as the domain doesn't collapse, resources can be continuously generated within. Let him go in and haul supplies. Wouldn't that be making him rich? Chapter 130. Qi Ling ultimately decided to stay at the Dawn base. He didn't want to be used as an experimental subject, locked up in a lab forever. He trusted Team Zero, who had brought him out of the contaminated zone, more than his sister's descendants. Do you think Captain Xie might have made a mistake? Maybe he's not my sister's descendant at all? Qi Ling tried to convince himself. Yuan Zhao said quietly, your name is 70, and his is 77. I think there's no mistake. They sounded like a family. Qi Ling, Seeing that things were clear, Yuan Zhao patted her behind and stood up. Since you decided, I go tell them. Wait. Qi Ling called out to her, hesitatingly saying, I want to tell him myself. Outside the door. Professor Qi suddenly fell silent. Clearly, at such close range, everyone outside had heard the conversation inside. Yuan Zhao opened the door and came out, not even looking at him, pulling Xie Tu along and leaving, only saying, Qi Ling wants to talk to you alone. With Dean Fu here, he couldn't take Qi Ling away without the base's approval. She had training tomorrow, and needed to go back to rest. Xie Tu's gaze was fixed on her slender hand, his eyes darkening slightly, as he let her lead him out of the Biological Research Institute. The night was as dark as ink, the tall buildings of the inner city standing silently, their outlines softened and blurred in the darkness, gently outlining the sparse lights in the distance. The dim streetlights cast long shadows on the ground, lengthening their shadows. You're afraid he'd disappear once he's free of his obsession. Only after getting into the car did Xie Tu regain his composure and say, so you want his obsession to become gaining freedom, and earning 12,000 points a month to support himself? Once Qi Ling had this thought, if Minister Duan extended an olive branch, he would willingly join the combat department. The significance of a conscious mutant to humanity might go far beyond research. If Qi Ling was willing to enter the contaminated zone, and if he wasn't controlled by the gatekeepers, he might be able to freely enter and exit even a 5-star contaminated zone. Of course, this was on the premise that Minister Duan was willing to vouch for him, ensuring that Qi Ling wouldn't harm the public after being released. Isn't it you who's here? It wasn't surprising that he could see through her actions. This man was not only highly skilled in combat, but also very intelligent. Yuan Zhao wasn't surprised at all. You definitely have a way to persuade Minister Duan. Xie Tu turned his head, staring at her trusting expression, and suddenly chuckled softly, well, I'm going to find Minister Duan. Do you want to come along? Yuan Zhao shook her head. No, I need to go back to sleep. Going there would probably mean talking until late at night. She was so tired from training every day, she didn't want to move. She just wanted to go home and sleep. Okay. Xie Tu, always indulgent towards her, started the car. I take you home first. The next day. It's unclear what Qi Ling and Professor Qi discussed, but it said Professor Qi didn't leave the Research Institute until dawn. By the time Minister Han mentioned Professor Qi at the meeting, he had already begun his return journey. He left quietly, without alerting anyone. Yuan Zhao was extremely surprised upon hearing the news. Could a scientist so passionate about studying contaminated areas easily abandon experimental subjects with research value? At that time, a group of people had just finished their morning training and were having lunch together. Xie Tu mentioned this at the lunch table. Dean Fu promised him that he would collaborate with the Hope Base on the research, recording data and uploading it daily, so he can see it. Remote data analysis can also be used for research. As for Minister Duan, Xie Tu glanced at the group of people engrossed in their meals, and said casually, Minister Duan plans to meet with Qi Ling to get a clearer understanding before making a decision. It will likely require some observation time. This is no small matter. Releasing a mutant to roam freely nearby requires proving that Qi Ling is controllable, ensuring he won't harm the public. Only after Minister Duan personally investigates and combines this with the Research Institute's report can he weigh the pros and cons and get him out. The teammates were collectively shocked upon learning this. Holy crap! Qi Ling is joining the operations department. Tao Haohao was so surprised he almost dropped his chopsticks. Rabbit asked curiously, which team will he join? The 13 advanced Sentinel teams entering the contaminated zone each have 5 to 7 members. But the rank bonuses are fixed. Each additional member means one more person to share the bonus. Tao Haohao, realizing what was happening, patted Duan Shi on the shoulder. Why don't you go home and sound out the situation for us? Duan, she was speechless. You think my aunt would be home? Tao Hao Hao, yeah, right. Song Liang, more composed, said, the gatekeepers have the ability to manipulate dark matter. If Qi Ling enters the contaminated area, will she be controlled? It seems. The only option is to join Team Zero, which has a guide. Even an S-rank guide's mental threads can control a mutant. They don't lack those basic reward points. Everyone is just curious about what role a mutant can play in battle. Xie didn't answer, only saying, it's uncertain for now. We wait for instructions from above. If Minister Duan were willing to vouch for her, it would probably involve arguing with the other ministers. Qi Ling would need to remain in quarantine for a while longer. The results would likely be available after their next mission. The team members huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. They planned to visit Qi Ling after training today to ask him what he thought. Xie ignored them. After dinner, he sent the group off to training. In the days that followed, Team Zero focused intently on training. Yun Xiao was very busy, only eating breakfast at home and returning home very late at night. Xie personally accompanied her during training every day, helping her with target practice, teaching her to drive, and watching over her during night runs. As for the training results, Yun Xiao felt good about herself, believing that, aside from other aspects, her driving skills seemed to have improved over the past few days. However, when she suggested driving home herself, everyone objected. Rabbit hesitated, then mustered her courage and advised, Sister Yun Xiao, let's not drive ourselves. Look, visibility isn't good at night. What if something unexpected happens? It'd be so worrying. Tao Hao Hao nodded vigorously beside her. Exactly. Mountain roads are difficult, especially at night. His marksmanship showed no improvement. Her driving appeared smooth because the captain was always watching from the passenger seat, adjusting the steering wheel and braking as needed. If she drove back alone, the whole team would be on edge. The captain should drive her. Duanqi felt he should say something too, racking his brains. We don't have enough vehicles. Buying new ones isn't convenient right now. Team Zero had 2 identical heavy armored off-road vehicles. Each time they returned, the vehicle used for a mission would be sent to the logistics department for maintenance. Only one was parked at the training ground. The others lived in the inner city. They all came together for training, using only one car. There really weren't any extra vehicles. Xie remained silent, only staring at her intently with his dark eyes. Yun Xiao finally relented. Okay. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 men quickly tidied up the training room, then came out arm in arm. Yun Xiao, we're leaving now. See you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow, Sister Yun Xiao. Rabbit trotted after them. The Zero team would be on a mission the day after tomorrow, heading to contaminated Zone 249. The captain announced that everyone would rest tomorrow to recharge, and meet at the operations department building at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Yun Xiao waved to the departing 4. Only the 2 of them remained on the field. She still had to go for her night run. Xie stood under the tree with her, waiting for her to finish her final training. As usual, he picked up his car keys and walked towards the armored vehicle, intending to take her home. Yun Xiao remained rooted to the spot, asking softly, have you forgotten something? Xie stopped abruptly, his jaw tightening, clearly knowing what she meant. But how could he bring himself to speak? Yun Xiao, deep-level intervention, shall we do it? Chapter 131. The 2 hadn't taken a compatibility test yet. Both knew perfectly well that their compatibility was extremely high. Xie turned and slowly walked towards her, his deep-set eyes flashing with subtle emotions as he looked down at her. Yun Xiao remained calm, looking up at him. Shall we do it? This was something they had agreed on beforehand. Recently, her days were packed with training, leaving no time to discuss this. And tomorrow, she finally had a day off, wanting to stay home and relax, not wanting to make another special trip. After much thought, only tonight was free. Shall we do it? Xie stared at her with a complex expression, pondering the ambiguous words. The fiery phoenix in his mental realm was making it impossible for him to think. What are you doing? You promised me. He had indeed promised. Xie gave in. This was the second time Yun Xiao had entered Xietu's home. A very quiet home. Xie entered the room, turned on the light, and went straight to open the metal door on the first floor. Just as Yun Xiao had expected, it was a noise reduction room. In contrast to the cozy atmosphere of the evacuation room, this room was completely enclosed, without lights, windows, tables, or chairs, absolutely nothing. It was empty and exuded a cold, desolate aura. Yun Xiao, seeing the scene inside, was slightly taken aback. You used to stay here? Xie walked in, his figure instantly swallowed by darkness, His voice casual, yes. Yuan Zhao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, staring fixedly at his disappearing back. As an S-rank sentinel, Xia2's mental state was far too powerful. The base's guides were unable to provide him with any evacuation support. When those violent, dark, and all-encompassing negative elements surged forth, triggering a riot in his mental realm, he seemed only able to lock himself in a noise-reducing room to alleviate his mental stress. He endured the pain alone. His tightly closed heart seemed to quietly open a crack. Yuan Zhao pressed her lips together, followed him into the noise-reducing room, and turned to close the metal door. The instant the door closed, it was as if the entire world was shut out. All sound vanished, swallowed by a deeper layer of darkness. Light lost its penetrating power, the air solidified, and absolute silence enveloped him. Yuan Zhao stood by the door. The room was pitch black. She couldn't see where he was. Slivers of bluish-green fluorescence emerged, illuminating a corner of the room. Xia2 stood not far away, his deep eyes silently watching her. He wasn't as composed as he appeared. The mental realm reflected his inner world. He had never imagined that anyone would enter his world. At this moment, standing before her, he felt utterly exposed. Or rather, about to be exposed. He seemed to understand the reason for his loss of control. Fluorescent light danced around Yuan Zhao, as if casting a Mary Sue special effect on her entire being. Her footsteps were gradually approaching him. The two stood face to face. But the man was too tall. She could only tilt her head back, reach out and grab his shoulder, pulling him down. It was as if she were inviting him, or perhaps guiding him. Lower your head. Her heart pounded like a drum. Yuan Zhao held absolute dominance, forcing him to move closer to her. This wasn't the first time she had entered someone else's mental realm, but she still didn't understand how she had ended up in Fu Heng's domain. The wooden cabin atop the cliff seemed to be Fu Huan's deepest haven. Unfortunately, she had never been inside. Yuan Zhao gazed at the silent man. His dark eyes seemed unfathomable at this moment. The instant their eyes met, even the air seemed to thicken. She steeled herself, pulling him down while standing on tiptoe, her forehead pressed against his. Perhaps this way, everything would be foolproof. Their foreheads met. The man, rarely composed, was filled with shock, his body stiffened abruptly, frozen in place. At such close proximity, their breaths mingled, a warm connection filling the air. Yuan Zhao's eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling gently. Countless fluorescent lights swarmed around them, enveloping them completely. In the pitch-black cabin, the scattered fluorescent lights created a dreamlike scene. Her instantly activated spiritual power gently probed out, piercing through Xia2's multiple defenses and touching the edge of his spiritual domain. This man hadn't put up any defenses against her. She easily pried open the core of his spiritual realm. The spiritual connection was established almost instantly. Spiritual threads gradually spread throughout the noise-reducing room, countless fluorescent lights dancing, the entire room emitting a faint green glow. Yuan Zhao was just about to summon the little bluebird when she experienced a strange sensation. She felt as if she had entered another dimension. Forgetting time, forgetting everything around her. The two, intimately connected, unconsciously synchronized their breathing, their heartbeats seemingly becoming one. She longed for closer contact. Their spiritual domains suddenly intertwined, forming a completely new space filled with harmony and balance. As the spiritual threads continued to penetrate deeper, Yuan Zhao saw it. A gigantic phoenix soared into the sky, its body ablaze with flames that danced in the wind. It flew to the edge of the domain, excitedly greeting her. As if saying, "Come in quickly," she seemed to hover in the air, looking down at the vast domain engulfed in flames below. An exceptionally tall phoenix tree stood proudly atop the mountain, its branches and leaves so dense they blocked out the sun. Its thick trunk pierced the clouds, as if supporting the entire spiritual world's firmament. Her senses became exceptionally sharp, able to clearly perceive every breath, every subtle movement of the other person, even the most minute emotional fluctuations. Her spiritual threads quickly picked up on the intense, almost uncontrollable emotions emanating from him. Yuan Zhao was immersed in them, unable to look away. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes revealing an undisguised longing and confusion. This feeling was unfamiliar. Although Xia2 tried his best to suppress himself, the breathing beside him also became rapid. He saw her spiritual realm too. It was a fragmented space, shrouded in a white mist, hazy and indistinct. Even with the sentinel's exceptional eyesight, it was still impossible to see clearly. Xia2 stared at that space, his mind reeling. The azure phoenix, residing within its realm, suddenly noticed the intruder. Its sharp, hawk-like gaze locked onto Xia2, who had entered its territory. Without warning, The Azure Phoenix launched its attack. A powerful mental pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Both of their realms trembled slightly. Everything happened too fast. So fast that there was no time to react. The space that had been intertwined separated inch by inch, and the two, deeply communicating, were suddenly forced to sever their spiritual connection. All senses abruptly ceased. In that instant, it was as if the two had been abruptly dragged back to reality from a warm and harmonious dream. All beauty and tranquility vanished. Their mental senses quickly retracted, each returning to their own mental realm. Yun Xiao was stunned. She opened her eyes, leaning against the man's shoulder, breathing heavily. What happened? Why did this happen? Xie Tu's feelings were even more complex and profound. The wondrous world that had just opened instantly shut down. The mental connection was forcibly severed, that warmth and peace seemed to have been forcibly taken away, replaced by a sense of emptiness. An overwhelming sense of loss welled up in his heart. The fire phoenix frantically flew within the mental realm. Why can't she get in? I clearly saw the Azure Phoenix just now. It saw it. It saw the Azure Phoenix in a white mist. It was so close, so very close, that it could have flown over. The fire phoenix circled incessantly at the edge of the realm, anxiously trying to reconnect with the severed link. Hurry! Try again! The surrounding bluish-green fluorescence vanished instantly. Back in the dark, noise-reducing room, the two huddled together. Yun Xiao had undergone numerous mental therapy sessions, but never before had she felt so perplexed. Just moments ago, their mental realms had merged and intertwined. She was still immersed in the wondrous experience. The harmonious space that had been clearly visible vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The fragmented realm, the space shrouded in white mist, once again appearing blurry. Yun Xiao couldn't help but ask, one more time? She had initially thought it was just a therapy session for him, but it seemed he had the power to repair his own realm. She had almost seen the scene within the white mist. You need to rest. In the darkness, the man's voice sounded low and hoarse, as if he were struggling to control himself. Her voice was weak, her disordered breathing filling her ears, almost her entire weight resting on him. It was clearly not suitable to continue. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xie Tu raised his arm to gently pull her in, preventing her from slipping and falling, and said in a deep voice, as long as you want. Chapter 132. Stayed in the noise-reducing room. It felt like only 10 minutes had passed, but when they came out, they realized 4 hours had gone by. Xie Tu drove Yun Xiao home. The atmosphere was heavy. The two didn't exchange a single word the entire way. Even when Yun Xiao got out of the car, she didn't say goodbye as usual. Xie Tu sat in the car, his hands gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightening, an urge to get out and chase after her surged forth. He forced himself to restrain himself, watching her slowly ascend the stone steps and enter the residential complex. The intertwined mental realms just now. Xie Tu closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He needed to sort out his thoughts first. What was he really thinking deep down? Yun Xiao entered the elevator, still replaying the strange experience in her mind. The feeling was indescribable, but she definitely felt pleasure and comfort. Even when they parted, she felt a strong sense of unease. It was just a deep reluctance to part. She couldn't understand what had happened. Since her visit to the counseling room that day, Xie Tu had specifically found her many video tutorials about guides to help her understand their abilities. However, none of the cases about guide-assisted treatments discussed in the training courses involved the situation she had just experienced. She hadn't even found a single similar one. Yun Xiao opened the door, walked straight into the living room, and sprawled out on the sofa, burying her face in it. She didn't know who to turn to. If anyone at the base could answer her questions, it would only be the knowledgeable Minister Bai. But, should she really tell anyone? She sensed Xie Tu's emotions, that almost uncontrollable, indescribable emotion from that moment of spiritual connection. Yun Xiao was somewhat confused. She instinctively felt those emotions were directed at her, but she didn't know how to deal with them. She had never encountered anything like this before. It was truly distressing. Forget it, I better not say anything. The culprit, the little bluebird, shook its feathers, pretended nothing had happened, and flew to the shelf, hopping around. Xie Tu didn't go back, but drove straight to the inner city. His thoughts were the same as Yun Xiao's. He wanted to find out exactly what had happened. He was exhausted, very tired, not physically, but mentally. But if he didn't find out the reason, he would likely be unable to sleep. This concerned Yun Xiao's abilities. If even she herself couldn't control her own power, how could she not worry? Xie Tu often came to the operations department late at night. The sentries on duty at the door were already used to it, watching him enter the elevator and go into Minister Duan's office. As one of the base's highest leaders, Minister Duan's computer had access to all classified documents of the base. Sietu turned on his computer, skillfully entered the password, and began searching through all the records on the guide. Some documents were top secret and would not be released to the public. He searched from midnight until dawn. 7 o'clock in the morning. Minister Duan walked into her office and saw Sietu sitting at her desk. She frowned slightly. "What are you looking for in my office in the middle of the night?" Clearly, Minister Duan had learned of this from the guards on duty downstairs. Sietu's fingers didn't stop moving the mouse. He opened each folder carefully and replied calmly, "Looking for some information." "Of course, I know it's information. I asked you what information you're looking for?" Minister Duan was speechless. "You're just rummaging through things haphazardly. Don't you know how to ask questions?" Sietu stared straight at the computer screen, his tone indifferent. "Nothing." Minister Duan wanted to punch him. "Get out of my way. Don't disturb my work." Sietu's searching suddenly stopped, his dark eyes fixed on the screen, becoming unfathomable. Searching keywords was useless. Searching the spiritual realm was useless, it turned out. Spiritual union. Data shows. The union of sentinels and guides is divided into two types. Physical union and spiritual union. When the compatibility exceeds 95%, both partners can enter each other's spiritual realm. During this process, consciousness gradually merges, creating a resonance akin to soul intertwining, allowing them to feel each other's deepest emotions and thoughts. It can peer into the partner's heart, igniting a union, allowing both to better integrate into one. So, once the bonding fever is triggered, the next step is physical bonding? Sietu, bonding fever? Sietu concealed his inner turmoil and asked calmly, "Why is this kind of information classified as top secret?" Minister Duan, oblivious to the anomaly, walked over and glanced at it. Mental bonding means that both parties will open their mental realms to each other without reservation, involving their most private emotions, memories, and subconscious. There are many reasons for not disclosing it, such as the allocation of related resources. Many sentinels hold important positions in various bases, and to prevent the leakage of top-secret information, which could cause incalculable harm to society, etc. Minister Duan said, most importantly, such a high degree of compatibility is extremely rare, and the Special Abilities Research Institute is still in the exploratory stage of its research in this area. Premature or inappropriate disclosure could trigger panic and misleading information. Once sentinels and guides begin pursuing high compatibility and spiritual connection, the entire sentinel guide ecosystem will undergo a significant change. An excessive focus on compatibility might cause sentinels and guides to neglect other equally important relationship factors, such as personality compatibility, shared values, mutual support, and trust. They might devote too much energy to finding that highly compatible person, neglecting their own growth. This is detrimental to both the base and the individual sentinels and guides. Sietu feigned composure, whom Minister Duan pointed to the files on the computer. "Is this what you're looking for?" "No." Sietu quickly closed the file, randomly opening another document. "This is it, I found it." Before Minister Duan could see clearly, he suddenly stood up, blocking the screen, and exited the file system. "I have to go." Minister Duan watched his rapidly departing figure, then turned and glanced thoughtfully at the computer. The researchers from the Special Abilities Research Institute were constantly harassing Director Jiang in her office. A few days ago, Director Jiang came to her with a pained expression, requesting that the two S-level spiritual beings be tested. Minister Duan, thinking that Yun Xiao needed training, subtly offered an excuse, "Next time, for sure." Perhaps the two could try. Unfortunately, they had to go on a mission tomorrow, so it really would have to wait until next time. Sietu walked out of the office with a tense face, encountering several familiar staff members who greeted him. He nodded unchanged. No one noticed anything amiss. Sietu quickly went downstairs, only relaxing once he was back in the armored vehicle. When had he ever been so flustered? If little Bluebird hadn't interrupted the spiritual connection last night, the bonding fever would have occurred without either of them knowing. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Should he tell her? But how could he bring it up? Sietu remembered her saying, "One more time," and what had he said in response? He jerked his entire body backward, raising his arm to cover his face. Chapter 133. They each rested at home for a day. On the day of departure, Yun Xiao, unusually, didn't sleep in and got up early to have breakfast with the two children. Ping Ping and Anan hadn't seen her in a long time and excitedly surrounded her, Sister Yun Xiao. They had been at the base for some time now, and the children were gradually getting used to life there. With proper nutrition, they had finally gained some weight. but they still looked younger than their peers at the base. As soon as Ping saw her, she excitedly pulled her along, chattering about the fun things they had at the base school. He stood obediently to the side, nodding occasionally in agreement with her brother. Yun Zhao listened attentively, occasionally interjecting to inquire about the children's studies. After breakfast, the two children reluctantly said goodbye to her and went to school with their backpacks. Yun Zhao, remembering that winter was approaching, transferred 3,000 points to Zhao Yin. "Aunt Zhao, if you have time, go buy some warm clothes for the children." Yun Zhao paused before adding, "Buy some for yourself too. I'm going out again today and don't know when I'll be back, so please take care of things at home." A few days ago, Xiang had squatted down in the stairwell several times for her. She had already heard that Aunt Zhao had been giving her the 1,000 points she given for household expenses, and every time she went grocery shopping, she buys some for the other families. In the beginning, everyone didn't have much savings, and they settled down at the base by helping each other. That was good. Zhao Yan didn't have a communicator, only a points card, and didn't know how much had been transferred to it, but nodded in agreement. Okay. The children Zhao was referring to were 7 or 8 children from 8 households. Zhao Yan had always assumed that Yun Zhao, as a guide, worked in the inner city. As for the black clothes made of a special material that she had washed, and her frequent disappearances for days at a time, Zhao Yan dared not ask. Yun Zhao went back to her room to tidy up, then went out with the bag containing her combat uniform. The little bluebird slowly appeared. It raised its head and flew to her shoulder. Yun Zhao didn't say anything afterward about its behavior of interrupting the mental connection that night. The sudden merging of their mental realms startled the little creature. Its subconscious attack was merely a defensive posture, and there was nothing wrong with it. Yun Zhao strolled down the stone steps to the bus stop and boarded a bus heading to the inner city alone. The inner city was as quiet as usual in the early morning. She got off at the central square stop. The statue of the girl standing in the center of the square gazed silently into the distance, radiating a soft and holy glow in the rising sunlight. Yun Zhao stood at the bus stop and saw Commander Shen and a strange man sitting on a bench across the square. The two sat side by side, leaning against the back of their chairs, talking. Commander Shen's portly figure took up a considerable amount of space. Even in his neat uniform, his round belly was undeniable. During the conversation, Commander Shen gestured with one hand towards the statue, displaying a friendly and approachable demeanor. The two were clearly very familiar with each other. Yun Zhao turned her head away, pretending not to see them, and headed towards the operations department building. The distance was a bit far. She didn't have the hearing of a sentry, and couldn't hear what the two were talking about. The person next to them, half of his face obscured by Commander Shen, was someone she didn't recognize. It was probably Minister Han from the security department. Yun Zhao didn't like dealing with the base's leaders, not because she thought they were bad. On the contrary, she thought the leaders of Dawn Base were all quite nice. She just didn't know how to communicate with them. Yun Zhao arrived at the operations headquarters building. It was too early, her teammates hadn't arrived yet, but many staff members were already on duty, busily working in an orderly fashion. She didn't recognize anyone, and went into the restroom alone, carrying her bag. When she came out, she was already wearing the black combat uniform. At that moment, her communicator received a message. "Xia 2, I'm downstairs in your apartment complex." Yun Zhao paused for a moment, then replied, "I'm already at the operations headquarters." The two hadn't contacted each other all day yesterday. Perhaps it was because in that moment of intimacy, they had glimpsed each other's deepest secrets. Afterwards, she felt inexplicably awkward. She replied to the message shortly after. "Xia 2, okay." Yun Zhao glanced at the message, picked up her clothes, and went into the large conference room. Minister Duan was standing on the stage. Seeing her arrive first, he looked slightly surprised and smiled, saying, "Your captain is usually the first one here. He's late today." Yun Zhao nodded slightly, and casually found an empty seat in the first row. Minister Duan came down from the stage and inquired about her recent training, asking if she was adapting well. Guides are different from sentinels. Their physical abilities differ significantly. Minister Duan, who was known for his stern words to the other sentinels, spoke to Yun Zhao with unusual gentleness. Yun Zhao lowered her eyes slightly. "I'm adapting quite well." Xia 2 was a very responsible captain. He personally designed her training plan and supervised it daily. The training intensity was consistently maintained at a level she could handle. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't unbearable either. Minister Duan nodded. "That's good." As they chatted, logistics personnel gradually entered the conference room and took their seats. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, and members of Team Zero, dressed in combat uniforms, strolled in, playfully teasing each other. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became lively. "Yun Zhao, where's the captain?" Duanqi asked almost instinctively. These past few days, wherever Yun Zhao was, the captain was sure to be there too. The two were practically inseparable during the day. Seeing her alone suddenly felt a little strange. "Did you need something?" Xie2's tall figure appeared at the conference room door. His expression was normal, but in his combat uniform, he seemed less approachable, his demeanor cold and imposing. "Captain, where have you been? Why are you so late?" Tao Haohao asked, puzzled. "You're the last one here today." Xie2 didn't explain, striding into the conference room and sitting down to Yun Zhao's right. It had only been a day. Something seemed different between them. Yun Zhao noticed his gaze on her. She pursed her lips, wondering if she should greet him first, as she usually did. "Sister Yun Zhao, look at my hair. I got it redone at the hair salon yesterday," Rabbit said, running over and sitting down next to her, pointing to her head. Yun Zhao turned her head. She saw that Rabbit's previously uneven, ear-length hair had been neatly trimmed and looked much better. Yun Zhao's thoughts were diverted, and she couldn't help but ask, "Are there hair salons at the base?" She didn't think she'd seen one. "Yes, there are several in the outer city. I recommend the one on West 2nd Street." Rabbit's eyes sparkled. "Several new shops have opened there. Next time we come back, let's invite Sister Baiyu to go together." Yun Zhao was somewhat tempted. She also wanted to get a haircut. If it wasn't too short, Little Bluebird would be unhappy, so she just wanted a quick trim. The two girls chatted together. Xie2, sitting on the other side, seemed rather silent. Yesterday, after leaving the operations department, he went to the special abilities department to see Minister Bai. He asked him about matters concerning the mental domain. He had seen her mental domain then. It wasn't as vast as an S-level domain. The central area was shrouded in white mist. He only glanced at it briefly, not even seeing clearly what was inside, before being attacked by the Azure Phoenix as an intruder, forcing him to disconnect. Logically, the stronger the ability, the more expansive the mental domain. Her mental domain seemed incomplete. Xie2 searched through all the records. Since records began, there had never been a case of a sentinel or guide with an incomplete mental domain at the base. He had no choice but to go to Minister Bai. But this involved personal privacy, and he couldn't speak openly to Minister Bai without his consent. Minister Bai was so alarmed that he thought there was something wrong with his mental state, and wanted to contact Yun Zhao. Xie2 had no choice but to give up in the end. To avoid her asking for another round next time, he needed to find an opportunity to talk to her about the combination fever. He would figure out a solution after clarifying the situation. The meeting room gradually filled up. When the time came, Minister Duan walked onto the stage, and the meeting room instantly fell silent. Chapter 134. The meeting followed the same procedure as the previous two. It included explaining the surrounding terrain and topography, analyzing monitoring data from previous years, and inventorying weapons and supplies, etc. The Zero team had already studied the data on contaminated Zone 249 several times recently. That area belongs to Jiuquan City, Gansu Province. It's sparsely populated, with vastly different topography in the north and south. Before the apocalypse, the local population was less than 20,000. According to the investigations of the 4 major bases, there are 5 small bases near the contaminated zone, with a population almost the same as before the apocalypse. As for the reasons, back then, besides the official shelters urgently established by the government in various places, many people spontaneously built their own refuges to avoid the disaster. During the 200 years of darkness, many of these refuges fell. Some became contaminated zones, and some were overrun by mutants. Some survivors, to avoid the contaminated zones and mutants, chose to flee to sparsely populated areas. For example, the Qilian Mountains area in Subei, the western Sichuan region in the southwest, including Qinshan town where Yun Zhao previously lived. These all fall into this category. As for contaminated Zone 249, located in a high-altitude area, it formed in the late Dark Ages. Due to its vast size and continuous spread, it is defined as a 4-star contaminated zone. However, there are still some differences. The intelligence team believes that due to its geographical location, there shouldn't be many mutants within this contaminated zone. This is good news for Team Zero. The meeting was nearing its end. Minister Duan took a sip of tea and said, "The reinforcement troops are on a mission outside, and will depart 2 days later." Xie2 understood yes. The reinforcement troops, as the name suggests, are primarily responsible for providing assistance to the 13 combat teams, preventing them from being surrounded by mutants after the contaminated zone collapses. Dawn Base currently has only 5 reinforcement units. Each unit consists of 1,000 sentries, comprised of 200 A-level sentries and 800 B-level sentries. The cleanup work in contaminated Zone 88 is still underway, and they are on their way back. The situation is similar in contaminated Zone 28. The remaining 3 reinforcement units are stationed outside the contaminated zones of other combat teams. Excellent A-level sentry teams are few and far between, and they are also responsible for monitoring outposts in various locations, ensuring security along the route, and maintaining order at the base. In short, the map is too large, and there aren't enough personnel. After the meeting, the entire Zero team went downstairs to inventory supplies. The armored vehicle used for the mission had already been driven over by CA2. It was piled high with supplies, almost entirely food. This mission involves a long distance, over 2,000 kilometers. There are some 5-star contaminated zones along the way that require detours, and the drive will take several days. It's uncertain how long they will be in the contaminated zones, so bringing extra food is a good precaution. CA2 deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the people behind him before speaking his first words of the day. He casually said, "Your backpack is in the vehicle." Yun Xiao replied softly, "Okay." To prevent anyone from forgetting anything, their backpacks were always placed in a special locker in the training room upon return. Not just hers, all the team members' backpacks were in the vehicle. The logistics department had already handed over all weapons and ammunition. Tao Hao and the others were loading their belongings into the vehicle. Yun Xiao skillfully climbed into the back seat, found her backpack, and casually stuffed her casual clothes inside. Then, she and her teammates organized their personal supplies. The central area of contaminated Zone 249 is located in the Chilean Mountains Glacier region. The logistics department, worried about a sudden drop in temperature halfway through their journey, distributed 6 military overcoats and a batch of cold weather supplies. Items not needed for the time being were stuffed into a corner by Tao Hao and Duanqi. Xie composed himself and, as usual, stood outside the vehicle for a final check. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, the entire Zero team boarded the vehicle and headed towards contaminated Zone 249. The approaching winter air was thick with the scent of cold and dryness, mixed with the faint smell of rusting metal and decaying vegetation, making the scenery along the way even more desolate. The wind began to carry a chill, becoming sharp and biting, weaving through the dilapidated buildings with a mournful sound. It was as if the land itself was whispering, recounting its past glory and present desolation. The black armored off-road vehicle rolled through the barren landscape towards its destination. For the first few days on the road, everyone was quite comfortable, the atmosphere inside the vehicle lively, and conversations were always engaging. As the vehicle turned west, the scenery along the way became increasingly desolate. Large groups of mutants appeared frequently, pursuing them. There was no time for conversation anymore. Everyone except Yun Xiao took turns guarding the passenger seat and sunroof, clearing out the monsters along the way. Food was scarce outside, and the mutants, unable to find food, became even more frenzied. Once they encountered each other, it was a fight to the death. Duanqi missed 2 shots, failing to hit any of the mutants' vital areas. He glanced furtively at the captain driving, then nervously sat back down. How could he have missed? Luckily, the captain didn't see. With nothing to do in the car, Yun Xiao pulled out a bag of mints, casually stuffed it into his combat uniform pocket, picked one up, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth. Xie was driving today. They traveled during the day and rested at sentry posts at night. Yun Xiao spent almost all his time with Rabbit, barely interacting with Xie. As usual, the captain was taciturn, and Yun Xiao was quiet. None of his teammates noticed anything amiss. The monsters were eliminated. Yun Xiao, having just finished a mint, saw this and said, "Let's break down the mental barrier. We have time to adjust on the road." Green fluorescent light danced inside the vehicle, shattering the transparent barriers one by one. Instantly, everyone deflated. Damn it! When will I ever get used to this? Duanqi shook his head, forced to process the surrounding information. No wonder he missed earlier. He said something felt off. See, it was because his senses were severely impaired, not his fault. Rabbit muttered, "It feels like I've been hit hard every time." If Yun Xiao hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it, Tao Hao muttered, rubbing his temples. Song Liang sighed, "We have to get used to it eventually. Let's practice with some mutants along the way, and get back into the swing of things." Of the group, only Xie, the driver, kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The car drove smoothly and steadily. "Captain, how many more days until we get there?" Rabbit couldn't help but ask. Before Sia2 could answer, Song Liang replied, "About 5 more days, but we might not reach the next outpost tonight." Because of the contaminated zone, the distance between each outpost varied. Some outposts were even hundreds of kilometers apart. Not reaching an outpost meant they would have to travel through the night, sleeping in the car. The further west they went, the more advanced mutants they encountered. That evening, they encountered another wave of monsters. Yun Zhao saw a mutant whose lower body had mutated into a 6-legged reptile. It was covered in black slime and crawled at incredible speed, almost catching up with the armored vehicle in the blink of an eye. Rabbit opened the sunroof, set up his sniper rifle, and several shots rang out, followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the sky. The sandstorm outside was fierce. Rabbit closed the sunroof, picked up his sniper rifle, and returned to his seat. It's a level 5 aberration. There are 10 levels of aberrations, distinguished by their different abilities based on the type of aberration. The Zero Squad sentries were battle-hardened and could easily distinguish the monsters' levels. The journey was tedious and boring. On the 10th day, the armored vehicle finally entered the Subei region. Chapter 135. In the distance, majestic mountains were covered in snow and ice. A swirling gray fog shrouded a vast area, blocking even sunlight, barely illuminating the abandoned land below. The gray fog layered inward, slowly spreading along the edges. Even from a great distance, it was clearly visible that contaminated Zone 249 was spreading outward. "That's the Chilean Mountains," Song Liang said, carefully comparing the map. "There are 2 small bases on the back side of the mountains." They were preparing to migrate before receiving the message from the sentry post. The terrain in Subei is complex, with relatively complete geological strata and distinct zones, divided into the southern mountain area and the northern mountain area. High-altitude cold mountains and arid gravel desert areas. 3 other small bases are located in the northern mountain area. Like most of the surviving bases, this place is geographically remote and relatively isolated, far from the 4 major bases. Migration is extremely difficult. 2 densely populated camps at the foot of the mountains, seeing the contaminated zone spreading towards their camps, originally planned to pack up and flee. One of the small local bases learned from the outpost that the main base has already sent people over, Song Liang continued. "They probably want to wait until we arrive, and then see how things go." Tao Hao, hearing this, was somewhat dissatisfied. "What do they take us for?" "This is their only option right now," Song Liang said helplessly. "Every glimmer of hope is worth waiting for." Rabbit couldn't help but say, "It's not like they can only migrate to the 4 major bases. Can't they also escape to the northern mountain area?" The contaminated area is spreading slowly, extending westward according to the spread area given by the estimation team. The northern mountain area is temporarily safe. It's not that they don't want to go. The armored vehicle bumped along the rugged road, the scenery outside the window growing increasingly desolate. Sia2, one hand on the steering wheel, calmly explained, "It's that there are multiple refuge areas in the same region, and they may be competing for resources. The land is barren. The survivors here rely on hunting and scavenging for supplies on the edges of the contaminated zone. During the changing seasons, there might still be plenty of mutated plants to eat. Once food becomes scarce, it will be difficult for small bases to coexist peacefully. Most resources will fall into the hands of the stronger party." According to the investigation report, there are frequent conflicts between the South Mountain area and the North Mountain area. Both sides have strong search teams, including several A-level sentinels. Sia2, if they really migrate north, the 2 sides, already at odds, will have to fight over resources. The sentinels will be alright, but ordinary people are easily caught in the crossfire, suffering serious casualties. Rabbit suddenly understood. "I understand." The conversation in the vehicle didn't disturb the person sleeping. The armored vehicle bumped along the mountain road, and when it reached an altitude of 3,000 meters, the oxygen suddenly became scarce. Yun Zhao woke up gasping for air. She had just sat up when a small oxygen cylinder was handed to her. "Take this." Sia2, who was driving, saw that she was awake and reached out to hand the cylinder to the back seat without turning around. Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment, then thanked him and took it. After adjusting for a while, she noticed that everyone in the vehicle looked normal. Having broken free of their mental barriers, everyone gradually became accustomed to their heightened senses on the road. Team Zero traveled all over the country, including many high-altitude areas in western Sichuan, so they were used to it. At this moment, Song Liang said, "There's no signal." The nearest outpost was over 100 kilometers away, and the monitoring tower's signal couldn't provide full coverage. The signal's fine, reinforcements will find their way later, Xie said, glancing at the map. But the vehicles might not be able to get there. The actual road conditions were more complex than on the map. The mountain roads were rugged, and many sections were too narrow for armored vehicles to pass. What about the supplies in the vehicles? Duanqi asked. Rabbit rolled her eyes at him. Of course, take as much as you can. Duanqi turned his head and complained, Wang Jiayu, can't you speak properly? How am I not speaking properly? Then why are you rolling your eyes at me? The two were used to their daily bickering, and everyone in the vehicle was already used to it. The vehicle continued to commotion and drive for a while longer. Not far ahead, a small base appeared in the valley. The wall was high, its faded marks covered by fresh paint and patches, topped with barbed wire to trap mutated birds. Hearing the sound of cars outside, several figures flashed past above the wall. A faint commotion could be heard. Tao Hao kindly translated for Yun Zhao. They're shouting, the sentries from the main base are here. The survivors here saw them as reinforcements, hoping to remain on their homeland. The base gate opened, and a group of people ran out. Several sentries, dressed in worn but still relatively neat uniforms, stood in front of the vehicles, not approaching, their eyes revealing a complex light of wariness and hope. Xie glanced at them casually, sensing two A-level sentries among them. It's the Dangcheng refugee camp in the North Mountain area. Xie said, let's go in and ask about the situation. Another refugee camp wasn't far away, on the other side of the mountain. These sentries operate on the edge of the contaminated zone year-round. Based on the supplies they find, they might be able to discover some clues. Rabbit had just finished arguing and turned around angrily. Sister Yun Zhao, let's get out of the car. Yun Zhao was pulled out of the car by Rabbit. A group of people standing at the camp entrance quickly noticed the red crown crane patterns on the shoulders of their combat uniforms. It's actually Dawn Base. Our nearest outpost is Hope Base, right? Why is Dawn Base here? Clearly, this group had only heard that sentries from a major base had come. But they didn't know which base. The four major bases had designated their area as Section 249, and the contaminated zone on the mountain as a 4-star danger level. They didn't actually have much hope. Because humanity has eliminated very few 4-star contaminated zones to date. The reason they didn't migrate was probably because they still harbored a sliver of hope deep down. Why are there only 6 people? So few. That girl in the back doesn't look like a sentry. Stop discussing, they can hear you. Xie expression remained unchanged. He walked over and stopped directly in front of a sentry, casually initiating a conversation. You're in charge here? The sentry was tall, with deep-set, sculpted features, and a somewhat exotic appearance. Seeing Xie accurately identify him, he realized and couldn't help but smile. Yes, sir, you have a good eye. The rules in the South District are the same as in the North District. Strength reigns supreme. Here, or rather, in most areas, refugees are almost always controlled by the strong. Situations like Qishan Town are just exceptions. Xie nodded. Tell me about the situation in contaminated zone 249. His tone seemed casual, but it revealed a hint of firmness. Botter straightened his back slightly, his expression becoming serious. Anyone who becomes a leader, if they lack discernment, would have been ousted long ago. This person before him is very powerful. Batel, not daring to offend the people from the main base, pointed to the refuge camp gate and said, Sir, why don't we go inside and rest? I explained things to you slowly. All right. Xie's expression remained unchanged as he turned to call his teammates, his gaze involuntarily falling on Yun Zhao again. Throughout the journey, the 6 of them were almost inseparable, spending most of their time resting in the vehicle. The two hadn't had a proper conversation yet. She seemed listless, staring absently at the refuge camp's high walls. Something seemed to have touched her heart. Perhaps in her heart, no matter how good the main base was, it could never replace her former small town. Chapter 136. Yun Zhao was only slightly oxygen deprived. After entering the Subei region, the temperature dropped sharply, and by the time they reached the camp, the air was thin at high altitude. As soon as she got out of the vehicle, she felt cold and had difficulty breathing. She also felt a bit chest tightness, and wasn't feeling well. She saw Xie walking towards her. Yun Zhao tilted her head back and asked, Can we ask our questions and then leave, and rest in the contaminated area? She wasn't sure if she could survive staying here all night. The sentries, who were preparing to return to camp, murmured, Rest in the contaminated area? What an unconventional idea. The strange domain is a place to rest. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, the sentries had sharp ears and heard her question. The expressions on their faces were priceless. Even Batel couldn't hold back. All eyes instantly focused on her. The little bluebird sensed her main body's discomfort, and its form gradually solidified, glaring back at them irritably. Trash, what are you looking at? Let's go now. Sia2 blocked their view and whispered, okay, you go back to the car and rest for a bit, I'll be out soon. His teammates didn't seem to care. Sentry soldiers were generally very strong. They usually went straight in on missions. Later, after Yunjiao joined, considering his poor physical condition, they opted to rest overnight before entering for the first 2 missions. Finally, Sia2 and Duanqi followed them into the camp. The rest stayed in the car. Yunjiao grabbed his oxygen tank as soon as he got in, and pulled out the military overcoat issued by the base to cover himself. The little bluebird jumped around restlessly, muttering curses. Yunjiao still needed to comfort it. The rabbit rummaged through the medicine box and took out a box of pills. Sister Yunjiao, take 2 pills and rest for a bit. Tao Hao scratched his head. Do you want some hot water? I go in and ask them for some. Don't worry. Seeing their reaction, Yunjiao shook her head. It's not that I feel terrible, just a little uncomfortable, nothing serious. Yunjiao had never been to a high-altitude area before, and didn't know she would experience oxygen deficiency. She was just worried about developing severe altitude sickness if she stayed too long. That would delay the mission. Oxygen is produced through plant photosynthesis. In the 200 years of the Dark Apocalypse, without sunlight, oxygen is much scarcer than before. No matter where the timeline in the contaminated area jumps, the oxygen level is definitely higher than outside. Then let's drink some hot water. I go in and ask. Tao Hao got out of the car and ran into the camp. Only Yunjiao, the rabbit, and Song Liang remained in the car. Song Liang sat in the passenger seat, copying a map. The armored vehicle couldn't go inside, so he could only carry as much food and ammunition as possible. To save space, he didn't plan to take the computer inside, so he simply copied the data from the files. The 3 of them didn't stay in the vehicle for long. Rabbit and Song Liang simultaneously heard a rustling sound coming from the path below. Rabbit straightened up and looked out through the observation window. Her king, the chameleon, was perched at the window, his eyes darting around, observing the activity outside. He saw 2 children, dressed in tattered clothes, around 11 or 12 years old, sneaking towards the armored vehicle. Rabbit thought they wanted to steal something, and was about to call out to scare them. Yunjiao shook his head at her. In that short time, the 2 children had already reached the armored vehicle. The car's chassis was too high, they couldn't reach the observation window. A knock came at the car, and a timid voice asked, "Excuse me, are you reinforcements sent from the main base?" Rabbit paused, realizing her misunderstanding. She opened the back door. 2 children stood in front of the door. Their clothes were tattered, their skin a dark reddish-brown, and they shivered from the cold. The slightly taller boy had disheveled hair, like a bird's nest. The shorter girl had large eyes and a timid expression. Seeing 2 kind-faced older sisters inside, the 2 children relaxed, less nervous than before, and asked again, "Are you from the main base?" Yunjiao, covered by a military overcoat, straightened up and nodded. Yes, the boy's expression became urgent upon hearing her confirmation. "Then can you save my dad?" Song Liang, who was copying a map in the passenger seat, leaned out helplessly. "Little brat, didn't your parents teach you to introduce yourself and explain your situation before asking for help? Only then can we decide whether to help or not." The 2 children then noticed there was another person in the car. The boy pursed his lips. "My name is Yang Zhou, and this is Uncle Wu's daughter, Wu and I." According to him, they lived in the Salt Lake Refuge camp on the other side of the mountain. Their father was a sentry in the search team. More than 10 days ago, the father and other sentries went to the edge of the contaminated zone to search for supplies. As usual, the gray fog sometimes extended, sometimes receded. Supplies and food were often revealed at the edge. It was as if they were deliberately luring people over. Everyone living here knew the contaminated zone was dangerous. But winter is fast approaching, and the experienced search team plans to go again before winter to store enough food for the winter. The 2 children waited and waited until dark, but no one returned. They all say he's dead, but I don't believe it. The little boy named Wu and I finally mustered the courage to speak up. "My father is definitely still alive." The children's mother had long since passed away. The Subei region follows the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The 2 children had lost their guardian and had no food source. They certainly wouldn't survive. They had planned to go to the contaminated area together to find their father. However, They overheard that sentries from a large base would be coming to rescue them, so they waited for many days on a small road below before a strange armored vehicle finally appeared. The 3 people in the vehicle were filled with mixed emotions. Especially Yun Zhao. The wasteland era was cruel. She was lucky to have met the uncles, and encountered the simple and honest people of Qishan town. Yun Zhao put down her oxygen tank and said softly, "We go in later, and help you find your father. Until then, don't go in and cause trouble." As for whether he would be alive or dead when they found him, she couldn't guarantee. So many days had passed. Zone 249, though a 4-star contaminated zone, had no survivors, which was clearly abnormal. The 2 children were overjoyed that she had agreed and bowed solemnly to the 3 people in the car. They bowed in Mongolian etiquette, being of Han Chinese descent but raised in this area. They were influenced by the local custom, and used the highest form of courtesy to express their gratitude. Not long after, Xie and the other 2 emerged, carrying a kettle of hot water. There wasn't any hot water readily available, so I had to watch it boil. Xie got into the car, found a water cup, poured in the hot water, placed it on a nearby box, and turned to Yun Zhao, saying, "It's a bit hot, let it cool down a bit before drinking." Yun Zhao looked up, meeting a pair of deep, dark eyes. Xie lowered his gaze, sat down beside her, and rummaged through the nearby box, taking out 2 packets of instant noodles, opening them, and pouring water into them. After preparing the noodles for her, Xie said, "After we eat, we pack our things and head up the mountain. Park the car inside the Dangsheng refugee camp, and have them watch over it." Roger. Everyone crowded around and started making instant noodles. Chapter 137. Meanwhile, in Zone 249, a contaminated area, a house that looked like a subdivided flat was devoid of any sign of life. The semi-open kitchen was spotless. 6 sentries stood in the living room, tense, their eyes fixed on the tightly closed door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Could I have some water? The 6 sentries dared not make a sound, not even daring to approach the door. No. Anyone there? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking turned into pounding, followed by a scream, "Give me water! Give me water!" Wu Kuei's throat bobbed, his hand holding the weapon trembling, his eyes questioning his companions. What to do? They had strayed into the contaminated zone. Initially, they thought the thirst for water was just the mutated frogman's obsession. To get the key and escape, the group rushed to find water. But they hadn't expected that after giving them water, the frogman would evolve again and launch an attack. Bullets were useless against them. 9 people entered, now only 6 remain. They are trapped here. If they don't find a way to break out, even if they aren't killed by these monsters, they will starve to death. No one answered him. No one dared to make a sound or cause any disturbance. Time seemed to slow down. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside the door gradually subsided. The group remained motionless. After a while, a spiritual entity approached the door, cautiously peering through the peephole. Confirming the monsters had left, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some even collapsed to the ground. None of them had ever been inside the contaminated zone before. Bullets were useless against the monsters here, and they dared not use their abilities recklessly. They were helpless in their current predicament. "Do you think we can get out of here alive?" One sentry muttered listlessly. A bead of sweat dripped from his temple. He couldn't take it anymore. Another sentry, his face grim, suddenly turned and growled at the silent man Yongli. "If you hadn't chosen to enter this frozen world, we wouldn't be trapped here." The sentry named Yongli remained silent. Wu Kuei's hands trembled so much he almost dropped his weapon. He managed to speak. "What's the use of blaming? Everyone participated in the vote, it wasn't just Yongli who decided. Besides, can you guarantee the situation isn't the same elsewhere? It might be even more dangerous. Here, they had held out for at least many days. As long as they hid and the frogmen couldn't find them. Quiet! Think of a way out." The sentry standing by the window was frantic. "Get out?" Yongli looked up, a bitter smile on his face. "Who doesn't want to get out? Where's the key?" "Why are the keys the 4 bases explained useless? No matter how hard they look, they can't find them. If he dies in the contaminated zone, his son won't survive either. He wants to get out more than anyone else." Xie had entered countless contaminated zones, but had never seen such a bizarre sight. At this moment, the 6 members of Team Zero stood in the dark void. An area the size of a football field. The surrounding area was like stage lights and shadows. Directly in front of them was a strange scene pieced together from countless fragments. The fragments varied in size and shape, Some resembled broken glass refracting a cold light, while others looked like the ruins of buildings. These fragments spun and floated slowly in the air, never truly touching each other, creating a fragmented and eerie scene. The gaze shifts to the right. The bustling street seems to have been frozen in time. The people there are like silhouettes, their smiles frozen on their faces. Their postures vary, some stand, some sit, some even appear to have been frozen in the instant of running. Every smile, even the curve of their lips, is identical. An indescribable eeriness. It sends chills down your spine. On the left, chaos and disorder intertwine. Empty houses stand silently, doors and windows tightly shut, as if ready to devour any creature that dares to approach. Shop signs are crooked on both sides of the street, streetlights cast dappled shadows. Suddenly, the scene transforms into a lakeside park during daylight. All the images were frozen, jarringly disjointed, like several scenes from a dream pieced together. Holy crap! What the hell? Tao Hao muttered under his breath. He couldn't help but look back at the path he come from. The place he entered had somehow transformed into a corridor. Like a hospital corridor from a horror movie. It had no end. Countless ghostly figures remained still, nurses, patients, family members. Counting them up, there were at least 20 scenes of varying sizes surrounding them in the surrounding light and shadow. To get the key and leave, the intruder had to choose a scene to enter. Duanqi's expression changed, and he couldn't help but yell, "How am I supposed to choose?" Green fluorescence quickly spread, dispelling the dark matter in the arena and illuminating the area around Team Zero. This dark zone was spacious, about the size of a football field. Aside from the dark matter, there was no danger. Yun Zhao sat on a box of ammunition, panting. Although her teammates carried most of the supplies, relieving much of the pressure on her, the thin air, the biting wind, the cold and lack of oxygen had almost killed her after she climbed up. The contaminated zone was indeed as she had expected. Sufficient oxygen, normal temperature. Finally, she could rest. Yun Zhao placed her military coat under her to make herself a little more comfortable. A little bluebird appeared, hopping onto her head, staring at the 5 solemn-faced people, and chuckled. Duanqi had already released his spiritual form. The peregrine falcon circled the edge of the arena before returning and landing on his arm. Duanqi, we dare not let it in, the dark zone is normal. Xie Tu was carefully examining every scene. Based on the accounts of the sentries at the Dangcheng camp and the 2 children, the supplies the search team found at the edge of the contaminated zone were mostly daily necessities, and some canned food. It wasn't hard to see that the gatekeeper was using these supplies to lure humans in, or to take the opportunity to devour them. This gatekeeper is very intelligent, Xie Tu said. First, thoroughly survey the environment. Song Liang, you go north, the rabbit goes east, Duanqi goes south, Tao Hao goes west. Remember, do not step into any scene. It's very likely that once someone enters, the scene will be activated. The rules are currently unclear. Caution is paramount. Yes. The 4 responded, cautiously approaching the light and shadow. Everyone couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Such a stark contrast. What exactly is the gatekeeper's attribute? Xie Tu, still uneasy, walked to Yun Zhao's side and leaned down, saying, "Don't stray too far from me." Yun Zhao's breathing gradually became steady, and he reached out to grab Xie Tu's backpack strap. Okay. Xie Tu paused, then chuckled softly. He pulled out the map drawn by Song Liang to examine it. It was certain that none of the scenes depicted belonged to the Qilian Mountains terrain. This was a domain freely generated by the gatekeeper. Chapter 138. Which scene do you think the search team from the Salt Lake refugee camp will enter? Yun Zhao, having rested enough, got up and tugged at Xie Tu's backpack strap, gesturing for him to follow her. Xie Tu was always exceptionally obedient to her. In the previous 2 contaminated zones, he had been the one holding her backpack strap. Now it was the other way around. He showed no discomfort whatsoever. It seemed that as long as they were together, any situation was acceptable. Yun Zhao randomly chose a direction and walked west. That was Tao Hao's area of responsibility. Upon approaching, the boundary between the clear and murky areas beneath her feet was clearly visible. The scenes of light and shadow outside the dark zone varied, some bright, some dim. The still world before her was like a 4-dimensional painting. A single step would allow her to enter it. There were 5 different scenes to the west. An empty living room, a dilapidated street at dawn, a lakeside park with blue skies and white clouds. The other 2 scenes included a large office filled with people. Those people stood with their backs to them, their silhouettes frozen in time, their raised hands suspended in midair. Another scene was small. It looked like a classroom window. Through the window, one could clearly see figures in school uniforms frozen in mid-run on the playground outside. Tao Hao felt increasingly uneasy. His brain couldn't process it all, so he simply sat cross-legged in the darkness, taking out a pen and notebook from his backpack to record everything. Xie-Tu's gaze swept over these scenes one by one. The Subei search team has never entered contaminated Zone 249. Following common sense, to be on the safe side, they might choose to enter from an uninhabited location. Yuan Zhao pointed to the empty living room. How can we prove there's no one in an empty scene? The scene was still. Based on Zero Team's experience, once someone enters, the world within the scene is immediately activated. Who can be sure there are no people or monsters in places not visible on screen? For example, if someone chooses to enter the living room, the world activates, and perhaps an unknown creature immediately emerges from the bedroom. I don't know. In extreme panic, the brain becomes confused, unable to think clearly or analyze problems. Xie-Tu slowed his pace and followed her, arriving at the scene in the lakeside park again. We can't simulate their thinking to arrive at the correct answer. Zero Team didn't know the search team from the Salt Lake refugee camp at all. They didn't know what choices they would make. The search team might risk entering a populated scene to get the key and escape. Or they might choose an empty world for safety. There were too many uncertainties. Xie-Tu knew she had promised to help the two children find their father, but this couldn't be rushed, their survival depended on themselves. The 4 team members quickly recorded all the scenes and assembled in the center of the area. The supplies they brought were all there: ammunition, ample food, and daily necessities. The dark void was filled with dense dark matter. This dark matter could invade the Sentinel's mental realm. Anyone else would surely not be able to stay there long and would quickly choose a scene to enter. But Zero Team had an S-rank guide. For them, this dark void was actually quite safe. With ample food, they had enough time to thoroughly investigate all the scenes before making their choice. A pale green glow danced wildly in the darkness. In the pitch-black arena, a small blue bird emitted a glow, instantly illuminating the guide's location. She was leading the team leader towards them. Everyone turned on their flashlights, placing them on the ammunition boxes as illumination, and sat together. Song Liang, as the logistics personnel, quickly organized the notes his teammates had recorded. There are 24 scenes in total, in all 4 directions. 2 are chaotic fragmented areas, 6 are uninhabited areas, and 16 contain the silhouettes of people. Song Liang spread out the recorded scenes on the ground. He continued, in addition, aside from the 2 areas of accumulated fragments, the other 14 are daytime scenes, 5 are nighttime scenes, and 2 are uncertain. The uncertain one was the hospital corridor behind them. It seemed endless, lined with wards on both sides, and the LED panel lights overhead were extremely bright, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. 24 scenes? Yuan Zhao picked up her military coat and placed it on the ground. The ground felt like grass under her feet. It was also pitch black. Thin strands of black light drifted from the ground, blocked outside the barrier. She sat on the coat and spoke softly. What comes to mind when you think of this number? Time. Rabbit and Duan, she explained in unison. There are 24 hours in a day. Rabbit didn't have time to argue with Duanxi right now. As if discovering a new continent, she excitedly said, then, could the 24 scenes represent different time periods? Xie-Tu picked up Duanxi's record sheet and flipped through it. Very likely. But what does time represent? Yuan Zhao leaned closer to examine her. Seeing her approach, Xie-Tu held up his notebook to her. I don't know. Before activating the scene, these are all just our guesses. The 2 were now extremely close. The light was poor in the darkness. The flashlight beam was partially blocked by the man's body. Yuan Zhao had to be very close to see clearly, almost leaning half her body against him. This wasn't the first time they'd been this close. But this time, Xie-Tu's heart pounded. With the barrier removed, his damned senses returned. He could clearly hear her breathing and smell the fresh, tranquil scent emanating from her, like the first snow. An answer was forming in his mind. Captain, should we go check again and confirm the time? Rabbit pulled out her notebook and asked impatiently. Xie-Tu forced himself to pull back his thoughts, trying to ignore the person leaning closer. No rush. The time it takes for nightfall varies with the seasons. It's difficult to guess the exact time from a static image. The senses brought them back to the mission. Xie-Tu pondered. To figure out the order of the 24 scenes, perhaps we only need to enter one. If they are indeed ordered by time, there must be some pattern between the scenes. The problem is, where is the gatekeeper? Duanxi asked, puzzled. Since the time periods are separate, which scene is it in? No one could answer this question. After all, They hadn't truly entered the contaminated zone yet. Yuan Zhao stared at the 6 scenes Duanqi had recorded, pondered them carefully, and said, "Is it possible that the flow of time is different in each of the 24 scenes? 24 hours. There is a time difference between each hour. Once a scene is activated, perhaps in a static world, time flies by, a few minutes feeling like several hours. While in another scene, time stretches infinitely, every second becoming exceptionally long." Chapter 139. The teammates ran back to their assigned areas. They wanted to find the sequence of time points based on the information in the static scene. Suddenly, only Xie Tu and Yun Xiao remained in the middle of the field. Yun Xiao also stood up, intending to look in a few other directions. She asked the little bluebird, "Which scene do you like?" The little bluebird tilted its head. "Me? Yun Xiao, you can give me some suggestions, maybe the captain will adopt them." The little bluebird was somewhat dissatisfied. It proudly raised its head. "My choice is definitely the best. I don't need the Sentinel's approval." Yun Xiao comforted it. "Of course your choice is the best, but we need to discuss it together to make a choice. Your opinion is important." Xie Tu couldn't hear what the human and the spirit were talking about. He just quietly stayed by her side. The little bluebird thought the real body made sense. It flapped its wings and flew out, carefully taking a look around, then flew back and landed on her shoulder. The school is lively." "Yun Xiao, anything else?" "The park has beautiful scenery." Yun Xiao was silent for a moment. "Okay." The teammates returned quickly. Just as Xie Tu had said, the static scenes were only a corner. Most of them made it impossible to determine the time. Observing only a corner of the scene was useless. However, a small number of scenes allowed for the estimation of approximate times. For example, the office and school could be narrowed down to between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., eliminating 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Xie Tu looked up and asked for everyone's opinion. "Which scene should we enter?" Duanqi raised his hand first. "We're not going to the hospital anyway." That area was his responsibility. All the figures there were static phantoms, as if they were in a soul state. The more he looked, the more creepy it became. He absolutely refused to go. Tao Hao followed suit. "No to the office." "Reason: it's full of people, the floors are high, and once the scene is activated, there's nowhere to escape. I think we should eliminate nighttime scenes, and try to choose worlds during the daytime," Song Liang said after studying for a while. "I suppose the Salt Lake search team thinks the same way. This way, we have a much higher chance of encountering them." Yun Xiao agreed. "It's best to choose a place with open spaces on all sides, so we can defend and attack, and escape if things go wrong," Rabbit couldn't help but interject. After eliminating these, only 5 of the 14 daytime scenes remained that met the criteria. The school, the park, 2 streets, and a square. As for the other 2 chaotic, fragmented worlds, they were directly eliminated. Xie Tu didn't immediately respond, but instead reviewed the records for the 5 locations repeatedly. The square is too crowded, the South Street is out of the question, and schools are often eerie locations. The search team can't choose there. The South Street was precisely the area where everyone wore the same identical smile. No one would choose such a bizarre setting. Xie Tu pondered for a moment. "My suggestion is the lakeside park. If no one objects, we rest for 2 hours and then go straight in." They had climbed the Chilean mountains overnight to enter the contaminated area. The sentries were alright, but she had already deteriorated due to lack of oxygen and cold before entering. If he weren't worried that the Salt Lake search team wouldn't be able to hold on, he had originally planned to rest for at least 8 hours to ensure her rest. 2 hours. That was already an extremely compressed time frame. Objective: eliminate the gatekeepers, rescue the Salt Lake search team. "Yes." The little bluebird, seeing its chosen spot selected, proudly raised its head. Unusually finding Xie Tu somewhat agreeable, it refrained from scolding him. Rest time was precious. Everyone quickly ate to replenish their energy. A barrier enveloped the area where supplies were stored, preventing the dark matter from spreading. Yun Xiao, worried about her energy levels, wanted to sleep. After eating a piece of bread, she wrapped herself tightly in her military coat and lay down in the center of the area to sleep. A bluish-green glow surrounded her. During her rest, spiritual threads unconsciously spread. Seeing this, her teammates quickly found places to close their eyes and rest as well. In the past, in the contaminated zone, going days and nights without sleep was the norm. Everyone was used to taking every spare moment to nap. At least it was safe here now. Xie Tu, not sleepy, came over and sat beside Yun Xiao, watching over her as she rested. The heavy military overcoat tightly enveloped her petite frame, revealing only her thick hair and smooth forehead. She looked like a lazy kitten, curled up inside. The space became extremely quiet. Xie watched her silently for a while, observing her peacefully asleep wrapped in the overcoat. After an unknown amount of time, he came to his senses and awkwardly looked away. He hadn't yet found a chance to properly discuss the compatibility fever with her. How should he bring it up? He still hadn't figured it out. Should he directly say that their compatibility exceeded 95%, triggering a compatibility fever and leading to physical intimacy? Would that scare her? Was there a more tactful way to phrase it that would still make her understand? Xietu's thoughts had strayed from the task at hand to carefully choosing his words. Then black threads coiled around her, climbing the barrier, attempting to penetrate and corrupt the sentinels within. Xietu didn't move. The little bluebird nestled against her neck and shoulder also closed its eyes, resting close to its host. Yuan Xiao unconsciously curled up. She hadn't dreamed in a long time. The scene in her dream was both strange and familiar. It was the still scene filled with chaotic fragments before them in the dark void. In her dream, the fragments, which had been floating randomly and shimmering with an eerie light, began to move slowly, reassembling. They floated in the air, moving in a way that seemed chaotic yet followed some hidden law. The assembled scene was somewhat chaotic. One moment, it was a scene of panicked people screaming and fleeing for their lives. The next it was a pristine white basement, quickly transforming into a hazy, indistinct landscape shrouded in white mist. A voice seemed to be calling to her from within. Memories flashed through her mind. Yuan Xiao felt a slight ache in her head. Deep in her memory, a 6 or 7-year-old girl, swinging her legs, sat high in the air, looking down, chin held high with an arrogant air useless. She couldn't see the scene below, not even the girl's face. But her intuition told her it was her. The same movements, the same tone as the little bluebird. The background seemed to be a children's amusement park, and where the little girl sat looked like a roller coaster track above it. Below, there were sounds of people begging for mercy, and the commotion of many monsters running towards them. The scene was chaotic, but she couldn't see it from her perspective, only hear the sounds. Yuan Xiao felt a heavy weight in her heart, a terrible discomfort. In the dark, empty arena, Xie, sitting beside her, quickly sensed something was wrong. He reached out and lifted his military coat, revealing her pale face as she slept. He saw that her brows were furrowed, her breathing was rapid and irregular, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Xietu's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he pulled her out of his military coat, placed her on his lap, and gently shook her. "Wake up!" Yuan Xiao regained consciousness as she was shaken, and abruptly opened her eyes. Xietu looked into her eyes, his heart skipping a beat. The instant she opened her eyes, her expression turned cold and aloof, her eyes revealing a scrutinizing gaze, and a disdainful contempt for everything in the world. Chapter 140. The little bluebird nestled against her neck seemed to be affected as well. Its body instantly became transparent. The little creature opened its eyes, its icy blue beastly eyes gleaming with sharp light. Human and spiritual form, identical expressions. Cold, aloof, and disdainful of everyone. Xietu tensed his jaw, pulling her closer, his gaze fixed on her and the little bluebird. Yuan Xiao nestled in his arms, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Reason returned, her eyes gradually returning to normal, revealing the confusion of just waking up. An interrupted dream. Upon waking, her mind was blank, the images in the dream instantly blurring. She couldn't remember some things. Seeing her return to normal, Xietu's tense jaw relaxed slightly, the seriousness and worry in his eyes gradually fading. The teammates were all awakened by the noise. Duanqi sprang to his feet, looking around warily. Enemy attack. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tao Haohao scrambled to his feet, brandishing his weapon, and turned to survey the surroundings. Rabbit and Song Liang sat up abruptly, immediately releasing their spiritual forms. Silence reigned. It was still that dark void, all light and shadow frozen in place. Dark matter hovered outside the barrier erected by Yuan Xiao. Everything seemed normal. Duanqi breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes widened when he caught sight of the two people embracing on the ground. The two who had been yelling and screaming like a speeding armored vehicle had suddenly fallen silent, even their exhaust fumes swallowed. A collective gasp filled the air. Duanqi, ? Tao Haohao, shocked. Rabbit, Song Liang sighed, turning away as if he hadn't seen anything. Xietu sat still, one hand firmly supporting Yuan Xiao's back, the other gently encircling her waist, pressing her tightly against his chest. The posture was both protective and possessive. Yuan Xiao's petite body was enveloped in his arms, only the back of her head visible. Seeing his teammates all looking over, Sia2 remained calm. She had a nightmare. His grip tightened, betraying the turmoil within him. Everyone, Duanqi muttered to himself. A nightmare is a nightmare. Why are you holding her so tightly? The rabbit stared wide-eyed, bewildered at the scene, her little head seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She belatedly turned to Song Liang, her eyes questioning. When did this happen? Song Liang didn't want to answer. The situation was obvious. What more did he need to say? Yun Xiao had already regained her senses. She didn't move, desperately trying to recall everything from her dream. She remembered the fragmented scene, remembered the fragments piecing themselves back together, but couldn't recall what she dreamt about afterward. The group, unsure where to look, awkwardly lowered their weapons. There's something wrong with the fragmented scene, Yun Xiao suddenly said, nestled in Sia2's arms. Something wrong? Everyone focused their attention, instinctively looking at the still scene directly in front of them. The background was hazy gray, with countless fragments of varying sizes floating in the air, piecing together a strange image. There was another one behind them. The two scenes were opposite, almost identical, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Because the scene was in a chaotic state, it was initially ruled out by Team Zero. Sia2 squinted, observing, but even with the sentry's excellent eyesight, he couldn't discern anything unusual. Song Liang voiced everyone's unspoken question, what's wrong? Yun Xiao shook her head. I don't know. She felt some force drawing her in. It was trying to lure her inside. But the two scenes were indistinguishable, and she wasn't sure which one she was dreaming about. Tao Haohao looked for a long time, but couldn't figure it out either. He turned and asked, should we choose the fragment scene? Sia2 didn't answer, looking down at her. He seemed to want to ask for her opinion. Yun Xiao was still held in his arms. This position was too intimate, especially in front of so many people. Yun Xiao realized this, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She tried to sit up, then shook her head again, saying, not for now. The Salt Lake search team can't hold out for long. Let's check out the other scenes first. Perhaps it was just a trap set by the gatekeeper. Without knowing the rules inside, there was no need to change direction. She stood up and stepped out of the man's embrace. Sia2's arms suddenly felt empty. His arms stiffened slightly, as if he hadn't yet adjusted to the sudden emptiness. Let's go! Sia2 pulled himself together, stood up, and shouldered the supplies. The 2-hour rest period was over. Roger. Everyone packed their things. There were so many supplies that everyone was also carrying a backpack, and the ammunition boxes were strapped to 2 carts. The carts were borrowed from the Dangsheng refugee camp. The group quickly finished packing and arrived at the scene in front of the lakeside park. They prepared to enter the park. In the still scene, the blue sky and white clouds, the calm lake, and the willow trees on both sides created a very open and tranquil atmosphere. Sia2, still uneasy, reached out his hand to her, a flicker of light flashing in his dark eyes as he looked at her. Yun Xiao understood his meaning and hesitantly offered her hand. The man's hand was large and warm, a thin layer of sweat on his palm indicating his inner turmoil. The moment the 6 members of Team Zero stepped into the scene, the scenery changed. The light suddenly became bright, almost blinding. A breeze blew, bringing a slight coolness, the lake rippled in the breeze, and willows swayed gently along the shore. And a strong fishy smell filled the air. The group was now standing by the lake. Upon entering the scene, everyone saw their surroundings clearly, and their hearts sank. This wasn't a lakeside park. It was clearly an artificial lake in a residential area. The entire area was shrouded in a repressive atmosphere, enveloped by an invisible gloom. The surrounding buildings stood in neat rows, their brand new facades gleaming in the sunlight. Not a soul was in sight, the silence was eerie. Everyone remained vigilant, silently cursing under their breath. Sia2, however, remained calm. He surveyed his surroundings, and quickly noticed something unusual. He lowered his voice. There are marks on the ground. Yun Xiao followed his gaze, and looked down. Strange, unusual marks were scattered on the lakeside ground, puddles of half-dried water, resembling giant footprints, or the drag marks of something being dragged. A trace of slime remained on the ground, and a strong, fishy stench filled the air. Further away, there were trampled patches of grass and overturned trash cans, their contents scattered everywhere, uncollected. Something seemed to have crawled out of the lake. The entire Zero team instinctively turned to look at the artificial lake behind them. The wind whistled through, producing faint, indistinct sounds, a mournful wail like a ghost's cry. A gentle breeze rippling the surface of the water. Even with the Sentinel's keen senses, the underwater situation remained unclear. None of the Zero team members possessed marine spirits, and they rarely encountered aquatic creatures in the contaminated areas they had previously investigated. Tao Hao cursed under his breath. Damn! Song Liang asked in a low voice, is it an aquatic mutant? Most likely. Xia Tu scanned the area, then lowered his head to test the surrounding pollution concentration. 35%. Anomaly detected. The sky was clear, and apart from the lakebed, no drifting dark matter could be seen. Xia Tu pondered for a moment, then looked up at the surrounding high-rise residential buildings. Not a single window in any of the apartments was open. All doors and windows were tightly shut, curtains drawn. This was highly unusual. Xia Tu still held Yun Zhao tightly, protecting her by his side, and calmly ordered, Rabbit, attach a silencer and fire a shot into the water to test it. This artificial lake wasn't large. If the mutant is in the lake, it's better to lure it out and eliminate it once and for all. Roger. The rabbit deftly attached the silencer, set up the sniper rifle, and aimed at the center of the lake. Chapter 141. A soft bang sounded. It was barely perceptible, as if a gentle breeze had brushed past. Only a tiny ripple slowly spread from the center of the lake, breaking the stillness of the water. The rabbit stared intently at the lake, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Her king, the chameleon, lay on the sniper rifle, his eyes darting around, observing the surrounding movements. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone waited, waiting for a reaction from the lakebed. However, several minutes passed. Aside from the gradually dissipating ripples, there was no other movement on the lake. Had they all come ashore? Duanqi asked, his eyes fixed on the water. The rabbit couldn't help but retort, isn't it obvious? Yun Zhao lowered her eyes, her gaze unconsciously focusing on the two people's tightly clasped hands. Their fingers had become intertwined without her noticing. The man's palms were constantly sweating, the slightly damp touch making her feel a little sticky and uncomfortable. She frowned slightly, trying to subtly withdraw her hand. Xia Tu sensed something, pursed his thin lips, and finally released her. Yun Zhao, now free, said softly, I try? Tiny specks of greenish-blue fluorescence appeared, flying towards the lake surface. Some of the fluorescence slowly descended, landing on the lake surface and gradually seeping into the bottom, silently merging into the water. The little bluebird immediately jumped agitatedly onto her head. I'm dirty, it cried, hating the smell of the bottom. The murky, dark, rotten stench, and the ubiquitous dark matter. Yun Zhao also felt uncomfortable, and quickly withdrew her spiritual energy. She turned to the others and said, there's nothing at the bottom of the lake. The danger was temporarily averted. Hearing her say that, Xia Tu focused his attention on the marks on the lakeshore. Song Liang crouched down to examine the marks on the ground. The watermarks varied in depth, proving that there was more than one mutant. There was residual slime in the grass, seemingly a film of water from some kind of animal. Most aquatic organisms have a film of water covering their skin. Like fish, their surfaces are usually covered with a layer of slime, which reduces resistance when swimming in water. Song Liang didn't touch it. After observing for a moment, he turned and said, it's impossible for a residential area to keep large marine creatures. Could it be a fish-shaped mutant? In the old days, the quality of life was high, and many well-maintained residential areas liked to keep ornamental fish. Who knows? Duanqi complained, it's slimy and disgusting to look at. Xia Tu released all his senses, and the faint rustling sounds from inside the house reached his ears. Duanqi, get to work. Duanqi obediently released the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon circled low, then suddenly ascended, overlooking a residential area. The entire area was shrouded in a swirling gray fog, obscuring everything outside. After surveying the outside of the area, the peregrine falcon flew to a window of a high-rise building, perched on it, and peered into the rooms. Seemingly spotting something, its eyes widened like copper bells. Then it flew to a window directly opposite the stairwell and perched there. Duanqi abruptly raised his gun. Found a mutant, probably level 7. As his words fell, the entire scene, as if reacting sluggishly, was finally brought to life. A cacophony of sounds erupted. Motion came from a few rooms, and even the sound of a television could be heard. Xia Tu decisively decided, let's go check it out. Whether searching for the key or the Salt Lake search team, the immediate threat had to be dealt with first. It was just a mutant, they could handle it. Song Liang and Tao Hao carried the supplies to cover the rear. Yun Zhao instinctively followed Xia Tu, arriving with the others at the apartment building the peregrine falcon had been peering into. Duanqi, leading the way, quickly said, it's in the 6th floor hallway, outside the elevator. As they approached the building, the sound from the television grew clearer. Just as everyone was about to enter, They suddenly stopped, their eyes warily fixed on the building. Yun Xiao was a beat too slow, stopped by a man's arm. She instinctively followed everyone's gaze and looked up. She saw a head protruding from a sixth-floor window. It was a mutant emanating a black aura. Its entire body resembled a frog perched on the glass, its eyeballs bulging as if about to pop out of their sockets, its skin wrinkled from being soaked in water, covered with a strange film of water. A translucent, watery film of slime dripped down along with the dark substance. "Get out of the way!" Xie grabbed Yun Xiao by the waist and quickly retreated, holding her close. The others also moved aside in time. The slime dripped down from where they had just been standing, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. The mutant finally saw its food. Its pupils instantly narrowed to vertical slits, and its expression became extremely excited. "Water! Give me water!" It leaped from the sixth floor, landing with a dull thud. The rabbit reacted swiftly, pulling the trigger almost the instant the mutant landed. The sniper rifle was aimed at the mutant's fatal head. Based on past experience, one shot would be fatal. But something strange happened. As the bullet approached the mutant, a faint ripple spread around it, as if the bullet had struck empty air, then vanished without a trace. The mutant remained unharmed. The rabbit, realizing what had happened, swore, "What the hell?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. The bullet disappeared? Before they could think further, the mutant, having landed, lay on the ground like a frog, its tongue lolling out as it lunged at the rabbit. Its tongue was extremely long, with a forked tip. The rabbit quickly retreated, but the mutant's outstretched tongue was blocked by a peregrine falcon that had appeared out of nowhere, its talons striking the creature. "Put your guns away!" Xie immediately drew his tang sword, his expression also grim, but his voice remained calm and powerful. At his command, the team members responded swiftly, putting their firearms back into their backpacks and drawing their melee weapons. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The little bluebird watched the spectacle with its head tilted indifferently. Seeing this, the mutant seemed even more excited. It leaped from the ground with its hind legs, like a spring, charging straight at the rabbit. Its forked tongue drew a strange arc in the air, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound. The rabbit, agile as ever, rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. This mutant seemed to have its sights set on the rabbit. It attacked only her. Duanqi drew his sword and entered the fray, standing in front of the rabbit. He sidestepped, making a swift cut on the mutant. But the cut only left a shallow mark, unable to cause any real damage. Duanqi shouted, "What's going on? Even a level 10 mutant couldn't do this." Tao Haohao and Song Liang, guarding the supplies, were about to go and help. Xie turned back. "Stay here." Tao Haohao scratched his head. It was unclear whether the captain's words were directed at Yun Xiao or at both of them. Yun Xiao glanced at him, then silently raised her hand, sending countless green fluorescent rays hurtling towards the mutant. She hadn't acted earlier because she wanted to see what was happening. 24 scenes from different time periods, a chaotic land filled with fragments. Could this chaotic scene be connected to all the other scenes? The bullet went to the chaotic land? Was it because the bullet's speed exceeded the rules? Or was it caused by different time flows? The images from her dream flashed through her mind again. As Yun Xiao acted, the bulletproof mutant was quickly controlled by the mental threads, its vertical pupils becoming dull, and it lay motionless on the ground. The rabbit panted, "What happened?" Chapter 142. No one uttered a sound. It seemed to be late spring in the contaminated area. The sky was a clear, deep blue. The deserted neighborhood was filled with a strong fishy smell. The controlled mutant lay on the ground like a frog, its limbs bent, its palms and saws pressed tightly to the ground. Its pupils were vacant. It was completely still, two different kinds of slime dripping from its body. It was a frog-like mutant. Strange. Despite the commotion, the noise from upstairs, and the television remained unchanged, completely unaffected. All doors and windows were tightly shut. No one or any other creature appeared. Xie approached the monster on the ground, raising his tang sword to stab its vital points. As the blade neared, he clearly felt resistance, and the surrounding air rippled. Everyone saw this. "Is it a barrier?" Song Liang turned to ask Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao shook his head. "I didn't sense any mental energy fluctuations." Duanqi, who was the most qualified to speak, said, "When I swung my knife at it just now, it felt like I hit an invisible wall, not a mental barrier." The recoil made his hands go numb, and he almost dropped the knife. Duanqi didn't want to elaborate on such an embarrassing incident. Xie didn't try to increase the force, but after experimenting for a while, he said calmly, "The intelligence team's analysis is correct on one point. Because of its extremely remote location, there are very few mutants in contaminated Zone 249. Contaminated zones have a fatal attraction for mutants. The Chilean Mountains area is sparsely populated, which means it's destined to be unable to attract more mutants. The Gatekeeper's growth is linked to their obsession. Sia2 sheathed his sword and took 2 steps back, carefully observing the monster. He concluded, this should be a protective mechanism the Gatekeeper uses against the mutants. The specific mechanism is currently unclear. But it's obvious that the guide's spiritual threads can penetrate this protective mechanism. The rabbit was still bothered, then where did the bullet I fired go? Perhaps it went to the chaotic scene filled with fragments? Yun Xiao paused, then added, that's just my guess. From waking up to entering this residential area, only about 10 minutes had passed, yet her thoughts were still lingering on the scenes from her dream. Many details were forgotten. But she vaguely remembered seeing countless fragments floating in the chaos in her dream, constantly reassembling and outlining different scenes. Is it possible? All the scenes in the contaminated area are composed of fragments from the chaos? Hearing her say this, everyone's gaze turned towards her. Yun Xiao didn't know how to explain his dream to them, so he could only offer his guess. The 24 scenes should be connected in some way. Sia2 quickly ordered Duanqi, check if there are any clocks in the houses upstairs. If the 24 scenes represent time, then there must be a sequence. They needed to confirm which time period each scene belonged to. Yes. Duanqi communicated with his peregrine falcon, instructing it to fly into the houses and check the time. The peregrine falcon received its host's consciousness, flapped its wings, and took flight again. It even took a moment to greet the little bluebird, who was watching the commotion. The little bluebird proudly raised its head. Go get to work. The peregrine falcon nodded, its form becoming transparent as it flew into the residential building. The rest remained where they were, studying the motionless monster. It just said give it water, Song Liang said. Shouldn't we get the key first? Everyone had heard it say give it water when the mutant jumped down. Was this mutant's obsession with finding water? But that doesn't make sense. What would it need water for? Tao Hao pointed to the artificial lake behind them. Didn't it just crawl out of the water? The artificial lake was full of water. Duanqi shrugged. What if it's thirsty and asking us for water? Yun Xiao stared at him strangely. Mutants get thirsty? Duanqi was unsure. Probably. Isn't there a metal water cup in Qiling's room? He had never actually seen a mutant drink water before. Yun Xiao muttered, what I mean is, it's thirsty and picky, it won't drink lake water, it wants mineral water. Duanqi, I don't know. The topic veered off course. Sia2 pondered for a moment, then pointed to the supplies on the cart. Try getting a bottle of water. Obsession and the key were inextricably linked. Before delving deeper into the mission, they had to find a way to get the key first. Tao Hao quickly took out a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to the captain. Sia2 caught it with one hand, his dark eyes fixed on Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao understood his meaning and withdrew some of his mental energy. The frogman mutant lying on the ground, its dazed gaze instantly turning frantic. Water. Give me water. Sia2 calmly handed it the bottle. The bottle touched the monster's slime, instantly corroding a large hole, and water gushed out. The mutant didn't open its mouth. Instead, it used its body to catch the water. The group stood a short distance away, watching intently, waiting for the key to appear. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The monster, emanating black mist, absorbed the water instantly upon contact with its mucus-like surface. Simultaneously, its webbed feet gradually unfurled, and its body began to change. Its previously wrinkled skin, soaked in water, gradually became smooth, and the strange film of water on it seemed to thicken continuously. Dark matter surged as if alive, as if providing it with energy. No key appeared. Sia2's expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, he raised his tang sword and swung it. Air fluctuations occurred around the tip of the sword. Having drained some of its mental energy, the remaining mental power could no longer suppress it. The mutant opened its massive mouth, extending its forked tongue, and launched an attack on Sia2. Sia2 dodged to the side, no longer holding back his strength, and struck again with unparalleled momentum, his blade slamming into the mutant's body. The mysterious barrier trembled violently under his full-force attack. The mutant tried to dodge, but countless fluorescent lights reappeared, suppressing it. It let out a painful roar, and the black energy around its body surged even more violently. The barrier finally succumbed and shattered. Sia2 struck again, slicing the mutant's body in two, black blood spurting out. It struggled on the ground a few times, then completely lost its life. Damn! Duanqi, who was closest, quickly jumped back, dodging the splattering slime, muttering, I never seen such a difficult mutant to kill. It was practically impervious to blades and bullets. The intelligence team is going to be busy this time. The 10 levels we defined before will probably all have to be overturned. Tao Hao said. Song Liang, not necessarily. It depends on the gatekeeper's ability. Without the gatekeeper, the frogman mutant can only reach level 7 at most. If the bullet hadn't disappeared, Rabbit's heavy sniper rifle could probably take it out with one shot. The problem is, why didn't the key appear? Chapter 143. Two possibilities. Sia2 lowered his head to wipe the sticky substance off his sword, sheathing it. First, the situation here is the same as in contaminated Zone 88. The key is only found where the gatekeeper is. As for the second possibility, he didn't say, but everyone in Team Zero understood. It was a theory proposed by researcher Chi long ago. A 5-star contaminated zone has no key. The combat units of the 4 bases have had no survivors in any of the incorrectly rated contaminated zones. A sudden chill ran through everyone. Some didn't want to face this possibility. Except Yun Zhao. She stood a little further away, and her heart stirred upon hearing Sia2's words. Not fear, but rather a tinge of expectant excitement. Subconsciously, she even hoped this was a 5-star contaminated zone. If they could kill the gatekeeper, it meant Team Zero could carry out 5-star missions in the future. Then she could go to contaminated Zone 6. The little bluebird sensed the original consciousness and finally perked up, no longer just watching the spectacle, but using its spiritual threads to capture the emotions present in the neighborhood. The original body wanted to enter contaminated Zone 6 to find its origins and take its uncles home. The little guy had always known this. The cyan-green spiritual threads transformed into specks, disappearing into the surroundings and spreading outwards invisibly. The corpse of the frogman mutant lay on the ground, emitting a pungent, fishy smell. Its webbed feet drooped limply, its forked tongue hung limply to the side, and the strange water membrane had lost its function. It looked particularly disgusting. The peregrine falcon circled the various floors and returned. Duanqi's expression relaxed, checked several places, all at 4 in the afternoon. 16 o'clock, which is 16 in sequence if you go clockwise. Song Liang noted it down in his notebook, then casually asked, is it exactly 4 o'clock? Duanqi, yes. The time hasn't passed? Yes. Song Liang, Duanqi's expression turned strange. This complex is quite large. Exactly 16 buildings. Tao Hao listened, feeling his brain struggling to process it. What does that mean? Sia2's ears twitched, carefully discerning the sounds from upstairs. Then he adjusted the time on his communicator to exactly 16. We don't have enough clues right now. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go in and check. The noise and television sounds from upstairs were still there. The sounds were very muffled. Even to his ears, he couldn't make out the content. There was such a commotion, yet no one appeared. If it were the Yinchi search team, they would have shown themselves upon seeing them. Clearly, there were no living people here. They had to find someone, find the gatekeeper and the key. Sia2 returned to Yun Zhao's side, grabbed her backpack strap, and led the way into the apartment building. Song Liang and Tao Hao followed behind, pushing a high pile of supplies. I should have known better than to bring so much ammunition. Who knew the bullets would be useless? Enough with the nonsense. We might need them in the next scene. There's a next scene? We can't possibly explore all 24 scenes, can we? A chattering discussion arose behind them. Yun Zhao couldn't help but admire how quickly everyone had adjusted their mindset after learning this might be a 5-star contaminated zone. The 6 of them didn't choose to take the elevator. Carrying so many supplies up the stairs was simply inconvenient. Finally, Sia2 spoke up, leaving the ammunition on the first floor and going upstairs to check things out first. With a clear objective, he led Yun Zhao to the 6th floor. Yun Zhao, unusually, hadn't fallen behind. Her daily training had been effective. At least her stamina was noticeably better than before. The group quickly reached the 6th floor. The hallway was unlit, yet brightly lit. Looking out the hallway window, they could see the artificial lake in the complex. Lush greenery surrounded the lake, and the blue sky and white clouds were reflected on its calm surface, like a beautiful painting unfolding before their eyes. But further away, thick, billowing fog isolated the entire complex. Sia2 observed the environment in the hallway. This was clearly a high-end complex. It had a 2-unit per floor design. 2 heavy security doors were tightly closed, and the smart locks beside them stood silently in the dim light, awaiting their owner's return. The floor, paved with solid marble, bore traces of water and black slime. The frogman mutant couldn't have gotten to the 6th floor without a reason. More than one mutant had crawled out of the lake. Where were the others? Xie stood in front of one of the doors. The sound of a television was coming from there. Tao Hao, come and break down the door. Tao Hao was clearly prepared. He walked over with a knife in his hand, wedged it into the electronic lock, and used brute force to pry open the door with his bare hands. Of course, they could send their spirit entities inside to investigate. But spirit entities are inherently playful and might miss some clues. Yuan Zhao watched as the veins on Tao Hao's arm bulged as he forcefully pried open the heavy security door. Seeing Tao Hao's display of such ferocious strength, she had to admit that sentinels and guides were indeed different. The little bluebird tilted its head to look. As the door opened a crack, the sound of the television clearly reached everyone's ears. Xie squinted, finally understanding why he couldn't hear the content. Because the content on the television was playing in reverse. The group entered the house. The house was luxuriously decorated, clean and tidy, but lacked any sense of life. It looked like a show home. The sentries extended their senses. No one's in the house. Who turned on the television? The rabbit got goosebumps. Yuan Zhao walked to the sofa and sat down, staring at the content on the television. It was a local channel program. Because it was playing in reverse, the sound sounded strange. She wasn't familiar with the functions of old-fashioned electrical appliances. Such content couldn't have been covered in training courses. So she asked, did old-fashioned televisions have a reverse function? Xie followed, finding the remote control on the coffee table. Try it and you see. Not long after he finished speaking, he quickly discovered that the remote control was useless. No matter which button he pressed, the television didn't respond. Song Liang and the others had already opened all the room doors and gone inside to check. The wardrobes were empty, without any personal belongings. Xie looked up and met her gaze for a moment, then put down the remote and began studying the content on the television. A short segment was playing on repeat. The screen showed tourist attractions, including Yanchuan Nature Reserve, Tiger Gully Glacier No. 12, 5 temples grottos, and the Sherbao City ruins. It looked like a tourism promotional video for Subei. But why was it playing backwards? What were the mutants doing on the 6th floor? Everyone was baffled. The space was writhing and repairing itself. The door that Tao Hao had just destroyed was quickly restored to its original state. Not a trace was left. Not even the dirty footprints on the floor. Yuan Zhao was puzzled, but she was patient and not in a hurry at all. At least it was much more comfortable inside the contaminated area than outside. I'm going to the bathroom, Yuan Zhao said to Xie as she got up from the sofa. Xie glanced at the closed bathroom door and nodded. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway, just a few steps away. Everyone was in the house. It was safe. Yuan Zhao didn't call Rabbit. The bathroom door closed. It was clean and tidy inside, and all the facilities were brand new. The toilet even had water. After relieving herself, Yuan Zhao went to the sink and turned on the tap. Clear water flowed out. There was no shortage of water here. Why were the frog people asking them for water? She washed her hands, lost in thought. Just then, the television outside the door suddenly stopped. The little bluebird suddenly straightened up, its sharp eyes fixed on the tightly closed bathroom door. It wants to eat you. A seemingly random sentence, but Yuan Zhao understood. The gatekeeper was watching her. Yuan Zhao wasn't surprised at all. That dream seemed intentional. She grasped the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Outside, however, wasn't the living room of the model apartment where Team Zero was located, but rather, that chaotic place filled with fragments. Chapter 144. Yuan Zhao stood inside the bathroom, calmly observing two strikingly similar yet distinct scenes, separated by a door. The sky was dim, the background a hazy gray. Countless fragments of varying sizes floated in the air, like shattered mirrors, refracting distorted and blurry light and shadow. Two chaotic places, filled with disorder and chaos. Like two parallel mirrors, reflecting each other's existence. Standing upright outside the door, one on the left and one on the right. They stood there silently, as if simultaneously extending an invitation to her. Yuan Zhao watched silently for a while, deciding not to go in for the time being. Outwardly, they appeared indistinguishable. What if she chose the wrong one? But what was this restless desire stirring within her? The gatekeeper harbored ill will towards her. According to the little bluebird, he wanted to devour her. Yuan Zhao asked the little bluebird, "Did you see what happened in my dream?" After being woken by Xie, she had forgotten most of the content, not even the scene of the fragments piecing together. She only had a vague impression. The little bluebird fluttered its wings. "I didn't see anything." The little creature seemed very interested in what was happening inside, looking eager to try it out. Yuan Zhao vaguely felt that she had forgotten something very important. Would the answer be in that chaotic land? According to Zero Team's previous speculation, the 24 scenes represented time. She wasn't sure which chaotic land she had dreamed of. If it was truly as they speculated, then what did the two scenes filled with fragments mean? A point of intersection in time? Or, there were two gatekeepers? Yuan Zhao suppressed the urge to go in and explore, and closed the bathroom door. She blocked all the floating debris outside the door, glanced around, and went to sit down and rest, lowering the toilet seat. Everything was normal in the bathroom. Her backpack was still on her, filled with plenty of food. It wasn't her first time acting alone. She was even more composed than last time, slowly pulling a mint from her pocket, unwrapping it, and eating it. Xia too, he'd be worried if he found out she was missing. Perhaps she should wait a little longer. Rabbit searched the master bedroom thoroughly, and quickly made a new discovery. She came out in a panic, clutching a huge wall clock, clearly taken from somewhere on the wall. Captain! Time is running. When Peregrine checked earlier, all the times were frozen at 4 p.m. Duanqi said nonchalantly, let it run. Maybe the gatekeeper has dementia and is slow to react, that's why the scene only activated now. Rabbit glared at him, and held the clock up to them. Everyone quickly realized that time was indeed moving. But the stopwatch on the clock was running backwards. It was now 3:57 p.m. Duanqi, the TV is playing backwards, time is running backwards? Song Liang frowned, deep in thought. Xia Tu's eyes kept glancing towards the bathroom door. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he stood up and strode towards the bathroom. Team. Captain. Song Liang said helplessly, Yuan Zhao is inside. The girl entered the bathroom, to avoid hearing awkward sounds, and Song Liang and the others deliberately withdrew some of their senses. Xia Tu, however, seemed not to hear him. Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked open the bathroom door. The cramped space was completely exposed. It was empty, except for the dripping water from the faucet on the sink. Xia Tu's heart skipped a beat, his eyes instantly sharpening, as he quickly scanned every corner of the bathroom. However, there was nothing there. The person had vanished into thin air. Song Liang was standing directly opposite the bathroom. In this house, the wash basin was separated by frosted glass. Song Liang had seen the captain go in, and already sensed something was wrong. Rabbit and the others also noticed something was amiss, and rushed over. Upon seeing that it was empty, their faces changed drastically. How is this possible? Rabbit stammered, her eyes wide, clearly shocked by this sudden turn of events. They were all in the house, very close to the bathroom, and the captain was sitting in the living room. Sister Yuan Zhao had disappeared right under their noses. Xia Tu pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, his eyes growing even sharper. He turned his head to look at the wall clock Rabbit was holding. 3 minutes. Yuan Zhao went in about 3 minutes later. Time had started rewinding from the moment she entered the bathroom. Reverse time? Normally, as the captain, he should rationally analyze the situation and make a reasonable decision. But Xia Tu was completely unable to think. His mind was in turmoil, mixed with a barely perceptible panic. It was an emotion he had never shown before. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Team Zero had lost their guide. Seeing the captain's cold face and silence, Rabbit cautiously chose her words. Is the gatekeeper up to something? It wasn't obvious. Another silence fell over the room. The reversed audio from the television became background noise. The clock in the rabbit's arms quickly struck 3:50 p.m. Outside the window, blue skies and white clouds created a serene scene. Xia Tu felt restless, struggling to suppress his panic and force himself to calm down. He searched the bathroom meticulously. A person's disappearance could be due to being taken away by the gatekeeper or accidentally entering another scene. But even with his extraordinary perception, he couldn't find any exit from here. The bathroom wasn't large enough to accommodate everyone else. The other four stood by the door, watching their captain's increasingly frantic search. When had their captain ever acted like this? Before Yuan Zhao appeared, he had long suffered from the corruption of the dark domain, and in front of his teammates, he always maintained a calm and collected demeanor. Now, everyone belatedly realized it. The captain's feelings for Yuan Zhao were very special. But now was not the time to think about such things. Tao Haohao wanted to help find clues. He racked his brains, breaking the silence first. If time is going backwards, does that mean our previous guesses about the order were wrong? It's 16 clockwise, but now it's 15. Not necessarily. Song Liang, head down, was writing something in his notebook. We came in at 16. Is it possible that the scene exists in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions? He pointed to the huge round clock in the rabbit's hand. Look, there are 24 hours in a day, but all clock markings usually only show 12 o'clock. I know. Duanqi exclaimed. The circular dark void we were in when we came in, doesn't it look like a giant clock face? A circular space the size of a football field, with two opposing chaotic places. Duanqi, the places filled with fragments represent 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock respectively? Tao Haohao felt his brain was about to explode. But a clock only has 12 markings, but there are 24 scenes in that place. Duanqi didn't know. If Yun Zhao has already entered another scene, where would she go? Chapter 145. Xie Tu spoke in a suppressed voice. They went to the fragment lands. Before entering, she had mentioned that there was something wrong with those two chaotic lands. They didn't choose to go in, but instead chose another scene, hoping to rescue the Salt Lake search team that had been swallowed by the gray mist. Team Zero now faces two problems. Should they stay here and wait, or should they actively search? The key is that there are two fragment lands, Song Liang said. We haven't even figured out the clues in this scene. For example, why is time moving backward? Where did the other frogman mutants who crawled out of the lake go? There's water everywhere. So why are the frogmen asking them for water? And after giving them water, the key didn't appear, and the mutants actually underwent an evolutionary reaction. Xie Tu's lips were tightly pressed together, his features cold and hard, radiating a chilling aura that made people afraid to approach. His posture remained upright, but his slightly clenched fist betrayed his inner unease. Rabbit, however, spoke up timidly. When I was little, I read some children's books that said frogs don't drink water, they absorb moisture through their skin. Those books, her brother had scrimped and saved to buy them. She had read them countless times, and still remembered their contents clearly. Rabbit's parents died when she was very young, and she was raised by her brother. The two siblings relied on each other for many years. Conditions were very difficult back then. To provide her with a better life, her brother, after awakening to become a high-ranking sentinel, chose to bring her, still young, to Dawn Base to settle down. Rabbit didn't want to recall those past events, only saying, frogs also obtain water by consuming insects and other food. Food? Duanqi had a sudden inspiration. Is it possible that the water the frogman mutant was referring to wasn't water, as commonly understood, but rather food? The food the frogman mutant was talking about, of course, referred to them, the living people. Duanqi was closest to the monster at the time, and he clearly remembered that the frogman hadn't drunk any water. The mineral water bottle, corroded by the slime, had spilled all over its body. The water film on its surface, replenishing its physical moisture, made it even stronger. Next, it needed food. 3 heads are better than 1. Everyone fell into deep thought. Song Liang nodded slightly. That's possible. If the water refers to food, then it explains some of the frogman mutants' behavior. As for why there was no key, more clues were needed to determine that. Is the key only at the gatekeeper's location, or have they entered a 5-star contaminated zone? Seeing their captain's perpetually cold face, Tao Haohao interrupted their thoughts. The most urgent thing is to figure out how to find Yun Zhao. They were all anxious. But they didn't have enough clues. They had no idea how to leave this place to find the fragment land. And what if Yun Zhao reappeared after they left? 1 hour. Xie Tu's expression tightened, and he said coldly, if she doesn't appear in an hour, leave and go find her. With her abilities, if it was just a simple barrier, she should be able to break through the domain and appear within an hour. As for other possibilities, Xie Tu didn't want to think about them. Yun Zhao was missing, and the remaining people couldn't afford to be scattered, but they couldn't just sit around doing nothing either. Everyone, release your spiritual forms, and search for clues and an exit. Yes. The fire phoenix in the spiritual realm anxiously tried to emerge. What happened to you? Why did you lose Qingwan? Let me out. I need to find Qingwan. Xie Tu's jaw tightened, letting it rant. Yun Zhao waited and waited, the bathroom floor littered with scattered candy wrappers. Until she finished the last mint. Yun Zhao stood up and reopened the bathroom door. Outside, there were still those 2 chaotic places, filled with countless floating fragments. I think I'm trapped here, Yun Zhao said, pulling a bag of white rabbit milk candies from her backpack. The little bluebird raised its head. Those useless fools, they lost you. Yun Zhao didn't reply, lowering her head to rummage through her backpack. Her backpack was mostly filled with food. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to eat self-heating hot pot in the bathroom? There was no water in the chaotic land. Her backpack only contained a bottle of drinking water and a few bottles of milk. Self-heating hot pot needs water to heat it, and tap water from the bathroom would do. She needed to fill her stomach before going in. Yuan Zhao opened the door wide, sat cross-legged on the clean marble floor tiles, facing the two eerie spaces, and began cooking the self-heating hot pot. Xie Tu and the others should have already noticed her disappearance. The fact that they haven't come looking for her for so long means she's long gone from that house. The fragments can form any scene. This small space had been replaced the moment she decided to go to the bathroom. She didn't detect any mental fluctuations. Why would the gatekeeper be targeting her? Eat you, and it can advance. Advance? Yuan Zhao touched the little bluebird on her head and asked curiously, how did you know? The little bluebird, a feeling. Yuan Zhao's eyes flickered, and she rested her chin on her hand. I have that feeling too. She wanted to kill it. Yuan Zhao had entered very few contaminated zones so far. Aside from the newly created contaminated zone 102, she had only actually been to 2 other contaminated zones. Each time, a thought would arise deep within her mind. Kill the gatekeeper. In contaminated zone 28, Team Zero was supposed to be investigating the cause of Zhang Dehui's mutation. But when Song Yang discussed clues, she wasn't thinking about clues. What came to her mouth was killing the gatekeeper. That was her true thought. Don't you think I've become stronger than before? She still hadn't tested the limits of her mental strength. As for physical strength, it was probably related to better nutrition and increased intensity of daily training. The little bluebird arrogantly raised its head, unwilling to answer this obvious question. The main body is powerful because it is powerful. The self-heating hot pot was ready, very hot, but there was nothing to put on it, and she couldn't very well eat it lying on the ground. Yuan Zhao didn't want to eat it on the toilet either. She looked around, then turned and carried the self-heating hot pot to the sink. The instant she turned, the fragments floating in the chaos to her left suddenly rearranged, countless dark substances coalescing into tentacles, attacking her back. They seemed impatient, wanting to drag her into the abyss. Yuan Zhao didn't even look up, her eyes only on her self-heating hot pot. The next moment, all the black tentacles crashed into an invisible barrier, blocked outside the bathroom door. The little bluebird glanced sideways at the tentacles, its icy blue beastly eyes full of disdain. This one's too stupid, let's choose the other one. Yuan Zhao, shouldn't we choose the stupid one? If the rule is time, then the 2 identical chaotic places should represent opposite rules. Clockwise and counterclockwise. Chapter 146. What she couldn't contain was the fragmented scene on the left. Yuan Zhao ignored it, pulling her hand back to open the lid of the scalding hot pot. The fragments behind her were reassembling, the gloomy sky gradually dissipating, becoming clear. A short while later, 2 spaces appeared. The left showed the model room where Team Zero was located, with Xie Tu appearing somewhat agitated. On the right, a deserted amusement park appeared. Yuan Zhao's hand, holding a fork, suddenly stopped. The little bluebird tilted its head, without thinking. I choose the amusement park, it's fun. The left is an illusion, Yuan Zhao said. In her memory, Xie Tu was always calm and composed, a captain with both intelligence and strength. He had extremely high patience. He would never be so agitated and restless. This clearly didn't fit his personality. Besides, the gatekeeper had gone to great lengths to separate her from Team Zero. They wouldn't easily let her go back. Except for going to the toilet, she was practically inseparable from Xie Tu within the contaminated zone. Having learned her lesson once, Team Zero would never give the gatekeeper another chance to harm her. Yuan Zhao deliberately avoided looking at the man's tall figure, her gaze fixed on the amusement park to her right. A brightly colored Ferris wheel stood tall, the exquisitely carved horses on the carousel were lifelike, and the roller coaster tracks resembled a winding dragon, exuding grandeur. They seemed to be waiting for visitors. The silence only added to the mysterious atmosphere. People living in the wasteland era had never seen an amusement park before. Yet, the scene felt strangely familiar. A picture seemed to flash through her mind, and a white mist slowly dissipated in her mental realm. The little bluebird interrupted her thoughts, becoming restless. Eat quickly, then we go in and take a look. Yuan Zhao seemed unhurried, telling it, we need more clues. She couldn't pinpoint the difference between the 2 chaotic realms. If her deduction was correct, the 2 represented clockwise and counterclockwise directions. She wasn't sure what would happen after entering the counterclockwise space. You won't find any clues staying here. That's true. Clues don't fall from the sky. She couldn't stay cooped up here forever, her teammates would worry about her. Yuan Zhao slowly began to enjoy her self-heating hot pot. Then let's choose the right side. The amusement park. Who will eat whom is still uncertain. Inside the model room, the team members stood by the window, waiting for the results of the spiritual entity's search. Sia2 was initially composed, but as time went on, he became noticeably anxious, even showing it on his face. Almost every minute, he would glance down at the clock, then at the bathroom. The clock, ticking backwards, was nearing 3 p.m. He had never felt time drag on so long. His gaze never left the clock or the bathroom. Seeing this, the four felt a growing sense of unease and doubt. The captain, always calm and collected, always the most composed and rational one, had panicked over Yun Zhao's disappearance. This was completely unexpected. Yun Zhao was clearly very strong, even more comfortable and powerful than most sentinels in the contaminated zone. Rabbit thought, Sister Yun Zhao will definitely be alright. Yet, he also felt that the captain clearly knew this. It's pointless to say anything. The peregrine falcon finally flew back at this moment. Captain, we haven't found the exit, Duanxi said. We haven't found any other frogman mutants either. It's strange, judging from the tracks along the lake, it's clear more than one mutant climbed ashore. Where did the other frogmen go? The four of them stood by the window, their exceptional eyesight allowing them to clearly see the outside. The perimeter of the residential area was shrouded in swirling gray fog. This was a separate scene. Tao Hao pointed to the gray fog in the distance. Could they have gone into the fog? Possibly. Song Liang sensed his lion through their mental connection, as it was searching house to house across the street. In terms of reconnaissance, the other mental entities were clearly not as fast as the peregrine falcon. The search results were the same. Nothing was found. The noise was all coming from various electrical appliances such as televisions, computers, and radios. All the sounds were played in reverse. But why would the frogman mutants go into the gray fog? Rabbit asked. The mutants only leave the contaminated area when foraging for food. Although this is just a small, isolated scene, the frogmen wouldn't leave without a reason. Could the Salt Lake search team have been here? Song Liang looked out at the gray fog, like a thick curtain, constantly churning and shifting, like countless writhing tentacles. It was impossible to see what was inside. Song Liang stated his deduction. They discovered there was no key here, and couldn't find any other exit. To avoid being killed, they chose to leave through the dense fog. The remaining mutant frogmen all chased into the fog. That makes sense. The Salt Lake search team might be facing danger. It was exactly 3 p.m. They waited for an hour, but the restroom remained quiet. The familiar figure still hadn't appeared. Sia2 closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was calm once more. Enter the dense fog directly, and find the chaotic land as quickly as possible. His tone left no room for argument. There were no other exits in the scene. No matter what, they had to try and see if they could get through the gray fog and find the space where Yun Zhao was. Yes! Everyone recalled their spiritual entities outside. The group went downstairs, their supplies still untouched in the stairwell on the first floor. The Fire Phoenix threw a tantrum. Let me out! Let me out! I go find him. Sia2 no longer restrained it. The Fire Phoenix finally got its chance to emerge. The next second, a gigantic phoenix, its body wreathed in flames, soared into the sky from the void above the man's head. A scorching heat rushed towards them. The greenery in the residential area was instantly scorched, turning yellow and curled, casting a crimson glow on the windows of several nearby buildings. A fiery phoenix circled overhead, its body ablaze with flames. A loud cry echoed through the sky. It circled for a moment, then plunged into the gray mist, leaving a trail of dazzling light in the air. The group quickly followed. At the same time, as Team Zero stepped into the gray mist, Yun Zhao had just finished her self-heating hotpot and was preparing to enter the chaotic land on the right. No, it had transformed into a familiar yet strange amusement park. Something seemed to be drawing her in. Meanwhile, on the left, Sia2 was still pacing anxiously. It was definitely an illusion. Was he trying to use Sia2 to lure her in? Why him? Yun Zhao was somewhat bewildered. The little bluebird had already spread its wings, and countless fluorescent lights rapidly surged into the amusement park scene, clearing a path and protecting the main body. Yun Zhao composed herself, checked her backpack and weapon, and stepped into the space on the right. The moment her figure disappeared through the doorway, large swaths of gray fog quickly enveloped the residential area. When it dispersed, the artificial lake scene had vanished. The fragments reassembled into a new, unfamiliar scene, maintaining a quantity of 24. The dense gray fog was indistinguishable from the boundary line of the contaminated zone. Without the guide's barrier, the fog seemed to possess a life of its own, surging towards those who had entered. Everyone became somewhat uneasy. The Fire Phoenix, mimicking the blue Luan, circled in the air, flapping its wings vigorously at the group below. It seemed to be trying to dispel the dense fog surrounding the main body. It did have some effect, but not much. Tao Hao couldn't help but shout at it, "Little Bluebird, is this a typhoon or a sauna for us?" It was like Laozi's alchemy furnace. The wind was incredibly strong, carrying waves of heat that slapped against our faces. Luckily, everyone was a sentry, physically robust, so they weren't blown around like madmen. "Quiet, there's a discovery ahead." It was Song Liang's voice. The fire phoenix dispersed some of the gray fog ahead. Before the fog gathered again, Song Liang could vaguely see something on the ground ahead. Chapter 147. Xie Tu had already heard the sound. As he drew his tang sword, he spoke coldly, "It's a frogman mutant." The churning gray mist surged and gathered again, gradually engulfing everything in a hazy veil, blurring vision. The frogman mutant also spotted them. Its pupils instantly turned vertical, and it excitedly stuck out its tongue, leaping into the mist and disappearing quickly. "Water!" A voice came from a certain direction. A fire phoenix raised its head and cried out, creating a scorching storm as it swooped down. Flames and gray mist intertwined, like hellfire, dyeing the originally dark mist a fiery red, like a burning twilight, both beautiful and eerie. The moment the frogman mutant spoke, Xie Tu, following the sound, hurled his tang sword. The tang sword sliced through the air, carrying a chilling aura. The thick fog to the right broke through, revealing the blurry silhouette of a frogman mutant. Strange spatial fluctuations suddenly rippled around it, an invisible barrier instantly solidifying in an attempt to block the fatal blow. Clang! The tip of the blade struck the fluctuating air, a crisp metallic clang ringing out. Visible ripples spread from the point of contact. The tang sword's momentum undiminished, shattering the mysterious force it had blocked, piercing through the edge of its gaping mouth and striking its heart, spraying out a trail of black slime. The monster's massive body shuddered violently, then collapsed limply to the ground. One strike. The battle ended too quickly. Even as the fire phoenix swooped down, the monster was already a pile of rotten flesh. A silence fell over the group. The S-rank sentinels possess reaction speed and strength that have reached the pinnacle of human capabilities. This monster is really unlucky. It just so happened to come along when the captain was in a bad mood. The rabbit couldn't understand why the captain's knife hadn't disappeared. Her bullets had clearly vanished instantly after being fired. Xie Tu went over and retrieved his knife. The Salt Lake search team did indeed come here. He outwardly regained his composure, suppressing his inner anxiety, and rationally analyzed, they didn't return to the artificial lake scene. Either they already sacrificed themselves, or they found a way out and reached another scene. A separate scene, no key, no idea where the gatekeeper is. The only way out is to pass through the gray fog. This frogman mutant chased them into the thick fog and lost them. Having found no bodies, Xie Tu was more inclined to believe that most of them were still alive. Keep going. Thick swirling gray fog surrounded them. It seemed endless. Visibility was blurred, they couldn't see anything ahead. The group moved through the gray fog. Tao Hao and Duanqi pulled the supply cart, occasionally using the fog blown away by the fire phoenix to confirm each other's presence. There were no landmarks or signs of other living beings in any direction. The sound of the cart wheels rolling was especially clear in this environment. It was as if they were the only beings left in the world. They walked for about an hour. The Zero team encountered their second frogman mutant in the fog. A forked tongue accompanied the whooshing sound of wind being cut. Xie Tu dodged to the side, his tang sword flashing out, slashing a sharp light through the air. This time, he used the same force as before, yet he keenly sensed that the force blocking the mutant was gradually thickening. After considerable effort, Xie Tu finally managed to kill the frogman mutant. The gatekeeper's protection mechanism was upgrading. Clearly, the gatekeeper was extremely dissatisfied with Team Zero for killing one of its hard-won subjects. Xie Tu had no time to ponder its thoughts. His mind was preoccupied with finding her quickly. Her mental strength was indeed powerful, but her physical combat ability was practically zero. What if they encountered danger? What if they encountered an uncontrollable monster? The more Xie Tu thought about it, the more restless he became, and his pace quickened. His teammates had no choice but to keep up with him. The fire phoenix hovering in the air occasionally whipped up scorching winds. The entire Team Zero possessed exceptional mental fortitude, never questioning their captain's orders. Anyone else, after walking through the eerie gray fog for so long, would likely have already mentally collapsed. After walking for about 20 minutes, 1 second they were shrouded in thick fog, the next, with a single step, the view opened up before them. The light became blinding, forcing everyone to shield their eyes and assume defensive stances with their spiritual forms. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, and they could see the scene before them. Duanxi cursed under his breath. Tao Hao started yelling. Even the rabbit couldn't help but utter a curse. Xiatu's heart sank, his face turning incredibly grim. This wasn't the chaotic place he was looking for. They had actually stepped into the southern street. The bustling street was frozen in place, everyone's bodies appearing as blurry shadows, their eyes closed, their faces bearing the same identical smile. That smile was frozen on their faces, stiff and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Sunlight streamed onto the street, but brought no warmth. Instead, it made the frozen scene even more sinister. The Zero team members stared at their surroundings, unconsciously breathing softly. Duanxi, without waiting for the captain's permission, said Peregrine to find the time. Song Liang immediately pulled out his notebook to check. They entered the southern street directly from the west. The dark void scene was circular. He vaguely remembered the location of the southern street, separated from the artificial lake residential area to the west by 4 scenes. It was roughly around 7 o'clock. But they had left the artificial lake residential area in a straight line. How did they end up in the south? Duanxi's Peregrine quickly returned. Almost every shop on the street displayed a time. Captain! The time is 7 in the morning. The clockwise sequence is 7. Of the 4 scenes separated from 16, 2 were nighttime scenes. One was a hospital, and the other was the chaotic land located in the very center of the south. Song Liang said, we deviated slightly from our orientation. The 5 stood side by side, facing the street, with the still swirling fog behind them. The rabbit stood on the outermost edge, so close to one of the illusory figures that she could clearly see the pores on its face. The figure, like a stone statue, faced her, eyes closed, a sinister smile frozen on its face. The rabbit instinctively took 2 steps back. To Song Liang's side. It wasn't that she was cowardly, but the scene was simply too eerie. The rabbit shifted its attention to the notebook in Song Liang's hand. Why are 16 and 7 only 2 positions apart? 16 minus 7 equals 9, right? Song Liang drew a clock on the notebook, because a clock only has 12 marks. Think about it, what direction is 16 o'clock? The rabbit, 4 o'clock. Song Liang nodded. So we can confirm that of the 4 scenes separated by time, the southern chaotic land might be sequence 6, and the opposite chaotic land is sequence 12. The rabbit was confused. But there are 4 scenes between 4 and 7. According to the clock sequence, shouldn't there only be 2? 5, 6. And then 7. Because a clock completes 2 revolutions, Xiatu suppressed his anxiety and tried to speak calmly. 4 can represent 4 in the morning or 16 in the afternoon. Similarly, 7 o'clock could be 7 in the morning or 19 in the evening. Sequence 16 and sequence 7 are actually very close. Chapter 148. This also involves clockwise and counterclockwise directions. Song Liang was still taking notes in his notebook, drawing a clock and marking the approximate locations of the 2 scenes he had entered. The 2 chaotic lands filled with fragments could potentially represent clockwise and counterclockwise directions respectively. In the artificial lake residential area scene, time is moving backward. Currently, it doesn't seem to affect them. But what would happen if time reversed in the chaotic lands? Song Liang didn't voice his conjecture. The captain probably already guessed. Everyone was worried about Yun Zhao's safety. They had to find him as soon as possible. Analyzing the gatekeeper's attributes could wait until they found him. Tao Hao complained, who invented clocks. They're so complicated. Duanxi's gaze swept over the smiling phantoms, growing increasingly terrified. He looked around, seeing his teammates' expressionless faces, and, being proud, didn't want to show it. Xiatu's eyes were deep, as he silently watched the smiling phantom on the street. Almost 5 minutes had passed since they entered, and these people remained motionless. The scene hadn't activated yet. The approximate location of the chaotic land had been confirmed. He felt an urge to get there as quickly as possible. Xiatu ordered, retreat first, then come back to activate the scene. Based on their deductions, there were 2 types of scenes, clockwise and counterclockwise. They needed to determine which type the scene belonged to, gather more clues, and deduce the gatekeeper's attributes. But he lacked patience and couldn't calm down to think. Come back after we find the person. Yes. Everyone agreed. They were also worried about Yun Zhao's safety. Finding him was their primary objective. A phoenix circled in the air, its head tilted back, letting out a cry. The phoenix's cry echoed across the city. The spiritual beings looked around, but the static scenes on the streets remained completely still. The scene wasn't activated, proving the Salt Lake search team wasn't here either. The group retreated into the thick fog, heading towards the 6 o'clock direction. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhao stood in the center of the amusement park. As soon as she entered, music suddenly blared, cheerful and melodious. The giant Ferris wheel slowly began to turn, the carousel galloped merrily, and the bumper cars crashed and thrashed about. There were no people, no phantoms, and no monsters. The empty amusement park seemed to have been instantly activated, welcoming her arrival. A very eerie scene. Yuan Zhao felt a strange sense of familiarity. She stood beneath the Ferris wheel, surrounded by swirling, emerald green fluorescent light. I think I've been here before, Yuan Zhao murmured to the little bluebird. She pointed to the road on the right. Go that way, that's the roller coaster ticket gate, do you remember? The little bluebird tilted its head, looking at the freely moving rides, flapping its wings, wanting to go and play. No! Yuan Zhao's expression froze slightly, a scene flashing through her mind. It seemed, a voice was calling to her. She didn't sense any fluctuations in her mental energy. I can't remember what I dreamed about, but it might be related to this scene. Yuan Zhao looked up at the roller coaster tracks in the distance, telling the little bluebird her guess. The gatekeeper might have dug out my missing memories from my dream. It's related to this amusement park. Great. As long as she catches the gatekeeper, she can regain her memories without entering Zone 6, the contaminated zone. She needs clues to find the gatekeeper's location. It's related to time. Yuan Zhao stopped looking at the amusement park rides and started walking confidently in a certain direction. A sweet smell filled the air. Colorful balloons hung from nearby buildings, and dreamy bubbles swayed gently in the breeze. The green plants and flowers along the way shone brightly in the sunlight. Cheerful background music filled with childlike innocence played. The whole place was extremely lively and cheerful. Yuan Zhao arrived at the amusement park's food court, passed a popcorn shop, and casually grabbed a bucket of popcorn that smelled sweet and creamy. She really loved old-fashioned snacks. At the end of the food street, rows of shops appeared, but instead of toys and souvenirs, they sold clothing. A clothing store in an amusement park. Wasn't that strange? Yuan Zhao, carrying a bucket of popcorn, entered the clothing store and browsed the clothes on the shelves. They were all girls' clothes, all the same size. Most were pink princess dresses, with layered hems, adorned with delicate lace and sparkling rhinestones. Deep in the dream, a little girl in a princess dress flashed by with an arrogant expression. These princess dresses seemed tailor-made for her. Yuan Zhao's hand, which had picked up a dress, suddenly stopped. The moment she saw the familiar dress, the scene in the dream suddenly became clear. She seemed to instantly recall parts of that dream. A vague suspicion began to form in Yuan Zhao's heart, and she started to feel uneasy. She rarely showed such emotions. Fear and unease, that was the mark of the weak. Yuan Zhao never considered herself weak. Impossible, right? Yuan Zhao seemed to have guessed something, and the unease in her heart was gradually growing. She quickly caught the little bluebird from her head, as if trying to confirm it with it. I only been a guide for a short time. I was only 6 or 7 years old. How could I possibly have the ability to control the contaminated zone? From the perspective of the dream, she couldn't see anything, but in the background, there were sounds of pleas for mercy, and the roars of monsters charging towards her. The little girl, however, sat leisurely on the roller coaster track. There couldn't be amusement parks in the wasteland era. Such a scene could only appear in the contaminated zone. But she was only a 6 or 7-year-old girl back then. How did she survive in contaminated Zone 6 and manage to escape on her own? She still couldn't figure this out. Could it be a monster? The little bluebird, cradled in her hands, a flicker of confusion crossing its cold, blue beastly eyes. It too felt a strange familiarity with this place. Impossible. Yuan Zhao instinctively dismissed the thought. Before the little bluebird awakened, she was just an ordinary person, lazy and unproductive. She was absolutely certain of that. She didn't even know the little bluebird was a phoenix when she awakened. That night of awakening. It was the first time Yuan Zhao entered her own mental realm. That strange space isolated from reality. A hazy mist drifted like a veil, dreamlike and ethereal, enveloping a large area. White mist permeated all around. She couldn't see the path ahead, nor did she know where she was. Then, she saw the blue-green bird awaken from its slumber, standing not far ahead, its posture upright, its feathers shimmering with a bluish-green light in the dim glow. Like a proud king, it arrogantly raised its head, awaiting her approach. Yuan Zhao felt a close spiritual connection. She realized she had awakened, and slowly approached her spiritual form. "You're so beautiful, I never seen anything like it before. What kind of bird are you?" Yuan Zhao reached out and touched it. The little creature didn't flinch. "You're only the size of my palm, so tiny. I call you Little Bluebird." The little bluebird was initially unhappy. Its consciousness reached her mind, directly rejecting the name. But later, after being called Little Bluebird every day, knowing resistance was futile, the little creature had no choice but to accept it. Recalling that scene, Yun Zhao's gaze became extremely complex. She didn't know what the other guides and sentinels were like when they awakened their spiritual forms. Now, thinking back, the little bluebird's appearance at that time was like it had just woken up after a very long sleep. Yun Zhao asked the little bluebird, "Did we know each other before?" Chapter 149. The little bluebird stood in her palm, its expression one of bewilderment for the first time. Spiritual beings are naturally drawn to their physical forms. Fire Phoenix. ? They are one, bound by a close connection. The spiritual form is like an extension of the soul of a sentinel or guide, a symbol of power, a companion of the heart. When the physical form dies, the spiritual form also dies. The two are inextricably linked. Yun Zhao couldn't get an answer from the little bluebird. Her eyelids were lowered, desperately trying to recall memories of her childhood, of the amusement park. A strong unease, like vines, tightly coiled around her heart. Fear also quietly sprouted within her. Fear of that unknown answer. If she could do as she pleased in the contaminated zone, controlling a vast amusement park, living freely within it, then what exactly was she? A gatekeeper? A monster born from the contaminated zone? Or, if only she were a little less perceptive, oblivious to everything. But somehow, amidst the familiar yet unfamiliar scene, she vaguely sensed something. Yun Zhao's thoughts were completely chaotic. The popcorn bucket suddenly slipped from her limp fingers. It fell to the ground with a thud. The overflowing popcorn instantly scattered across the floor like exploding snowflakes. Yun Zhao had completely forgotten that her purpose in entering the clothing store was to check the digital watch on the checkout counter. The pink, rectangular digital watch had no markings, only numbers. It stood silently on the counter. The time displayed was 12 o'clock. The instant she lowered her head, the numbers on it suddenly began to jump, frantically regressing. The amusement park seemed to be playing in reverse. The aroma of the food street dissipated, the melting sweetness vanished instantly. The horses on the carousel returned to the starting point. The bumper cars rolled backward, moving away from each other. On the roller coaster track, carriages traveled in reverse, their speed increasing, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. The entire amusement park seemed to have entered a reverse timeline. A seductive voice appeared. "Come! The answer you seek is here." Xie gripped his tang sword tightly, leading his team forward through the gray fog. Relying on the sentry's keen senses, they accurately headed towards 6 o'clock. The Zero team's pace wasn't fast, but it was steady. Xie, at the forefront, couldn't suppress his anxiety, yet he had to focus on being vigilant about his surroundings. The members of the Zero team sensed their leader's change in mood and fell silent, focusing on their journey. 2 hours later, they arrived at the 6 o'clock position. Just like before, 1 second they were shrouded in gray fog, the next they stepped into the scene. The view suddenly opened up, all the gray fog receding behind them. The surroundings became hazy gray, countless fragments floating in the space, shattered mirrors reflecting distorted light and shadow. A suffocating silence permeated the chaotic land, broken only by the faint rustling of the floating fragments. The sounds were almost imperceptible, like the whispers of ghosts, sending chills down their spines. This proved their deduction was correct. The entire sequence followed a clockwork arrangement. The clearly defined dividing line beneath their feet indicated that the scene had not yet been activated. Xie glanced at it, his face growing even colder. "Not here! Let's go!" He didn't even hesitate, wanting to retreat back into the thick fog. But clearly, the gatekeeper didn't want them to come and go as freely as if it were their own backyard. The scene was instantly activated. From the depths of chaos, a strange, urgent sound rang out, and long-hidden dark matter surged forth. Without their guide, Team Zero was clearly unable to withstand the erosion of the dark matter. The faint howls of mutants echoed around them. They weren't frogman mutants. The thick fog and debris obscured their vision. "What's that sound?" Tao Hao instinctively reached for his weapon, but then realized bullets were useless, and quickly lowered it. Duanqi was retrieving his peregrine falcon spirit. "I don't know." He'd been recklessly using his abilities for too long, almost forgetting the unpleasant feeling of enduring the erosion. The guide essence and inhibitors in his backpack had become practically useless after Yun Zhao joined Team Zero. Xie paid no attention to any of this. As time passed, his patience wore thin. The enormous phoenix circling overhead raised its head and let out a series of cries. It seemed to want to challenge that sound. The howls of the mutated creatures grew closer, and the fire phoenix recklessly swooped down into the thick fog, engaging the monsters in battle. Dark matter began to erode its body, invading Sietu's mental realm. Duanqi paused for a moment, then released the peregrine falcon again without hesitation. A tremendous commotion reverberated throughout the chaotic land. Team Zero chose to force their way out to find their guide. On the other side, Wu Kuei, supporting his wounded companion, was running rapidly through the thick fog. Upon first entering the dense fog, they were attacked by mutated frogmen, and the 6 surviving members of the search team were all separated. Every scene here exudes a chilling eeriness. But to obtain the key, they had no choice but to press on. Wu Kuei found an injured companion on a dark street. A hole in his shoulder was corroded by black slime, and bright red blood was gushing out. He was still conscious. After confirming that the scene contained only monsters and no key, the two fled again. Wu Kuei, drenched in sweat, activated all his senses, wary of the mutated creatures lurking in the gray fog. The dense fog obscured their vision, making it impossible to discern directions, or which scene contained the key. Wu Kuei, are we going to die here? The injured Lai Yongyi was pale, his face showing despair. Wu Kuei wanted to tell him no, he wanted to get out alive. His daughter was waiting for him. But the words of comfort stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Lai Yongyi had been severely corrupted. Even if the wounds weren't fatal, he would eventually transform into a monster. Inhibitors and guide hormones were incredibly luxurious items for the remote Salt Lake search team. These were life-saving measures only available at large bases. They were expensive luxuries they couldn't afford. Wu Kuei refused to give up, silently supporting him as they headed towards the key. The two stumbled through the gray fog, suddenly losing their footing. The light suddenly shifted, blinding them, forcing them to shield their eyes. Once their eyes adjusted, Wu Kuei lowered his arms and looked up. They found themselves in an amusement park. Not far away, a little girl, 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a princess dress, sat on a high roller coaster track, staring coldly at them. On her shoulder, a blue-green bird stood with the exact same expression. Chapter 150. The amusement park seemed to have just weathered a major battle. Many areas were missing from the scenery. The adjacent bumper car area had become a vast, dark abyss. Several patches of pitch-black background were visible against the azure sky. It was as if a beautiful jigsaw puzzle had been maliciously stripped of its key pieces, leaving behind heartbreaking emptiness and incompleteness. A sense of new life permeated the air. Fine fragments of light floated leisurely. New fragments were born, slowly drifting in the air, reassembling and repairing the shattered scenery. It seemed filled with malice and resentment. Yet, it was helpless. It was patching up the scenery frame by frame. When Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi saw the little girl sitting high in the air, their faces instantly turned pale. She looked only 6 or 7 years old, with a fair, delicate face and long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders, like a waterfall, swaying gently. She wore a delicate pink princess dress, its hem layered and adorned with exquisite lace and sparkling crystal beads. Her almond-shaped eyes, filled with disdain and arrogance, looked down at them. Wu Kuei's heart pounded like a drum, tension and unease gripped every nerve. How could there be a child in the contaminated zone? They had been here for so long, living in constant fear, hiding and searching for food and a way out. They had only encountered various invulnerable mutants. They had never encountered a creature that looked like a human. The carefree little girl before them seemed utterly eerie. "Who are you?" she asked. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi exchanged a glance, both seeing the terror in each other's eyes. The two couldn't help but retreat, trying to escape back into the thick fog. Both were B-rank sentinels, one of them severely injured and on the verge of mutation. They were no match for the scene's boss. I'm Lai Yongyi, and this is Wu Kuei," Lai Yongyi replied cautiously as he retreated. His demeanor suggested he was terrified of angering her. Lai Yongyi nervously scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a sliver of hope for escape. The shattered amusement park around them was slowly writhing and repairing itself, fragments filling in the gaping black holes. It looked utterly bizarre. From the fog behind them came the howls of mutated creatures. Lai Yongyi's face showed despair. As if making a decision, he quietly nudged Wu Kuei, signaling her to run. His mental domain had been severely eroded. If they couldn't find a way out, he would inevitably mutate into a monster. Even with him, Wu Kuei couldn't escape the mutated creatures within the fog. "You go first. I hold her off," Lai Yongyi whispered in Wu Kuei's ear. "Consider it. Repaying Wu Kuei for saving her life earlier." The little bluebird tilted its head, staring at the tall, imposing Wu Kuei below, who was desperately holding onto his companion, refusing to leave. He was Wu Ni's father. Xiao Daozhao swung her legs, asking nonchalantly, "Who is Wu and I?" Don't you remember? Xiao Zhao, no. The true form shattered the voice trying to bewitch her, also destroying half the amusement park in the process. In the chaotic land, the voice shattered with a scream, and the rapidly reversing reverse timeline came to an abrupt halt. But her body seemed to have a slight problem. The little bluebird seemed indifferent, even happy. The true form could now shrink, just like her. Anyway, the main body remembers it, the rest, the useless stuff, forgets it if they forget. You promised to help Wu Enai and Yang Zhou find their father. Xiao Zhao, who's Yang Zhou? Two little brats. The two below are still pulling at each other. Xiao Yunjiao sits on the high roller coaster track, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Then, she quickly loses interest, kicking her little feet absent-mindedly. Just then, a sharp metallic scraping sound suddenly came from above. Immediately afterwards, the stopped roller coaster seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, slowly, then faster and faster, moving toward Xiao Yunjiao along the track. The roller coaster was extremely fast, approaching her almost in the blink of an eye, the wind it created making Xiao Yunjiao's waterfall-like hair fly wildly. The two below were dumbfounded. What is the scene boss doing? She be hit by the roller coaster. Wu Kuei thought of his daughter, and almost instinctively blurted out, "Watch out." Bang! The roller coaster seemed to have crashed into an invisible barrier. The powerful impact caused the car to detach and fall from a great height. The car slammed onto the ground with a loud bang, kicking up clouds of dust. Near the track, a ring of bluish-green fluorescence appeared, like sharp lines, instantly slicing the surrounding space into fragments. Several large black holes appeared in the sky. New fragments were born again. These fragments were filled with resentment, unwillingly trying to repair the ruined scene. Trash! Xiao Yunjiao raised her chin, disdainfully looking at the void. She pointed her little finger at Wu Kuei. You come here. Wu Kuei finally reacted, his body suddenly stiffening. Lai Yongyi felt a chill run down his spine, his face filled with despair. Now none of them could escape. On the other side, Team Zero unleashed their full firepower. Tao Haohao, following his captain's orders, opened the ammunition box on the cart. Without regard for the consequences, he ignited a pile of highly destructive gunpowder, and threw it all into the chaotic land. Xie Tu sheathed his sword. Run! Without hesitation, the entire team, leaving Fire Phoenix to cover their retreat, charged into the mist. Countless mutants howled and charged. These monsters, the lowest level being level 7, were impervious to weapons and blades, practically unkillable. Dark matter relentlessly eroded their mental realm. Duanshi's voice came from the thick fog. 12 o'clock, don't scatter. In the indistinct fog, a hazy gray expanse, the mutants, sensing the approaching wind, rushed towards the sound. A gigantic lion blocked the mutants' path, roaring fiercely as it pounced. The space around the mutants inexplicably fluctuated. The lion's sharp teeth clanged against a hard protective shield with a sickeningly loud clang. Song Liang, heartbroken for his spiritual entity, cried out, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Tao Haohao's voice came from ahead. The rabbit ran and shouted, "Where's the captain?" The voice was close. Everyone was obviously nearby. A massive explosion followed. Illuminating the previously blurred boundary of the chaotic land, it instantly tore through the surrounding darkness. The shockwave, however, was strangely blocked outside the gray mist. Xie Tu, leading the way, kicked over a mutant he encountered in a narrow passage, his face ashen. "Can you shut up?" Visibility was extremely blurry in the gray mist. They couldn't see each other. Similarly, the mutants couldn't see them. How could these people, running and shouting, possibly shake off the mutants? The teammates instantly fell silent. Everyone released all their senses, running and dodging the surrounding monsters. The distance from 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock is a straight line distance. But even though they had been walking in a straight line, they ended up moving from the 4 o'clock direction to the 7 o'clock direction. Whether they could successfully find the other chaotic place was something no one was really sure about. Chapter 151. As expected, Team Zero arrived at the location not at 12 o'clock, but at 10 o'clock. In the residence at night, time moves clockwise. The group had no interest in searching for clues. After confirming the time, they quickly left, returning to the dense fog. Xie Tu constantly calculated their location and adjusted their direction. An hour passed. 3 hours passed. They ran tirelessly through the dense fog, battling the mutated creatures. The gatekeeper seemed to be deliberately targeting Team Zero. The protective shields on the monsters were gradually strengthening, and even Xie Tu could no longer easily kill them. The pollution concentration was rising. The Fire Phoenix seemed to be as frenzied and violent as before. The black aura around it gradually intensified, and the spiritual entities were all being corroded to varying degrees. The rabbit couldn't withstand it, and used a dose of guide essence. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Since acquiring their own guide, Team Zero had rarely relied on medication. The group ran swiftly through the fog, not one falling behind, plunging into the whimsical yet dilapidated amusement park. Holy crap! These two words had almost become synonymous with Team Zero's intrusion into the scene. Xia almost immediately spotted Xiao Yunxiao, sitting high above the tracks, swinging her toes. The 6- or 7-year-old girl sat leisurely above the worn-out amusement park tracks, like a delicate porcelain doll. Xia expression froze slightly, his gaze fixed on her. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder. It was definitely her. But the little girl sitting in midair, her rosy cheeks slightly upturned, looked at them with utter unfamiliarity. Those almond-shaped eyes looked over with scrutiny and disdain, as if they were a group of strangers who had disturbed her. "And who are you?" The childish voice held an interrogative tone. She had shrunk, and no longer recognized them. The entire Zero team was shocked. The team members took a long time to recover, exchanging bewildered glances. The little bluebird was unique, an existence the gatekeeper could not replicate. The little girl before them was indeed their guide. But why had she shrunk? The fire phoenix circling in the air was extremely excited, refusing to leave Xiao Yunjiao's side. Found the azure phoenix. The azure phoenix and its true form could shrink. Why couldn't you? It must be because of you that I couldn't shrink. You promised to help me ask, and you broke your promise. Xia was the quickest to calm down. Finding her was good. As long as she was alright, killing the gatekeeper might restore her to normal. Why aren't you wearing shoes? His tone was calm, showing no sign of anything amiss. Xiao Yunxiao proudly raised her head. Those shoes are too ugly. Xia nodded, softening his tone. Okay, come down first. Let's find a pretty pair of shoes. Yunjiao's personality seemed drastically changed after shrinking. Xia chose to ignore her, focusing on coaxing her down. The sentry possessed excellent eyesight. He had already spotted 2 sentries working in the shop below. They appeared to be members of the Salt Lake search team. The 2 sentries were naturally Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi. They were packing piles of princess dresses in the children's clothing shop. The scene boss had extremely high requirements. They had to wash their hands thoroughly and pack all her princess dresses. The clothes couldn't have any wrinkles. They had to be neatly covered with dust covers and packed into boxes. The 2 dared not resist and could only comply with her. While packing, they discovered a set of black combat uniforms and a military backpack lying on the shop floor. The crimson crane pattern on the uniforms was faintly visible. It was a combat uniform from Dawn Base. Had the sentinels from the main base come to rescue them? Before Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi could even feel joy, their hearts sank into an icy abyss. Only one set of clothes remained. Even the sentinels from the main base had fallen into the hands of a little girl. Now, seeing the high-ranking sentinels from Dawn Base appear, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wu Kuei's heart, and he desperately signaled to them. He gestured for them to look at the things on the floor. Rabbit was the first to recover, meeting Wu Kuei's gaze, and seeing the combat uniforms lying on the floor. "Oh, the things are here." Rabbit trotted over, picked up Sister Yunxiao's clothes, shook them out, folded them neatly, and put them in the backpack. Wu Kuei? On the other side. Xia was incredibly patient, approaching her step by step, his voice gentle as he continued to coax her down. "What kind of shoes do you like? Come down, and we help you find some." Little Yunxiao, however, tossed her head, a haughty expression on her face. "No. You think I have to come down just because you tell me to?" She sat on the suspended track high above, her little feet dangling incessantly. The gaps in the roller coaster track were wide. One wrong step, and she could easily fall. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder chuckled, watching Xia worried expression. Xia glanced at it. The little guy seemed unharmed and even recognized them. "Shall I come up?" Xia said in a light, airy voice. He looked around, quickly found the way up, leaped onto the lower track, and walked towards her along the path. As the man approached, Xiao Yunjiao's haughty expression froze, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She felt he looked familiar, but couldn't quite place him. "Do I know him?" she asked the little bluebird. The little bluebird disdained to lie. "Yes, he's that annoying sentinel." "Annoying, but he can cook. You said his cooking is delicious." "Delicious cooking." Xiao Yunjiao mentally labeled him. "A cook." Xia had already reached her, bent down, and picked her up. Xiao Yunjiao didn't react, letting him carry her towards the ground. Because the little bluebird didn't react either. It called him an annoying sentinel, but it wasn't surprised by his carrying her. The layered princess dress was extremely beautiful, a delicate pink gradient, adorned with many sparkling crystals. Her hair was very long, and the hair tie was nowhere to be found. Her jet black hair was disheveled, slightly ruffled by the wind from sitting for so long. Sietu carried her into the clean shop and placed her on a stool. Everyone gathered around anxiously. Little Yun Zhao acted like a proud princess, a far cry from her usual quiet and obedient self. None of the team members had ever raised a child, and had no idea what to do. As soon as little Yun Zhao sat down, she started bossing Sietu around. I'm hungry, go cook. Sietu went along with her. Okay, put your shoes on first. Little Yun Zhao rolled her eyes, then pointed at Tao Hao and Duan Shi, her tone commanding with an air of entitlement. You, go get all the shoes, I choose them myself. Tao Hao, Duan Shi, Song Liang rubbed his nose and said self-consciously, I go gather some firewood. There was nothing here, they needed firewood to cook. After fighting for hours in the thick fog, running and searching for people, everyone was exhausted. The only things they had in their bags to cook were instant noodles and sausages. Eating something hot would be fine. Rabbit, holding Yun Zhao's backpack, unzipped it and handed her a carton of strawberry milk. Yun Zhao, have some of this to tide you over. Calling her sister was inappropriate in her current state. Chapter 152. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi, engrossed in their work in the shop, belatedly realized what was happening. The group of sentinels from the main base seemed to know the little girl. Just who was this little girl? How could she command such a group of high-ranking sentinels? To find out the situation, Wu Kuei pretended to go to the restroom, asked for leave, and secretly followed Song Liang, who had gone out to gather firewood. His other companions were still missing. Wu Kuei wanted to ask the high-ranking sentinels from Dawn Base when they entered, how they got here, and whether they had seen their search team. Song Liang walked slowly, observing the scene as he went. Broken balloons, scattered toys, and torn banners lay on the ground. The surrounding space slowly crept and repaired itself. Even after patching the fragments for a long time, many places still revealed a dark background, like a puzzle missing a piece or two, looking very eerie. Song Liang heard unfamiliar footsteps behind him, and deliberately stopped. The team leader stood at a distance, his expression cold, his gaze fixed on him. The entire Zero team wanted to understand why their guide had become like this. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei, who had entered earlier than them, had no idea. When Lai Yongyi and I came in, she was already like this, Wu Kuei said. The scene here was even more devastated back then. She was sitting on top of it, and we thought she was. So we didn't dare resist, nor did we dare to make any rash moves, and we followed her orders to work in the shop. Only then did Wu Kuei learn that the little girl was a guide. He became somewhat agitated. Could you ask her to help me, to provide emotional support to my companion? He's about to collapse. Help? The captain wouldn't let her come down, and Yun Zhao now, would she even listen to them? Song Liang wasn't sure. They'd been inside for so long, and Yun Zhao hadn't proactively cleared away the dark matter for them. But the other sentinel's condition was indeed dire. He was numbly and absent-mindedly packing his princess dress, gradually losing his sense of the outside world. Song Liang took out a guide essence and an inhibitor from his bag and handed them to Wu Kuei. Give him these first. Once our guide recovers, we treat him. Wu Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. With these two things, Lai Yongyi could at least hold on for a while. Their Salt Lake Refuge camp also had guides, B-level guides, and both of them were B-level sentinels. As long as they could hold on until they got out, they'd be fine. Wu Kuei then inquired about the others. Song Liang said, we haven't encountered any of your people. Strangely enough, the Zero team had been rampaging through the gray fog, traversing 2 or 3 scenes, and hadn't encountered a single surviving sentinel. No bodies belonging to the sentinels were found. They might be stuck in another area and haven't come out yet, Song Liang comforted him. Don't worry, once we figure things out, the captain will help you find them. That was all they could do. The two talked for a while longer. Wu Kuei thanked him again, before hurrying back with the inhibitors and guide essence. Upon learning that the little girl wasn't a scene boss, but a living person, Wu Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was human, that was good. There were still sentinels at the main base, at least his and Lai Yongyi's lives were temporarily safe. After watching him walk away, Song Liang headed towards Sietu's direction. Sietu had come out to find a pot. Xiao Yunzhao needed to eat, but their armored vehicle hadn't been able to get in, and they couldn't bring their pots and pans. Some of the supplies on the cart had been left in the gray fog during the search for people and the attack by the mutants. They see if they could retrieve them later. Captain, Song Lianggang approached and spoke. Xie Tu nodded. I heard you. With his sentry's keen hearing, he had heard their conversation clearly. Xie Tu, go tell Duanxi to release the peregrine falcon and have it ask Little Bluebird. Little Bluebird liked to play with the spirit beings during training, and Duanxi's peregrine falcon was very good-natured and would indulge it. Little Bluebird knew best what had happened during Yunjiao's disappearance. But the little guy's personality was really bad. They might not get any answers by asking directly. Sending a spirit being to communicate was the most suitable option. Song Liang nodded in agreement. Okay. The Fire Phoenix, now back in the spiritual realm, was very unhappy to hear her physical form's words. I also want to chat with the Azure Phoenix. It's your fault for being so useless. If you could make me shrink too, I could play with them. She's already shrunk. There must be a way here to make me shrink. I don't care. I want to shrink too. Xie Tu rubbed his temples, searching for cooking utensils in the playground. Little Yunjiao sat in the children's clothing store, arrogantly staring at the shoes Tao Hao and Duan she had brought in. The shoe store was right next door, but she refused to move. She insisted on choosing here. Considering Yunjiao's current situation, her teammates could only indulge her, moving all the shoes over there so she could pick a pair she liked. These are too ugly. I don't like the color of those, and those won't do either. They don't match my princess dress at all. She picked and chose with disdain, refusing to wear it no matter what. In his 20-odd years, he never encountered such a difficult person. Tao Hao looked to Rabbit for help. Rabbit was helpless, standing on tiptoe and looking around anxiously, waiting for the captain to return. Everyone had only one thought in their minds now. Kill the gatekeeper immediately. That way, Yun Xiao could return to normal. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi, who were packing the princess dresses, dared not utter a sound, fearing they would attract trouble, and could only try to minimize their presence. After using the suppressant, Lai Yongyi's condition had improved considerably. Zero Team always carried disinfectant bandages and medicine for treating external injuries in their marching backpacks. Rabbit had treated the wound on Lai Yongyi's shoulder. He had been given a second chance at life, and the two were extremely grateful to Zero Team, continuing to pack the princess dresses without complaint. Did you wash your hands? For some reason, little Yunjiao's eyes were on Wu Kuei again. This guy just asked to go to the bathroom. She finally remembered and said disdainfully, bring out the clothes you touched. I don't want them. The rabbit quickly said, I washed them. Really, I saw him wash them. Wu Kuei nodded quickly. I washed them twice. Going to the bathroom was just an excuse. Xiao Yunjiao looked away suspiciously, her childish face still showing a hint of doubt. She slightly frowned her delicate brows, staring intently at Duanxi. The meaning seemed to be, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring out the shoes so I can choose. Duanxi, Tao Hao had already run next door to get more shoes. He brought over hundreds of pairs of shoes of all kinds, and she didn't like a single one. Is this still the Yunjiao they knew? When Xie Tu returned carrying a pot he found somewhere. Captain. A group of people cast eager glances at him, as if they'd seen a savior. Chapter 153. Xie Tu carried the pot into the shop. Most of the princess dresses in the clothing store had already been packed up, leaving only empty hangers. The sealed cardboard boxes were piled up in the corner by Wu Kuei. Xiao Yunjiao sat on a stool, her skirt layered and taking up the entire seat. She crossed her delicate white feet, and on the floor in front of her were countless pairs of children's shoes of various styles. Like the princess dresses in the store, they were all the same size, as if a wardrobe tailor-made for her. A circle of people, some standing, some squatting, were helping her choose shoes. Since finding someone, Xie Tu relaxed completely. He walked over and scanned the shoes on the floor. Don't you like any of them? Xie Tu put down the pot in his hand, squatted down beside her, and asked. Xiao Yunjiao's delicate white face lifted, looking at him with an expression, as if he were mentally challenged. Isn't this obvious? Xie Tu lowered his head and picked out 2 pairs of pink shoes, patiently saying, this color matches well. Put these on first, and we go look around later to see if there are any shoes you like. Xiao Yunjiao, no. Xie Tu seemed not to hear, holding up the 2 pairs of pink shoes in front of her. Which pair do you want to wear? Xiao Yunjiao puffed out her cheeks, pulling her delicate little feet back under her skirt. Her refusal was crystal clear. Everyone around them fell silent. Wu Kuei opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, only scratching his head helplessly. Lai Yongyi tried to minimize his presence. Subei was resource scarce and remote. All they wanted was for the children to be easy to raise and grow up safely. They had never seen anyone so difficult to please. The surroundings were quiet, Everyone silently watched the cold, aloof man patiently coaxing her to put on her shoes. The little bluebird perched comfortably on its host's shoulder, tilting its head to observe the sentry's expressions. It really liked its current host, just like its own personality. At that moment, Tao Hao brought over dozens more pairs of shoes. Yun Xiao, look, this batch came from the warehouse. Duanqi quickly stepped forward, kicking away a bunch of children's shoes and opening each shoebox. The tiny children's shoes were exquisite and beautiful. To these straight men, every pair was gorgeous. But she didn't like a single pair. Originally, everyone was counting on the captain. But clearly, the captain couldn't do anything with Yun Xiao in her current state. They couldn't just force her to wear them, could they? What if she started crying? And going further, how embarrassing would it be if she grew up and remembered everyone forcing her to wear shoes? Little Yun Xiao heard his words, sat on a stool, and scanned the newly arrived shoes. Xie noticed her gaze pause for a moment. It was a pair of small white leather shoes, studded with tiny rhinestones and featuring a large bow in the center. Wear these. Xie reached for the shoes, asking for her opinion. Xiao Yunjiao didn't answer, glancing sideways at the shoes in Xietu's hand, seemingly considering. Seeing this, Xietu grabbed her wiggling little feet, intending to slip them on directly. The rabbit weakly held up the white item in her hand. Captain, you need to wear socks first. Hearing this, Xiao Yunjiao immediately raised her head. I don't want those socks, they're too ugly. The surrounding people, Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Tao Hao grabbed the pot on the ground and ran. I go boil some water first. It took her almost an hour and a half to finally choose her shoes and socks. A look of relief appeared on the faces of those around them. They cursed the gatekeeper 100 times over in their hearts. It's all the gatekeeper's fault that their guide is in this state. Song Liang came over carrying a pile of firewood. Duanqi glared at him when he returned. Old Song, how could you be so inconsiderate? He had already prepared the firewood, but deliberately stood outside and refused to come over. He clearly knew the situation inside. It was intentional. Song Liang was somewhat helpless. Even the captain couldn't handle it. What use was he coming over? He might as well just stroll around outside with the chopped wood to avoid getting himself into trouble. Song Liang led Duan. She pointed his finger at him and accused him. After he finished, he whispered the captain's instructions. This was important business. Duanqi suppressed his temper, released his peregrine falcon, and went to find the little bluebird. The peregrine falcon, like a little old man taking a walk, hunched over and walked into the shop, glancing around every now and then. Little Bluebird and Yun Xiao were inseparable. Standing on the main body's shoulder, Little Bluebird glanced sideways as Xietu opened the bottle of strawberry milk the rabbit had given him, inserted a straw, and held it to the main body's lips. Xietu said, drink this first to fill your stomach, I go cook. Little Yun Xiao reluctantly took it and drank the milk. I want meat. Okay. The rabbit heard this and secretly rejoiced, thankful that it had brought sausages and luncheon meat in its backpack. Otherwise, where would it find meat in the contaminated zone? Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi remained silent. They thought to themselves that the sentinels of the main base had finally remembered this was a contaminated zone. They had been here for so many days, fleeing and hiding in fear, frantically searching for the key, enduring day after day in a state of mingled hope and despair. The high-ranking sentries at the main base were busy taking care of a baby in the contaminated zone. The difference was enormous. Just then, the peregrine falcon entered the shop, its purpose clear, to approach the little bluebird. The little bluebird saw it and raised its head. You're so weak. We haven't even been separated for long, and you're already covered in dark matter again. It flapped its wings, wisps of green fluorescence dancing around it, beginning to purify the dark matter within the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon, good-natured, didn't argue, comfortably raising its head and whispering to the little bluebird. Xiao Yunjiao had already noticed the commotion. She looked curiously at the approaching spirit. She had no recollection, remembered nothing. But her spirit was clearly familiar with this group of people, even able to communicate with other spirits. Xiao Yunjiao didn't want to think too much about it. She raised her chin, pointed at Xietu, and urged, hurry up and cook. She was hungry. A cook should act like a cook. Okay, take a nap if you're tired. I wake you when the food is ready. Xietu brought a cushion from the shop and carefully placed it behind her. He glanced discreetly at the two spiritual entities communicating, instructed the rabbit to stay and watch over the area, and then left to prepare her food. The pot was set up outside the clothing store. To prevent smoke from blowing into the store, it was positioned to the side, with a clear view of the interior through a glass window. Song Liang and Duanqi stayed there, while Tao Haohao went to check out the food street next door. He wanted to see if there was anything edible to bring over as an extra meal. Seeing the captain come out, Song Liang offered his seat. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, making a soft sizzling sound. Xie took out a can of luncheon meat from his backpack, skillfully pried open the can, and began to fry the meat. While preparing the food, he patiently waited for the peregrine falcon to emerge. The little bluebird was helping to purify the dark matter, and Duanqi was feeling much more comfortable. He and Song Liang squatted down and sat to the side. Only now did they have time to discuss the mission. This should be another chaotic land, Song Liang said. I just went to check. The area being repaired reveals pitch-black holes, almost exactly like the chaotic land we saw before. Countless fragments were repairing the scene. It seemed a great battle had taken place here. According to Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi, they witnessed the greenish-blue fluorescent light shattering space when the roller coaster crashed into Yunzhao. Before that, Yunzhao should have already fought the gatekeeper, Song Liang said. Chapter 154. Could the gatekeeper be here? Duanqi asked. Song Liang nodded, possibly. Since Yunzhao had already fought the gatekeeper, the probability of the gatekeeper being here was high. Song Liang thought for a moment. Let's look around for clues later. Now was definitely not an option. The little princess inside was waiting for her meal. They couldn't leave. Duanqi thought of Yunzhao's current state, glanced at the captain's calm face, hesitated for a long time, and then asked the question that had been nagging at him. But how could a person revert to childhood? Unheard of. Although the timeline in the contaminated zone was chaotic, it only applied to the situation inside. It didn't apply to people outside. Even if the contaminated zone was bizarre, and the rules and monsters that appeared were powerful, it was impossible for an adult to turn into a child. This violated the laws of nature and life. But the reality was, Yunzhao had indeed become a child, and her personality had changed drastically. If it weren't for the presence of the little blue bird, he would have almost thought the person was the gatekeeper in disguise. We discussed this later. Xie took out a clean dagger and was concentrating on cutting the luncheon meat into small pieces, frying them in a flat pan until golden brown on both sides. As long as the person is alright, shrinking is fine. The rule of contaminated zone 249 is time. Once the gatekeeper is found, there will naturally be a way to restore her to her original size. Only now could Xie calm down, frying the luncheon meat while pondering the rules. In the scenes I entered so far, the times are 4 p.m., 7 p.m., the Chaos Land at 6 p.m., the Night Residence at 10 p.m., and here. The amusement park, one of the original 2 Chaos Lands, has been confirmed to be at 12 p.m. Xie said, for p.m. and here are in reverse time, the rest are all clockwise. Hearing this, Song Liang flipped through his notebook, pondering, what does this mean? There are 24 scenes in total. They visited 5, including the 2 chaotic lands. Of the other 3 scenes, the initial artificial lake community, Smiling Street, and the nighttime residence, they seemed unrelated. At the time, they were in a hurry to find someone. Team Zero didn't look for clues, or even activate any scenes. Clockwise doesn't seem to reveal anything, but time is flowing backwards in the counterclockwise scenes. Xie realized this after seeing Yunzhao. The initial artificial lake community, the clock running backwards, the reverse television content, all prove this. It's just a normal reverse flow speed, the scenes haven't changed, so they haven't noticed anything. But something clearly happened here before, causing Yunzhao to become like this. 2 chaotic lands, 2 different time flows. He had a guess. Contaminated Zone 249 is probably a merged contaminated zone, Xie said calmly. As for why they can coexist peacefully, it's probably related to similar rules. All the anomalies pointed to time. And the key couldn't be obtained from the mutants or items. Xie's hands didn't stop. Seeing the water boil, he took out instant noodles from his bag, unpacked them, and poured them in. The pot for cooking the noodles was small. It was a small pot he found in the food street. It could only feed her first, and the others could cook for themselves. Song Liang and Duanqi's heart sank upon hearing this. A merged contaminated zone meant that this was indeed a 5-star danger level area. Team Zero had never entered the 5-star area before, and they had no idea how the 2 gatekeepers would get along peacefully. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Tao Haohao returned carrying a box. Inside were foods he had scavenged from the food street. Before he could speak, at the same time, Peregrine came running out, shaking its head. Duanqi perked up, got it. The noodles were also ready at that moment. Xie took out a bowl he had found in the food street, rinsed it twice, scooped out the noodles, and topped it with a generous layer of golden brown fried luncheon meat. "We talk about it later," he said, picking up the bowl and walking into the shop. Inside the shop, Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi had packed all the princess dresses. Dozens of large boxes were neatly stacked against the wall, looking quite impressive. Xiao Yunjiao finished a bottle of milk and leaned idly against the long sofa bench, her almond-shaped eyes darting around. The shop was quiet. The other three didn't dare utter a sound, fearing she might make another demand. Xia Tu entered and said to Rabbit and the two sentries, "You two go get some food." The two sentries were overjoyed. "Okay." Rabbit was a little worried. The captain had never taken care of a child before. "Captain, should I stay and help?" Xia Tu, "No need, I manage here." Seeing this, Rabbit couldn't insist any further, and had to go out with the two sentries. Xia Tu looked around but couldn't find a place to put the bowls. She couldn't reach the cashier's counter. The two boxes stacked together would be the right height, but they contained her princess dress. She definitely wouldn't agree to that. He pondered for a moment. He dragged over a single stool, bowl in hand, and handed her chopsticks. "Eat." Xiao Yunjiao glanced at the bowl of noodles. The golden luncheon meat emitted an enticing aroma, but she only pouted. Hot. She was a bit demanding now that she shrunk. Xia Tu had no choice but to pick up the bowl again, take a piece of luncheon meat, pause for a moment, and then put it in her mouth. Xiao Yunjiao opened her mouth and ate the luncheon meat. The fried luncheon meat was even more delicious, and paired with the instant noodle seasoning, the flavor was even more tempting. Xiao Yunjiao's eyes lit up slightly, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. More. Xia Tu held the bowl up, feeding her small bites. Outside, a group of people were reheating noodles. While the water was boiling, they called over the two sentries from the salt pond and shared the food Tao Hao had found. Since there was food here, they naturally conserved the supplies they carried in their bags. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi hadn't eaten in a long time. Ignoring formalities, they sat together and devoured their food. The Zero Team teammates, glancing over at the scene inside, were utterly astonished. "The captain is actually feeding Yunjiao bite by bite," Duanxi whispered, pulling Song Liang aside for a gossip. Rabbit smacked them with his chopsticks. "Just eat, why all the talk? Sister Yunjiao is just a little kid now. What if she doesn't know how to use chopsticks? It's normal for the captain to feed her. What 6-year-old doesn't know how to use chopsticks?" The two started bickering again. Tao Hao interrupted them, staring at the two in the shop, his mind filled with questions. Even if someone shrinks, how can their personality change so easily? The little girl in front of him looked exactly like a miniature version of Yunjiao, but her personality seemed to be completely different. Song Liang was silent for a moment. "It should be correct. Don't you think she looks a lot like little Bluebird now?" They only knew about Yunjiao's situation before, and after arriving at the Dawn base. They knew nothing about her past. Chapter 155. Inside the store. Xiao Yunjiao finished her luncheon meat, ate only 2 bites of noodles, then turned her face away, refusing to eat any more. "I'm sleepy. Let them come in and make the bed." She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her childish voice commanding, making it impossible to refuse. Xia Tu was at a loss. But where could he find a bed in an amusement park? The clothing store was littered with tags and hangers, the floor slightly messy, not yet tidied up. Xia Tu put down the remaining half bowl of noodles. He looked around, got up, went to a corner, picked up 4 boxes full of princess dresses, dragged them to the cashier, and piled them into a rectangle. He then laid out some unused new cardboard boxes on top. He tested the weight-bearing capacity, confirming it should be fine. Xia Tu called out to the door, "Rabbit, bring in the military coat." Most of the supplies on the cart were missing. Everyone's clothes were gone, except for her military overcoat. "Yes, Captain." The rabbit, who was eating at the door, heard this, and quickly got up to bring the coat in. Xia Tu took it, placed it on the box, and gestured for her to come and sleep. Xiao Yunjiao didn't move, raising her chin. "I want to wash my face." Hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Xia Tu's dark eyes. He walked over, picked her up, and placed her in the laid-out military overcoat without further ado. Sleep. Xia Tu wouldn't indulge her anymore. He had discovered that this was someone who would take an inch and then a mile. The more you indulged her, the more restless and arrogant she became. Now she asked for a face wash. The next step would be brushing her teeth, taking a shower, finding pajamas. They weren't on a vacation. They were in a dangerous, contaminated area. The rest of the Salt Lake search team might still be waiting for their rescue, while the rest of Team Zero needed to search the amusement park for clues and find the gatekeeper as soon as possible. They couldn't let her run wild. Xiao Yunjiao froze. The sentry, who had always obeyed her every word, suddenly became forceful. She even forgot to resist, letting him stuff her into his military overcoat. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already lying down on it. Several pieces of cardboard were placed beneath her, and the thick military overcoat was very warm. Lying down wasn't as uncomfortable as she had imagined. She was indeed sleepy. Xiao Yunjiao finally calmed down, her delicate little mouth yawning, turning over and curling up inside the overcoat, closing her eyes. The little bluebird lazily nestled in her arms, closing its eyes to rest as well. Xie stood to the side, looking down at her. The features were exactly the same. Xiao Yunjiao now resembled her usual self. She slept so sweetly, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her chubby little face exuding an innocent charm. He wondered what she would think of his behavior once she returned to normal. Xie quietly watched over her. The sentries outside had sharp hearing. Hearing that their troublesome mistress had finally fallen asleep, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone consciously moved quietly, tiptoeing like thieves, afraid of making a sound and waking her. Xie ate something quickly, and seeing her breathing gradually become steady, he beckoned to the door, signaling everyone to come in. Zero Team had entered the contaminated zone overnight. They only rested for 2 hours in the dark void. Xiao Yunjiao was sleeping soundly, and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. They could use this time to hold a meeting. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi stayed outside to tidy up. Team Zero tiptoed into the children's clothing store, and lined up in a row furthest from the checkout counter. Everyone knew why they had to hold the meeting here. The team leader was afraid Yunjiao would disappear again, so they preferred to wake her rather than leave her side. Standing in the store, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on the little girl sleeping in front of the checkout counter. Her quiet demeanor was strangely adorable. Her well-behaved appearance was so deceptive that they almost forgot she was a picky, willful little princess who bossed everyone around. Behind her on the counter sat a pink digital watch, its time erratic, the numbers flashing and jumping. Outside, the sky was clear. Most of the scene had been restored from the fragments. A small area was still under construction. Once quiet fell, the only sound in the entire park was the clanging of the fragment restoration space. It felt eerily strange. Strangely enough, they hadn't encountered any danger since they entered this place. Xie asked in a low voice, Duanqi, what did little bluebird say to the peregrine falcon just now? Duanqi glanced at the soundly sleeping Yunjiao, and lowered his voice, mimicking his captain. He first recounted Yunjiao's ordeal in the bathroom. Little bluebird said that not long after entering, a door appeared in the center of the amusement park's fountain. Yunjiao heard a voice calling to her from inside, and then she walked through the door into the chaotic land. Yunjiao wasn't swayed. Instead, she quickly created a barrier, trying to trap the voice. But she failed. Time in the entire scene was rapidly rewinding. Her mental energy struck the voice, causing space to freeze and distort. The gate disappeared. When she reappeared at the amusement park, she had inexplicably transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She had lost her memory, forgetting everything. The gatekeeper, perhaps thinking the shrunken guide posed no threat, attacked her directly within the amusement park. The result was exactly as Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi witnessed. Yunjiao's abilities remained even after shrinking. Her personality had even become arrogant and wicked, showing no regard for the gatekeepers. She destroyed the entire amusement park. As for what the voice that had bewitched her had said, the little bluebird muttered curses and refused to answer, unable to get any information. Perhaps only when Yunjiao returned to her original form would the answer be known. Hearing Duanqi's account, everyone fell silent. They all knew Yunjiao's mental strength was strong, but to what extent was it something none of them had ever grasped before? An S-rank guide, even able to fight a 5-star gatekeeper? Even forcing the counterclockwise gatekeeper to remain silent. Firmly repairing the scene, filled with resentment. This overturned people's previous perception of guides as weak and vulnerable. The Zero Team members were all speechless with shock. Tao Haohao wanted to speak, but fearing his loud voice would wake Yunjiao, he simply nudged Song Liang. Song Liang had no choice but to break the silence, his voice also extremely low. Is it possible that the counterclockwise gatekeeper possesses the ability to reverse time? So Yunjiao turned into a child. Logically, it's impossible for people to age backward. But the bizarre contaminated area couldn't be explained scientifically. The shrunken Yunjiao was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. As for why she lost her memory, what went wrong in the process, it's currently unknown. The rabbit looked around and, seeing everyone silent, whispered, since the counterclockwise chaos land is here, should we go out and look for clues? Xie nodded and quickly made arrangements. Song Liang, go ask those two sentinels which scenes they visited. The rest of you go out and check. The intersecting lines in the gray fog meant they needed to at least confirm whether two gatekeepers truly existed. There must be some connection between the 24 scenes. Xie added, pay close attention to anything related to time. We discuss other questions about the scenes after the search. The other sentinels from the Salt Lake search team couldn't wait much longer. They couldn't stay here indefinitely. Yes. The group whispered amongst themselves like thieves, then tiptoed out to work. In less than a moment, only Xie remained in the shop. Xiao Yunzhao was indeed exhausted and sleeping soundly, not waking up even now. Xie pulled out a stool, sat beside her, and kept watch over her while pondering clues. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't voice another question that lingered in his mind. This place seemed tailor-made for her as a child. Everything, from princess dresses to shoes, was only one size. And the chaotic, counterclockwise place. The amusement park, it clearly existed before she even entered. Chapter 156. While Xiao Yunzhao was sleeping, Team Zero, along with Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi, had thoroughly searched the entire amusement park. The scene had been restored from fragments. The complete amusement park was very large, divided into multiple areas, with many time-related clues. For example, the opening hours posted at the ticket gates, the time displays for each area, and even the minute-by-minute playtime for some rides. They destroyed almost everything in the scene related to time. However, it was all useless. Duanqi searched around the center of the park's fountain, but couldn't find the door the little bluebird had mentioned. After a moment's thought, he tried the same trick again, releasing his peregrine falcon to find the little bluebird, hoping to obtain some more clues about the gatekeeper. The little bluebird only mocked them. It wore an expression that said, even if you beg me, I won't tell you. Incredibly arrogant. Before, Yunzhao had kept it in check, and the little bluebird usually had to intervene. But now, Xiao Yunzhao had become just like it. She didn't care at all what they were doing. After waking up, Xiao Yunzhao sat leisurely inside her military overcoat, and started bossing people around again, waiting for Xie to wash her face and comb her hair. She was well rested and full of energy, and her ability to cause trouble was even greater. Xie had never done any caring work before. Just washing her face took them several minutes of wrangling. Xiao Yunzhao crawled out of her overcoat, stood on a high box, and arrogantly raised her chin. I want a new towel, I want warm water. Xie looked at her proud and arrogant expression, remained silent for a moment, then turned around and rummaged through her backpack for a comb. Then let's comb your hair first. Her hair was long, and after waking up, it was messily draped over her shoulders, with a few stray hairs playfully sticking up on her forehead. A few strands of hair brushed against her cheek, which she brushed aside haphazardly with her small hand. Without tying them up, it was easy to pull her hair as she moved. But Xiao Yunzhao seemed to be deliberately defying him. Wash your face first. Washing your face with warm water requires boiling water, and you need to comb your hair first. I won't comb. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Xie had no choice but to keep a straight face and patiently reason with her. We can't stay here any longer. The other sentries of the Salt Lake search team are waiting for us to save them. His aura was powerful. When he usually had a cold face, he gave off a very oppressive feeling. Few of his teammates, including those from the base, dared to confront him directly. But Xiao Yunzhao wasn't afraid of him at all, her eyes filled with arrogance and disdain, a bunch of useless trash, unable to even save their own lives, expecting others to save them. They have no ability themselves, so they should pay the price for their incompetence. The little girl spoke incredibly cold words in her childish voice. The little bluebird happily hopped onto the main body's shoulder. Yes. Xie was speechless, his eyes trembling slightly, as he looked at her with a complex expression. The miniature Yunzhao was completely different from the Yunzhao he knew. He remembered the look in her eyes when she woke up from her nightmare. Almost exactly the same as now. Cold, aloof, carrying a disdain for everything in the world. Xie knew very little about Yunzhao's past. He only knew that before coming to the Dawn base, she lived in a place called Green Mountain Town. In the Wasteland era, many people lost both their parents. She was all alone, without any relatives. It seemed. She had a few uncles who were very kind to her. During Mission 88, Team Zero held a meeting to report on their experiences, so that Song Liang could submit a report. She casually mentioned that a mutant had impersonated her uncle. Xie and his teammates, understanding that he was referring to her deceased relatives, tactfully asked no further questions. That was all he knew about her. Only that. Xia Tu felt a pang of sadness. What had she experienced as a child that had caused such an extreme personality? Why was she so different from how she became as an adult? Little Yun Zhao stood atop the high box, and seeing his silence for a long time, stubbornly reiterated her stance. I need to wash my face first. Looking at the proud little face before him, Xia Tu felt a pang of sympathy and relented. Okay, I go boil some water. Little Yun Zhao felt relieved. By the time the water boiled, all her teammates had returned. A group of people stood at the shop entrance, witnessing their captain helping Yun Zhao wash her face and put on her shoes. Then, picking up a wooden comb, he stood behind her and clumsily tried to tie her hair. Xiao Yun Zhao sat obediently on the stool, clutching a carton of strawberry milk, a straw between her teeth, her brows furrowing even more. Her words were icy cold. Try hurting me again? Her childish face looked innocent and naive, yet her threat carried no real threat. Her quick change of expression was almost comical. I won't. Xia Tu, quick-witted, controlled his strength, avoiding pulling on her scalp. He took a comb, smoothed her hair, and tied it into a high ponytail with a hair tie. After much effort, Xia Tu finally finished styling the little princess. The teammates watched the whole thing, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Duanqi whispered to Tao Haohao, if someone told me someone dared to threaten the captain and didn't get beaten up, I definitely wouldn't believe it. They had never seen their captain so patient. Xiao Yunzhao had the captain completely under her thumb. The usually decisive and efficient captain was utterly obedient and incredibly patient with Xiao Yunzhao. Xia Tu slightly flexed his stiff fingers, his gaze sweeping over lightly. Duanqi immediately shut up. Only after seeing the little princess was comfortable did Song Liang dare enter the shop to report the situation to the captain. There are no clues in the entire park. We destroyed everything we could. Song Liang glanced at the little bluebird preening its feathers, his tone full of helplessness. Everything in the park is normal. Xia Tu wasn't surprised to hear this. After seeing the fragments repairing the space, he understood that all the scenes here must be composed of fragments from the Chaos Land. This amusement park was clearly a scene specially prepared for Yun Zhao. Xia Tu's thoughts raced. Yun Zhao had said before that there was a problem with the fragmented land. What exactly did she dream of? Did the gatekeeper enter her dream through the Chaos Land? What did he discover that led to the creation of this amusement park? Xia Tu's eyes darkened at this thought. Amusement parks couldn't exist in the Wasteland era. Before Yun Zhao returned to Dawn Base, she was merely a frail guide, unknown even to the gatekeeper. Why did such a scene appear in her memory? Obsession? Song Liang, oblivious, continued, I already asked Wu Kuei, they only been to 2 locations. This is the third. One was the artificial lake residential area, and the other was the street at dawn. The people were separated in the gray fog when they escaped from the artificial lake residential area, according to Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi's description. There was little food in the residential area. They hid there for many days, with only the dry rations they carried. Later, running out of ammunition and food, they were forced to break out. At the time, all the frogman mutants chased into the gray fog. They were focused on escaping, running desperately forward, and got separated in the thick fog. Song Liang said, Wu Kuei found the injured Lai Yongyi on the street at dawn. There were many mutants sitting outside the food stalls along the whole street. They didn't dare go there to risk their lives. Song Liang flipped through his notebook. As for the time, it was 4 in the morning, clockwise. Chapter 157. Do they still remember their location? Rabbit couldn't help but ask. Song Liang shook his head. They were too panicked at the time, running desperately through the thick fog, not paying attention to their direction. The Salt Lake search team had never entered the contaminated zone, and their mental fortitude couldn't compare to the battle-hardened sentinels. That's understandable. Xia Tu nodded, saying calmly, location only represents the order. Every contaminated zone is inseparable from obsession. No matter how the scene changes, the 24 cardinal numbers remain the same. It's all related to obsession. He already had some guesses in his mind, but needed more clues to confirm them. This was within the gatekeeper's domain. Every move couldn't be hidden from it. Speaking out now would only alert it. Xia Tu didn't say much, turning around to put Yun Zhao's comb and snacks into his backpack, then handed it to Rabbit. The Chaos Land had been replaced by Paradise, and the gatekeeper had been driven away by her. Staying here any longer was pointless. Call those 2, prepare to leave. Yes. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi stood at the door. They were embarrassed to follow the Zero team during their meeting. But sentinel senses are always sharp, and at such close range, the people inside weren't avoiding them. The 2 heard the Zero team's conversation clearly. Learning that the Zero team had finally set off to help them find their companions, Wukue breathed a sigh of relief. In this eerie domain, with high-ranking sentinels from the main base present, at least their safety was guaranteed. The two quickly packed their things, and together with the rest of the Zero team, looted everything edible from the food street. Inside the shop, little Yunxiao, biting on a strawberry milk straw, unconsciously wiggled her little feet. Her new shoes hadn't touched the ground since she put them on. Xie glanced around and grabbed 2 more pairs of new shoes, putting them in his backpack. Once they left, this amusement park, created based on Yunxiao's dream, might very well collapse. She was acting on impulse. Just in case, it was better to take a couple more pairs of shoes, to avoid another tantrum later. Thinking this, Xie looked around again and simply grabbed 2 pairs of sneakers. "Take all my dresses with you," Yunxiao said, pointing to the boxes in the corner after learning they were leaving. She was already tired of staying here anyway. She didn't care about leaving, on the condition that she take her things. Xie stared at the dozens of large boxes filled with princess dresses, unusually silent. He had realized that Yunxiao was now completely unyielding. Reasoning with her was pointless. He decided not to waste any more words trying to persuade her, and would figure something out himself. 2 hours later. Beyond the boundary, a thick fog churned, so dense it seemed impenetrable, a hazy gray that blotted out the sun, preventing even the faintest ray of light from penetrating. The howls of the mutants echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. A rumbling sound, grinding against the ground, grew louder as it approached, the clatter of wheels exceptionally clear in the silence. Gradually, a small pirate ship emerged slowly from the fog. Its silhouette was indistinct in the mist, like a ghostly vessel sailing from the underworld. The brightly colored wooden hull and towering mast swayed weakly in the fog, emitting an eerie rustling sound. Anyone who saw it would surely be terrified. Tao Hao laboriously led the way, pulling the boat. To move Yunxiao's dozens of boxes of princess dresses, they dismantled a small pirate ship from the amusement park. Then, they dismantled the chassis of 4 bumper cars. They welded the chassis, wheels and all, to the bottom of the pirate ship. Tao Hao dragged the pirate ship through the thick fog. With the wheels, the sentry didn't find it difficult to pull, but the rolling sound easily attracted the monsters in the fog. Greenish-blue fluorescent light danced everywhere, condensing into a barrier that blocked all the gray fog outside. Visibility within the barrier became extremely clear. Little Yunxiao sat on the boat, swinging her legs, surrounded by a group of sentries. Her little face was slightly upturned, clearly very satisfied with Xietu's method. The little bluebird was also happy, hopping to the boxes tied together at the back and flying to the high sail. The spiritual entities began to materialize. Forgetting their duties, they playfully ran aboard the ship. A massive lion rolled around at Xiao Yunzhou's feet. The king chameleon, its skin blending perfectly with its surroundings, played hide-and-seek with a brown bear on the ship's hull. A peregrine falcon chased and frolicked with a little bluebird, the 2 spirit forms flying back and forth. Even Wukue and Lai Yongyi's spirit forms couldn't resist joining in. A fire phoenix circled overhead, watching everyone play with longing. It wanted to come down and play too, but its flames would burn the pirate ship, and the azure phoenix would be angry. The fire phoenix complained to its true form again. "I want to play with them too. Think of something." This time, Xie changed his attitude, telling it, "I think of something. Reverse time travel. What would happen if a spirit entered? Regardless of success, its request must be fulfilled at least once." Duanxi was telling Rabbit, "I think the captain has it pretty tough, having to take care of 3 kids." Rabbit, "Where did these 3 come from?" Duanxi, Yunxiao, Little Bluebird, and Fire Phoenix, "Isn't that 3? They're all troublemakers. He can't afford to offend any of them. Just thinking about the captain coaxing this one, and that one makes his scalp tingle." Rabbit, She couldn't even imagine how lively it would be around the captain when Qingwan and Fire Phoenix were together. On the other side of the pirate ship, Wukue and Lai Yongyi were also whispering. Until Fire Phoenix appeared, the 2 realized that the aloof captain, who was cooking and coaxing the kids, was actually the legendary S-rank sentinel Xie. The only 3 S-rank sentinels in the world. A godlike existence, unattainable and beyond reach. They are symbols of legend, the pinnacle of power and glory. He was a figure revered by all the sentinels. Neither of them had ever imagined that one day, they would be trapped in the contaminated zone alongside an S-rank sentinel. But why was Xie so different from the rumors? The rumors said he was violent, cold-blooded, and a fearsome killing machine. Wukue and Lai Yongyi exchanged bewildered glances. "Don't think too much. Isn't it good that it's Xie? Lai Yongyi dared not speak aloud, afraid Xie would hear, and could only lip-read the message. With an S-rank sentinel around, at least they had a better chance of survival in the contaminated zone. Once they found Yanli, and the other three, they might actually be able to get out. Wukue nodded. Of course he knew all this. But these people from Team Zero seemed far too carefree. Compared to their previous escape through the dense fog, Team Zero was now towing a pirate ship, looking as relaxed as if they were on a picnic. The group moved through the fog. They had only traveled a short distance. Deep within the dense fog, several mutants, attracted by the commotion of the pirate ship's wheels, approached at a speed so fast they were mere afterimages. Chapter 158. A bluish-green glow surged forth, heading straight into the depths of the dense fog. Countless strands of spiritual energy instantly seeped into the monster's body. Several mutants were frozen in place, motionless. Tao Hao pulled the pirate ship, and the group moved unimpeded through the fog. These mutants were impervious to weapons. If relying solely on the sentries, they could only manage a hasty escape or expend considerable effort to kill them. But now, having found Yun Zhao, Team Zero had a guide again, no longer needing to blindly fight the mutants head-on. Despite being a bizarre, contaminated area, they strolled around as freely as if it were their own backyard. Wukue and Lai Yongyi followed closely beside the pirate's ship. The two were utterly shocked by what they witnessed. This little girl could actually control mutants. People held stereotypes about guides. Guides were precious, guides were fragile. The severe imbalance between sentry and guide ratios meant that the few remaining guides were always well protected by their respective bases. They had never heard of any guides going out on missions. The little girl before them completely overturned their understanding. Wukue thought to himself, no wonder they mistook her for a scene boss. A girl even younger than his daughter possessed such unfathomable strength. The eerie gray fog was kept at bay by the barrier. No monsters could approach the pirate ship. Xiao Yunjiao sat leisurely on the ship, not asking about the destination, letting Tao Hao lead the way. Time slowly passed. The gray fog obscured the path. All the mutants they encountered along the way were controlled by the little bluebird's mental threads. After several hours, everyone was safe and sound. The group followed the 12 directions marked on the clock, searching for the scene Yanli and the others might have gone to. Each time they entered a scene, they didn't go inside. Instead, they stood at the boundary to observe, first checking if the scene was activated, then sending a peregrine falcon inside to check the time. After a short while, confirming no one was inside, they left again. At first, Xiao Yuzhao found being dragged around fun, but after a while, she got bored and became restless. Her watery almond-shaped eyes darted around, glancing at the sleeping lion at her feet. Xiao Yunjiao climbed onto the back of the lion's spiritual form and reached out her delicate little hands to pluck its mane. She plucked it and counted it in her hand, one mane for one spiritual thread. After she counted, strands of bluish-green fluorescence instantly disappeared into the lion's body, purifying the dark matter on its body. The little bluebird found it amusing. After shaking off the peregrine falcon, it flew over. It perched on the lion's head and, imitating its real self, used its silver beak to pluck the thick mane. The number of manes plucked equaled the number of spiritual threads given to the lion. The lion lay motionless on the ground, gazing pitifully at its physical form. Song Liang looked up at the sky speechlessly. To avoid his spiritual form becoming bald, he looked at the captain with pleading eyes. Xie glanced at the situation on the ship, but didn't want to get involved. As long as she stayed on the ship quietly, and didn't make excessive demands, she could have some peace and quiet for as long as possible. First, she needed to find the person. The group walked in the fog for a long time, until Yun Zhao was tired of playing again. Xie glanced at the time. He jumped onto the pirate ship and got her some food. The others ate some biscuits and bread to fill their stomachs and continued on their way. Duanqi became the one towing the pirate ship. The thick gray fog swirled, making it difficult to discern directions. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Duanqi, who was at the front, suddenly lost his footing. A cacophony of voices filled his ears. A barrage of loud noises assaulted his senses from all sides. This nearly killed Duanqi, whose senses were heightened, and who was used to quiet environments. Holy crap! The group behind him passed through the thick fog, the blinding light making it hard to open their eyes. Once their eyes adjusted, they looked up and found themselves in a huge plaza. The surrounding crowd was bustling and jostling, a lively scene. People were moving about, chatting, or dragging heavy luggage past. Strangely, these people all appeared as if they were projected images, or perhaps just souls without bodies. It was chilling. Xie remained expressionless, glancing around and almost immediately spotting the station across the street. There were even more people over there, a bustling scene as well, with crowds flowing in and out like a surging tide. A huge electronic display screen scrolled through train information and various announcements. This was a plaza near the station. Sia2 squinted slightly, looking up at the top of the bus station building. Normally, a station would display the city name, indicating City Bus Station. But this station had no name. The two huge plaques with names were empty, simply displaying the word station. The surrounding illusory figures couldn't see them, continuing with their own tasks. Wukue, seeing this, was somewhat excited. This scene is alive. Yongli and the others might be here. The Zero team members thought to themselves, an old-fashioned bus station must have plenty of supplies. Xiao Yunjiao lay on the pirate ship, tilting her head back to peer curiously outside. She didn't react to the illusory figures outside. Not far away, street performers were showcasing their talents, playing beautiful guitars. Around the edge of the square, various food vendors had set up stalls, selling all sorts of snacks and skewers. Xiao Yunjiao saw the dark matter floating in the air. She slightly raised her chin, useless. A bluish-green fluorescent light suddenly pounced, instantly engulfing the dark matter completely. Smaller now, she was clearly more troublesome and harder to deal with. One wonders if the gatekeeper felt any regret. I want to eat that. After clearing away the unpleasant aura, Xiao Yunjiao pointed to the fried potatoes in front of her and ordered Song Liang, who was closest to her, go get them. In her mind, anything edible could be taken directly. No need to spend money. Okay. Song Liang sighed, obediently running over to get the little princess a golden, crispy fried potato. Sia2 focused on the mission. The scene was alive, proving that someone was indeed there. Lai Yongyi and Wukue didn't urge them, but waited patiently. The peregrine falcon had already flown out, scouting the terrain and searching for people along the plaza. The figures moving around were all blurry. If there were any living people, they would be easy to spot. The peregrine falcon first flew around to confirm the extent of the scene. Centered on the plaza, it included the entire station and some nearby small hotels. It was the largest scene they had explored so far. They didn't see any living people outside. Duanqi then communicated with the peregrine falcon to search inside the station. The peregrine falcon waddled into the station and almost immediately transmitted its message. Found it! Duanqi shouted instantly. Upon hearing this, Lai Yongyi and Wukue could no longer contain themselves and ran towards the station. Tao Haohao and Duanqi followed. Only Sia2 and Rabbit remained, staying behind to guard Yunjiao and wait for Song Liang to return with the fried potatoes. The other group had just run into the station waiting hall. Wukue immediately spotted his companions. Ahead, for sentries stood blankly at the ticket gate, each holding a ticket. They seemed to be preparing to board the train. Chapter 159. The scene inside the waiting hall was extremely eerie. The vast space was bustling with noise, rows of seats filled with passengers waiting to depart. Those people were all indistinct figures, some looking exhausted, others idly playing on their phones. The loud noise seemed to emanate from a loudspeaker, carrying an unreal quality. The ticket gate. Separated by a gate, the area inside was deserted, eerily quiet, with dark, gaping holes in the wall at the far end. Wukue, seeing his companions about to enter the gate, anxiously called out loudly. Yongli. His voice was loud. The four men, their backs to them, did not respond. One of them, a sentry, had blood streaming from his thigh, staining his military green trousers red, dripping down the leg and leaving a series of gruesome bloodstains on the ground. Even so, he did not stop, continuing to walk into the darkness beyond the gate. Seeing his companions half dead, Lai Yongyi anxiously shouted, Hey! Wake up! Don't go any further! Damn it! Quick, grab them! Duanqi ran towards the ticket gate. Tao Haohao quickly followed, trying to stop the four from entering the station. Wukue and Lai Yongyi also reacted. Following behind the two, they ran towards the ticket gate at lightning speed. As they drew closer, Tao Haohao's hand was about to touch one of the sentries, when he instantly sensed something was wrong. He couldn't help but curse, damn! What did the gatekeepers do to them? Just as he was about to touch him, the man's body rippled, and a protective shield formed, exactly like the one on the mutants, blocking Tao Haohao's hand. The dark matter on their bodies was exceptionally dense. Thin strands of light coalesced into fine lines, dancing in the air. Duanqi noticed it too, quickly glanced around, and ran over to grab the canvas satchel from one of the phantoms. The illusory object instantly materialized the moment it touched his hand. Duanqi strapped the satchel to one of the sentries. He pulled on the strap and said to the other three, "Never mind, get them out of here first." Yun Xiao was outside. She might have a way to save them. The 4 sentries seemed to be controlled by something, ignoring their conversation, still numbly moving towards the black hole inside the gate. The other 3 quickly followed suit, rummaging through the station for things to strap onto people, and drag them out. The station fell silent instantly. All the noise disappeared. The phantom sitting in the seat suddenly raised its head, staring intently at the group preparing to leave. Then, countless phantoms slowly stood up, mechanically walking towards them. Duanshi's scalp tingled, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Holy crap! Is it a zombie? Something's clearly wrong. What are you all standing there for? Tao Hao yelled at the 2 stunned men. Hurry up! Get out of here! The captured sentry wasn't still obedient, continuing to try and enter. The 4 of them, each dragging one, struggled like in a tug-of-war, pulling the 4 men in the opposite direction. The phantoms inside the station surrounded them from all directions, slowly approaching. The crowd gathered, surging towards them like a tide. Seeing they were about to be surrounded, Tao Hao quickly released his spiritual form to block them. Hurry up! Phantom objects, upon contact, would become physical. He wasn't sure what would happen if he touched these phantoms. The phantoms drew closer, surrounding him from all sides, their movement suddenly accelerating, as if their stiff limbs had suddenly become agile. Run! Duanshi shouted, dragging a sentry with him. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi quickly released their spiritual forms to defend themselves, their pace quickening, not daring to look back. The station gate was just ahead. The 4 saw the exit, and tried to rush out in one go. The sentry with the injured thigh suddenly moved, his expression one of extreme pain. He roared and lunged at Duanshi's back. The peregrine falcon had already sensed this, its sharp talons already aimed at the sentry. Duanshi stopped the spiritual form's movement, nimbly dodging it, and quickly tightened the bag in his hand around the sentry's hands, subduing him. You're already like this, and you still dare to launch a sneak attack? Duanshi scoffed. Can't you behave yourself and learn from Zhou Tianqi? The restrained sentry, unable to move, quickly regained his numb expression. Finally, he stopped struggling, and was easily led out of the bus station by the 4. The moment they stepped out of the station, the countless phantoms behind them stopped moving, standing in a row, their eyes blankly watching them leave. The sunlight outside was perfect. Everything seemed normal. The little bluebird flapped its wings, perched outside the door, and swept its disdainful gaze over them. Useless. She was speechless. Tao Hao couldn't help but glance back. The phantoms inside the station retreated like a tide, dispersing and returning to their original positions. A cacophony of sounds erupted. The announcements returned to normal, a sweet voice reminding passengers of train information. Tao Hao admitted he wasn't very bright. Not understanding, he asked, "What's going on?" Unfortunately, Duanshi was standing next to him. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Duanshi replied nonchalantly. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi were anxiously checking on their companions, too preoccupied to speak. Besides, asking them wouldn't help. Before this, neither of them had ever entered the contaminated area, and they had never encountered such a bizarre scene. They quickly dragged everyone to the square to assemble. In the bustling square, a brightly colored pirate ship, its hull abruptly moored there. Xie was standing beside the ship, talking to Song Liang. On the ship, a parasol had been erected some time earlier, under which a children's table and chairs were placed. Little Yunjiao sat in the chair, the round table in front of him piled high with street food. There were fried potatoes, roasted lamb skewers, sweet and sour cold noodles, roasted chicken wings, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted chestnuts. Xiao Yunjiao leisurely held a mango smoothie, glanced at the returning group, and turned her head away with a look of boredom, as if looking at them would offend her eyes. Duanshi. Tao Hao. The sentries from the Salt Lake search team were clearly in bad shape. For his comrade's sake, Wu Kuei had to bite the bullet and ask, "Captain Xie, what happened to them? Is there any way to save them?" Xie stepped forward and carefully examined the sentries, who had been dragged back. The 4 men were bound with various kinds of straps, and remained motionless after being brought out. The dark substance surrounding them was indeed frighteningly dense, its strands dancing like fine threads. But there was no distortion. Logically, they shouldn't be under the control of the gatekeepers. Xie gaze quickly settled on the train tickets clutched in their hands. He pried open one of the sentry's hands and pulled out the crumpled ticket. Finally, the geographical name was displayed on it. Chapter 160. Gansu Province Highway Passenger Transport Unified Invoice. Lanzhou to Subei Mongolian Autonomous County. The bus schedule and times are clearly displayed. Song Liang, standing beside him, naturally saw it too. So this bus station is the Lanzhou bus station? Song Liang asked doubtfully. Is the scene derived from the gatekeeper's memory? Xia Tu didn't answer, staring at the ticket, seemingly lost in thought. He suddenly turned and jumped onto the boat. Let's not talk about that now. Let Yunzhao check on these 4 sentries. Saving lives is the priority. The remaining people became somewhat uneasy upon hearing this, and all eyes turned to Yunzhao on the boat. Up until now. Except for the plucked lion and the peregrine falcon that usually played well with the little bluebird. The others hadn't cleared the dark matter from their mental realms. Little Yunzhao clearly knew, but chose to ignore it. Now she had become cold and arrogant, unyielding to both soft and hard approaches. Unless she was in a good mood, no one could command her. Everyone was watching, eager to see how the captain would persuade Yunzhao. The little bluebird had already flown back, perching on its owner's head, glancing sideways at the men boarding the ship. Xia Tu walked to her side, his gaze sweeping over the pile of food on the table, and suddenly asked, "Is this food tasty?" Yunzhao continued to leisurely eat her snacks, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere around her. "Delicious. You can pack all the food to take with you later." Xia Tu pointed to the 4 sentries, who had been restrained, saying casually, "They're back to normal. For more laborers to move things, from now on, you can order them to do whatever you want." Yunzhao took a bite of a grilled chicken wing, a little oil stain on the corner of her mouth, and looked up at him. "Do you think I'm stupid?" She saw through his little trick. Xia Tu calmly picked up a tissue from the table, and wiped her mouth. "No, it's the truth." It was indeed the truth. The people from the Salt Lake search team dared not defy her. Xiao Yunzhao was clearly in a very good mood. There was so much delicious food here. The little bluebird had promised to save the father of the 2 little brats. Although Yunzhao didn't remember, since she had promised, she didn't mind helping out. After all, with this free labor, she could indeed get even more delicious food. Countless fluorescent lights flashed and flew towards the 4 motionless people. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Kuei, shamelessly, asked Tao Haohao for medicine to treat external injuries, and was treating his companion's thigh wound. Strands of spiritual energy had already passed through the protective shield and entered the sentry's body. The little bluebird's body suddenly became transparent. It disappeared from the spot. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi didn't react, but the rest of Team Zero already knew that little bluebird had entered the Sentinel's mental domain. The situation was probably quite tricky. That's why little bluebird needed to go in and check. Taking this time, Xia Tu asked Tao Haohao and Duanqi about the situation inside the station. Inside the ticket gate, I didn't see any cars. At the end of the wall, there was a pitch-black abyss. Those 4 people must have entered the Chaos Land with their tickets. Tao Haohao, afraid of missing anything, tried to describe the situation inside in as much detail as possible, including the strange phantoms approaching them. Duanqi added, "It's 9 a.m. clockwise here. The tickets were from Lanzhou to Subei. They had been to the Chaos Land clockwise before. Back then, in search of Yunzhao, they only stayed outside the boundary and didn't enter. They had no idea why someone would enter with a ticket." Xiao Yunzhao remained calm and composed. The little bluebird entered the Sentinel's mental realm, but she was completely unaffected, continuing to gnaw on her chicken wing, her mouth greasy. Xiao Yunzhao overheard their conversation and glanced at them with a cold, arrogant gaze. This is the gatekeeper's memory. It died in Subei. The gatekeeper had taken a bus here, arriving in Subei. The scenes it recalled before its death included this bus station. It couldn't remember the faces of the people inside and outside the station, only vaguely recalling that there were many people there, so almost everyone here was a phantom. Such a simple matter, and they'd been discussing it for so long. Xiao Yunzhao made no attempt to hide her disdain. The group of men outside the boat paused, speechless, and remained silent for a long time. Only Xia Tu curled his lips. "So, the gatekeeper going clockwise is a humanoid creature?" Tao Haohao asked tentatively. Song Liang shook his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps its owner brought it from here to Subei, but ultimately didn't take it back. In the old days, people would carry some luggage when traveling. If 1 or 2 items were damaged, or something was lost, the person might not care. But it became its obsession. It felt abandoned, forsaken. Over the long years, its obsession deepened, giving birth to the contaminated zone. Intelligence data shows that contaminated zone 249 formed in the later stages of the Dark Ages. This has already corroborated this. And the so-called passengers inside surrounded Tao Haohao and his companions as they turned to leave the waiting hall, trying to stop them from leaving. Perhaps the gatekeeper was expressing its bewilderment and not stopping it from boarding the vehicle. It naturally didn't want the 4 sentries about to leave. Sia2 thought of the tourist promotional video playing backwards in the artificial lake community, the smiling street to the south, and the hospital near the 6 o'clock position. Clockwise and counterclockwise, they were likely master and servant. So, after the contaminated zone was created, they could coexist peacefully. It only realized after the contaminated zone was created that its master had never returned to his homeland. Song Liang, standing nearby, pondered. Does that mean that all the scenes composed of fragments are scenes from the gatekeeper's memory? Probably. Sia2 spoke calmly about the artificial lake community. He bought a new house, just finished decorating it, and saw the tourist promotional video before moving in, so he thought about taking a housewarming trip. But he never expected this trip to cost him his life. Before it died, it regretted it, wishing time could turn back so it could return to its new home. The frogman mutant lingered outside the door, but didn't go in. This has already been explained. Otherwise, facing the bulletproof mutants, the Salt Lake search team couldn't have survived for so many days just by hiding in the houses. Xiao Yunxiao didn't care what they were talking about. After finishing her chicken wing, she held out her small hand. Wipe your hands. Sia2 naturally took out the wet wipes he had just found and carefully wiped her hands. This merged contaminated zone shouldn't meet the standard for a 5-star danger level, Sia2 said calmly as he wiped the oil stains from her hands. It's different from a truly developed 5-star gatekeeper. It doesn't have a key, yet it's stronger than a 4-star level. Although they didn't know its intentions, the fact that even the Salt Lake search team sentinels could hold out for so many days clearly meant it didn't deserve a 5-star danger level. This point would only be reported to the base after they got out. The others agreed. Sia2 glanced at the 4 sentries shrouded in fluorescent light and said, "Wait, go to Smiling Street at 7 o'clock again." Clearly, he had already guessed the gatekeeper's identity. Chapter 161. Little Yunjiao wasn't afraid of being overheard by the gatekeeper. In her childish voice, she said, "Since we already know the answer, why go? I don't want to go." For her, staying in the contaminated zone was particularly comfortable. Those monsters and the gatekeeper were trash. They couldn't do anything to her. What a smiling street. It didn't sound fun at all. This place was much better. It was full of food. Sia2 wiped her hands clean, then pulled out a tissue to wipe the grease around her mouth. Just going to confirm the truth behind its death. On the southern street, all the frozen shadows wore the same smile. The scene was extremely eerie. It must be related to the gatekeeper's manner of death. Only by activating the scene could his conjecture be confirmed. Little Yunjiao objected. She didn't care at all how the gatekeeper died. She was about to speak. But then Sia2 said, "We take everything from here. It'd be empty then, and there'd be no point in you staying here." Take everything? Xiao Yunxiao looked towards the food vendors outside. Sia2 nodded yes. Xiao Yunxiao tilted her chin to observe. As long as she took all the food, she wouldn't have to walk, and she could go play elsewhere. Fine, let's go take a look then, she said reluctantly. The Zero team members didn't dare to speak at all. Everyone felt that their captain was becoming increasingly adept at coaxing children. Sia2, however, remained calm. Do you want some milk? Xiao Yunjiao raised her head. No. She already eaten so much. Did he think she was a pig? On the other side, Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi were guarding their companion. The 4 people standing motionless were enveloped in a bluish-green glow. 2 of them hesitated to get too close, fearing they might be implicated in the purification process and offend the little princess. They could only guard a short distance away warily, afraid that the strange phenomena around them would reappear. The purification process, by the little bluebird, was extremely long. The 4 sentinels were different from those who normally needed mental guidance. The main body was currently uninvolved. The blue phoenix soared in the gray mist-filled mental realm. Impatient to find the cause, it directly used mental traction to control the sentinels, forcibly recalling their consciousness. This might damage their mental realm, but the little creature didn't care. Those outside were completely unaware of this, because they had already begun moving supplies. The supplies in this scene weren't plentiful. The station and plaza occupied most of the area, leaving only a few small hotels, supermarkets, and food vendors nearby. Even though it wasn't much, the pirate ship clearly couldn't hold it all. Tao Haohao found a tour bus in the parking lot, and removed all the back seats to create more space. Combined with the luggage compartment underneath and the roof space, it could hold a considerable amount of supplies. Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi were tempted. Subei was a remote area with scarce resources. They had never seen so many good things before. Lai Yongyi was injured, so Wu Kuei told him to stay and watch over their companions while he went with Team Zero to scavenge for supplies. Once this contaminated area collapsed, the search team would have to go even further to find supplies. If they had a chance to get out, these supplies would allow them and their families to have a safe winter. If they couldn't get out, they couldn't keep shamelessly asking Team Zero for food indefinitely. They needed to carry enough food. The group busied themselves, scattering to search the scene. Xie stayed on the boat to watch over Yun Zhao. Little Yun Zhao, having eaten and drunk her fill, became restless, climbing onto him and snatching the train ticket from his hand. Xie let her do as she pleased. He even wondered what Yun Zhao's reaction would be when she returned to normal and recalled these events. Time froze at 9 in the morning. The blurry figures of pedestrians hurriedly dragged their luggage to the station. The surroundings were bustling and noisy, but the sound seemed to come from another world. Nearly 2 hours passed. Until the bus was almost full of supplies, the four who had been motionless finally reacted. Yongli felt a splitting headache, his limbs stiff and almost numb. He stiffly twisted his neck and moved his limbs, taking a while to gradually adjust. When he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was the brightly colored hull of a pirate ship. Reason returned. Memories flashed through his mind. He had been separated from his companion Zhang Shengbing while running through the gray fog. The two were being chased by the mutants behind them, and in their frantic escape, they stepped into this place. Instantly, all the phantoms in the scene came to life. The rest, he couldn't remember at all. Yongli stared at the pirate ship, instantly becoming alert. Why was there a ship in the plaza? Lai Yongyi, seeing that he had recovered, asked happily, Yongli, how are you feeling? His shout caused the other 3 sentries to open their eyes one after another. For a moment, their expressions also became blank. They seemed unable to remember why they were here. Yongli, seeing that it was his companion, breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to speak when his gaze inadvertently met that of the cold-faced man on the ship. The red-crowned crane badge on the man's shoulder was very conspicuous. He was a high-ranking sentinel from Dawn Base. Had he come to the rescue? Yongli had already realized that it was a sentinel from Dawn Base who had saved them, and he quickly thanked him. Xie nodded, his dark eyes looking at Xiao Yunzhao, who was causing trouble on him, and said, she saved you. The implication was that they should thank her. Hearing this, the sentinels' gazes all fell on Xiao Yunzhao. The group of sentinels were shocked, completely stunned. There was a child in the contaminated zone. The eerie contaminated zone was something all humans avoided like the plague. Let alone a child. Even they, the sentinels, would have to flee if they accidentally entered it. The little girl, however, looked completely at ease, wearing a beautiful princess dress, as if she were more comfortable than at home. It's easy to imagine how impactful the scene was for the sentinels. The group was stunned for a moment. Xiao Yunzhao, playing with her train tickets, noticed their blank stares and her face instantly fell. What are you looking at? Qingwan transformed back into a little bluebird and perched on her main body's shoulder. Having just come out and run into this group that angered her main body, she immediately started cursing. A bunch of useless trash. Apologize now. Lai Yongyi quickly shoved them, frantically giving them meaningful glances. There was no time to explain now. They had to thank her first. They absolutely couldn't offend this little devil. I'm sorry, we were impolite. Yongli sensed something was wrong. He didn't have time to think, so after apologizing, he quickly thanked Xiao Yunzhao. Thank you for saving us. We can't repay your life-saving grace. If you ever need our help, just let us know. The others lowered their heads, receiving Lai Yongyi's signal, and quickly followed suit with their thanks. No need for later. Xiao Yunzhao looked at them as if they were a bunch of idiots, and raised her chin, saying, go and move my things now. Chapter 162. Yongli and the others were still confused about the situation. Lai Yongyi quickly agreed for them. Okay, we get to work right away. With that, Lai Yongyi dragged and pushed his companions away. The surrounding crowd was bustling, existing in a semi-transparent, illusory state, both real and unreal. The sentries were apprehensive, their expressions wary, as they released all their senses, taking each step cautiously. Lai Yongyi appeared relatively calm. He belatedly realized something. This scene currently seemed safe. Just like the amusement park scene. It seemed that as long as that little girl was there, the gatekeeper became particularly obedient. The sentry with the injured leg was named Zhang Shengbing. His thigh had been torn open by the mutant, creating a shocking wound. Fortunately, the bone hadn't been damaged. The bleeding had stopped, the wound had been bandaged, but he was walking with a limp. Until they were far away. Zhang Shumbing glanced back, making sure the little girl couldn't hear them, before asking Lai Yongyi what exactly happened. His situation was identical to Yan Li's. After being forcibly awakened, his memory seemed shrouded in a thick fog, his mind a complete blank. Even now, his head still throbbed. The pain wasn't the unbearable agony of darkness engulfing him. It was more like being struck hard on the back of the head with a blunt, dull ache. In his mental realm, it felt as if a massive disaster had struck. Everything was in chaos, trees were uprooted, the earth was torn and cracked. A scene of utter devastation. The spirits huddled deep within the domain, trembling, refusing to emerge no matter how they were called. The other sentinels were the same. Lai Yongyi, confirming they were far enough away that the little girl couldn't hear him, then recounted the events to them in detail. Only Xie Tu and Xiao Yunzhao remained near the pirate's ship. Xie Tu leaned against the children's table, drawing a map of the contaminated zone. The map of this contaminated zone was circular, its four sides resembling a clockwork layout, each direction actually involving two scenes, clockwise and counterclockwise. The hollow area was shrouded in thick fog, with a few aberrant species scattered throughout the scenes and the fog. Just as Xie Tu began to ponder, Xiao Yunzhao beside him became restless again. She snatched the pen from his hand and drew a circle next to the clockwork he had drawn. The crooked, scribbled lines turned the circle into an egg. Xie Tu couldn't help but recall the map she had drawn earlier. He paused, then asked, "How old are you now?" Xiao Yunzhao continued drawing incomprehensible lines on the paper. Hearing this, she looked up and gave him a cold, arrogant glance. In a childish voice, she said, "Don't ask a girl's age so casually, it's impolite." Xie Tu remained silent. Her demeanor was mature and composed, yet her behavior was completely childlike. The impression she gave was drastically different. "However, since you asked so sincerely, I can tell you," Xiao Yunzhao said in a condescending tone, "I'm 6 years old." She knew her age now. It didn't seem like she had amnesia. She had simply forgotten what happened after she grew up. Xie Tu pondered for a long time, then asked, "Well then, who did you live with before?" He really wanted to know where her parents and relatives were. How did she, at 6 years old, survive in this cruel era? And how did she end up in Qishan town? Xiao Yunzhao's face suddenly turned cold, and she slammed the pen away. "You're trying to trick me again?" The pen rolled on the table before falling to the floor. Xie Tu bent down to pick it up and said gently, "I wasn't trying to trick you, I was just concerned about you." Xiao Yunzhao turned her face away, ignoring him completely. Now she was proud, sensitive, and very clever, easily discerning others' intentions. If she didn't want to talk, there was no way to get anything out of her. Xie Tu placed the pen on the table and said softly, "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Tell me when you want to." The little bluebird fluttered its wings beside him. Thinking he was bullying its true form, it started jumping up and down again. It thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable insult, so it used every insult it knew. Trash, useless, idiot, moron. Ugh, that annoying sentinel. Xie Tu didn't bother with it. The two waited in the square for a long time. The Zero-Team sentries, like bandits, brazenly barged into the surrounding shops and quickly emerged carrying a pile of goods. The passing shadowy figures made no reaction to their actions. Seeing the Zero-Team's behavior, the Salt Lake search team found a bus and loaded it with blankets, pillows, and other supplies from the small hotels around the station. Yan Li had already learned the whole story from Lai Yongyi. He learned that the people who rescued them were actually from the Dawn Zero team. And the leader, the captain, was none other than the renowned S-rank sentry, Xie Tu. Yan Li pondered for a moment, then ran to Xie Tu and said, "Captain Xie, our camp is short of resources, and it's getting colder outside. If possible, we like to get these things out." Compared to Wu Kuei and Lai Yongyi, Yan Li appeared more mature and composed. Survival was difficult for ordinary people outside. If he could get out, he wanted to take the opportunity to gather as many supplies as possible. However, Yan Li knew that without Zero Team's help, they wouldn't be able to leave this strange place. He needed to inform Xie Tu beforehand and get his opinion on scavenging supplies. After all, carrying so much stuff might cause trouble for others. Upon hearing this, Xie Tu simply nodded slightly and calmly said, "Okay." Yan Li was grateful and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for your understanding. We will try our best not to cause you any trouble. By the way, I accidentally stumbled into another scene earlier." He described what he saw to Xie Tu, his gaze darting towards the little girl beside him. Xiao Yunzhao completely ignored him. At this moment, she was sprawled on the children's table, doodling wildly in Xie Tu's notebook, filling the pages with messy lines. Xie dutifully watched over her, noticing Yang Li's gaze and giving him a cold look. Little Yun Zhao, like the little bluebird, didn't like being stared at. Yang Li quickly looked away and explained what he remembered. Xie expression was calm. I understand. Having said everything he needed to say, Yang Li thanked Xie again and hurried to urge his companions to speed up the collection of supplies. They only breathed a sigh of relief after running a distance. According to Lai Yongyi's description, the little girl was an extremely powerful guide. It was she who had saved everyone. The group was utterly astonished. How could a child of only 6 or 7 years old possess such powerful abilities? Even more perplexing was that Team Zero had brought such a young child into the contaminated area. Yang Li racked his brains, but couldn't understand it. He sighed, and could only focus on collecting supplies, urging his companions to hurry, so as not to keep Team Zero waiting. Chapter 163. An hour later, the group stepped back into the thick fog. The fog, a dull gray, swirled slowly, seemingly alive, silently devouring everything around it. 2 buses followed side by side behind the pirate ship, moving at a snail's pace. The one pulling the ship had transformed into a brown bear spirit. Xiao Yunxiao refused to ride the bus, insisting on her pirate ship. Even the 11 sentries combined couldn't persuade her. Apart from Xie, no one dared to say anything more. The result was as Zero Team had predicted. Xie gave in again. The group headed toward Smiling Street at 7 o'clock, unable to see the road ahead. In Zero Team's vehicle, Duanxi was driving, while the others took the opportunity to doze off. Having been in contaminated Zone 249 for so long, they had only rested for the initial 2 hours. After that, none of them had rested. With Yun Zhao and the captain there, they didn't need to be vigilant in the fog. In contrast, the Salt Pond search team. The 4 sentinels were tense, their senses heightened, wary of any potential mutants lurking in the fog. Wu Kuei driving sighed, "Let's all take a break now." Having been in there for so long, everyone had subconsciously maintained a high level of alertness. At first, he wasn't used to it either, but after witnessing the little girl's abilities, he realized he was being overly anxious. Yang Li was silent for a moment, then understood his meaning. "Yeah, everyone get some sleep, so you don't hold Zero Team back later." Since entering, no one had dared to close their eyes and sleep. They definitely needed rest now, to recover their strength and energy. The sentinels tried to relax, but their instinctive vigilance remained. Though their eyes were closed, their ears were still listening for any sounds around them. 2 cars and a pirate ship, having barely traveled through the fog, were quickly ambushed by the first wave of mutants. In the silent, indistinct fog, visibility was completely lost. Several mutants, their forms concealed by the fog, moved with the speed of phantoms towards them. A putrid, pungent stench assaulted their nostrils. Xiao Yunjiao sat on the pirate ship, scribbling haphazardly in Xietu's notebook. Suddenly she looked up, her gaze piercing through the layers of fog, and scoffed, "Useless." This was the first time Xietu had witnessed her in action. Not as before, merely using mental power to control the monsters. Sparkling points of light, like fine threads, intertwined and coiled in the air, instantly becoming sharp and ferocious, shooting towards the approaching mutants like razor-sharp blades. The mental threads easily pierced through the protective shield, mercilessly stabbing into the mutants' bodies. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the monsters seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, their bodies instantly turning into black liquid and scattering into the mist. The mist seemed to thin out, churning violently. The sentinels of the Salt Lake search team witnessed the entire process through the vehicle window, subconsciously swallowing hard, already sensing the gatekeeper's malice and rage. Xietu's expression was complex and unreadable as he watched her continue writing and drawing as if nothing had happened. Azure fluorescent filaments wove a net of death in the air, easily manipulating the mutants. 6 years old. Her abilities were stronger than her 19-year-old self. Xietu's mind raced. Combining the research data from the 4 major bases over the years, guides, like sentinels, had their ability awakening time related to their potential. The later one awakens, the more powerful their abilities usually are. It's impossible for a child to possess such overwhelming power. It's like handing a sharp blade to a toddler. The edge is sharp, but the danger is unpredictable. How can such a small body withstand such immense mental power? Was the appearance of the S-rank guy truly a coincidence? She's like a mystery now, impossible to understand or fathom. You? Xietu uttered only one word before her childish face lifted again, staring at him impatiently. That look seemed to say, "Try trying to trick me again." The little bluebird chuckled, staring at Xietu with a mocking expression. The human and the spiritual entity looked at him with remarkably identical expressions. Xia fell silent again. The group continued moving in the 7 o'clock direction. Occasionally encountering mutants, the sentinels didn't need to intervene. After going through a wrong area, they finally returned to that eerie street. At 7 in the morning, the sunlight had just begun to fall upon the earth. The streets, seemingly bustling and prosperous, were lined with towering buildings, shops, and brightly colored signs. The people on the street appeared as shadows, as if projected from another world. Their bodies were slightly transparent, their outlines indistinct, yet their forms were clearly discernible. Everyone wore the same smile, a stiff and eerie smile, like a mask etched into their faces. The trees lining the street were lush and green, but their leaves remained motionless. On benches beneath the trees sat some people, maintaining the same posture, smiling as they gazed ahead. The entire street was utterly silent, deathly still. The sentries of the Salt Lake search team felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. The pirate ship stopped, followed by 2 buses. Everyone disembarked. "Look at their expressions," Xia said. Everyone was confused, forcing themselves to turn and look at the stiff smile on the Phantom's face. Even on her second visit, Rabbit still felt a chill. These people were just too eerie. Xia said calmly, "Go in and try activating the scene." Xiao Yunjiao silently curled her lip. Her little leather shoes were brand new. Never having touched the ground, walking was impossible. Xia seemed to understand her meaning, bending down to pick her up and carry her off the ship. As he stepped into the boundary zone, the entire scene instantly came alive, filled with a cacophony of sounds. Everyone wore a standard smile, bustling about the streets. It looked exceptionally eerie. Xiao Yunjiao wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes darting around, looking everywhere. She didn't care about the phantoms, only what good food and fun things there were on the street. The entire Zero team had arrived behind their captain. The captain had previously mentioned that the smiling street was related to the gatekeeper's manner of death. But the gatekeeper could hear their conversation. The group hesitated, unsure whether to ask. Duanqi released his peregrine falcon to investigate and quickly obtained the answer, reporting, "Captain, it's clockwise here." The Salt Lake search team, walking behind, carefully avoided the pedestrians on the street. Xia gaze swept over everyone walking towards them, his eyes vacant, his smile stiff. He withdrew his gaze and spoke again, "Although the terrain has changed, don't forget where we are now. Chilean Mountains, Tiger Gully Glacier." The answer was obvious. "The gatekeeper died of hypothermia," Xia said. "Humans are typically warm-blooded animals. When hypothermia occurs, the body enters a state of paralysis, and the brain becomes abnormally excited, producing hallucinations, making the person believe the temperature is rising. In their consciousness, they wouldn't feel cold at all, hence the smile on their face. Even as they froze to death, a smile remained on their face." Xia gaze sharpened. "The gatekeeper moving clockwise is most likely here. Search carefully." Everyone suddenly understood. Yes. Chapter 164. The clues they currently possess, 24 scenes related to time, might be scenes from the gatekeeper's memories before his death. Most of these scenes are relatively normal. For example, the school, the residential area, the streets, including the train station square, and the early morning scene. These might all be related to the gatekeeper's life before his death. Only this place is so eerie that it defies explanation. After Xia explanation, everyone realized what was happening and quickly rushed into Smiling Street to search for clues about the gatekeeper. The members of Team Zero worked together seamlessly, moving swiftly through the streets, leaving no corner unchecked. The sentinels of the Salt Lake search team followed closely. Although slightly weaker, the sentinels' keen senses were crucial in finding the gatekeeper. Their numbers actually helped. The phantoms here are different from those in the train station square. Their facial features are clearly visible. Even the pores on their faces are clearly identifiable. Their eyes are vacant. Their faces maintain stiff smiles. Their steps are slow, seemingly busy, yet they are all moving in one direction. These people must all be acquaintances of the gatekeeper, right? Duanqi and Song Liang rushed into the nearest house to search, and as they spoke, Duanqi couldn't help but glance at the illusory figure outside. It hallucinated before it died, and saw them? Yes, like the little match girl in old-fashioned books, who had various hallucinations before freezing to death, and finally died smiling. Song Liang kicked open the door to the inner room. It should be similar to that. Hypothermia-induced smiling death can be explained scientifically. In extreme environments, a person's body temperature drops rapidly, causing dysfunction of the nervous system, resulting in hallucinations and even the illusion of happiness. This is the so-called hypothermia smile. It seems eerie. Once the underlying physiological mechanism is understood, all the clues instantly become clear. The gatekeepers moving clockwise are humanoid beings. Having determined their attributes, finding humanoid beings in a remote, contaminated area with few people seems not so difficult. The Salt Lake search team also entered various houses in the streets to help search for the gatekeepers. The figures on the street are illusory, their movements slow and stiff, all smiling in the same direction. If you accidentally come face to face with them, a chill instantly rises from the bottom of your heart. Those empty eyes seem to pierce through the soul, and their stiff smiles are like a curse frozen on their faces, sending shivers down your spine. Xie Tu, carrying Xiao Yunjiao, slowly observed the surroundings, falling behind. Xiao Yunjiao wrapped her arms around his neck. Now that she was full, she didn't react much to the food stalls on the street, only pursing her lips, not here. Xie Tu stopped and looked down at her. You knew? Xiao Yunjiao rolled her eyes at him, then proudly raised her head. Of course I know. She could sense that the unpleasant aura was gone. Xie Tu was silent for a moment. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Yunjiao, you didn't ask. Xie Tu, He reached out and ruffled her hair. We need to find the gatekeeper and get out as soon as possible. Next time, if you know anything, you can tell me in advance. The clockwise gatekeeper's clues were too obvious. Only after solving this could they find the counterclockwise gatekeeper. Only by eliminating the gatekeeper could she return to normal. Xiao Yunjiao didn't dislike his touch, pouting. Why do I have to tell you? Xie Tu was helpless. He couldn't do anything about it. Was it in the hospital? Right. Every scene was a memory of the gatekeeper. That hospital beside the chaotic land was very likely the final destination of its life's journey. It lost its way in the glacier, froze to death in the glacial region of the Chilean mountains, and was found smiling when the rescue team found it. Finally, the rescue team took it to the hospital morgue, awaiting family identification. In the old days, a large number of tourists died in accidents every year. They lacked awareness of safety, some ignored locals' warnings, disregarded scenic area regulations, and even put themselves in danger just to take a beautiful photo. Human life is only once. No matter how much it regretted or remorsefully recalled its life, it was too late. This was the truth Xie Tu deduced. Perhaps initially all the scenes were connected, representing its memories of its life before death. Later, as two adjacent polluted areas merged, reverse time affected it. It was divided into 12 clockwise scenes. Xiao Yunjiao looked innocent. I don't know. She hadn't been to the hospital. The little bluebird flapped its wings. Right. Xie Tu turned his head and notified everyone searching to return. Xiao Yunjiao had no reason to lie. Since the gatekeeper wasn't here, there was no need to waste any more time. The street was quite small. Tao Haohao received the captain's instructions and shouted in his loud voice, and everyone received the message and retreated from the houses. The sentries of the Salt Lake search team each carried a pile of scavenged food. They were reluctant to part with any of the supplies here. They wanted to take everything with them. One of the sentries, carrying a large pile of things, came out at the sound of the shout, and the bag in his arm slipped from his grasp. He bent down to pick it up, just in time to touch a smiling, illusory figure walking down the street. The figure seemed to come alive instantly. It slowly turned its head, smiling as it looked at him. Need any help? It was a middle-aged man with a large belly, wearing a white shirt and suit pants, carrying a briefcase. A successful man's attire. The sentry was so startled that his hand trembled, and all the food in his arms fell to the ground. Countless cyan-green fluorescent lights surged forth, rushing towards the illusory figures with overwhelming force, tearing the air with a sharp sound wherever they went. They easily pierced through the illusory figures' illusory bodies, shattering them into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. Xiao Yunjiao, perched on Xie Tu's shoulder, said coldly, I hate boss mutants the most. The little bluebird tilted its head, a hint of confusion in its icy blue beast eyes. The sentinel from the Salt Lake search team breathed a sigh of relief, quickly picked up the items, and ran back to assemble. Xie Tu gave her a deep look, then raised his eyes, and said calmly, Go get the supplies if you want. You have 1 hour. After the collapse of contaminated Zone 249, the people living nearby had to search for supplies in more distant areas. The Salt Lake search team was weak, not as strong as the other 4 refugee camps. Losing a resource point was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Salt Lake search team. But the contaminated zone had to be eliminated. The only option was to let them take as much as possible this time. The 6 sentinels were overjoyed upon hearing this, thanking him profusely, and quickly seizing the time to scavenge for supplies. S-rank Sentinel Xie2 was nothing like the rumors suggested. Xiao Yunjiao pouted, dissatisfied. You made a special trip to Smiling Street just to get them supplies? Xie2 comforted her to prevent her from getting upset. No, before coming in, I thought the gatekeeper was very likely here. The clearly defined phantom figures were all people it knew in its previous life. Whether parents, relatives, friends, or colleagues, this should be the place where its obsession runs the deepest. But clearly, its deepest obsession was its own death. The hospital next to the chaotic land at 6 o'clock. Chapter 165. Hospital scene. A long, quiet corridor, seemingly endless. Dim lighting flickered in the long corridor, casting eerie shadows. An old, sinister atmosphere permeated the air. The walls were mottled and yellowed, and a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. On both sides of the corridor, the patient room doors were tightly closed, and countless ghostly figures were frozen in place. Nurses, doctors, patients, and their families. A nurse's hand remained in the position of gently pushing a patient room door, her slightly forward-leaning posture, as if she would once again rush through the rooms in the next second. As the 12 people stepped in, the entire scene instantly came to life. Everyone quickly discovered that time flowed rapidly here. All the ghostly figures seemed to be fast-forwarded. Nurses, carrying medicines and medical equipment, hurried through the corridor, their ghostly figures almost becoming after-images. This was the gatekeeper's last memory. The peregrine falcon ran to the nurse's station and glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock clockwise, the hour hand leaping tenfold. Xiao Yunjiao frowned, shifting slightly as she nestled on Xie2's shoulder. It's right here. She seemed unwell, yet tried to maintain an aloof demeanor, not wanting to be noticed. Xie2 noticed, but said nothing. The key to contaminated zone 249 was still time. Perhaps the rapidly passing clockwise time had affected her. It should be a good thing. It will help her recover. They needed to find the clockwise gatekeeper as soon as possible. It must have been dead when it was brought to the hospital, right? The rabbit, watching the weeping families, got goosebumps and tentatively whispered, will the gatekeeper be in the hospital morgue? Duanxi, He didn't want to go. The sentries, though accustomed to life and death, still felt a chill at the thought. A morgue filled with corpses, freezing temperatures, the dead gatekeeper suddenly sitting up, his whole body resisting. The sentries from the Salt Lake search team seemed to have already imagined that scene and shuddered involuntarily. They weren't afraid of the dead. What they feared was the dead, who could come back to life. Xie2 said calmly, it has a deep-seated aversion to its own death, it won't stay there. A gatekeeper whose death gave birth to powerful obsessions and memories. The place it hated most was probably the morgue containing its own corpse. It might be staying in the hospital for other reasons. Isn't that even scarier? Duanxi muttered under his breath, think about it, they're already dead, why aren't they staying in the morgue, why are they running around everywhere? The sentries, Stop talking. Rabbit glared at him. Clearly, no one liked the humanoid gatekeeper. As they were talking, a familiar, fishy smell wafted over. Something's up. Everyone became alert. In the seemingly endless corridor, several frogman mutants were crawling rapidly towards them from the ceiling in the distance. Faster than before. So fast that they were just fleeting shadows. They were upon them in the blink of an eye. Holy crap. Even a phantom speeding up tenfold is one thing, but mutants can speed up too? Tao Hao cursed, summoning his spiritual form to block their path. This damn place, even the monsters get a buff. The sentries drew their melee weapons, preparing for battle. Only Xie2, upon hearing Tao Hao's words, froze, his dark eyes casting a complex look at the little Yunjiao in his arms. She was unusually well-behaved, her small hands wrapped around his neck, her face resting on his shoulder, silent and still. Little Yunjiao occasionally rubbed her temples with her little hand. A hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes, as if the rapidly flowing time was giving her a headache. Previously, Xie2 had deliberately avoided thinking about it. Having completed numerous missions, he knew better than anyone that those outside wouldn't be affected by the timeline within the contaminated zone. Among his teammates, apart from Song Liang, the other three weren't particularly bright. They only trusted their captain's words. Although they had doubts, they all assumed that the five-star gatekeeper was different. That was why Yunjiao was experiencing this strange phenomenon of rejuvenation. After all, no one had ever completed a 5-star danger level mission. They suspected the gatekeeper, but never suspected that something was wrong with Yunjiao himself. The sentinels were already engaged in fierce combat with the mutants. Protected by a sturdy shield, the frogman mutants seemed unrestrained. They moved through the corridors like ghosts, their speed dazzling. The sentinels brandished their weapons, slashing at the mutants again and again, but only the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The surroundings rippled, but the shield remained unbreakable, easily deflecting all attacks. The spiritual entities worked together to block the relentless onslaught of frogman mutants. Even so, the 10 sentinels were being pushed back step by step. Even Duanxi and Tao Haohao, usually the most energetic, fell silent, their focus entirely on dealing with the ever-present, surging monsters. Xie grip on her hand tightened slightly. Xiao Yunzhao felt terrible, and didn't want to exert herself at all. What did the lives of those sentinels have to do with her? She squirmed restlessly against Xie, only one thought in her mind: kill the gatekeeper. The little bluebird sensed her discomfort and became even more agitated, hopping around on her, accidentally landing on Xie. The little guy usually hated being touched, but now it didn't react. It seemed used to this shadowy sentinel. Xie steadied himself and tried to speak to her calmly. Just bear with it a little longer, it'd be over soon. No! Xiao Yunzhao raised her chin slightly, her eyes revealing a stubbornness. We have to kill it quickly. Kill it, and she wouldn't feel bad anymore. Xie noticed she said we, and slowly drew his tang sword from the side of his backpack. Alright, but we need to deal with these mutants first, otherwise we won't make it. S-rank sentinels have their pride. She wasn't feeling well, and he didn't want to force her. Xie, holding Xiao Yunzhao in one arm, his eyes sharpened like an eagle's. Everyone, lie down. Hearing their captain's command, the Zero team members immediately dropped to the ground, their movements swift and well-trained. They also managed to grab the 6 sentinels from the Salt Lake search team. The next moment, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the narrow hospital corridor was instantly enveloped in scorching light. A gigantic phoenix, its body engulfed in raging flames, soared into the sky. As soon as the fire phoenix emerged, it spread its enormous wings, too large for the narrow corridor to contain. Parts of its body became transparent, slowly extending into the wall. The phantoms in the scene, touched by its flames, instantly shattered into dust. It raised its head and let out a deafening cry, unleashing pillars of scorching fire that slammed directly into the mutants. The space around the mutants rippled, but under the relentless attack, their protective shields began to crumble. Ultimately, unable to withstand the onslaught, they shattered like a mirror. Without their shields, the mutants were directly exposed to the pillars of fire, instantly engulfed in flames, and emitted piercing screams. Xie recalled his fire phoenix, and coldly stepped forward to finish them off. Ignoring the devastation around him, he carried Yunzhao to the front, saying, "Let's go, let's meet the gatekeeper." Chapter 166. The sentinels of the search team witnessed this scene, their expressions filled with shock. Is this the strength of an S-rank sentinel? Zhang Shenbing murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. Whether sentinel or guide, there was an insurmountable gap between their ranks. S-rank sentinels represented the pinnacle of human power. Everyone knew S-rank sentinels were strong, but no one had ever truly witnessed their strength. The members of Team Zero had already stood up. Duanxi looked at the 6 people still lying on the ground and said strangely, "Get up. Let's go." Before, Fire Phoenix would fight indiscriminately. During missions, she would often beat them up as well. But since acquiring guides, Fire Phoenix's temper had improved considerably. At least she knew to deliberately avoid them. The entire Team Zero was unharmed. The sentinels came to their senses, quickly scrambling to their feet, and followed Xietu's steps. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The deep, dimly lit corridor grew increasingly dilapidated the further one went. The peeling white paint revealed the concrete beneath, and the flickering, unsteady light from the overhead bulbs added to the eerie atmosphere. Time seemed to be accelerating. More and more mutants appeared around them. They emerged from the ceiling, from every corner of the ward, howling and leaving afterimages as they charged forward. Xie held her in one arm, his right hand gripping a tang sword. The sounds of fierce fighting came from behind. He ignored what was behind him, and continued to send out fire phoenixes to clear a path. He personally oversaw his teammates' training. He knew their strength better than anyone. With the mutant speed being accelerated by the passage of time, the 4 of them working together wouldn't be in any danger. Xie, carrying Xiao Yunzhao, easily dodged the fleeting phantom of a nurse that rushed towards them. Some of the ward doors on either side were open, the interiors pitch black, utterly devoid of light. Countless cacophonies of sounds could be heard. The entire scene was no longer peaceful. The howls and screams of the mutants filled the air, along with the corrosive sound of the ubiquitous black slime dripping down. The space, ravaged by the fire phoenix, trembled, but quickly repaired itself. The gatekeeper clearly knew they had arrived. Xiao Yunzhao clung to his neck, frowning as she pointed, "It's just ahead." The closer she got to the gatekeeper, the more impatient she became, itching to tear the space apart. She wanted to kill it quickly. Killing it would bring her relief. Xie sensed her intention and pressed down on her small hand. Xiao Yunzhao glared at him, annoyed. "What are you doing?" She felt extremely uncomfortable, her innocent face filled with frustration. "If she's uncomfortable, nobody else will be comfortable," Xie patiently said. "This is just the clockwise gatekeeper." He had to meet it personally to see if he could get any clues about the other gatekeeper. Xiao Yunzhao curled her lip, her expression full of disdain. She wanted to say something more. The space ahead suddenly opened up. "We're here," Xie said. At the end of the long corridor, an unexpected sunroom appeared. This small room was entirely constructed of transparent glass, surrounded by lush greenery. In one corner on the south side, there was a comfortable recliner, upon which sat a ghostly figure dressed in black funeral clothes, holding a yellowed photo album. Because it had its back to the two of them, they couldn't see its appearance clearly. Xie stopped, his gaze shifting inch by inch, surveying the sunroom before finally settling on it. Upon entering, all sounds behind him vanished. The scene behind him disappeared as well, leaving only the unique sunroom before him. "It's it!" Xiao Yunzhao pointed at the illusory figure with her little finger, her voice tinged with disdain. "It has no physical form." A gatekeeper without even a physical form was obviously no match for her. In her eyes, it was trash. The gatekeeper seemed to understand her sarcasm, and stiffly turned around. It was an extremely young man. His features were unremarkable, even plain. His eyes were small, single-lidded, with no whites in the pupils. Black irises filled the entire eye sockets, making them look empty and eerie. A stiff smile still clung to his pale face. His appearance was extremely unsettling. Xie instinctively tried to block the view of the person in his arms, but his raised hand was slapped away by her. Little Yunzhao raised her head, staring fearlessly at the eerie, illusory figure. It was very weak. No wonder it wanted to eat her. "You only have a lingering obsession left. I can easily kill you." The childish voice was clear and loud, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet sunroom. "Yes, my body was cremated by my family. Intense resentment and regret were what kept it alive until now." Its expression was full of malice, greedily staring at Yunzhao. "Just eat you. Just eat you." Little Yunzhao showed no mercy, her anger reaching its limit as she wanted to kill it, coldly spitting out, "Overestimating yourself. Overestimating yourself." The little bluebird hopped onto Xietu's head. The annoying sentinel was really tall. The perspective was completely different from when it perched on his head. The little creature was momentarily intrigued, stomping around on Xietu's head. Xietu let the little bluebird run wild on his head, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said calmly, "Your attempts to provoke her won't work." The gatekeeper's stiff body froze, its face still bearing an eerie smile, staring intently at him. When a person enters the biological death phase, after the heartbeat stops, consciousness doesn't immediately dissipate. Xietu raised his eyes to meet its gaze. Your consciousness, before it dissipated, was it captured by something? Knowing full well they had found this place, it hadn't chosen to leave, but instead stayed in this sunroom, quietly waiting for their arrival. There were only two possibilities for the gatekeeper's actions. Either it was powerful enough to wait for them to come to it willingly, then turn them all into its subjects. Or, it wanted liberation. Deliberately provoking Yunzhao, who was currently distressed and unwilling to think. Xietu believed it was the latter, because it knew perfectly well that Yunzhao could kill it. The gatekeeper didn't speak, its stiff smile like a mask covering its face, its empty eyes staring at the two. The atmosphere became deathly silent. Yunzhao was uncomfortable, squirming in Xietu's arms. She was getting impatient. She didn't want to know about the gatekeeper's past life. She just wanted to kill it quickly to make herself feel better. Xietu gently patted her back to comfort her before continuing. "When we entered the chaotic land before, you wouldn't let us leave. Were you trying to lead us to the hospital?" At that time, countless mutants appeared outside. Dense fog surrounded them. If one panicked and didn't choose their path carefully, they could easily have run into the hospital scene next door. Xietu almost immediately understood the key point. Every scene along the way belonged to the old era. The gatekeepers are from the old era. But contaminated Zone 249 only formed in the later stages of the Dark Ages. How did its consciousness manage to endure for so long, spanning a century? "You're trapped here," Xietu said firmly. Chapter 167. The gatekeeper maintained a stiff smile, silently watching him. "I don't know." The phantom, dressed in a black burial shroud, put down the photo album in its hand and sighed. "At first, I was in pain, regretful, and wanted to live, but this place was just too boring. I could feel my obsession slowly dissipating. It was only 25 years old when it died, the prime of its life. It lived in a wealthy family, with loving parents and a stable job. With its parents' support, it bought a house in an upscale neighborhood. After the house was renovated, it saw a tourism promotional video for Sube on TV. It happened to have some money left over from the renovation budget its parents had given it. It decided to take a housewarming trip. After much deliberation, it finally chose Tiger Gully Glacier in Sube. It took a bus from the station to Sube. It was its first solo trip, and it was so excited. Carrying a large backpack, it strode lightly towards the unknown glacier journey. Young people always like to challenge the impossible. Believing its meticulously planned strategy to be foolproof, it lingered on the edge of the snow-capped mountain for a while, then, ignoring the warnings of the locals, ventured alone into the depths of the glacier. At that point, it felt no sense of danger, only wanting to test the snow survival skills it had learned online. It deliberately chose secluded corners to walk in. As it walked, it constantly took photos with its phone. The snow kept falling, and its footprints were quickly covered by the heavy snow. While attempting to get closer to the glacier edge to capture a more breathtaking photo, the ice beneath its feet suddenly loosened, causing it to lose its balance. Its phone slipped from its hand and fell into a crevasse on the other side of the glacier. It lost its way and its phone, which it could use to call for help. Its initial excitement was gradually replaced by fear. The cold relentlessly assailed its body, hunger and exhaustion were its constant companions. It desperately searched for a way out, but all around was endless ice and snow and silence. As time passed, its strength waned. Despair began to creep into its heart. Regret was too late. It began to miss its warm home, its loving parents. Night gradually fell. On the verge of freezing to death, it felt a surge of heat, and hallucinations flooded its vision. It saw familiar relatives and friends appear before it, smiling and welcoming it home. You were right. When my heart stopped beating, my consciousness didn't fade. The gatekeeper's dark pupils flashed with memories, and it said hollowly, I know I was taken to the morgue by the rescue team. I heard the police verifying my identity, contacting my parents. It imagined its parents' faces upon receiving the devastating news. At that moment, its unwavering will broke free. In the long wait, the contaminated zone was born. But the departure of its parents left its regret without a place to rest. Like a kite with a broken string, it drifted aimlessly in the long river of time. The world had long since undergone earth-shattering changes, and its obsession and regret, like a candle flickering in the wind, shone with a faint light, never to ignite a raging fire again. The intense emotions were gradually worn down by the sands of time. But it couldn't even achieve true liberation. Xie gently comforted Xiao Yunzhao, listening quietly to its story. The initial guess was correct. This gatekeeper was highly intelligent, perhaps related to its transformation from a human into a gatekeeper. It even possessed an extremely high level of self-awareness, actually actively seeking liberation. This was the first gatekeeper he encountered who could communicate calmly. Unfortunately, life doesn't offer second chances. Everyone must pay the price for their mistakes. Very few humans will enter. It takes years to see even one person, one mutant. A sinister smile played on its pale face, yet its tone was remarkably calm. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen so many people. It released all the mutants, driven by an uncontrollable malice, wanting to kill them and turn them into its own kind. Yet, it also hoped they would come to it. The little bluebird perched on Xietu's head, its noble head raised, emitting a strange laugh. It seemed to be mocking the gatekeeper's overestimation of its abilities. Xietu calmly asked, You haven't answered my question yet. Who trapped you here? This was crucial. Only by understanding how contaminated zones are created can humanity prevent new ones from appearing. The gatekeeper stiffly twisted its neck, shaking its head. I don't remember. I was in a daze for many years, until I gained enough power to awaken consciousness again. It slowly raised its illusory arm, dark matter rapidly gathering in its hand. Back then, I had become the master of this realm. This was its domain. It could summon wind and rain, freely alter the scenery of any scene, and manipulate those rare mutant species. They were the only living beings in the entire domain. Xietu narrowed his eyes. The counterclockwise gatekeeper, was it the phone you threw away? Yes. It seemed to have thought of something, its pale face widening with a smile. That thing awakened before me. If it hadn't merged into this place, I wouldn't have become so powerful. A definitive answer was obtained. All the doubts were resolved. Therefore, this merged contaminated zone could coexist peacefully. The phone must have contained a large number of videos and photos of its owner. It could manipulate time because the phone itself had a built-in timer. It could switch scenes and even make bullets disappear because the phone had recorded countless images. Those different scenes were like stored fragments of memory. Now, thinking back, the protective shield on the mutant was more like a screensaver. Finally, Sia2 hugged Xiao Yunjiao tightly and asked in a deep voice, "How can we turn time back on track and restore her?" Xiao Yunjiao nestled silently against his shoulder and neck. The sunroom was completely isolated from the hospital corridor. They couldn't hear the sounds outside or see the outside world. But the flow of time here was still accelerating. It made her feel uncomfortable all over. Her head was buzzing, as if countless bees were flying around. Her vision began to blur. Everything around her was distorted and deformed, as if she had fallen into a bizarre dream. "I don't know where it is." The phantom clad in black burial clothes raised its empty eyes. "Find it, destroy it." Although they were merged, they were each independent domains. It couldn't control the counterclockwise scene. Sia2 frowned deeply. "You can't do anything either? If counterclockwise could reverse her age, then clockwise should be able to accelerate time to restore her." "No." It could sense it, just as it wanted to kill her. The little girl's killing intent was almost uncontrollable. The gatekeeper maintained a pale smile. "I have answered all your questions. Now, please help me find release." Chapter 168. Its obsession had long since faded. But this contaminated zone it controlled had merged with memories from another contaminated zone. It couldn't collapse. It seemed trapped here, year after year, day after day, guarding this domain. The smile before its death seemed etched on its face, impossible to remove. It had had enough. Sia2 fell silent, holding Yunjiao, and standing there quietly, his gaze towards it utterly calm. The contaminated zone was born from the gatekeeper's obsession. The gatekeeper became the pillar of the entire domain's spiritual world. But it seemed they could only ensure life. The destruction of the contaminated zone was no longer within its control. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power had created this disaster? Sia2 finally fixed his gaze on the dark matter condensing in its hand. Dark matter. Could simply sending sentinels into a 5-star contaminated zone truly unravel the mystery of the disaster? The sunroom fell silent. After a long while, Sia2 slowly released Xiao Yunjia's hands. "Okay." Influenced by the gatekeeper's emotions, the passage of time seemed to accelerate. The world around them began to move at an almost unbelievable speed, each second stretching, distorting, and then swiftly replaced by the next. In the blink of an eye, the sun set, the moon rose, and the stars changed. Xiao Yunjiao was on the verge of a breakdown. Her bound hands were finally free. She coldly looked at the gatekeeper. "You asked for it yourself." Her childish voice carried endless indifference. The young man in the burial clothes smiled and nodded. "Yes." Countless emerald green fluorescent lights appeared like fireflies in summer, illuminating the entire sunroom. A surge of powerful spiritual energy swept in, and the scene began to shake. The youth, whose form was ethereal, was being devoured by the dark matter surrounding him. He could feel his power being stripped away bit by bit, rapidly draining away. He lowered his head slightly, looking at his own body. The merged dark matter intertwined with the emerald green fluorescent lights, and his illusory figure was slowly dissipating. Finally, he was free. In his final moments, he revealed a genuine smile. "Thank you." The hospital scene was collapsing. Outside the sunroom, a chaotic land floated with countless fragments. All the fragments, like dreamlike bubbles, intertwined with light. The gatekeeper's short life, laughter and tears, success and failure, were compressed into brief, blurred fragments. The fragments slowly transformed into specks of starlight, their faint light gradually fading and dissipating into the air. It was as if a grand yet tragic closing ceremony was underway. The sentinels fighting outside quickly noticed the anomaly. The massive body of the brown bear spirit blocked the front of the corridor. The accelerated frogman mutant, its speed suddenly slowed, was slapped into a puddle of liquid by the bear. The 12 scenes crumbled bit by bit, revealing the gray fog outside. The fog seemed to be alive, roaring and angrily sweeping in, trying to tear the group apart. Inside the fog, the mutants' howls intensified, and they all swarmed towards the sentinels at breakneck speed. A riot broke out in the contaminated zone. "Holy crap! I almost forgot about the counterclockwise gatekeeper." Duanqi drew his gun and fired several shots into the thick fog. The bullets went blank, unresponsive. Not even a scream rang out. Song Liang, having dealt with the mutant in front of him, quickly turned back and said, "Still no use. Retreat and wait for the captain and Yun Zhao to come out. The thick fog quickly enveloped everyone. Nothing could be seen in the fog, only howls echoing from all directions. It was enraged. They had killed its master. Song Liang, stay close, don't fall behind. The sentinels of the Salt Lake search team realized this was directed at them. The 6 of them immediately ran towards the source of the sound. As they ran, they released their spiritual energy to block the approaching mutants. The protective shields on the monsters appeared, growing increasingly solid. Even the A-level sentinels couldn't break through them. A thick stench filled the air. Dark matter spread silently through the thick fog, transforming into countless twisted black threads that seeped into the bodies of the spiritual entities at an alarming speed. The spiritual entities felt extreme discomfort, emitting weak whimpers as they lamented to their physical forms. The sentinels felt their pain acutely. The group was drenched in sweat, their movements growing increasingly slow. Just then, a loud and majestic phoenix cry pierced the oppressive air, shaking the very earth. A colossal creature, radiating brilliant light, suddenly appeared in the sky. The azure phoenix had appeared. Its dazzling light, like the first rays of dawn, pierced the dark sky. The great azure bird flapped its wings, its entire body radiating light, its feathers shimmering, each feather covered in flowing spiritual threads. Gradually transitioning to a deep cyan blue at the tail, the dazzling light seemed almost to flow from it. Wherever it passed, dark matter melted away as quickly as ice meeting the blazing sun. The surrounding mutants were quickly controlled by the mental threads. Those icy blue beast eyes, cold and arrogant, looked down at the tiny sentinels below as if they were ants. A bunch of useless trash. The rabbit gazed at the colossal creature in the air, its expression joyful. Sister Yun Zhao is back to normal? No. Xie2's faint voice came from within the thick fog. He slowly walked out of the fog. A barrier appeared around him, easily blocking the thick fog outside. Visibility cleared. The Zero team members immediately looked towards their captain's arms. Little Yun Zhao still had that proud demeanor, her delicate little hands wrapped around Xie2's neck, her pink princess dress layered upon layered, making her look like a proud little princess. The unpleasant feeling she had experienced vanished after the gatekeeper's death. Now refreshed, she didn't mind releasing the great bluebird to quickly kill the other gatekeeper, who wanted to eat her. Seeing everyone looking at her, Xiao Yunjiao's expression changed again. What are you looking at? Useless. The rabbit, who was about to offer some words of concern, murmured, eh. The 6 members of the Salt Lake search team didn't dare utter a sound. As powerful sentinels, they actually needed a little girl to protect them. Calling them useless seemed to be the truth. Xie2, holding Xiao Yunjiao in one arm, patted her helplessly and pointed towards 6 o'clock. Go and retrieve our lost supplies first. Yes. The chaotic land at 6 o'clock was gone. That area had completely turned into mist. The riding contaminated zone was no longer calm. The surrounding pollution concentration was rapidly increasing. Almost every short distance they walked, they encountered a mutated creature driven mad. The swirling fog around them began to reveal new scenes and illusions, no longer the life of its master, but various horrific murder and dismemberment scenes. Scarlet blood permeated the air, and the stench of gore was overwhelming. This placed an immense strain on the sentinels, whose senses were heightened by the sudden shift in direction. The gatekeeper, moving counterclockwise, was truly enraged. Dark matter was spreading wildly, threatening to devour the humans. Chapter 169. Xie2 no longer suppressed the restless spiritual entities within his spiritual realm. The next moment, the fire phoenix emerged from the void and soared into the sky. Its first action wasn't to deal with the monsters, but to run and circle the azure lawn incessantly. The 2 phoenixes in the air were so conspicuous. One red, one azure. The fire phoenix's wings burned with fierce flames, radiating intense light, while the azure lawn's feathers shimmered with a warm, emerald light, like a deep pool. The 2 complemented each other beautifully. The fire phoenix greeted the azure lawn happily. The fluorescent lights dancing in the air scattered and landed on it, making it unable to resist approaching again and again. The azure lawn stared coldly at the fire phoenix. Its expression seemed to want to slap it 108,000 miles away. The spiritual entities, watching the scattered spiritual threads, comfortably half-closed their eyes, instinctively wanting to chase after the fluorescent lights. The bluish-green fluorescence controlled the rampaging mutants, but couldn't break the illusion. Xie2 looked at the licking phoenix in the sky and had to order it back. Come down and get to work. The fire phoenix pretended not to hear. Xie2 said slowly, didn't you want to shrink? Upon hearing this, the fire phoenix reluctantly swooped down from the sky, charging into the illusion with scorching flames, burning everything around it as if venting its anger. The flames raged. The illusion affecting the sentinels gradually twisted, deformed, and disintegrated under the fire phoenix's heat. The thick fog that had been concealed by the illusion was revealed. The twisted mutants howled in the flames, their faces becoming even more grotesque. Black liquid dripped continuously. The water film on their bodies solidified under the intense heat, and they quickly collapsed to the ground, no longer struggling. A fiery phoenix circled and danced above the shattered illusion, its cry tinged with a hint of smugness, signaling to the Azure Phoenix, "Look, look!" The Azure Phoenix glanced back arrogantly. Idiot. The 2 carts left behind by Team Zero nearby were quickly found. All the lost supplies were there. During this time, Sia2 had already announced the attributes of the counterclockwise gatekeeper. The Team Zero members were excited upon hearing this. As long as they eliminated this gatekeeper, they could leave. This time, Team Zero independently completed the merged contaminated zone mission. With 2 gatekeepers, the reward points would definitely double. Tao Hao shouted loudly, "Let's search them one by one. I don't believe we can't find it." Song Liang nodded and quickly said, "Now there are only 12 counterclockwise scenes left. We basically got the general locations. If we hurry, we should be able to finish in 3 days." Their goal was clear. The goal was to find a mobile phone whose attribute was that of the gatekeeper. With the addition of the 6 members of the Salt Lake search team, 10 people conducting a thorough search should be able to cover all areas in 3 days. As for why 10 people? Song Liang, of course, immediately excluded Yun Zhao and the team leader. It was clearly unrealistic to have Yun Zhao do the work right now. And the team leader had to take care of the child. Naturally, he couldn't search personally. Sure enough, little Yun Zhao pouted upon hearing this, raised her little face, and said to Sia2, "I'm not going." She was tired of riding the pirate ship, and didn't want to ride in a car. The thought of having to travel through the gray fog made her impatient. Anyway, she wasn't going. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. She wanted to find a place to play, and wait for the gatekeeper to come to her. Little Yun Zhao could sense that it was very angry, and this anger was directed at her. She killed its master. Sia2 lowered his head, and hummed in agreement. She was acting like a child now. Just moments ago, she had wanted to kill the gatekeeper as quickly as possible. Her attitude changed in an instant. She seemed to be deliberately contradicting them. Sia2 changed the subject, coaxing her, "Let's not go in, let's look around from the outside, it'd be over soon." Before she could get angry, Sia2 turned to the group and said calmly, "No need to go in one by one to search, go and bring the car over first." He seemed to have other plans. The Zero team members didn't ask any questions, they just did as their captain instructed. "Yes, sir." Their car and pirate ship stopped in the thick fog. The Fire Phoenix circled near the Azure Luan, its work becoming exceptionally diligent at the thought of its true form shrinking. It flapped its wings, dispersing the fog that obscured its vision, guiding the people below. Several mutants controlled by mental threads simultaneously revealed themselves. Lying motionless on the ground like a frog, its skin a grayish green, as if covered in damp moss, its eyes bulging like light bulbs, empty and lifeless. Illuminated by the Fire Phoenix's light, the mutated frogman's shadows stretched long on the ground, twisting into various bizarre shapes. It was utterly horrifying. Wu Kuei, suppressing his nausea, followed Tao Hao and drove over 2 buses. Tao Hao's brown bear spirit was responsible for pulling the pirate ship. Little Yun Zhao was unwilling, clinging to Sia2's arms and resisting incessantly, "I don't want to go." Sia2 coaxed her as she got into the bus. Only by finding the reason for her shrinking could he restore her to normal. He couldn't let her throw a tantrum now. Qingwan hovered in midair, her eyes fixed on the annoying sentry, seemingly considering whether to teach him a lesson. The annoying creature flew around it, fawningly trying to distract the giant bluebird. A moment later, the vehicle started moving. 2 buses loaded with supplies hurriedly towed the pirate ship's brown bear, slowly moving towards the nearest counterclockwise scene. Along the way, the dark matter grew increasingly dense. Xiao Yun Zhao threw a tantrum, withdrawing her mental barrier, and countless thin black lines immediately spread through the vehicle. Accustomed to the healer's assistance, the group quickly withdrew their mental bodies, to avoid their spiritual bodies being corrupted, ceasing to use their abilities. Tao Hao groaned in despair. His brown bear was still outside, dragging dozens of crates of princess dresses from the pirate ship, and there was no way to retrieve it. Tao Hao could only cast a pleading look at the captain. Sia2 grabbed her fidgeting little hand, simply saying, "Drive faster." Duan Shi, in charge of driving, stammered, "How fast?" Ahead are either mutants or dark matter. This wasn't their armored vehicle. If they weren't careful, hitting one or two mutants would instantly corrode the body, leaving it riddled with holes. They also had to keep an eye on the brown bears towing the pirate ship. They couldn't go fast. The group cautiously navigated the thick fog, arriving at the first counterclockwise scene. Artificial Lake residential area. It had changed drastically. In the darkness, the original residential area was gone, replaced by a new, unfamiliar landscape. The surrounding streetlights flickered. Countless illusions were unfolding scenes from chilling horror movies. Sietu didn't tell anyone to get out of the car. Instead, he instructed Tao Hao to take out the explosives, throw in dozens of them, and tell Fire Phoenix to go in and do the work. Fire Phoenix had already realized that its true form wanted it to try entering the reverse timeline, just like Yun Zhao. Excited to shrink, it rushed in and wreaked havoc. Flames ignited all the flammable materials, the last spark shooting towards the explosives that had been thrown in. Bang! The entire scene instantly burst into flames. The Zero team, including the sentries from the Salt Lake search team, realized that their captain, Captain Xia, had no intention of sending them in one by one to search. He had chosen the simplest and most brutal method. The gatekeepers were no match for the Fire Phoenix's flames. Once the entire scene was destroyed, the gatekeepers inside would certainly not escape. Chapter 170. Team Zero traversed 4 scenes. The group activated each scene by standing at the edge of its boundary. Then Fire Phoenix rushed in, unleashing devastation in the same manner. The dark matter, like a surging tide of ink, grew increasingly dense within the gray mist. Upon reaching the 5th scene, the light shifted, and the group arrived at the edge of a school playground. Everything was still, without a trace of movement. On the playground, a group of boys in school uniforms were playing soccer, their postures frozen in place. Further away, in front of the flagpole, piles of coats and water were stacked, and a group of students sat chatting, their smiles also frozen in time. Almost everyone instinctively looked towards the window on the 3rd floor of the school building. There, the scene that had once appeared in the dark void was now visible. A small scene, a small classroom, the window facing the playground outside. The sentry's damned eyesight almost instantly spotted someone standing by the window. Single eyelids, small eyes, wearing a baggy school uniform, staring blankly at the playground below. Damn! Damn, damn, damn. A group of people got goosebumps and cursed from inside the car. This was the gatekeeper's memory, only the perspective had changed. They saw the young, clockwise gatekeeper from another angle. The school has cell phones? Song Liang calmed down slightly and turned to the captain. I remember the old-fashioned popular science books said that students weren't allowed to bring electronic devices to school. Sietu lowered his head, pulled a box of strawberry-filled wafers from his backpack, and was tearing open the wrapper, feeding them piece by piece to the person in his arms. Xiao Yunjiao started throwing a tantrum as soon as he got in the car. He only calmed down a little after Sietu took out a bunch of food. Sietu looked up at this, yes, for example, in the homeroom teacher's drawer. Song Liang, You can think of this scene as a wide-angle photo on a phone. Sietu said slowly. The gatekeeper at this age took a picture of the school and stored it on the phone. If the gatekeeper is counterclockwise in this space, then it's either in the homeroom teacher's drawer or in the owner's pocket or desk. The Fire Phoenix appeared from the void and rushed straight into the scene, heading directly towards the classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Duanqi watched it enter the scene and shrugged. You see when you try. Xiao Yunjiao swallowed the wafer in his mouth and opened his mouth. Water. Sietu pulled out a bottle of mineral water and was unscrewing the cap. Xiao Yunjiao glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes, displeased, and said, Strawberry milk. Sietu, patient throughout, put down his bottled water, rummaged through her backpack for strawberry milk, untied the straw, and held it to her lips. Xiao Yunjiao took a couple of sips of milk, feeling better, and lazily said, It's right here. She could sense an aura she disliked. Then what are we waiting for? Upon hearing this, the sentries immediately sprang into action, quickly opening ammunition boxes and carrying out a pile of explosives and incendiary bombs, determined to kill this gatekeeper. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix was wreaking havoc in the classroom, setting the books, desks, and chairs ablaze. No reaction. The massive body disappeared into the teacher's office at the end of the corridor. As it burst in, the indoor temperature skyrocketed, the air seeming to ignite, sending up waves of heat. The entire scene then rippled like a flat surface. The sentries snapped to attention, bracing themselves. Ha! It's really here. In the homeroom teacher's drawer. If they could just take down the counterclockwise gatekeeper, they could get out. Before anyone could react, suddenly, the world around them reversed direction at an incredible speed. The fire in the classroom extinguished rapidly, and then, like a film playing in reverse, everything quickly returned to its initial tranquility, returning to normal. A group of people, reverse time has been activated? Xiatu's gaze deepened. He released his senses to observe for a moment, then got up, carrying Xiao Yunxiao, and got out of the car. Time would rewind. The Fire Phoenix's flames were useless, and naturally, the explosives were useless too. To destroy it, they had to try other methods. The teammates instinctively wanted to follow. Xiatu turned around, his face expressionless, and said, "You all stay in the car." Whether the reverse time would affect those outside was still unknown. He didn't want to become a brat. Yes. The team members never questioned their captain's orders. They didn't even think about that. Xiao Yunxiao, holding a strawberry milk, acted leisurely, letting Xiatu carry her onto the playground. The scene instantly came to life. All the phantoms on the playground came to life. The once quiet school playground suddenly became noisy, a vibrant picture of youth slowly unfolding before their eyes. Strangely, the figures running on the playground were moving backward, and the rolling soccer ball was also rolling backward. On the road, in the corridors, in every corner of the campus, all the phantoms were walking backward. A tall figure carrying a little girl stood out starkly against the backdrop of the building. The Fire Phoenix still hovered in the school building, realizing that it hadn't shrunk after the reverse time travel was activated, and it stubbornly tried again. The ignited scene instantly extinguished. Time reversal had no effect on its destructive power. Why? The enormous head was filled with question marks. Xiatu ignored it, and asked the person in his arms, "Are you still uncomfortable this time?" Xiao Yunxiao glanced at him, raised her chin. "How could I be uncomfortable? That means she's not uncomfortable. Accelerated time would make her uncomfortable, but reverse time wouldn't cause any problems." Xiatu pondered the key to this. He carried her, step by step, up the stairs to the teacher's office on the 3rd floor. The Fire Phoenix's enormous body became transparent, hovering on the ceiling, unwilling to leave. Xiatu dodged the illusory figure of a teacher about to leap backwards, and entered the office as if no one else was there. 7 or 8 desks piled high with lesson plans, assignments, and reference materials. On each desk, there was either a lush green plant or a small, delicate lamp. Xiao Yunxiao, biting her straw, pointed to the desk by the window, over there. She was very cooperative this time. Upon arriving here, her murderous intent returned. Xiatu followed her direction, opening and rummaging through his own drawers. He quickly found 7 or 8 confiscated cell phones in one of the drawers. Xiatu didn't touch them, but instead pulled out the drawer and dumped all the phones onto the desk. These phones all belonged to students. They were all similar models, looking unremarkable. Yunxiao, annoyed by his slow movements, pouted, "Apple." The little bluebird perched on its owner's head. Its expression was identical, arrogant and disdainful. So stupid. Xiatu understood her meaning and found the Apple logo on the back, which looked like it had been bitten off, with a corner missing. There were 8 phones in total, for with Apple logos. Xiatu squinted slightly, found it. In the blink of an eye, Xiatu drew his tang sword without warning and slashed fiercely at the screen of one of the phones. The surrounding space immediately rippled violently,